Allen. "Did you apply that name to me, I ask of you, sir?" interrupted Mrs. Rattle, with intense fierceness, throwing the door wide open. "Why, of course I did," replied Mr. Benjamin Allen. "Yes, of course you did," said Mrs. Rattle, backing gradually to the door and raising her voice to its loudest pitch for the special behoof of Mr. Rattle in the kitchen. "Yes, of course you did, and everybody knows that they may safely insult me in my own house while my husband sits sleeping downstairs and taking no more notice than if I was a dog in the streets. He ought to be ashamed of himself," here Mrs. Rattle sobbed, "to allow his wife to be treated in this way by a parcel of young cutters and carvers of live people's bodies, that disgraces the lodgings," another sob, "and leaving her exposed to all manner of abuse, a base, faint-hearted, timorous wretch, that's afraid to come upstairs and face the ruffianly creatures, that's afraid to come." Mrs. Rattle paused to listen whether the repetition of the taunt had roused her better half, and finding that it had not been successful, proceeded to descend the stairs with sobs innumerable, when there came a loud double knock at the street door, whereupon she burst into an hysterical fit of weeping, accompanied with dismal moans, which was prolonged till the knock had been repeated 6 times, when in an uncontrollable burst of mental agony she threw down all the umbrellas and disappeared into the back parlor, closing the door after her with an awful crash. "Does Mr. Sawyer live here?" said Mr. Pickwick, when the door was opened. "Yes," said the girl. "First floor. It's the door straight afore you, when you gets to the top of the stairs." Having given this instruction, the handmaid, who had been brought up among the aboriginal inhabitants of Southwark, disappeared with the candle in her hand down the kitchen stairs, perfectly satisfied that she had done everything that could possibly be required of her under the circumstances. Mr. Snodgrass, who entered last, secured the street door after several ineffectual efforts by putting up the chain, and the friends stumbled upstairs, where they were received by Mr. Bob Sawyer, who had been afraid to go down, lest he should be waylaid by Mrs. Rattle. "How are you?" said the discomfited student. "Glad to see you. Take care of the glasses." This caution was addressed to Mr. Pickwick, who had put his hat in the tray. "Dear me," said Mr. Pickwick, "I beg your pardon." Don't mention it, said Bob Sawyer. "I'm rather confined for room here, but you must put up with all that when you come to see a young bachelor. Walk in. You've seen this gentleman before, I think." Mr. Pickwick shook hands with Mr. Benjamin Allen, and his friends followed his example. They had scarcely taken their seats when there was another double knock. "I hope that's Jack Hopkins," said Mr. Bob Sawyer. "Hush! Yes, it is. Come up, Jack, come up." A heavy footstep was heard upon the stairs, and Jack Hopkins presented himself. He wore a black velvet waistcoat with thunder and lightning buttons, and a blue striped shirt with a white false collar. "You're late, Jack," said Mr. Benjamin Allen. "Been detained at Bartholomew's," replied Hopkins. "Anything new?" "No, nothing in particular. Rather a good accident brought him to the casualty ward." "What was that, sir?" inquired Mr. Pickwick. "Only a man fallen out of a 4 pair of stairs window, but it's a very fair case indeed." "Do you mean that the patient is in a fair way to recover?" inquired Mr. Pickwick. No, replied Mr. Hopkins carelessly. No, I should rather say he wouldn't. There must be a splendid operation, though. Tomorrow. Magnificent sight if Slasher does it. You consider Mr. Slasher a good operator? Said Mr. Pickwick. Best alive, replied Hopkins. Took a boy's leg out of the socket last week. Boy ate 5 apples and a gingerbread cake exactly 2 minutes after it was all over. Boy said he wouldn't lie there to be made game of, and he'd tell his mother if they didn't begin. Dear me, said Mr. Pickwick, astonished. Pooh, that's nothing, that ain't, said Jack Hopkins, is it, Bob? Nothing at all, replied Mr. Bob Sawyer. By the by, Bob, said Hopkins, with a scarcely perceptible glance at Mr. Pickwick's attentive face, we had a curious accident. Last night, a child was brought in, who has swallowed a necklace. Swallowed what, sir? Interrupted Mr. Pickwick. A necklace, replied Jack Hopkins. Not all at once. You know, that would be too much. You couldn't swallow that if the child did, eh, Mr. Pickwick? Ha ha! Mr. Hopkins appeared highly gratified with his own pleasantry and continued, No, the way was this. Child's parents were poor people who lived in a court. Child's eldest sister bought a necklace, common necklace, made of large black wooden beads. Child, being fond of toys, cribbed the necklace, hid it, played with it, cut the string, and swallowed a bead. Child thought it capital fun, went back the next day, and swallowed another bead. Bless my heart, said Mr. Pickwick, what a dreadful thing! I beg your pardon, sir. Go on. Next day, child swallowed 2 beads. Day after that, he treated himself to 3, and so on, till in a week's time he had got through the necklace, 25 beads in all. The sister, who was an industrious girl and seldom treated herself to a bit of finery, cried her eyes out at the loss of the necklace, looked high and low for it, but I needn't say didn't find it. A few days afterwards, the family were at dinner, baked shoulder of mutton and potatoes under it. The child, who wasn't hungry, was playing about the room when suddenly there was heard a devil of a noise, like a small hailstorm. Don't do that, my boy, said the father. I ain't doing nothing, said the child. Well, don't do it again, said the father. There was a short silence, and then the noise began again, worse than ever. If you don't mind what I say, my boy, said the father, you'll find yourself in bed in something less than a pig's whisper. He gave the child a shake to make him obedient, and such a rattling ensued as nobody had ever heard before. Why, damn, it's in the child, said the father. He's got the croup in the wrong place. No, I haven't, father, said the child, beginning to cry. It's the necklace. I swallowed it. Father! The father caught the child up and ran with him to the hospital, the beads in the boy's stomach rattling all the way with the jolting, and people looking up in the air down in the cellars to see where the unusual sound came from. He's in the hospital now, said Jack Hopkins, and he makes such a devil of a noise when he walks about that they're obliged to muffle him in a watchman's coat for fear he should wake the patients. That's the most extraordinary case I ever heard of, said Mr. Pickwick with an emphatic blow on the table. Oh, that's nothing, said Jack Hopkins. Is it, Bob? Certainly not, replied Bob Sawyer. Very singular things occur in our profession, I can assure you, sir, said Hopkins. So I should be disposed to imagine, said Mr. Pickwick. Another knock at the door announced a large-headed young man in a black wig who brought with him a scorbutic youth in a long stock. The next comer was a gentleman in a shirt emblazoned with pink anchors, who was closely followed by a pale youth with a plated watchguard. The arrival of a prim personage in clean linen and cloth boots rendered the party complete. The little table with the green baize cover was wheeled out. The first installment of punch was brought in a white jug, and the succeeding 3 hours were devoted to Vantayan at 6d. a dozen, which was only once interrupted by a slight dispute between the scorbutic youth and the gentleman with the pink anchors, in the course of which the scorbutic youth intimated a burning desire to pull the nose of the gentleman with the emblems of hope, in reply to which that individual expressed his decided unwillingness to accept any of the sauce on gratuitous terms, either from the irascible young gentleman with the scorbutic countenance or any other person who was ornamented with a head. When the last natural had been declared and the profit and loss account of fish and sixpences adjusted to the satisfaction of all parties, Mr. Bob Sawyer rang for supper, and the visitors squeezed themselves into corners while it was getting ready. It was not so easily got ready as some people may imagine. First of all, it was necessary to awaken the girl, who had fallen asleep with her face on the kitchen table. This took a little time, and even when she did answer the bell, another quarter of an hour was consumed in fruitless endeavors to impart to her a faint and distant glimmering of reason. The man to whom the order for the oysters had been sent had not been told to open them. It is a very difficult thing to open an oyster with a limp knife and a two-pronged fork, and very little was done in this way. Very little of the beef was done either, and the ham, which was also from the German sausage shop round the corner, was in a similar predicament. However, there was plenty of porter in a tin can, and the cheese went a great way, for it was very strong, so upon the whole, perhaps the supper was quite as good as such matters usually are. After supper, another jug of punch was put upon the table, together with a paper of cigars and a couple bottles of spirits. Then there was an awful pause, and this awful pause was occasioned by a very common occurrence in this sort of place, but a very embarrassing one notwithstanding. The fact is, the girl was washing the dishes. The establishment boasted 4. We do not record the circumstances as at all derogatory to Mrs. Rattle, for there never was a lodging-house yet that was not short of glasses. The landlady's glasses were thin, little, blown-glass tumblers, and those which had been borrowed from the public-house were great, dropsical, bloated articles, each supported on a huge, gouty leg. This would have been in itself sufficient to have possessed the company with the real state of affairs, but the young woman of all work had prevented the possibility of any misconception arising in the mind of any gentleman upon the subject, by forcibly dragging every man's glass away long before he had finished his beer, and audibly stating, despite the winks and interruptions of Mr. Bob Sawyer, that it was to be conveyed downstairs and washed forthwith. It is a very ill wind that blows nobody any good. The prim man in the cloth boots, who had been unsuccessfully attempting to make a joke during the whole time the round game lasted, saw his opportunity and availed himself of it. The instant the glasses disappeared, he commenced a long story about a great public care, whose name he had forgotten, making a particularly happy reply to another eminent and illustrious individual whom he had never been able to identify. He enlarged at some length and with great minuteness upon diverse collateral circumstances distantly connected with the anecdote in hand, but for the life of him he couldn't recollect at that precise moment what the anecdote was, although he had been in the habit of telling the story with great applause for the last 10 years. "Dear me," said the prim man in the cloth boots, It is a very extraordinary circumstance. I am sorry you have forgotten it, said Mr. Bob Sawyer, glancing eagerly at the door as he thought he heard the noise of glasses jingling. Very sorry. So am I, responded the prim man, because I know it would have afforded so much amusement. Never mind. I dare say I shall manage to recollect it in the course of half an hour or so. The prim man arrived at this point just as the glasses came back, when Mr. Bob Sawyer, who had been absorbed in attention during the whole time, said he should very much like to hear the end of it, for so far as it went, it was, without exception, the very best story he had ever heard. The sight of the tumblers restored Bob Sawyer to a degree of equanimity which he had not possessed since his interview with his landlady. His face brightened, and he began to feel quite convivial. "Now, Betsy," said Mr. Bob Sawyer with great suavity, and dispersing at the same time the tumultuous little mob of glasses the girl had collected in the center of the table. "Now, Betsy, the warm water. Be brisk, there's a good girl." "You can't have no warm water," replied Betsy. "No warm water!" exclaimed Mr. Bob Sawyer. "No," said the girl with a shake of the head that expressed a more decided negative than the most copious language could have conveyed. "Mrs. Rattle said you weren't to have none." The surprise depicted on the countenances of his guests imparted new courage to the host. "Bring up the warm water instantly! Instantly!" said Mr. Bob Sawyer with desperate sternness. "No, I can't," replied the girl. "Mrs. Rattle raked out the kitchen fire afore she went to bed and locked up the kittle." "Oh, never mind, never mind. Pray don't disturb yourself about such a trifle," said Mr. Pickwick, observing the conflict of Bob Sawyer's passions as depicted in his countenance. "Cold water will do very well." "Oh, admirably," said Mr. Benjamin Allen. "My landlady is subject to some slight attacks of mental derangement," remarked Bob Sawyer with a ghastly smile. "I fear I must give her warning." "No, don't," said Ben Allen. "I fear I must," said Bob with heroic firmness. "I'll pay her what I owe her and give her warning tomorrow morning." Poor fellow, how devoutly he wished he could. Mr. Bob Sawyer's heart-sickening attempts to rally under this last blow communicated a dispiriting influence to the company, the greater part of whom, with the view of raising their spirits, attached themselves with extra cordiality to the cold brandy and water, the first perceptible effects of which were displayed in a renewal of hostilities between the scorbutic youth and the gentleman in the shirt. The belligerents vented their feelings of mutual contempt for some time in a variety of frownings and snortings, until at last the scorbutic youth felt it necessary to come to a more explicit understanding on the matter, when the following clear understanding took place. "Sawyer," said the scorbutic youth in a loud voice. "Well, Noddy," replied Mr. Bob Sawyer. "I should be very sorry, Sawyer," said Mr. Noddy, "to create any unpleasantness at any friend's table, and much less at yours, Sawyer, very, but I must take this opportunity of informing Mr. Gunter that he is no gentleman." "And I should be very sorry, Sawyer, to create any disturbance in the street in which you reside," said Mr. Gunter, "but I'm afraid I shall be under the necessity of alarming the neighbors by throwing the person who has just spoken out a window." "What do you mean by that, sir?" inquired Mr. Noddy. "What I say, sir," replied Mr. Gunter. "I should like to see you do it, sir," said Mr. Noddy. You shall feel me do it in half a minute, sir, replied Mr. Gunter. I request that you'll favor me with your card, sir, said Mr. Noddy. I'll do nothing of the kind, sir, replied Mr. Gunter. Why not, sir? Inquired Mr. Noddy. Because you'll stick it up over your chimney-piece and delude your visitors into the false belief that a gentleman has been to see you, sir, replied Mr. Gunter. Sir, a friend of mine shall wait on you in the morning, said Mr. Noddy. Sir, I'm very much obliged to you for the caution, and I'll leave particular directions with the servant to lock up the spoons, replied Mr. Gunter. At this point, the remainder of the guests interposed and remonstrated with both parties on the impropriety of their conduct, on which Mr. Noddy begged to state that his father was quite as respectable as Mr. Gunter's father, to which Mr. Gunter replied that his father was to the full as respectable as Mr. Noddy's father, and that his father's son was as good a man as Mr. Noddy, any day in the week. As this announcement seemed the prelude to a recommencement of the dispute, there was another interference on the part of the company, and a vast quantity of talking and clamoring ensued, in the course of which Mr. Noddy gradually allowed his feelings to overpower him, and professed that he had ever entertained a devoted personal attachment toward Mr. Gunter. To this, Mr. Gunter replied that upon the whole he rather preferred Mr. Noddy to his own brother, on hearing which admission Mr. Noddy magnanimously rose from his seat and proffered his hand to Mr. Gunter. Mr. Gunter grasped it with affecting fervor, and everybody said that the whole dispute had been conducted in a manner which was highly honorable to both parties concerned. Now, said Jack Hopkins, just to set us going again, Bob, I don't mind singing a song. And Hopkins, incited thereto by tumultuous applause, plunged himself at once into The King, God Bless Him, which he sang as loud as he could to a novel air compounded of The Bay of Biscay and A Frog He Would. The chorus was the essence of the song, and as each gentleman sang it to the tune he knew best, the effect was very striking indeed. It was at the end of the chorus to the first verse that Mr. Pickwick held up his hand in a listening attitude and said as soon as silence was restored, "Hush! I beg your pardon. I thought I heard somebody calling from upstairs." A profound silence immediately ensued, and Mr. Bob Sawyer was observed to turn pale. "I think I hear it now," said Mr. Pickwick. "Have the goodness to open the door." The door was no sooner opened than all doubt on the subject was removed. "Mr. Sawyer! Mr. Sawyer!" screamed a voice from the two-pair landing. "It's my landlady," said Bob Sawyer, looking round him with great dismay. "Yes, Mrs. Rattle." "What do you mean by this, Mr. Sawyer?" replied the voice with great shrillness and rapidity of utterance. "Ain't it enough to be swindled out of one's rent, and money lent out of pocket besides, abused and insulted by your friends that dares to call themselves men, without having the house turned out of the window, and noise enough made to bring the fire engines here at 2 o'clock in the morning? Turn them wretches away!" "You ought to be ashamed of yourselves," said the voice of Mr. Rattle, which appeared to proceed from beneath some distant bedclothes. "Ashamed of themselves," said Mrs. Rattle. "Why don't you go down and knock 'em, every one downstairs? You would if you was a man." "I should if I was a dozen men, my dear," replied Mr. Rattle pacifically, "but they have the advantage of me in numbers, my dear." "Ugh, you coward," replied Mrs. Rattle with supreme contempt. "Do you mean to turn them wretches out or not, Mr. Sawyer?" They're going. Mrs. Rattle, they're going, said the miserable Bob. I'm afraid you better go, said Mr. Bob Sawyer to his friends. I thought you were making too much noise. It's a very unfortunate thing, said the prim man, just as we were getting so comfortable, too. The prim man was just beginning to have a dawning recollection of the story he had forgotten. It's hardly to be borne, said the prim man, looking round. Hardly to be borne, is it? Not to be endured, replied Jack Hopkins. Let's have the other verse, Bob. Come, here goes. No, Jack, don't, interposed Bob Sawyer. It's a capital song, but I'm afraid we had better not have the other verse. They are very violent people, the people of the house. Shall I step upstairs and pitch into the landlord, inquired Hopkins, or keep ringing the bell, or go and groan on the staircase? You may command me, Bob. I am very much indebted to you for your friendship and good nature, Hopkins, said the wretched Mr. Bob Sawyer, but I think the best plan to avoid any further dispute is for us to break up at once. No, Mr. Sawyer, screamed the shrill voice of Mrs. Rattle. Are them brutes going? They're only looking for their hats, Mrs. Rattle, said Bob. They are going directly. Going, said Mrs. Rattle, thrusting her nightcap over the banisters, just as Mr. Pickwick, followed by Mr. Tupman, emerged from the sitting-room. Going! What did they ever come for? My dear ma'am, remonstrated Mr. Pickwick, looking up. Get along with you, old wretch, replied Mrs. Rattle, hastily withdrawing the nightcap. Old enough to be his grandfather, you villain. You're worse than any of them. Mr. Pickwick found it in vain to protest his innocence, so hurried downstairs to the street, whither he was closely followed by Mr. Tupman, Mr. Winkle, and Mr. Snodgrass. Mr. Ben Allen, who was dismally depressed with spirits and agitation, accompanied them as far as London Bridge, and in the course of the walk confided to Mr. Winkle, as an especially eligible person to entrust the secret to, that he was resolved to cut the throat of any gentleman, except Mr. Bob Sawyer, who should aspire to the affections of his sister, Arabella. Having expressed his determination to perform this painful duty of a brother with proper firmness, he burst into tears, knocked his hat over his eyes, and, making the best of his way back, knocked double knocks at the door of the Borough Market Office, and took short naps on the steps alternately until daybreak, under the firm impression that he lived there, and had forgotten the key. The visitors, having all departed in compliance with the rather pressing request of Mrs. Rattle, the luckless Mr. Bob Sawyer was left alone to meditate on the probable events of tomorrow and the pleasures of the evening. End of chapter 32. Recording by David A. Stokely, Bristol, Indiana. www.anewcreature.blogspot.com.
Chapter 33 of the Pickwick Papers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Deborah Lynn. The Pickwick Papers by Charles Dickens. Chapter 33. Mr. Weller the Elder delivers some critical sentiments respecting literary composition, and assisted by his son Samuel, pays a small installment of retaliation to the account of the Reverend Gentleman with the red nose. The morning of the 13th of February which the readers of this authentic narrative know, as well as we do, to have been the day immediately preceding that which was appointed for the trial of Mrs. Bardell's action, was a busy time for Mr. Samuel Weller, who was perpetually engaged in travelling from the George and Vulture to Mr. Perker's chambers and back again, from and between the hours of 9 o'clock in the morning and 2 in the afternoon, both inclusive. Not that there was anything whatever to be done, for the consultation had taken place, and the course of proceeding to be adopted had been finally determined on. But Mr. Pickwick, being in a most extreme state of excitement, persevered in constantly sending small notes to his attorney, merely containing the inquiry, "Dear Perker, is all going on well?" To which Mr. Perker invariably forwarded the reply, "Dear Pickwick, as well as possible." The fact being, as we have already hinted, that there was nothing whatever to go on, either well or ill, until the sitting of the court on the following morning. But people who go voluntarily to law, or are taken forcibly there for the first time, may be allowed to labour under some temporary irritation and anxiety, and Sam, with a due allowance for the frailties of human nature, obeyed all his master's behests with that imperturbable good humour and unruffable composure which formed one of his most striking and amiable characteristics. Sam had solaced himself with a most agreeable little dinner, and was waiting at the bar for the glass of warm mixture in which Mr. Pickwick had requested him to drown the fatigues of his morning's walks, when a young boy of about 3 feet high, or thereabouts, in a hairy cap and fustian overalls, whose garb bespoke a laudable ambition to attain in time the elevation of an hostler, entered the passage of the George and Vulture, and looked first up the stairs, and then along the passage, and then into the bar, as if in search of somebody to whom he bore a commission. Whereupon the barmaid, conceiving it not improbable that the said commission might be directed to the tea or tablespoons of the establishment, accosted the boy with, "Now, young man, what do you want?" "Is there anybody here named Sam?" inquired the youth, in a loud voice of treble quality. "What's the t'other name?" said Sam Weller, looking round. "How should I know?" briskly replied the young gentleman below the hairy cap. "You're a sharp boy, you are," said Mr. Weller, "only I wouldn't show that wery fine edge too much if I was you, in case anybody took it off. What do you mean by coming to a hotel and asking arter Sam with as much politeness as a wild Indian?" "'Cause an old gentleman told me to," replied the boy. "What old gentleman?" inquired Sam, with deep disdain. "Him as drives the Ipswich coach and uses our parlour," rejoined the boy. "He told me yesterday morning to come to the George and Walter this arternoon and ask for Sam." "It's my father, my dear," said Mr. Weller, turning with an explanatory air to the young lady in the bar. "Blessed if I think he hardly knows what my other name is. Well, young broccoli sprout, what then?" "Why then," said the old boy, "you was to come to him at 6 o'clock to our house, 'cause he wants to see you. Blue Boar, Leadenhall Market. Shall I say you're comin'?" "You may wenture on that 'ere statement, sir," replied Sam, and thus empowered, the young gentleman walked away, awakening all the echoes in George Yard as he did so, with several chaste and extremely correct imitations of a drover's whistle, delivered in a tone of peculiar richness and volume. Mr. Weller, having obtained leave of absence from Mr. Pickwick, who, in his then state of excitement and worry, was by no means displeased at being left alone, set forth long before the appointed hour, and having plenty of time at his disposal, sauntered down as far as the Mansion House, where he paused and contemplated, with a face of great calmness and philosophy, the numerous cads and drivers of short stages who assembled near that famous place of resort, to the great terror and confusion of the old lady population of these realms. Having loitered here for half an hour or so, Mr. Weller turned and began wending his way towards Leadenhall Market, through a variety of by-streets and courts. As he was sauntering away his spare time, and stopped to look at almost every object that met his gaze, it is by no means surprising that Mr. Weller should have paused before a small stationer's and print seller's window. But without further explanation, it does appear surprising that his eyes should have no sooner rested on certain pictures which were exposed for sale therein, than he gave a sudden start, smote his right leg with great vehemence, and exclaimed with energy, If it hadn't been for this, I should have forgot all about it till it was too late." The particular picture on which Sam Weller's eyes were fixed as he said this was a highly colored representation of a couple of human hearts skewered together with an arrow, cooking before a cheerful fire, while a male and female cannibal in modern attire, the gentleman being clad in a blue coat and white trousers, and the lady in a deep red pelisse with a parasol of the same, were approaching the meal with hungry eyes, up a serpentine gravel path leading thereunto. A decidedly indelicate young gentleman, in a pair of wings and nothing else, was depicted as superintending the cooking. A representation of the spire of the church in Langham Place, London, appeared in the distance, and the whole formed a valentine, of which, as a written inscription in the window testified, there was a large assortment within, which the shopkeeper pledged himself to dispose of to his countrymen generally, at the reduced rate of 1 and 6 each. "I should have forgot it. I should certainly have forgot it," said Sam. So saying, he at once stepped into the stationer's shop, and requested to be served with a sheet of the best gilt-edged letter paper, and a hard-nibbed pen which could be warranted not to splutter. These articles having been promptly supplied, he walked on direct towards Leadenhall Market, at a good round pace, very different from his recent lingering one. Looking round him, he there beheld a signboard, on which the painter's art had delineated something remotely resembling a cerulean elephant, with an aquiline nose in lieu of trunk. Rightly conjecturing that this was the Blue Boar himself, he stepped into the house, and inquired concerning his parent. "He won't be here this 3/4 of an hour or more," said the young lady who superintended the domestic arrangements of the Blue Boar. "Wery good, my dear," replied Sam. "Let me have 9 penn'orth of brandy and water, Luke, and the inkstand, will you, miss?" The brandy and water, Luke, and the inkstand having been carried into the little parlour, and the young lady having carefully flattened down the coals to prevent their blazing, and carried away the poker to preclude the possibility of the fire being stirred without the full privity and concurrence of the Blue Boar being first had and obtained, Sam Weller sat himself down in a box near the stove, and pulled out the sheet of gilt-edged letter paper and the hard-nibbed pen. Then, looking carefully at the pen to see that there were no hairs in it, and dusting down the table so that there might be no crumbs of bread under the paper, Sam tucked up the cuffs of his coat, squared his elbows, and composed himself to write. To ladies and gentlemen who are not in the habit of devoting themselves practically to the science of penmanship, writing a letter is no very easy task, it being always considered necessary in such cases for the writer to recline his head on his left arm, so as to place his eyes as nearly as possible on a level with the paper, and, while glancing sideways at the letters he is constructing, to form with his tongue imaginary characters to correspond. These motions, although unquestionably of the greatest assistance to original composition, retard in some degree the progress of the writer, and Sam had unconsciously been a full hour and a half writing words in small text, smearing out wrong letters with his little finger, and putting in new ones, which required going over very often to render them visible through the old blots, when he was roused by the opening of the door and the entrance of his parent. "Vell, Sammy," said the father. "Vell, my Prussian Blue," responded the son, laying down his pen. "What's the last bulletin about mother-in-law?" "Mrs. Veller passed a very good night, but is uncommon perwerse and unpleasant this morning. Signed upon oath, Tony Veller, Esquire. That's the last one as was issued, Sammy," replied Mr. Weller, untying his shawl. "No better yet?" inquired Sam. "All the symptoms aggrawated," replied Mr. Weller, shaking his head. "But what's that you're a-doing of? Pursuit of knowledge under difficulties, Sammy?" "I've done now," said Sam with slight embarrassment. "I've been a-writing." "So I see," replied Mr. Weller. "Not to any young woman, I hope, Sammy?" "Why, it's no use a-saying it ain't," replied Sam. "It's a walentine." "A what?" exclaimed Mr. Weller, apparently horror-stricken by the word. "A walentine," replied Sam. "Samivel, Samivel," said Mr. Weller in reproachful accents. "I didn't think you'd ha' done it. Arter the warning you've had o' your father's wicious propensities, arter all I've said to you upon this here wery subject, arter actually seeing and being in the company o' your own mother-in-law, which I should ha' thought was the moral lesson as no man could never have forgotten to his dying day. I didn't think you'd ha' done it, Sammy. I didn't think you'd ha' done it." These reflections were too much for the good old man. He raised Sam's tumbler to his lips and drank off its contents. "What's the matter now?" said Sam. "Never mind, Sammy," replied Mr. Weller. "It'll be a wery agonizing trial to me at my time of life, but I'm pretty tough. That's vun consolation, as the wery old turkey remarked when the farmer said he was afeard he should be obliged to kill him for the London market." "What'll be a trial?" inquired Sam. "To see you married, Sammy. To see you a deluded victim, and thinking in your innocence that it's all wery capital," replied Mr. Weller. "It's a dreadful trial to a father's feelin's, that ere, Sammy." "Nonsense," said Sam. "I ain't a-going to get married. Don't you fret yourself about that. I know you're a judge of these things. Order in your pipe, and I'll read you the letter. There." We cannot distinctly say whether it was the prospect of the pipe, or the consolatory reflection that a fatal disposition to get married ran in the family and couldn't be helped, which calmed Mr. Weller's feelings and caused his grief to subside. We should be rather disposed to say that the result was attained by combining the two sources of consolation, for he repeated the second in a low tone very frequently, ringing the bell meanwhile to order in the first. He then divested himself of his upper coat, and lighting the pipe, and placing himself in front of the fire with his back towards it, so that he could feel its full heat, and recline against the mantelpiece at the same time, turned towards Sam, and with a countenance greatly mollified by the softening influence of tobacco, requested him to fire away. Sam dipped his pen into the ink to be ready for any corrections, and began with a very theatrical air. "Lovely—" "Stop," said Mr. Weller, ringing the bell. "A double glass of the invariable, my dear." "Very well, sir," replied the girl, who with great quickness appeared, vanished, returned, and disappeared. "They seem to know your ways here," observed Sam. "Yes," replied his father. "I've been here before in my time. Go on, Sammy." "Lovely creetur," repeated Sam. "'Tain't in poetry, is it?" interposed his father. "No, no," replied Sam. "Wery glad to hear it," said Mr. Weller. "Poetry's unnat'ral. No man ever talked poetry 'cept a beadle on Boxing Day, or Warren's Blackin', or Rowland's Oil, or some of them low fellows. Never you let yourself down to talk poetry, my boy. Begin again, Sammy." Mr. Weller resumed his pipe with critical solemnity, and Sam once more commenced and read as follows. "Lovely creetur, I feel myself a damned—" "That ain't proper," said Mr. Weller, taking his pipe from his mouth. "No, it ain't damned," observed Sam, holding the letter up to the light. "It's shamed. There's a blot there. I feel myself ashamed." "Wery good," said Mr. Weller. "Go on." "Feel myself ashamed and completely I forget what this here word is," said Sam, scratching his head with the pen in vain attempts to remember. "Why don't you look at it, then?" inquired Mr. Weller. "So I am a-looking at it," replied Sam, "but there's another blot. Here's a C, and a I, and a D." "Circumwented, p'raps?" suggested Mr. Weller. "No, it ain't that," said Sam. "Circumscribed, that's it." "That ain't as good a word as circumwented, Sammy," said Mr. Weller gravely. "Think not?" said Sam. "Nothing like it," replied his father. "But don't you think it means more?" inquired Sam. "Vell, p'raps it's a more tenderer word," said Mr. Weller, after a few moments' reflection. "Go on, Sammy." "Feel myself ashamed and completely circumscribed in addressin' of you, for you are a nice gal and nothing but it." "That's a wery pretty sentiment," said the elder Mr. Weller, removing his pipe to make way for the remark. "Yes, I think it is rayther good," observed Sam, highly flattered. "What I like in that 'ere style of writin'," said the elder Mr. Weller, "is that there ain't no callin' names in it. No weenusses, nor nothing o' that kind. What's the good o' callin' a young woman a weenus or a angel, Sammy?" "Ah, what indeed?" replied Sam. "You might just as well call her a griffin, or a unicorn, or a king's arms at once. which is very well known to be a collection of fabulous animals," added Mr. Weller. "Just as well," replied Sam. "Drive on, Sammy," said Mr. Weller. Sam complied with the request and proceeded as follows, his father continuing to smoke with a mixed expression of wisdom and complacency, which was particularly edifying. "Afore I see you, I thought all women was alike." "So they are," observed the elder Mr. Weller, parenthetically. "But now," continued Sam, "now I find what a reg'lar soft-headed, incredulous turnip I must ha' been, for there ain't nobody like you, though I like you better than nothing at all." "I thought it best to make that rather strong," said Sam, looking up. Mr. Weller nodded approvingly, and Sam resumed. "So I take the privilege of the day, Mary, my dear, as the gentleman in difficulties did when he walked out of a Sunday, to tell you that the first and only time I see you, your likeness was took on my heart in much quicker time and brighter colours than ever a likeness was took by the profile machine, which p'raps you may have heerd on, Mary, my dear, although it does finish a portrait and put the frame and glass on complete, with a hook at the end to hang it up by, and all in 2 minutes and a quarter." "I am afeard that werges on the poetical, Sammy," said Mr. Weller dubiously. "No, it don't," replied Sam, reading on very quickly to avoid contesting the point. "Accept of me, Mary, my dear, as your Walentine, and think over what I've said. My dear Mary, I will now conclude." "That's all," said Sam. "That's rather a sudden pull-up, ain't it, Sammy?" inquired Mr. Weller. "Not a bit in it," said Sam. "She'll vish there was more, and that's the great art o' letter-writing." "Well," said Mr. Weller, "there's something in that, and I wish your mother-in-law 'ud only conduct her conversation on the same genteel principle. Ain't you a-going to sign it?" "That's the difficulty," said Sam. "I don't know what to sign it." "Sign it Veller," said the oldest surviving proprietor of that name. "Won't do," said Sam. "Never sign a Walentine with your own name." "Sign it Pickwick, then," said Mr. Weller. "It's a wery good name, and a easy one to spell." "The wery thing," said Sam. "I could end with a worse. What do you think?" "I don't like it, Sam," rejoined Mr. Weller. "I never knowed a respectable coachman as wrote poetry, 'cept one as made an affectin' copy o' werses the night afore he was hung for a highway robbery, and he was only a Camberville man, so even that's no rule." But Sam was not to be dissuaded from the poetical idea that had occurred to him, so he signed the letter, "Your lovesick Pickwick," and having folded it in a very intricate manner, squeezed a downhill direction in one corner, "To Mary, housemaid at Mr. Nupkins's, Mayors, Ipswich, Suffolk," and put it into his pocket, wafered and ready for the general post. This important business having been transacted, Mr. Weller the elder proceeded to open that on which he had summoned his son. "The first matter relates to your governor, Sammy," said Mr. Weller. "He's a-going to be tried to-morrow, ain't he?" "The trial's a-coming on," replied Sam. "Vell," said Mr. Weller, "now I suppose he'll want to call some witnesses to speak to his character, or perhaps to prove a alibi. I've been a-turning the business over in my mind, and he may make hisself easy, Sammy. I've got some friends as'll do either for him, but my advice 'ud be this here. Never mind the character, and stick to the alibi. Nothing like a alibi, Sammy, nothing." Mr. Weller looked very profound as he delivered this legal opinion, and burying his nose in his tumbler, winked over the top thereof at his astonished son. "Why, what do you mean?" said Sam. "You don't think he's a-going to be tried at the Old Bailey, do you?" "That ain't no part of the present consideration, Sammy," replied Mr. Weller. "Wherever he's a-going to be tried, my boy, a alibi's the thing to get him off. We got Tom Vildspark off that 'ere manslaughter with a alibi, then all the bigvigs to a man said as nothing couldn't save him. And my 'pinion is, Sammy, that if your governor don't prove a alibi, he'll be what the Italians call reg'larly flummoxed, and that's all about it." As the elder Mr. Weller entertained a firm and unalterable conviction that the Old Bailey was the supreme court of judicature in this country, and that its rules and forms of proceeding regulated and controlled the practice of all other courts of justice whatsoever, He totally disregarded the assurances and arguments of his son, tending to show that the alibi was inadmissible, and vehemently protested that Mr. Pickwick was being victimized. Finding that it was of no use to discuss the matter further, Sam changed the subject and inquired what the second topic was on which his revered parent wished to consult him. "That's a pint of domestic policy, Sammy," said Mr. Weller. "This here's Stiggins." "Red-nosed man?" inquired Sam. "The wery same," replied Mr. Weller. "This here red-nosed man, Sammy, visits your mother-in-law with a kindness and constancy I never see equalled. He's sich a friend of the family, Sammy, that when he's away from us he can't be comfortable unless he has something to remember us by." "And I'd give him something as'd turpentine and beeswax his memory for the next 10 years or so, if I was you," interposed Sam. "Stop a minute," said Mr. Weller. "I was a-going to say he always brings now a flat bottle as holds about 1.5 pints and fills it with the pineapple rum afore he goes away." "And empties it afore he comes back, I s'pose," said Sam. "Clean," replied Mr. Weller. "Never leaves nothing in it but the cork and the smell. Trust him for that, Sammy. Now these here fellows, my boy, are a-going to-night to get up the monthly meetin' of the Brick Lane branch of the United Grand Junction Ebenezer Temperance Association. Your mother-in-law was a-going, Sammy, but she's got the rheumatics and can't. And I, Sammy, I've got the 2 tickets as was sent her." Mr. Weller communicated this secret with great glee, and winked so indefatigably after doing so, that Sam began to think he must have got the tic douloureux in his right eyelid. "Well?" said that young gentleman. "Well," continued his progenitor, looking round him very cautiously, "you and I'll go, punctual to the time. The deputy shepherd won't, Sammy. The deputy shepherd won't." Here Mr. Weller was seized with a paroxysm of chuckles, which gradually terminated in as near an approach to a choke as an elderly gentleman can, with safety, sustain. "Well, I never see such an old ghost in all my born days," exclaimed Sam, rubbing the old gentleman's back hard enough to set him on fire with the friction. "What are you a-laughing at, corpulence?" "Hush, Sammy," said Mr. Weller, looking round him with increased caution and speaking in a whisper. "Two friends of mine as works at the Oxford Road and is up to all kinds of games has got the deputy shepherd safe in tow, Sammy, and when he does come to the Ebenezer Junction, which he's sure to do, for they'll see him to the door and shove him in if necessary, he'll be as far gone in rum and water as ever he was at the Marquis of Granby Dorkin, and that's not saying a little neither." And with this Mr. Weller once more laughed immoderately, and once more relapsed into a state of partial suffocation in consequence. Nothing could have been more in accordance with Sam Weller's feelings than the projected exposure of the real propensities and qualities of the red-nosed man, and it being very near the appointed hour of meeting, the father and son took their way at once to Brick Lane, Sam not forgetting to drop his letter into a general post office as they walked along. The monthly meetings of the Brick Lane branch of the United Grand Junction Ebenezer Temperance Association were held in a large room, pleasantly and airily situated at the top of a safe and commodious ladder. The president was the straight-walking Mr. Anthony Hulme, a converted fireman, now a schoolmaster, and occasionally an itinerant preacher, and the secretary was Mr. Jonas Mudge, Chandler's shopkeeper, an enthusiastic and disinterested vessel who sold tea to the members. Previous to the commencement of business, the ladies sat upon forms and drank tea till such time as they considered it expedient to leave off, and a large wooden money-box was conspicuously placed upon the green baize cloth of the business table, behind which the secretary stood, and acknowledged with a gracious smile every addition to the rich vein of copper which lay concealed within. On this particular occasion the women drank tea to a most alarming extent, greatly to the horror of Mr. Weller senior, who, utterly regardless of all Sam's admonitory nudgings, stared about him in every direction with the most undisguised astonishment. "Sammy," whispered Mr. Weller, "if some of these here people don't want tapping tomorrow morning, I ain't your father, and that's what it is. Why, this here old lady next me is a-drownding herself in tea." "Be quiet, can't you?" murmured Sam. "Sam," whispered Mr. Weller a moment afterwards, in a tone of deep agitation, "mark my words, my boy. If that 'ere secretary fellow keeps on for only 5 minutes more, he'll blow hisself up with toast and water." "Well, let him if he likes," replied Sam. "It ain't no business of yourn." "If this here lasts much longer, Sammy," said Mr. Weller in the same low voice, "I shall feel it my duty as a human being to rise and address the cheer. There's a young 'ooman on the next form but 2 as has drunk 9 breakfast cups and a half, and she's a swelling visibly before my wery eyes." There is little doubt that Mr. Weller would have carried his benevolent intention into immediate execution if a great noise, occasioned by putting up the cups and saucers, had not very fortunately announced that the tea-drinking was over. The crockery having been removed, the table with the green baize cover was carried out into the centre of the room, and the business of the evening was commenced by a little emphatic man with a bald head and drab shorts, who suddenly rushed up the ladder at the imminent peril of snapping the 2 little legs encased in the drab shorts, and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I move our excellent brother, Mr. Anthony Hum, into the chair." The ladies waved a choice selection of pocket handkerchiefs at this proposition, and the impetuous little man literally moved Mr. Hum into the chair by taking him by the shoulders and thrusting him into a mahogany frame which had once represented that article of furniture. The waving of handkerchiefs was renewed, and Mr. Hum, who was a sleek, white-faced man in a perpetual perspiration, bowed meekly to the great admiration of the females, and formally took his seat. Silence was then proclaimed by the little man in the drab shorts, and Mr. Hum rose and said that with the permission of his Brick Lane branch brothers and sisters, then and there present, the secretary would read the report of the Brick Lane branch committee, a proposition which was again received with a demonstration of pocket handkerchiefs. The secretary, having sneezed in a very impressive manner, and the cough which always seizes an assembly when anything particular is going to be done, having been duly performed, the following document was read. Report of the Committee of the Brick Lane Branch of the United Grand Junction Ebenezer Temperance Association. Your committee have pursued their grateful labors during the past month, and have the unspeakable pleasure of reporting the following additional cases of converts to temperance. H. Walker, tailor, wife and 2 children, when in better circumstances, owns to having been in the constant habit of drinking ale and beer. Says he is not certain whether he did not twice a week for 20 years taste dog's nose, which your committee find upon inquiry to be compounded of warm porter, moist sugar, gin, and nutmeg. A groan, and so it is, from an elderly female. Is now out of work and penniless. Thinks it must be the porter. Cheers! Or the loss of the use of his right hand. Is not certain which, but thinks it very likely that if he had drunk nothing but water all his life, his fellow workman would never have stuck a rusty needle in him, and thereby occasioned his accident. Tremendous cheering. Has nothing but cold water to drink and never feels thirsty. Great applause. Betsy Martin, widow, 1 child and 1 eye. Goes out chairing and washing by the day. Never had more than 1 eye, but knows her mother drank bottled stout, and shouldn't wonder if that caused it. Immense cheering. Thinks it not impossible that if she had always abstained from spirits, she might have had 2 eyes by this time. Tremendous applause. Used at every place she went to have 18 pence a day, a pint of porter, and a glass of spirits. But since she became a member of the Brick Lane branch, has always demanded 3 and 6 pence. The announcement of this most interesting fact was received with deafening enthusiasm. Henry Beller was for many years toastmaster at various corporation dinners, during which time he drank a great deal of foreign wine, may sometimes have carried a bottle or 2 home with him. He's not quite certain of that, but is sure if he did that he drank the contents. Feels very low and melancholy, is very feverish, and has a constant thirst upon him. Thinks it must be the wine he used to drink. Cheers! Is out of employ now, and never touches a drop of foreign wine by any chance. Tremendous plaudits! Thomas Burton is purveyor of cat's meat to the Lord Mayor and sheriffs, and several members of the Common Council. The announcement of this gentleman's name was received with breathless interest. Has a wooden leg, finds a wooden leg expensive, going over the stones. Used to wear second-hand wooden legs and drink a glass of hot gin and water regularly every night, sometimes two. Deep sighs. Found the second-hand wooden legs split and rot very quickly. Is firmly persuaded that their constitution was undermined by the gin and water. Prolonged cheering. Buys new wooden legs now and drinks nothing but water and weak tea. The new legs last twice as long as the others used to do, and he attributes this solely to his temperate habits. Triumphant cheers. Anthony Humm now moved that the assembly do regale itself with a song. With a view to their rational and moral enjoyment, Brother Mordlin had adapted the beautiful words of Who Hasn't Heard of a Jolly Young Waterman to the tune of the Old Hundredth, which he would request them to join him in singing. Great applause. He might take that opportunity of expressing his firm persuasion that the late Mr. Dibdin, seeing the errors of his former life, had written that song to show the advantages of abstinence. It was a temperance song. Whirlwinds of cheers. The neatness of the young man's attire, the dexterity of his feathering, the enviable state of mind which enabled him, in the beautiful words of the poet, to row along thinking of nothing at all combined to prove that he must have been a water drinker. Cheers! Oh, what a state of virtuous jollity! Rapturous cheering! And what was the young man's reward? Let all young men present mark this. The maidens all flocked to his boat so readily. Loud cheers in which the ladies joined. What a bright example! The sisterhood, the maidens, flocking round the young waterman and urging him along the stream of duty and of temperance. But was it the maidens of humble life only who soothed, consoled, and supported him? No! He was always first oars with the fine city ladies. Immense cheering! The soft sex to a man, he begged pardon, to a female, rallied round the young waterman and turned with disgust from the drinker of spirits. Cheers! The Brick Lane Branch brothers were watermen. Cheers and laughter! That room was their boat, that audience were the maidens, and he, Mr. Anthony Humm, however unworthily, was first oars. Unbounded applause. What does he mean by the soft sex, Sammy? Inquired Mr. Weller in a whisper. The woman, said Sam in the same tone. He ain't far out there, Sammy, replied Mr. Weller. They must be a soft sex, a wery soft sex indeed, if they let themselves be gammoned by such fellers as him. Any further observations from the indignant old gentleman were cut short by the announcement of the song, which Mr. Anthony Humm gave out 2 lines at a time for the information of such of his hearers as were unacquainted with the legend. While it was being sung, the little man with the drab shorts disappeared. He returned immediately on its conclusion, and whispered Mr. Anthony Humm with a face of the deepest importance. My friends, said Mr. Humm, holding up his hand in a deprecatory manner to bespeak the silence of such of the stout old ladies as were yet a line or two behind. My friends, a delegate from the Dorking branch of our society, Brother Stiggins, attends below. Out came the pocket-handkerchiefs again in greater force than ever, for Mr. Stiggins was excessively popular among the female constituency of Brick Lane. He may approach, I think, said Mr. Humm, looking round him with a fat smile. Brother Tadger, let him come forth and greet us. The little man in the drab shorts, who answered to the name of Brother Tadger, bustled down the ladder with great speed, and was immediately afterwards heard tumbling up with the Reverend Mr. Stiggins. He's a-comin', Sammy, whispered Mr. Weller, purple in the countenance with suppressed laughter. Don't say nothing to me, replied Sam, for I can't bear it. He's close to the door. I hear him a-knocking his head against the lath and plaster now. As Sam Weller spoke, the little door flew open, and Brother Tadger appeared, closely followed by the Reverend Mr. Stiggins, who no sooner entered than there was a great clapping of hands and stamping of feet and flourishing of handkerchiefs. To all of which manifestations of delight Brother Stiggins returned no other acknowledgment than staring with a wild eye and a fixed smile at the extreme top of the wick of the candle on the table, swaying his body to and fro, meanwhile, in a very unsteady and uncertain manner. "Are you unwell, Brother Stiggins?" whispered Mr. Anthony Hum. "I am all right, sir," replied Mr. Stiggins, in a tone in which ferocity was blended with an extreme thickness of utterance. "I am all right, sir." "Oh, very well," rejoined Mr. Anthony Hum, retreating a few paces. "I believe no man here has ventured to say that I am not all right, sir," said Mr. Stiggins. "Oh, certainly not," said Mr. Hum. "I should advise him not to, sir. I should advise him not," said Mr. Stiggins. By this time the audience were perfectly silent, and waited with some anxiety for the resumption of business. "Will you address the meeting, brother?" said Mr. Hum, with a smile of invitation. "No, sir," rejoined Mr. Stiggins. "No, sir, I will not, sir." The meeting looked at each other with raised eyelids, and a murmur of astonishment ran through the room. "It's my opinion, sir," said Mr. Stiggins, unbuttoning his coat and speaking very loudly, "it's my opinion, sir, that this meeting is drunk, sir. Brother Tadger, sir," said Mr. Stiggins, suddenly increasing in ferocity and turning sharp round on the little man in the drab shorts, "you are drunk, sir." With this, Mr. Stiggins, entertaining a praiseworthy desire to promote the sobriety of the meeting, and to exclude therefrom all improper characters, hit Brother Tadger on the summit of the nose with such unerring aim that the drab shorts disappeared like a flash of lightning. Brother Tadger had been knocked head first down the ladder. Upon this the women set up a loud and dismal screaming, and rushing in small parties before their favourite brothers, flung their arms around them to preserve them from danger, an instance of affection which had nearly proved fatal to Hum, who, being extremely popular, was all but suffocated by the crowd of female devotees that hung about his neck and heaped caresses upon him. The greater part of the lights were quickly put out, and nothing but noise and confusion resounded on all sides. "Now, Sammy," said Mr. Weller, taking off his great coat with much deliberation, "just you step out and fetch in a watchman." "And what are you a-going to do the while?" inquired Sam. "Never you mind me, Sammy," replied the old gentleman. "I shall occupy myself in having a small settlement with that 'ere Stiggins." Before Sam could interfere to prevent it, his heroic parent had penetrated into a remote corner of the room, and attacked the Reverend Mr. Stiggins with manual dexterity. "Come off," said Sam. "Come on," cried Mr. Weller, and without further invitation he gave the Reverend Mr. Stiggins a preliminary tap on the head, and began dancing round him in a buoyant and cork-like manner, which, in a gentleman at his time of life, was a perfect marvel to behold. Finding all remonstrances unavailing, Sam pulled his hat firmly on, threw his father's coat over his arm, and taking the old man round the waist, forcibly dragged him down the ladder and into the street, never releasing his hold or permitting him to stop until they reached a corner. As they gained it, they could hear the shouts of the populace, who were witnessing the removal of the Reverend Mr. Stiggins to strong lodgings for the night, and could hear the noise occasioned by the dispersion in various directions of the members of the Brick Lane branch of the United Grand Junction Ebenezer Temperance Association. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of the Pickwick Papers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Deborah Lynn. The Pickwick Papers by Charles Dickens. Chapter 34 is wholly devoted to a full and faithful report of the memorable trial of Bardell against Pickwick. "I wonder what the foreman of the jury, whoever he'll be, has got for breakfast," said Mr. Snodgrass, by way of keeping up a conversation on the eventful morning of the 14th of February. "Ah," said Perker, "I hope he's got a good one." "Why so?" inquired Mr. Pickwick. "Highly important, very important, my dear sir," replied Perker. "A good, contented, well-breakfasted juryman is a capital thing to get hold of. Discontented or hungry jurymen, my dear sir, always find for the plaintiff." "Bless my heart," said Mr. Pickwick, looking very blank. "What do they do that for?" "Why, I don't know," replied the little man coolly. "Saves time, I suppose. If it's near dinner time, the foreman takes out his watch when the jury has retired and says, 'Dear me, gentlemen, 10 minutes to 5, I declare. I dine at 5, gentlemen.' 'So do I,' says everybody else, except 2 men who ought to have dined at 3 and seem more than half disposed to stand out in consequence. The foreman smiles and puts up his watch. 'Well, gentlemen, what do we say? Plaintiff or defendant, gentlemen? I rather think, so far as I am concerned, gentlemen, I say I rather think, but don't let that influence you, I rather think the plaintiff's the man.' Upon this, 2 or 3 other men are sure to say that they think so too, as of course they do, and then they get on very unanimously and comfortably. 10 minutes past 9, said the little man, looking at his watch. Time we were off, my dear sir. Breach of promise trial court is generally full in such cases. You had better ring for a coach, my dear sir, or we shall be rather late." Mr. Pickwick immediately rang the bell, and a coach having been procured, the 4 Pickwickians and Mr. Perker ensconced themselves therein, and drove to Guildhall, Sam Weller, Mr. Lowten, and the blue bag following in a cab. "Lowten," said Perker, when they reached the outer hall of the court, "put Mr. Pickwick's friends in the student's box. Mr. Pickwick himself had better sit by me. This way, my dear sir, this way." Taking Mr. Pickwick by the coat sleeve, the little man led him to the low seat just beneath the desks of the King's Counsel, which is constructed for the convenience of attorneys, who from that spot can whisper into the ear of the leading counsel in the case any instructions that may be necessary during the progress of the trial. The occupants of this seat are invisible to the great body of spectators, inasmuch as they sit on a much lower level than either the barristers or the audience, whose seats are raised above the floor. Of course, they have their backs to both, and their faces towards the judge. "That's the witness box, I suppose," said Mr. Pickwick, pointing to a kind of pulpit with a brass rail on his left hand. "That's the witness box, my dear sir," replied Perker, disinterring a quantity of papers from the blue bag which Lowten had just deposited at his feet. "And that," said Mr. Pickwick, pointing to a couple of enclosed seats on his right, "that's where the jurymen sit, is it not?" "The identical place, my dear sir," replied Perker, tapping the lid of his snuff-box. Mr. Pickwick stood up in a state of great agitation and took a glance at the court. There were already a pretty large sprinkling of spectators in the gallery, and a numerous muster of gentlemen in wigs in the barristers' seats, who presented as a body all that pleasing and extensive variety of nose and whisker for which the bar of England is so justly celebrated. Such of the gentlemen as had a brief to carry, carried it in as conspicuous a manner as possible, and occasionally scratched their noses therewith, to impress the fact more strongly on the observation of the spectators. Other gentlemen, who had no briefs to show, carried under their arms goodly octavos with a red label behind, and that underdone pie-crust coloured cover which is technically known as law calf. Others, who had neither briefs nor books, thrust their hands into their pockets and looked as wise as they conveniently could. Others, again, moved here and there with great restlessness and earnestness of manner, content to awaken thereby the admiration and astonishment of the uninitiated strangers. The whole, to the great wonderment of Mr. Pickwick, were divided into little groups, who were chatting and discussing the news of the day in the most unfeeling manner possible, just as if no trial at all were coming on. A bow from Mr. Funky as he entered and took his seat behind the row appropriated to the King's Counsel attracted Mr. Pickwick's attention, and he had scarcely returned it when Mr. Sergeant Snubbin appeared, followed by Mr. Mallard, who half hid the sergeant behind a large crimson bag which he placed on his table, and after shaking hands with Perker, withdrew. Then there entered 2 or 3 more sergeants, and among them one with a fat body and a red face, who nodded in a friendly manner to Mr. Sergeant Snubbin, and said it was a fine morning. "Who's that red-faced man who said it was a fine morning, and nodded to our counsel?" whispered Mr. Pickwick. "Mr. Sergeant Buzzfuzz," replied Perker. "He's opposed to us. He leads on the other side. That gentleman behind him is Mr. Skimpin, his junior." Mr. Pickwick was on the point of inquiring, with great abhorrence of the man's cold-blooded villainy, how Mr. Sergeant Buzfuz, who was counsel for the opposite party, dared to presume to tell Mr. Sergeant Snubbin, who was counsel for him, that it was a fine morning, when he was interrupted by a general rising of the barristers and a loud cry of "Silence!" from the officers of the court. Looking round, he found that this was caused by the entrance of the judge. Mr. Justice Starely, who sat in the absence of the Chief Justice occasioned by indisposition, was a most particularly short man, and so fat that he seemed all face and waistcoat. He rolled in upon two little turned legs, and having bobbed gravely to the bar, who bobbed gravely to him, put his little legs underneath his table, and his little three-cornered hat upon it, and when Mr. Justice Starely had done this, all you could see of him was two queer little eyes, one broad pink face, and somewhere about half of a big and very comical-looking wig. The judge had no sooner taken his seat than the officer on the floor of the court called out "Silence!" in a commanding tone, upon which another officer in the gallery cried "Silence!" in an angry manner, whereupon 3 or 4 more ushers shouted "Silence!" in a voice of indignant remonstrance. This being done, a gentleman in black, who sat below the judge, proceeded to call over the names of the jury, and after a great deal of bawling it was discovered that only 10 special jurymen were present. Upon this, Mr. Sergeant Buzfuz prayed a tales. The gentleman in black then proceeded to press into the special jury 2 of the common jurymen, and a greengrocer and a chemist were caught directly. "Answer to your names, gentlemen, that you may be sworn," said the gentleman in black. "Richard Upwitch." "Here," said the greengrocer. "Thomas Groffin." "Here," said the chemist. "Take the book, gentlemen. You shall well and truly try—" "I beg this court's pardon," said the chemist, who was a tall, thin, yellow-visaged man, "but I hope this court will excuse my attendance." "On what grounds, sir?" said Mr. Justice Starely. "I have no assistant, my lord," said the chemist. "I can't help that, sir," replied Mr. Justice Starely. "You should hire one." "I can't afford it, my lord," rejoined the chemist. "Then you ought to be able to afford it, sir," said the judge, reddening, for Mr. Justice Starely's temper bordered on the irritable, and brooked not contradiction. "I know I ought to do, if I got on as well as I deserved, but I don't, my lord," answered the chemist. "Swear the gentleman," said the judge peremptorily. The officer had got no further than the "you shall well and truly try," when he was again interrupted by the chemist. "I am to be sworn, my lord, am I?" said the chemist. "Certainly, sir," replied the testy little judge. "Very well, my lord," replied the chemist in a resigned manner. "Then there'll be murder before this trial's over, that's all. Swear me if you please, sir." And sworn the chemist was before the judge could find words to utter. "I merely wanted to observe, my lord," said the chemist, taking his seat with great deliberation, "that I've left nobody but an errand boy in my shop. He is a very nice boy, my lord, but he is not acquainted with drugs, and I know that the prevailing impression on his mind is that Epsom salts means oxalic acid, and syrup of senna laudanum. That's all, my lord." With this, the tall chemist composed himself into a comfortable attitude, and, assuming a pleasant expression of countenance, appeared to have prepared himself for the worst. Mr. Pickwick was regarding the chemist with feelings of the deepest horror, when a slight sensation was perceptible in the body of the court, and immediately afterwards Mrs. Bardell, supported by Mrs. Cluppins, was led in and placed in a drooping state at the other end of the seat on which Mr. Pickwick sat. An extra-sized umbrella was then handed in by Mr. Dodson, and a pair of pattens by Mr. Fogg, each of whom had prepared a most sympathizing and melancholy face for the occasion. Mrs. Sanders then appeared, leading in Master Bardell. At sight of her child, Mrs. Bardell started. Suddenly recollecting herself, she kissed him in a frantic manner. Then, relapsing into a state of hysterical imbecility, the good lady requested to be informed where she was. In reply to this, Mrs. Cluppins and Mrs. Saunders turned their heads away and wept, while Messrs. Dodson and Fogg entreated the plaintiff to compose herself. Sergeant Buzfuz rubbed his eyes very hard with a large white handkerchief, and gave an appealing look towards the jury, while the judge was visibly affected, and several of the beholders tried to cough down their emotion. "Very good notion, that, indeed," whispered Perker to Mr. Pickwick. "Capital fellows, those Dodson and Fogg. Excellent ideas of effect, my dear sir, excellent." As Perker spoke, Mrs. Bardell began to recover by slow degrees, while Mrs. Cluppins, after a careful survey of Master Bardell's buttons and the buttonholes to which they severally belonged, placed him on the floor of the court in front of his mother, a commanding position in which he could not fail to awaken the full commiseration and sympathy of both judge and jury. This was not done without considerable opposition and many tears on the part of the young gentleman himself, who had certain inward misgivings that the placing him within the full glare of the judge's eye was only a formal prelude to his being immediately ordered away for instant execution, or for transportation beyond the seas during the whole term of his natural life at the very least. "Bardell and Pickwick," cried the gentleman in black, calling on the case which stood first on the list. "I am for the plaintiff, my lord," said Mr. Serjeant Buzfuz. "Who is with you, brother Buzfuz?" said the judge. Mr. Skimpin bowed to intimate that he was. "I appear for the defendant, my lord," said Mr. Serjeant Snubbin. "Anybody with you, brother Snubbin?" inquired the court. "Mr. Funky, my lord," replied Serjeant Snubbin. "Serjeant Buzfuz and Mr. Skimpin for the plaintiff," said the judge, writing down the names in his note-book and reading as he wrote. "For the defendant, Serjeant Snubbin and Mr. Monkey." "Beg your lordship's pardon. Funky." "Oh, very good," said the judge. "I never had the pleasure of hearing the gentleman's name before." Here Mr. Funky bowed and smiled, and the judge bowed and smiled too, and then Mr. Funky, blushing into the very whites of his eyes, tried to look as if he didn't know that everybody was gazing at him, a thing which no man ever succeeded in doing yet, or in all reasonable probability ever will. "Go on," said the judge. The ushers again called silence, and Mr. Skimpin proceeded to open the case, and the case appeared to have very little inside it when he had opened it, for he kept such particulars as he knew completely to himself, and sat down after a lapse of 3 minutes, leaving the jury in precisely the same advanced state of wisdom as they were in before. Serjeant Buzfuz then rose with all the majesty and dignity which the grave nature of the proceedings demanded, and having whispered to Dodson and conferred briefly with Fogg, pulled his gown over his shoulders, settled his wig, and addressed the jury. Serjeant Buzfuz began by saying that never, in the whole course of his professional experience, never, from the very first moment of his applying himself to the study and practice of the law, had he approached a case with feelings of such deep emotion, or with such a heavy sense of the responsibility imposed upon him. A responsibility, he would say, which he could never have supported were he not buoyed up and sustained by a conviction so strong that it amounted to positive certainty that the cause of truth and justice, or in other words, the cause of his much injured and most oppressed client, must prevail with the high-minded and intelligent dozen of men whom he now saw in that box before him. Counsel usually begin in this way because it puts the jury on the very best terms with themselves, and makes them think what sharp fellows they must be. A visible effect was produced immediately, several jurymen beginning to take voluminous notes with the utmost eagerness. "You have heard from my learned friend, gentlemen," continued Serjeant Buzfuz, well knowing that from the learned friend alluded to, the gentlemen of the jury had heard just nothing at all. "You have heard from my learned friend, gentlemen, that this is an action for a breach of promise of marriage, in which the damages are laid at £1,500. But you have not heard from my learned friend, inasmuch as it did not come within my learned friend's province to tell you, what are the facts and circumstances of the case. Those facts and circumstances, gentlemen, you shall hear detailed by me, and proved by the unimpeachable female whom I will place in that box before you." Here Mr. Serjeant Buzfuz, with a tremendous emphasis on the word box, smote his table with a mighty sound, and glanced at Dodson and Fogg, who nodded admiration of the sergeant and indignant defiance of the defendant. "The plaintiff, gentlemen," continued Serjeant Buzfuz, in a soft and melancholy voice, "the plaintiff is a widow. Yes, gentlemen, a widow. The late Mr. Bardell, after enjoying for many years the esteem and confidence of his sovereign as one of the guardians of his royal revenues, glided almost imperceptibly from the world to seek elsewhere for that repose and peace which a custom-house can never afford. At this pathetic description of the decease of Mr. Bardell, who had been knocked on the head with a quart pot in a public-house cellar, the learned sergeant's voice faltered, and he proceeded with emotion. Some time before his death, he had stamped his likeness upon a little boy. With this little boy, the only pledge of her departed exciseman, Mrs. Bardell shrank from the world and courted the retirement and tranquillity of Goswell Street, and here she placed in her front parlour window a written placard bearing this inscription: "Apartments furnished for a single gentleman. Inquire within." Here Sergeant Buzfuz paused, while several gentlemen of the jury took a note of the document. "There is no date to that, is there?" inquired a juror. "There is no date, gentlemen," replied Sergeant Buzfuz, "but I am instructed to say that it was put in the plaintiff's parlour window just this time 3 years. I entreat the attention of the jury to the wording of this document: apartments furnished for a single gentleman. Mrs. Bardell's opinions of the opposite sex, gentlemen, were derived from a long contemplation of the inestimable qualities of her lost husband. She had no fear, she had no distrust, she had no suspicion. All was confidence and reliance. Mr. Bardell, said the widow, Mr. Bardell was a man of honour. Mr. Bardell was a man of his word. Mr. Bardell was no deceiver. Mr. Bardell was once a single gentleman himself. To single gentlemen I look for protection, for assistance, for comfort, and for consolation. In single gentlemen I shall perpetually see something to remind me of what Mr. Bardell was when he first won my young and untried affections. To a single gentleman, then, shall my lodgings be let. Actuated by this beautiful and touching impulse, among the best impulses of our imperfect nature, gentlemen, the lonely and desolate widow dried her tears, furnished her first floor, caught her innocent boy to her maternal bosom, and put the bill up in her parlour window. Did it remain there long? No. The serpent was on the watch. The train was laid. The mine was preparing. The sapper and miner was at work. Before the bill had been in the parlour window 3 days. 3 days, gentlemen. A being, erect upon 2 legs, and bearing all the outward semblance of a man, and not of a monster, knocked at the door of Mrs. Bardell's house. He inquired within. He took the lodgings, and on the very next day he entered into possession of them. This man was Pickwick. Pickwick, the defendant. Sergeant Buzfuz, who had proceeded with such volubility that his face was perfectly crimson, here paused for breath. The silence awoke Mr. Justice Starely, who immediately wrote down something with a pen without any ink in it, and looked unusually profound, to impress the jury with the belief that he always thought most deeply with his eyes shut. Sergeant Buzfuz proceeded. Of this man Pickwick I will say little. The subject presents but few attractions, and I, gentlemen, am not the man, nor are you, gentlemen, the men, to delight in the contemplation of revolting heartlessness and of systematic villainy. Here Mr. Pickwick, who had been writhing in silence for some time, gave a violent start, as if some vague idea of assaulting Sergeant Buzfuz in the august presence of justice and law suggested itself to his mind. An admonitory gesture from Perker restrained him, and he listened to the learned gentleman's continuation with a look of indignation, which contrasted forcibly with the admiring faces of Mrs. Cluppins and Mrs. Sanders. "I say systematic villainy, gentlemen," said Sergeant Buzfuz, looking through Mr. Pickwick and talking at him. "And when I say systematic villainy, let me tell the defendant Pickwick, if he be in court, as I am informed he is, that it would have been more decent in him, more becoming, in better judgment and in better taste, if he had stopped away. Let me tell him, gentlemen, that any gestures of dissent or disapprobation in which he may indulge in this court will not go down with you, that you will know how to value and how to appreciate them, and let me tell him further, as my lord will tell you, gentlemen, that a counsel, in the discharge of his duty to his client, is neither to be intimidated, nor bullied, nor put down, and that any attempt to do either the one or the other, or the first or the last, will recoil on the head of the attempter, be he plaintiff or be he defendant, be his name Pickwick or Noakes or Stokes or Stiles or Brown or Thompson. This little divergence from the subject in hand had, of course, the intended effect of turning all eyes to Mr. Pickwick. Sergeant Buzfuz, having partially recovered from the state of moral elevation into which he had lashed himself, resumed. I shall show you, gentlemen, that for 2 years Pickwick continued to reside constantly and without interruption or intermission at Mrs. Bardell's house. I shall show you that Mrs. Bardell, during the whole of that time, waited on him, attended to his comforts, cooked his meals, looked out his linen for the washerwoman when it went abroad, darned, aired, and prepared it for wear when it came home, and in short enjoyed his fullest trust and confidence. I shall show you that on many occasions he gave halfpence, and on some occasions even sixpences, to her little boy, and I shall prove to you, by a witness whose testimony it will be impossible for my learned friend to weaken or controvert, that on one occasion he patted the boy on the head, and after inquiring whether he had won any alley tours or comedies lately, both of which I understand to be a particular species of marbles much prized by the youth of this town, made use of this remarkable expression: "How should you like to have another father?" I shall prove to you, gentlemen, that about a year ago Pickwick suddenly began to absent himself from home during long intervals, as if with the intention of gradually breaking off from my client. But I shall show you also that his resolution was not at that time sufficiently strong, or that his better feelings conquered, if better feelings he has, or that the charms and accomplishments of my client prevailed against his unmanly intentions, by proving to you that on one occasion, when he returned from the country, he distinctly and in terms offered her marriage, previously, however, taking special care that there would be no witness to their solemn contract. And I am in a situation to prove to you, on the testimony of 3 of his own friends, most unwilling witnesses, gentlemen, most unwilling witnesses, that on that morning he was discovered by them holding the plaintiff in his arms and soothing her agitation by his caresses and endearments. A visible impression was produced upon the auditors by this part of the learned sergeant's address. Drawing forth 2 very small scraps of paper, he proceeded. And now, gentlemen, but one word more. 2 letters have passed between these parties, letters which are admitted to be in the handwriting of the defendant, and which speak volumes indeed. The letters, too, bespeak the character of the man. They are not open, fervent, eloquent epistles, breathing nothing but the language of affectionate attachment. They are covert, sly, underhanded communications, but fortunately far more conclusive than if couched in the most glowing language and the most poetic imagery, letters that must be viewed with a cautious and suspicious eye, letters that were evidently intended at the time by Pickwick to mislead and delude any third parties into whose hands they might fall. Let me read the first. Garraway's, 12 o'clock. Dear Mrs. B., chops and tomato sauce. Yours, Pickwick. Gentlemen, what does this mean? Chops and tomato sauce. Yours, Pickwick? Chops! Gracious heavens! And tomato sauce! Gentlemen, is the happiness of a sensitive and confiding female to be trifled away by such shallow artifices as these? The next has no date whatever, which is in itself suspicious. Dear Mrs. B., I shall not be at home till tomorrow. Slow coach. And then follows this very remarkable expression. Don't trouble yourself about the warming pan. The warming pan! Why, gentlemen, who does trouble himself about a warming pan? When was the peace of mind of man or woman broken or disturbed by a warming pan, which is in itself a harmless, a useful, and I will add, gentlemen, a comforting article of domestic furniture? Why is Mrs. Bardell so earnestly entreated not to agitate herself about this warming pan, unless, as is no doubt the case, it is a mere cover for hidden fire, a mere substitute for some endearing word or promise, agreeably to a preconcerted system of correspondence, artfully contrived by Pickwick with a view to his contemplated desertion, and which I am not in a condition to explain. And what does this allusion to the slow coach mean? For aught I know, it may be a reference to Pickwick himself, who has most unquestionably been a criminally slow coach during the whole of this transaction, but whose speed will now be very unexpectedly accelerated, and whose wheels, gentlemen, as he will find to his cost, will very soon be greased by you. Mr. Sergeant Buzfuz paused in this place to see whether the jury smiled at his joke, but as nobody took it but the greengrocer, whose sensitiveness on the subject was very probably occasioned by his having subjected a chaise cart to the process in question on that identical morning, the learned sergeant considered it advisable to undergo a slight relapse into the dismals before he concluded. "But enough of this, gentlemen," said Mr. Sergeant Buzfuz. "It is difficult to smile with an aching heart. It is ill jesting when our deepest sympathies are awakened. My client's hopes and prospects are ruined, and it is no figure of speech to say that her occupation is gone indeed. The bill is down, but there is no tenant. Eligible single gentlemen pass and repass, but there is no invitation for to inquire within or without. All is gloom and silence in the house. Even the voice of the child is hushed. His infant sports are disregarded when his mother weeps. His alley tours and his comedies are alike neglected. He forgets the long familiar cry of knuckle down, and at tip cheese or odd and even, his hand is out. But Pickwick, gentlemen, Pickwick, the ruthless destroyer of this domestic oasis in the desert of Goswell Street, Pickwick, who has choked up the well and thrown ashes on the sward, Pickwick, who comes before you today with his heartless tomato sauce and warming pans, Pickwick still rears his head with unblushing effrontery and gazes without a sigh on the ruin he has made. Damages, gentlemen, heavy damages as the only punishment with which you can visit him, the only recompense you can award to my client, and for those damages she now appeals to an enlightened, a high-minded, a right-feeling, a conscientious, a dispassionate, a sympathizing, a contemplative jury of her civilized countrymen." With this beautiful peroration, Mr. Sergeant Buzfuz sat down, and Mr. Justice Stareleigh woke up. "Call Elizabeth Cluppins," said Sergeant Buzfuz, rising a minute afterwards with renewed vigor. The nearest usher called for Elizabeth Tuppence. Another one, at a little distance off, demanded Elizabeth Jupkins, and a third rushed in a breathless state into King Street and screamed for Elizabeth Muffins till he was hoarse. Meanwhile, Mrs. Cluppins, with the combined assistance of Mrs. Bardell, Mrs. Sanders, Mr. Dodson, and Mr. Fogg, was hoisted into the witness box, and when she was safely perched on the top step, Mrs. Bardell stood on the bottom one, with the pocket-handkerchief and pattens in one hand, and a glass bottle that might hold about 1/4 of a pint of smelling salts in the other, ready for any emergency. Mrs. Saunders, whose eyes were intently fixed on the judge's face, planted herself close by with a large umbrella, keeping her right thumb pressed on the spring with an earnest countenance, as if she were fully prepared to put it up at a moment's notice. "Mrs. Cluppins," said Sergeant Buzfuz, "pray compose yourself, ma'am." Of course, directly Mrs. Cluppins was desired to compose herself, she sobbed with increased vehemence, and gave divers alarming manifestations of an approaching fainting fit, or, as she afterwards said, of her feelings being too many for her. "Do you recollect, Mrs. Cluppins," said Sergeant Buzfuz, after a few unimportant questions, "do you recollect being in Mrs. Bardell's back one pair of stairs on one particular morning in July last, when she was dusting Pickwick's apartment?" "Yes, my lord and jury, I do," replied Mrs. Cluppins. "Mr. Pickwick's sitting-room was the first floor front, I believe?" "Yes, it were, sir," replied Mrs. Cluppins. "What were you doing in the back room, ma'am?" inquired the little judge. "My lord and jury," said Mrs. Cluppins with interesting agitation, "I will not deceive you." "You had better not, ma'am," said the little judge. "I was there," resumed Mrs. Cluppins, "unbeknown to Mrs. Bardell. I had been out with a little basket, gentlemen, to buy 3 pound of red kidney potaties, which was 3 pound 2pence halfpenny, when I see Mrs. Bardell's street door on the jar." "On the what?" exclaimed the little judge. "Partly open, my lord," said Sergeant Snubbin. "She said on the jar," said the little judge with a cunning look. "It's all the same, my lord," said Sergeant Snubbin. The little judge looked doubtful, and said he'd make a note of it. Mrs. Cluppins then resumed. "I walked in, gentlemen, just to say good morning, and went in a promiscuous manner upstairs and into the back room. Gentlemen, there was the sound of voices in the front room, and—" "And you listened, I believe, Mrs. Cluppins?" said Sergeant Buzfuz. "Begging your pardon, sir," replied Mrs. Cluppins in a majestic manner, "I would scorn the haction. The voices was very loud, sir, and forced themselves upon my ear." "Well, Mrs. Cluppins, you were not listening, but you heard the voices? Was one of those voices Pickwick's?" "Yes, it were, sir." And Mrs. Cluppins, after distinctly stating that Mr. Pickwick addressed himself to Mrs. Bardell, repeated by slow degrees, and by dint of many questions, the conversation with which our readers are already acquainted. The jury looked suspicious, and Mr. Sergeant Buzfuz smiled as he sat down. They looked positively awful when Sergeant Snubbin intimated that he should not cross-examine the witness, for Mr. Pickwick wished it to be distinctly stated that it was due to her to say that her account was in substance correct. Mrs. Cluppins, having once broken the ice, thought it a favourable opportunity for entering into a short dissertation on her own domestic affairs, so she straightway proceeded to inform the court that she was the mother of 8 children at that present speaking, and that she entertained confident expectations of presenting Mr. Cluppins with the 9th somewhere about that day 6 months. At this interesting point the little judge interposed most irascibly, and the effect of the interposition was that both the worthy lady and Mrs. Saunders were politely taken out of court under the escort of Mr. Jackson without further parley. "Nathaniel Winkle," said Mr. Skimpin. "Here," replied a feeble voice. Mr. Winkle entered the witness box, and having been duly sworn, bowed to the judge with considerable deference. "Don't look at me, sir," said the judge sharply, in acknowledgment of the salute. "Look at the jury." Mr. Winkle obeyed the mandate, and looked at the place where he thought it most probable the jury might be, for seeing anything in his then state of intellectual complication was wholly out of the question. Mr. Winkle was then examined by Mr. Skimpin, who, being a promising young man of 2 or 3 and 40, was of course anxious to confuse a witness who was notoriously predisposed in favour of the other side as much as he could. "Now, sir," said Mr. Skimpin, "have the goodness to let his lordship know what your name is, will you?" And Mr. Skimpin inclined his head on one side to listen with great sharpness to the answer, and glanced at the jury meanwhile, as if to imply that he rather expected Mr. Winkle's natural taste for perjury would induce him to give some name which did not belong to him. "Winkle," replied the witness. "What's your Christian name, sir?" angrily inquired the little judge. "Nathaniel, sir." "Daniel? Any other name?" "Nathaniel, sir, my lord, I mean." "Nathaniel Daniel, or Daniel Nathaniel?" "No, my lord, only Nathaniel, not Daniel at all." "What did you tell me it was Daniel for, then, sir?" inquired the judge. "I didn't, my lord," replied Mr. Winkle. "You did, sir," replied the judge with a severe frown. "How could I have got Daniel on my notes unless you told me so, sir?" This argument was, of course, unanswerable. "Mr. Winkle has rather a short memory, my lord," interposed Mr. Skimpin, with another glance at the jury. "We shall find means to refresh it before we have quite done with him, I dare say." "You had better be careful, sir," said the little judge, with a sinister look at the witness. Poor Mr. Winkle bowed, and endeavoured to feign an easiness of manner which, in his then state of confusion, gave him rather the air of a disconcerted pickpocket. "Now, Mr. Winkle," said Mr. Skimpin, "attend to me, if you please, sir, and let me recommend you for your own sake to bear in mind his lordship's injunctions to be careful. I believe you are a particular friend of Mr. Pickwick, the defendant, are you not?" I have known Mr. Pickwick now, as well as I recollect at this moment, nearly— Pray, Mr. Winkle, do not evade the question. Are you or are you not a particular friend of the defendant's? I was just about to say that— Will you or will you not answer my question, sir? If you don't answer the question, you'll be committed, sir, interposed the little judge, looking over his notebook. Come, sir, said Mr. Skimpin. Yes or no, if you please. Yes, I am, replied Mr. Winkle. Yes, you are, and why couldn't you say that at once, sir? Perhaps you know the plaintiff, too, eh, Mr. Winkle? I don't know her. I've seen her. Oh, you don't know her, but you've seen her. Now, have the goodness to tell the gentlemen of the jury what you mean by that, Mr. Winkle. I mean that I am not intimate with her, but I have seen her when I went to call on Mr. Pickwick in Goswell Street. How often have you seen her, sir? How often? Yes, Mr. Winkle, how often? I'll repeat the question for you a dozen times if you require it, sir. And the learned gentleman, with a firm and steady frown, placed his hands on his hips and smiled suspiciously to the jury. On this question there arose the edifying browbeating customary on such points. First of all, Mr. Winkle said it was quite impossible for him to say how many times he had seen Mrs. Bardell. Then he was asked if he had seen her 20 times, to which he replied, Certainly, more than that. Then he was asked whether he hadn't seen her 100 times, whether he couldn't swear that he had seen her more than 50 times, whether he didn't know that he had seen her at least 75 times, and so forth, the satisfactory conclusion which was arrived at last being that he had better take care of himself and mind what he was about. The witness having been by these means reduced to the requisite ebb of nervous perplexity, the examination was continued as follows. Pray, Mr. Winkle, do you remember calling on the defendant Pickwick at these apartments in the plaintiff's house in Goswell Street on one particular morning in the month of July last? Yes, I do. Were you accompanied on that occasion by a friend of the name of Tupman and another by the name of Snodgrass? Yes, I was. Are they here? Yes, they are, replied Mr. Winkle, looking very earnestly towards the spot where his friends were stationed. Pray attend to me, Mr. Winkle, and never mind your friends, said Mr. Skimpin, with another expressive look at the jury. They must tell their stories without any previous consultation with you, if none has yet taken place. Another look at the jury. Now, sir, tell the gentlemen of the jury what you saw on entering the defendant's room on this particular morning. Come, out with it, sir. We must have it sooner or later. The defendant, Mr. Pickwick, was holding the plaintiff in his arms with his hands clasping her waist, replied Mr. Winkle with natural hesitation, and the plaintiff appeared to have fainted away. Did you hear the defendant say anything? I heard him call Mrs. Bardell a good creature, and I heard him ask her to compose herself, for what a situation it was if anybody should come, or words to that effect. Now, Mr. Winkle, I have only one more question to ask you, and I beg you to bear in mind his lordship's caution. Will you undertake to swear that Pickwick, the defendant, did not say on the occasion in question, My dear Mrs. Bardell, you're a good creature. Compose yourself to this situation, for to this situation you must come, or words to that effect? I didn't understand him so, certainly, said Mr. Winkle, astounded on this ingenious dovetailing of the few words he had heard. I was on the staircase and couldn't hear distinctly. The impression on my mind is— The gentlemen of the jury want none of the impressions on your mind, Mr. Winkle, which I fear would be of little service to honest, straightforward men, interposed Mr. Skimpin. You were on the staircase and didn't distinctly hear, but you will not swear that Pickwick did not make use of the expressions I have quoted. Do I understand that? No, I will not, replied Mr. Winkle, and down sat Mr. Skimpin with a triumphant countenance. Mr. Pickwick's case had not gone off in so particularly happy a manner up to this point that it could very well afford to have any additional suspicion cast upon it. But as it could afford to be placed in a rather better light, if possible, Mr. Funky rose for the purpose of getting something important out of Mr. Winkle in cross-examination. Whether he did get anything important out of him will immediately appear. I believe, Mr. Winkle, said Mr. Funky, that Mr. Pickwick is not a young man." "Oh, no," replied Mr. Winkle, "old enough to be my father." "You have told my learned friend that you have known Mr. Pickwick a long time. Had you ever any reason to suppose or believe that he was about to be married?" "Oh, no, certainly not," replied Mr. Winkle, with so much eagerness that Mr. Funky ought to have got him out of the box with all possible dispatch. Lawyers hold that there are two kinds of particularly bad witnesses, a reluctant witness and a too willing witness. It was Mr. Winkle's fate to figure in both characters. "I will even go further than this, Mr. Winkle," continued Mr. Funky, in a most smooth and complacent manner. "Did you ever see anything in Mr. Pickwick's manner and conduct towards the opposite sex to induce you to believe that he ever contemplated matrimony of late years in any case?" "Oh, no, certainly not," replied Mr. Winkle. "Has his behaviour, when females have been in the case, always been that of a man who, having attained a pretty advanced period of life, content with his own occupations and amusements, treats them only as a father might his daughters?" "Not the least doubt of it," replied Mr. Winkle in the fullness of his heart. "That is, yes. Oh, yes, certainly." "You have never known anything in his behaviour towards Mrs. Bardell, or any other female, in the least degree suspicious?" said Mr. Funky, preparing to sit down, for Sergeant Snubbin was winking at him. No," replied Mr. Winkle, "except on one trifling occasion, which I have no doubt might be easily explained." Now, if the unfortunate Mr. Funky had sat down when Sergeant Snubbin had winked at him, or if Sergeant Buzfuz had stopped this irregular cross-examination at the outset, which he knew better than to do, observing Mr. Winkle's anxiety, and well knowing it would in all probability lead to something serviceable to him, this unfortunate admission would not have been elicited. The moment the words fell from Mr. Winkle's lips, Mr. Funky sat down, and Sergeant Snubbin rather hastily told him he might leave the box, which Mr. Winkle prepared to do with great readiness when Sergeant Buzfuz stopped him. "Stay, Mr. Winkle, stay," said Sergeant Buzfuz. "Will your lordship have the goodness to ask him what this one instance of suspicious behaviour towards females on the part of this gentleman, who is old enough to be his father, was?" "You hear what the learned counsel says, sir," observed the judge, turning to the miserable and agonized Mr. Winkle. "Describe the occasion to which you refer." "My lord," said Mr. Winkle, trembling with anxiety, I'd rather not." "Perhaps so," said the little judge, "but you must." Amid the profound silence of the whole court, Mr. Winkle faltered out that the trifling circumstance of suspicion was Mr. Pickwick's being found in a lady's sleeping apartment at midnight, which had terminated, he believed, in the breaking off of the projected marriage of the lady in question, and had led, he knew, to the whole party being forcibly carried before George Nupkins, Esquire, magistrate and justice of the peace for the borough of Ipswich. "You may leave the box, sir," said Sergeant Snubbin. Mr. Winkle did leave the box, and rushed with delirious haste to the George and Vulture, where he was discovered some hours after by the waiter, groaning in a hollow and dismal manner with his head buried beneath the sofa cushions. Tracy Tupman and Augustus Snodgrass were severally called into the box. Both corroborated the testimony of their unhappy friend, and each was driven to the verge of desperation by excessive badgering. Susanna Saunders was then called and examined by Sergeant Buzfuz, and cross-examined by Sergeant Snubbin. Had always said and believed that Pickwick would marry Mrs. Bardell, knew that Mrs. Bardell's being engaged to Pickwick was the current topic of conversation in the neighbourhood, after the fainting in July, had been told it herself by Mrs. Mudberry, which kept a mangle, and Mrs. Bunkin, which clear-starched, but did not see either Mrs. Mudberry or Mrs. Bunkin in court. Had heard Mr. Pickwick ask the little boy how he should like to have another father, did not know that Mrs. Bardell was at that time keeping company with a baker, but did know that the baker was then a single man and is now married. Couldn't swear that Mrs. Bardell was not very fond of the baker, but should think that the baker was not very fond of Mrs. Bardell, or he wouldn't have married somebody else. Thought Mrs. Bardell fainted away on the morning in July because Pickwick asked her to name the day. knew that she, witness, fainted away stone dead when Mr. Saunders asked her to name the day, and believed that everybody who called herself a lady would do the same under similar circumstances. Heard Pickwick ask the boy the question about the marbles, but upon her oath did not know the difference between an alley tour and a comedy. By the court. During the period of her keeping company with Mr. Saunders had received love letters like other ladies. In the course of their correspondence, Mr. Saunders had often called her a duck, but never chops, nor yet tomato sauce. He was particularly fond of ducks. Perhaps if he had been as fond of chops and tomato sauce, he might have called her that as a term of affection. Sergeant Buzfuz now rose with more importance than he had yet exhibited, if that were possible, and vociferated, "Call Samuel Weller." It was quite unnecessary to call Samuel Weller, for Samuel Weller stepped briskly into the box the instant his name was pronounced, and placing his hat on the floor and his arms on the rail, took a bird's-eye view of the bar and a comprehensive survey of the bench, with a remarkably cheerful and lively aspect. "What's your name, sir?" inquired the judge. "Sam Weller, my lord," replied that gentleman. "Do you spell it with a V or a W?" inquired the judge. "That depends upon the taste and fancy of the speller, my lord," replied Sam. "I never had occasion to spell it more than once or twice in my life, but I spells it with a V." Here a voice in the gallery exclaimed aloud, "Quite right too, Samoville, quite right. Put it down a we, my lord, put it down a we." "Who is that who dares address the court?" said the little judge, looking up. "Usher?" "Yes, my lord." "Bring that person here instantly." "Yes, my lord." But as the usher didn't find the person, he didn't bring him, and after a great commotion all the people who had got up to look for the culprit sat down again. The little judge turned to the witness as soon as his indignation would allow him to speak, and said, "Do you know who that was, sir?" "I rather suspect it was my father, my lord," replied Sam. "Do you see him here now?" said the judge. "No, I don't, my lord," replied Sam, staring right up into the lantern at the roof of the court. "If you could have pointed him out, I would have committed him instantly," said the judge. Sam bowed his acknowledgments and turned, with unimpaired cheerfulness of countenance, towards Sergeant Buzfuz. "Now, Mr. Weller," said Sergeant Buzfuz. "Now, sir," replied Sam. "I believe you are in the service of Mr. Pickwick, the defendant in this case. Speak up, if you please, Mr. Weller." "I mean to speak up, sir," replied Sam. "I am in the service of that ere gentleman, and a wery good service it is." "Little to do and plenty to get, I suppose," said Sergeant Buzfuz with jocularity. "Oh, quite enough to get, sir, as the soldier said when they ordered him 350 lashes," replied Sam. "You must not tell us what the soldier or any other man said, sir," interposed the judge. "It's not evidence." "Wery good, my lord," replied Sam. "Do you recollect anything particular happening on the morning when you were first engaged by the defendant, Mr. Weller?" said Sergeant Buzfuz. "Yes, I do, sir," replied Sam. "Have the goodness to tell the jury what it was." "I had a reg'lar new fit out o' clothes that morning, gentlemen of the jury," said Sam, "and that was a wery particular and uncommon circumstance with me in those days." Hereupon there was a general laugh, and the little judge, looking with an angry countenance over his desk, said, "You had better be careful, sir." "So Mr. Pickwick said at the time, my lord," replied Sam, "and I was wery careful of that ere suit of clothes. Wery careful indeed, my lord." The judge looked sternly at Sam for full 2 minutes, but Sam's features were so perfectly calm and serene that the judge said nothing, and motioned Sergeant Buzfuz to proceed. "Do you mean to tell me, Mr. Weller," said Sergeant Buzfuz, folding his arms emphatically and turning half round to the jury, as if in mute assurance that he would bother the witness yet, "do you mean to tell me, Mr. Weller, that you saw nothing of this fainting on the part of the plaintiff in the arms of the defendant, which you have heard described by the witnesses?" "Certainly not," replied Sam. "I was in the passage till they called me up, and then the old lady was not there." "Now attend, Mr. Weller," said Sergeant Buzfuz, dipping a large pen into the inkstand before him for the purpose of frightening Sam with a show of taking down his answer. "You were in the passage, and yet saw nothing of what was going forward. Have you a pair of eyes, Mr. Weller?" Yes, I have a pair of eyes, replied Sam, and that's just it. If there was a pair of patent double-million magnifying gas microscopes of extra power, perhaps I might be able to see through a flight of stairs and a deal door, but being only eyes, you see, my vision's limited. At this answer, which was delivered without the slightest appearance of irritation, and with the most complete simplicity and equanimity of manner, the spectators tittered, the little judge smiled, and Sergeant Buzfuz looked particularly foolish. After a short consultation with Dodson and Fogg, the learned sergeant again turned towards Sam and said, with a painful effort to conceal his vexation, "Now, Mr. Weller, I'll ask you a question on another point, if you please." "If you please, sir," rejoined Sam, with the utmost good humour. "Do you remember going up to Mrs. Bardell's house one night in November last?" "Oh, yes, very well." "Oh, you do remember that, Mr. Weller," said Sergeant Buzfuz, recovering his spirits. "I thought we should get at something at last." "I rather thought that too, sir," replied Sam, and at this the spectators tittered again. "Well, I suppose you went up to have a little talk about this trial, eh, Mr. Weller?" said Sergeant Buzfuz, looking knowingly at the jury. "I went up to pay the rent, but we did get a talking about the trial," replied Sam. "Oh, you did get a talking about the trial," said Sergeant Buzfuz, brightening up with the anticipation of some important discovery. "Now, what passed about the trial? Will you have the goodness to tell us, Mr. Weller?" "With all the pleasure in life, sir," replied Sam. "Arter a few unimportant obserwations from the two virtuous females as has been examined here to-day, the ladies gets into a very great state of admiration at the honourable conduct of Mr. Dodson and Fogg, them two gentlemen as is settin' near you now." This, of course, drew general attention to Dodson and Fogg, who looked as virtuous as possible. "The attorneys for the plaintiff," said Mr. Sergeant Buzfuz. "Well, they spoke in high praise of the honourable conduct of Messrs. Dodson and Fogg, the attorneys for the plaintiff, did they?" "Yes," said Sam. "They said what a wery generous thing it was of them to have taken up the case on spec, and to charge nothing at all for costs unless they got 'em out of Mr. Pickwick." At this very unexpected reply the spectators tittered again, and Dodson and Fogg, turning very red, leaned over to Sergeant Buzfuz and in a hurried manner whispered something in his ear. "You are quite right," said Sergeant Buzfuz aloud with affected composure. "It's perfectly useless, my lord, attempting to get at any evidence through the impenetrable stupidity of this witness. I will not trouble the court by asking him any more questions. Stand down, sir." "Would any other gentleman like to ask me anything?" inquired Sam, taking up his hat and looking round most deliberately. "Not I, Mr. Weller, thank you," said Sergeant Snubbin, laughing. "You may go down, sir," said Sergeant Buzfuz, waving his hand impatiently. Sam went down accordingly, after doing Messrs. Dodson and Fogg's case as much harm as he conveniently could, and saying just as little respecting Mr. Pickwick as might be, which was precisely the object he had had in view all along. "I have no objection to admit, my lord," said Sergeant Snubbin, "if it will save the examination of another witness, that Mr. Pickwick has retired from business, and is a gentleman of considerable independent property." "Very well," said Sergeant Buzfuz, putting in the two letters to be read. "Then that's my case, my lord." Sergeant Snubbin then addressed the jury on behalf of the defendant, and a very long and a very emphatic address he delivered, in which he bestowed the highest possible eulogiums on the conduct and character of Mr. Pickwick. But inasmuch as our readers are far better able to form a correct estimate of that gentleman's merits and deserts than Sergeant Snubbin could possibly be, we do not feel called upon to enter at any length into the learned gentleman's observations. He attempted to show that the letters which had been exhibited merely related to Mr. Pickwick's dinner, or to the preparations for receiving him in his apartments on his return from some country excursion. It is sufficient to add in general terms that he did the best he could for Mr. Pickwick, and the best, as everybody knows, on the infallible authority of the old adage, could do no more. Mr. Justice Stareleigh summed up in the old established and most approved form. He read as much of his notes to the jury as he could decipher on so short a notice, and made running comments on the evidence as he went along. If Mrs. Bardell were right, it was perfectly clear that Mr. Pickwick was wrong, and if they thought the evidence of Mrs. Cluppins worthy of credence, they would believe it, and if they didn't, why, they wouldn't. If they were satisfied that a breach of promise of marriage had been committed, they would fine for the plaintiff with such damages as they thought proper, and if, on the other hand, it appeared to them that no promise of marriage had ever been given, they would fine for the defendant with no damages at all. The jury then retired to their private room to talk the matter over, and the judge retired to his private room to refresh himself with a mutton chop and a glass of sherry. An anxious quarter of an hour elapsed. The jury came back. The judge was fetched in. Mr. Pickwick put on his spectacles and gazed at the foreman with an agitated countenance and a quickly beating heart. "Gentlemen," said the individual in black, "are you all agreed upon your verdict?" "We are," replied the foreman. "Do you find for the plaintiff, gentlemen, or for the defendant?" "For the plaintiff." "With what damages, gentlemen?" £750. Mr. Pickwick took off his spectacles, carefully wiped the glasses, folded them into their case, and put them in his pocket. Then, having drawn on his gloves with great nicety, and stared at the foreman all the while, he mechanically followed Mr. Perker and the blue bag out of court. They stopped in a side room while Perker paid the court fees, and here Mr. Pickwick was joined by his friends. Here, too, he encountered Messrs. Dodson and Fogg, rubbing their hands with every token of outward satisfaction. "Well, gentlemen," said Mr. Pickwick. "Well, sir," said Dodson, for self and partner. "You imagine you'll get your costs, don't you, gentlemen?" said Mr. Pickwick. Fogg said they thought it rather probable. Dodson smiled and said they'd try. "You may try and try and try again, Messrs. Dodson and Fogg," said Mr. Pickwick vehemently, "but not one farthing of costs or damages do you ever get from me if I spend the rest of my existence in a debtor's prison." "Ha, ha," laughed Dodson. "You'll think better of that before next term, Mr. Pickwick." "We'll soon see about that, Mr. Pickwick," grinned Fogg. Speechless with indignation, Mr. Pickwick allowed himself to be led by his solicitor and friends to the door, and there assisted into a hackney coach which had been fetched for the purpose by the ever-watchful Sam Weller. Sam had put up the steps and was preparing to jump upon the box when he felt himself gently touched on the shoulder, and looking round, his father stood before him. The old gentleman's countenance wore a mournful expression as he shook his head gravely and said, in warning accents, "I knowed what had come of this here mode o' doing business. Oh, Sammy, Sammy, vy warn't there a alibi?" End of chapter 34.
Chapter 35 of the Pickwick Papers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Laurie Heinrichs. The Pickwick Papers by Charles Dickens, Chapter 35, in which Mr. Pickwick thinks he had better go to Bath, and goes accordingly. "But surely, my dear sir," said Lil Perker as he stood in Mr. Pickwick's apartment on the morning after the trial, "surely you don't really mean, really and seriously now, and irritation apart, that you won't pay these costs and damages?" "Not 1/2 penny," said Mr. Pickwick firmly, "not 1/2 penny." "Hurrah for the principal, as the money-lender said when he wouldn't renew the bill," observed Mr. Weller, who was clearing away the breakfast things. "Sam," said Mr. Pickwick, "have the goodness to step downstairs." "Certainly, sir," replied Mr. Weller, and acting on Mr. Pickwick's gentle hint, Sam retired. "No, Perker," said Mr. Pickwick, with great seriousness of manner. "My friends here have endeavoured to dissuade me from this determination, but without avail. I shall employ myself as usual until the opposite party have the power of issuing a legal process of execution against me, and if they are vile enough to avail themselves of it, and to arrest my person, I shall yield myself up with perfect cheerfulness and content of heart. When can they do this?" "They can issue execution, my dear sir, for the amount of the damages and tax costs next term," replied Perker. "Just 2 months hence, my dear sir." Very good, said Mr. Pickwick. Until that time, my dear fellow, let me hear no more of the matter. And now, continued Mr. Pickwick, looking around on his friends with a good-humoured smile, and a sparkle in the eye which no spectacles could dim or conceal, the only question is, where shall we go next? Mr. Tupman and Mr. Snodgrass were too much affected by their friend's heroism to offer any reply. Mr. Winkle had not yet sufficiently recovered the recollection of his evidence at the trial to make any observation on any subject, so Mr. Pickwick paused in vain. "Well," said that gentleman, "if you leave me to suggest our destination, I say Bath. I think none of us have ever been there." Nobody had, and as the proposition was warmly seconded by Mr. Perker, who considered it extremely probable that if Mr. Pickwick saw a little change in gaiety, he would be inclined to think better of his determination, and worse of a debtor's prison, it was carried unanimously, and Sam was at once dispatched to the White Horse Cellar, to take 5 places by the 7:30 o'clock coach next morning. There were just 2 places to be had inside, and just 3 to be had out, so Sam Weller booked for them all, and having exchanged a few compliments with the booking-office clerk on the subject of a pewter half-crown, which was tendered him as a portion of his change, walked back to the George and Vulture, where he was pretty busily employed until bedtime in reducing clothes and linen into the smallest possible compass, and exerting his mechanical genius in constructing a variety of ingenious devices for keeping the lids on boxes which had neither locks nor hinges. The next day was a very unpropitious morning for a journey, muggy, damp, and drizzly. The horses in the stages that were going out, and had come through the city, were smoking so that the outside passengers were invisible. The newspaper sellers looked moist and smelled mouldy. The wet rain ran off the hats of the orange vendors as they thrust their heads into the coach windows, and diluted the insides in a refreshing manner. The Jews with the 50-bladed pen-knives shut them up in despair. The men with the pocket-books made pocket-books of them. Watch-guards and toasting forks were alike at a discount, and pencil cases and sponges were a drug in the market. Leaving Sam Weller to rescue the luggage from the 7 or 8 porters who flung themselves savagely upon it the moment the coach stopped, and finding that they were about 20 minutes too early, Mr. Pickwick and his friends went for shelter into the traveller's room, the last resource of human dejection. The traveller's room at the White Horse Cellar is of course uncomfortable. It would be no traveller's room if it were not. It is the right-hand parlour into which an aspiring kitchen fireplace appears to have walked, accompanied by a rebellious poker, tongs, and shovel. It is divided into boxes, for the solitary confinement of travellers, and is furnished with a clock, a looking-glass, and a live waiter, which latter article is kept in a small kennel for washing glasses, in a corner of the apartment. One of these boxes was occupied on this particular occasion by a stern-eyed man of about 45, who had a bald and glossy forehead with a good deal of black hair at the sides and back of his head, and large black whiskers. He was buttoned up to the chin in a brown coat, and had a large sealskin travelling cap, and a great coat and cloak lying on the seat beside him. He looked up from his breakfast as Mr. Pickwick entered, with a fierce and peremptory air, which was very dignified, and having scrutinized that gentleman and his companions to his entire satisfaction, hummed a tune, in a manner which seemed to say that he rather suspected somebody wanted to take advantage of him, but it wouldn't do. "Waiter," said the gentleman with the whiskers. "Sir," replied a man with a dirty complexion and a towel of the same, emerging from the kennel before mentioned. "Some more toast." "Yes, sir." "Buttered toast, mind," said the gentleman fiercely. "Directly, sir," replied the waiter. The gentleman with the whiskers hummed a tune in the same manner as before, and pending the arrival of the toast, advanced to the front of the fire, and taking his coat-tails under his arm, looked at his boots and ruminated. "I wonder whereabouts in Bath this coach puts up," said Mr. Pickwick mildly, addressing Mr. Winkle. What's that?" said the strange man. "I made an observation to my friend, sir," replied Mr. Pickwick, always ready to enter into conversation. "I wondered at what house the Bath coach put up. Perhaps you could inform me. Are you going to Bath?" said the strange man. "I am, sir," replied Mr. Pickwick. "And those other gentlemen?" "They are going also," said Mr. Pickwick. "Not inside. I'll be damned if you're going inside," said the strange man. "Not all of us," said Mr. Pickwick. "No, not all of you," said the strange man emphatically. "I'll have taken 2 places. If they try to squeeze 6 people into an infernal box that only holds 4, I'll take a post-chaise and bring an action. I've paid my fare. It won't do. I told the clerk when I took my places that it wouldn't do. I know these things have been done. I know they are done every day. But I was never done, and I never will be. Those who know me best know it. Crush me." Here the fierce gentleman rang the bell with great violence and told the waiter he'd better bring the toast in 5 seconds or he'd know the reason why. "My good sir," said Mr. Pickwick, "you will allow me to observe that this is a very unnecessary display of excitement. I have only taken places inside for 2. "I am glad to hear it," said the fierce man. "I withdraw my expressions. I tender my apology. There's my card. Give me your acquaintance." "With great pleasure, sir," replied Mr. Pickwick. "We are to be fellow travelers, and I hope we shall find each other's society mutually agreeable." "I hope we shall," said the fierce gentleman. "I know we shall. I like your looks. They please me. Gentlemen, your hands and names. Know me." Of course an interchange of friendly salutations followed this gracious speech, and the fierce gentleman immediately proceeded to inform the friends, in the same short, abrupt, jerking sentences, that his name was Dowler, that he was going to Bath on pleasure, that he was formerly in the army, that he had now set up in business as a gentleman, that he lived upon the profits, and that the individual for whom the second place was taken was a personage no less illustrious than Mrs. Dowler, his lady wife. "She's a fine woman," said Mr. Dowler. "I am proud of her. I have reason." "I hope I shall have the pleasure of judging," said Mr. Pickwick with a smile. "You shall," replied Dowler. "She shall know you. She shall esteem you. I courted her under singular circumstances. I won her through a rash vow. Thus, I saw her, I loved her, I proposed, she refused me. You love another? Spare my blushes. I know him. You do? Very good. If he remains here, I'll skin him." "Lord bless me!" exclaimed Mr. Pickwick involuntarily. "Did you skin the gentleman, sir?" inquired Mr. Winkle with a very pale face. "I wrote him a note. I said it was a painful thing, and so it was." "Certainly," interposed Mr. Winkle. "I said I had pledged my words as a gentleman to skin him. My character was at stake. I had no alternative. As an officer in His Majesty's service, I was bound to skin him. I regretted the necessity, but it must be done. He was open to conviction. He saw that the rules of the service were imperative. He fled. I married her. Here's the coach. That's her head." As Mr. Dowler concluded, he pointed to a stage which had just driven up, from the open window of which a rather pretty face in a bright blue bonnet was looking among the crowd on the pavement, most probably for the rash man himself. Mr. Dowler paid his bill and hurried out with his travelling cap, coat, and cloak, and Mr. Pickwick and his friends followed to secure their places. Mr. Tupman and Mr. Snodgrass had seated themselves at the back part of the coach. Mr. Winkle had got inside, and Mr. Pickwick was preparing to follow him, when Sam Weller came up to his master, and whispering in his ear, begged to speak to him, with an air of the deepest mystery. "Well, Sam," said Mr. Pickwick, "what's the matter now?" "Here's rather a rum go, sir," replied Sam. "What?" inquired Mr. Pickwick. "This here, sir," rejoined Sam. "I'm very much afeard, sir, that the proprietor of this here coach is playing some imperence with us." "How is that, Sam?" said Mr. Pickwick. "Aren't the names down on the way-bill?" "The names is not only down on the way-bill, sir," replied Sam, "but they've painted one on 'em up, on the door of the coach." As Sam spoke, he pointed to that part of the coach door in which the proprietor's name usually appears, and there, sure enough, in gilt letters of a goodly size, was the magic name of Pickwick. "Dear me!" exclaimed Mr. Pickwick, quite staggered by the coincidence. "What a very extraordinary thing!" "Yes, but that ain't all," said Sam, again directing his master's attention to the coach door. "Not content with writing up Pickwick, they puts Moses afore it, which I call adding insult to injury, as the parrot said when they not only took him from his native land, but made him talk the English language afterwards." "It's odd enough, certainly, Sam," said Mr. Pickwick, "but if we stand talking here, we shall lose our places." "What, ain't nothing to be done this consequence, sir?" exclaimed Sam, perfectly aghast at the coolness in which Mr. Pickwick prepared to ensconce himself inside. "Done," said Mr. Pickwick. "What shall be done?" "Ain't nobody to be whopped for taking this here liberty, sir?" said Mr. Weller, who expected that at least he would have been commissioned to challenge the guard and the coachman to a pugilistic encounter on the spot. "Certainly not," replied Mr. Pickwick eagerly. "Not on any account. Jump up to your seat directly." "I'm wery much afeard," muttered Sam to himself as he turned away, "that something queer's come over the governor, or he'd never have stood this so quiet. I hope that 'ere trial hasn't broke his spirit, but it looks bad, wery bad." Mr. Weller shook his head gravely, and it is worthy of remark, as an illustration of the manner in which he took his circumstances to heart, that he did not speak another word until the coach reached the Kensington turnpike, which was so long a time for him to remain taciturn that the fact may be considered wholly unprecedented. Nothing worthy of special mention occurred during the journey. Mr. Dowler related a variety of anecdotes, all illustrative of his own personal prowess and desperation, and appealed to Mrs. Dowler in corroboration thereof. When Mrs. Dowler invariably brought in the form of an appendix, some remarkable fact or circumstance which Mr. Dowler had forgotten, or had perhaps through modesty omitted, for the addenda in every instance went to show that Mr. Dowler was even a more wonderful fellow than he had made himself out to be. Mr. Pickwick and Mr. Winkle listened with great admiration, and at intervals conversed with Mrs. Dowler, who was a very agreeable and fascinating person. So, what between Mr. Dowler's stories and Mrs. Dowler's charms, and Mr. Pickwick's good humour, and Mr. Winkle's good listening, the insides contrived to be a very companionable all the way. The outsides did as outsides always do. They were very cheerful and talkative at the beginning of every stage, and very dismal and sleepy in the middle, and very bright and wakeful again towards the end. There was one young gentleman in an India-rubber cloak who smoked cigars all day, and there was another young gentleman in a parody upon a greatcoat who lighted a good many, and feeling obviously unsettled after the second whiff, threw them away when he thought nobody was looking at him. There was a third young man on the box who wished to be learned in cattle, and an old one behind who was familiar with farming. There was a constant succession of Christian names in smock frocks and white coats who were invited to have a lift by the guard, and who knew every horse and hostler on the road and off it. And there was a dinner which would have been cheap at half a crown a mouth, if any moderate number of mouths could have eaten it in the time. And at 7 p.m. Mr. Pickwick and his friends, and Mr. Dowler and his wife respectively, retired to their private sitting rooms at the White Hart Hotel, opposite the great pump-room, Bath, where the waiters from their costume might be mistaken for Westminster boys, only they destroyed the illusion by behaving themselves much better. Breakfast had scarcely been cleared away on the succeeding morning when a waiter brought in Mr. Dowler's card, with a request to be allowed permission to introduce a friend. Mr. Dowler at once followed up the delivery of the card by bringing himself and the friend also. The friend was a charming young man of not much more than 50, dressed in a very bright blue coat with resplendent buttons, black trousers, and the thinnest possible pair of highly polished boots. A gold eyeglass was suspended from his neck by a short, broad, black ribbon. A gold snuff-box was lightly clasped in his left hand, gold rings innumerable glittered on his fingers, and a large diamond pin set in gold glistened in his shirt-frill. He had a gold watch and a gold curb chain with large gold seals, and he carried a pliant ebony cane with a gold top. His linen was of the very whitest, finest, and stiffest, his wig of the glossiest, blackest, and curliest. His snuff was Princess Mixture, his scent Bouquet du Roi. His features were contracted into a perpetual smile, and his teeth were in such perfect order that it was difficult at a small distance to tell the real from the false. "Mr. Pickwick," said Mr. Dowler, "my friend, Angelo Cyrus Bantam, Esquire, M.C. Bantam, Mr. Pickwick, know each other." "Welcome to Bath, sir. This is indeed an acquisition. Most welcome to Bath, sir. It is long, very long, Mr. Pickwick, since you drank the waters. It appears an age, Mr. Pickwick, remarkable." Such were the expressions with which Angelo Cyrus Bantam, Esquire, M.C., took Mr. Pickwick's hand, retaining it in his, meantime, and shrugging up his shoulders with a constant succession of bows, as if he really could not make up his mind to the trial of letting it go again. "It is a very long time since I drank the water, certainly," replied Mr. Pickwick, "for, to the best of my knowledge, I was never here before." "Never in Bath, Mr. Pickwick!" exclaimed the Grand Master, letting the hand fall in astonishment. "Never in Bath? He, Mr. Pickwick, you are a wag. Not bad, not bad. Good, he, remarkable." "To my shame, I must say that I am perfectly serious," rejoined Mr. Pickwick. "I really never was here before." "Oh, I see," exclaimed the Grand Master, looking extremely pleased. Yes, good. Better and better. You are the gentleman of whom we have heard. Yes, we know you, Mr. Pickwick. We know you." "The reports of the trial in those confounded papers," thought Mr. Pickwick. "They have heard all about me." "You are the gentleman residing on Clapham Green," resumed Bantam, "who lost the use of his limbs from imprudently taking cold after port wine, who could not be moved in consequence of acute suffering, and who had the water from the king's bath bottled at 103 degrees, and sent by wagon to his bedroom in town, where he bathed, sneezed, and the same day recovered. Very remarkable." Mr. Pickwick acknowledged the compliment which the supposition implied, but had the self-denial to repudiate it. Notwithstanding, and taking advantage of a moment's silence on the part of the M.C., begged to introduce his friends, Mr. Tupman, Mr. Winkle, and Mr. Snodgrass. An introduction which overwhelmed the M.C. with delight and honor. "Bantam," said Mr. Dowler, "Mr. Pickwick and his friends are strangers. They must put their names down. Where's the book?" "The register of the distinguished visitors in Bath will be at the pump-room this morning at 2 o'clock, replied the M.C. "Will you guide our visitors to that splendid building, and enable me to procure their autographs?" "I will," rejoined Dowler. "This is a long call. It's time to go. I shall be here again in an hour. Come." "This is ball night," said the M.C., again taking Mr. Pickwick's hand as he rose to go. "The ball tonight in Bath are moments snatched from paradise, rendered bewitching by music, beauty, elegance, fashion, etiquette, and, above all, by the absence of tradespeople who are quite inconsistent with paradise, and who have an amalgamation of themselves at the Guildhall every fortnight, which is, to say the least, remarkable. Goodbye, goodbye." And protesting all the way downstairs that he was most satisfied and most delighted and most overpowered and most flattered, Angelo Cyrus Bantam, Esquire, M.C., stepped into a very elegant chariot that waited at the door and rattled off. At the appointed hour, Mr. Pickwick and his friends, escorted by Dowler, repaired to the assembly rooms and wrote their names down in the book, an instance of condescension at which Angelo Bantam was even more overpowered than before. Tickets of admission to that evening's assembly were to have been prepared for the whole party, but as they were not ready, Mr. Pickwick undertook, despite all the protestations to the contrary of Angelo Bantam, to send Sam for them at 4 o'clock in the afternoon to the M.C.'s house in Queen Square. Having taken a short walk through the city and arrived at the unanimous conclusion that Park Street was very much like the perpendicular streets a man sees in a dream, which he cannot get up for the life of him, they returned to the White Hart and dispatched Sam on the errand to which his master had pledged him. Sam Weller put on his hat in a very easy and graceful manner, and thrusting his hands in his waistcoat pockets, walked with great deliberation to Queen Square, whistling as he went along several of the most popular airs of the day, as arranged with entirely new movements for that noble instrument, the organ, either mouth or barrel. Arriving at the number in Queen Square to which he had been directed, he left off whistling and gave a cheerful knock, which was instantaneously answered by a powder-headed footman in gorgeous livery and of symmetrical stature. "Is this here Mr. Bantam's old feller?" inquired Sam Weller, nothing abashed by the blaze of splendor which burst upon his sight in the person of the powder-headed footman with the gorgeous livery. "Why, young man," was the haughty inquiry of the powder-headed footman. "'Cause if it is, jest you step into him with that 'ere card and say Mr. Veller's a-waitin', will you?" said Sam. And saying it, he very coolly walked into the hall and sat down. The powder-headed footman slammed the door very hard and scowled very grandly. But both the slam and the scowl were lost upon Sam, who was regarding a mahogany umbrella stand with every outward token of critical approval. Apparently his master's reception of the card had impressed the powder-headed footman in Sam's favor, for when he came back from delivering it he smiled in a friendly manner, and said that the answer would be ready directly. "Very good," said Sam. "Tell the old gentleman not to put himself in perspiration. No hurry, 6-foot. I've had my dinner." "You dine early, sir," said the powder-headed footman. "I find I gets on better at supper when I does," replied Sam. "Have you been long in Bath, sir?" inquired the powder-headed footman. "I have not had the pleasure of hearing of you before." "I haven't created any wery surprising sensations here as yet," rejoined Sam. "For me and the other fashionables only come last night." "Nice place, sir," said the powder-headed footman. "Seems so," observed Sam. "Pleasant society, sir," remarked the powder-headed footman. "Very agreeable servants, sir." "I should think they was," replied Sam. "Affable, unaffected, say nothing to nobody sorts of fellers." "Oh, very much so, indeed, sir," said the powder-headed footman, taking Sam's remarks as a high compliment. "Very much so, indeed. Do you do anything in this way, sir?" inquired the tall footman, producing a small snuff-box with the fox's head on the top of it. "Not without sneezin'," replied Sam. "Why, it is difficult, sir, I confess," said the tall footman. "It may be done by degrees, sir. Coffee is the best practice. I carried coffee, sir, for a long time. It looks very like rappee, sir." Here a sharp peal at the bell reduced the powder-headed footman to the ignominious necessity of putting the fox's head in his pocket and hastening with a humble countenance to Mr. Bantam's study. By the by, whoever knew a man who never read or wrote either, who hadn't got some small back parlour which he would call a study? "There is the answer, sir," said the powder-headed footman. "I'm afraid you'll find it inconveniently large." "Don't mention it," said Sam, taking a letter with a small enclosure. "It's just possible as exhausted nature may manage to survive it." "I hope we shall meet again, sir," said the powder-headed footman, rubbing his hands and following Sam out to the doorstep. "You were werry obligin', sir," replied Sam. "Now don't allow yourself to be fatigued beyond your powers, there's a amiable bein'. Consider what you owe to society, and don't let yourself be injured by too much work. For the sake o' your feller creatures, keep yourself as quiet as you can. Only think what a loss you would be." With these pathetic words Sam Weller departed. "A very singular young man, that," said the powder-headed footman, looking after Mr. Weller with a countenance which clearly showed he could make nothing of him. Sam said nothing at all. He winked, shook his head, smiled, winked again, and with an expression of countenance which seemed to denote that he was greatly amused with something or other, walked merrily away. At precisely 20 minutes before 8 o'clock that night, Angelo Cyrus Bantam, Esquire, the master of the ceremonies, emerged from his chariot at the door of the assembly rooms in the same wig, the same teeth, the same eyeglass, the same watch and seals, the same rings, the same shirt pin, and the same cane. The only observable alterations in his appearance were that he wore a brighter blue coat with a white silk lining, black tights, black silk stockings and pumps, and a white waistcoat, and was, if possible, just a thought more scented. Thus attired, the master of ceremonies, in strict discharge of the important duties of all his important office, planted himself in the room to receive the company. Bath being full, the company and the sixpences for tea poured in shoals. And the ballroom, the long card-room, the octagonal card-room, the staircases and the passages, the hum of many voices and the sound of many feet were perfectly bewildering. Dresses rustled, feathers waved, lights shone, and jewels sparkled. There was the music, not of the quadrille band, for it had not yet commenced, but the music of soft, tiny footsteps, for now and then a clear, merry laugh, low and gentle, but very pleasant to hear in a female voice, whether in Bath or elsewhere. Brilliant eyes, lighted up by the pleasurable expectation, gleamed from every side, and look where you could, some exquisite form glided gracefully through the throng, and was no sooner lost than it was replaced by another as dainty and bewitching. In the tea-room and hovering around the card-tables were a vast number of queer old ladies and decrepit old gentlemen, discussing all the small talk and scandal of the day with a relish and gusto which sufficiently bespoke the intensity of the pleasure they derived from the occupation. Mingled with these groups were 3 or 4 match-making mammas, appearing to be wholly absorbed by the conversation in which they were taking part, but failing not from time to time to cast an anxious sidelong glance upon their daughters, who, remembering the maternal injunction to make the best use of their youth, had already commenced incipient flirtations in the mislaying scarves, putting on gloves, setting down cups, and so forth. Slight matters apparently, but which may be turned to surprisingly good account by their expert practitioners. Lounging near the doors and remote corners were various knots of silly young men, displaying various varieties of puppyism and stupidity, amusing all sensible people near them with their folly and conceit, and happily thinking themselves the objects of general admiration, a wise and merciful dispensation which no good man will quarrel with. And lastly, seated on some of the back benches where they had already taken up their positions for the evening, were divers unmarried ladies past their grand climacteric, who, not dancing because there were no partners for them, and not playing cards lest they should be set down as irretrievably single, were in the favorable situation of being able to abuse everybody without reflecting on themselves. In short, they could abuse everybody because everybody was there. It was a scene of gaiety, glitter, and show, of richly dressed people, handsome mirrors, chalked floors, girandoles, and wax candles, and in all parts of the scene, gliding from spot to spot in silent softness, bowing obsequiously in this party, nodding familiarly to that, and smiling complacently on all, was the sprucely attired person of Angelo Cyrus Bantam, Esquire, the master of ceremonies. "Stop in the tea-room, take your sixpen'orth, then lay on hot water and call it tea. Drink it," said Mr. Dowler in a loud voice, directing Mr. Pickwick, who advanced at the head of the little party with Mrs. Dowler on his arm. And to the tea-room Mr. Pickwick turned, and catching sight of him, Mr. Bantam corkscrewed his way through the crowd and welcomed him with ecstasy. "My dear sir, I am highly honored. Bath is favored. Mrs. Dowler, you embellish the rooms. I congratulate you on your feathers. Remarkable." "Anybody here?" inquired Dowler suspiciously. "Anybody? The elite of Bath. Mr. Pickwick, do you see the old lady in the gauze turban?" "The fat old lady?" inquired Mr. Pickwick innocently. "Hush, my dear sir, nobody's fat or old in Bath. That's the dowager lady Snuffanuff." "Is it indeed?" said Mr. Pickwick. "No less a person, I assure you," said the master of ceremonies. "Hush, draw a little nearer, Mr. Pickwick. You see the splendidly dressed young man coming this way?" "The one with the long hair and the particularly small forehead?" inquired Mr. Pickwick. "The same. The richest young man in Bath at this moment, young Lord Muttonhead." "You don't say so," said Mr. Pickwick. "Yes, you'll hear his voice in a moment, Mr. Pickwick. He'll speak to me. The other gentleman with him, in the red under-waistcoat and dark moustache, is the Honourable Mr. Crushton, his bosom friend. How do you do, my lord?" "Veway hot, Bantam," said his lordship. "It is very warm, my lord," replied the MC. "Confounded," assented the Honourable Mr. Crushton. "Have you seen his lordship's mail-cart, Mr. Bantam?" inquired the Honourable Mr. Crushton, after a short pause, during which young Lord Muttonhead had endeavoured to stare Mr. Pickwick out of countenance, and Mr. Crushton had been reflecting what subject his lordship could talk about best. "Dear me, no," replied the MC. "A mail-cart? What an excellent idea! Remarkable!" "Gracious heavens," said his lordship, "I thought everybody had seen the new mail-cart. It's the neatest, prettiest, gracefullest thing that ever wan upon wheels. Painted red with a queen piebald. With a real box for the letters, and all complete," said the Honourable Mr. Crushton. "And a little seat in front, with an iron whale for the dwival," added his lordship. "I drove it over to Bristol the other morning, in a crimson coat, with 2 servants waiting a quarter of a mile behind. And confound me if the people who didn't rush out of their cottages and arrest my progress, to know if I wasn't the post. Glorious, glorious." At this anecdote his lordship laughed very heartily, as did the listeners, of course. Then, drawing his arm through that of the obsequious Mr. Crushton, Lord Muttonhead walked away. "Delightful young man, his lordship," said the master of ceremonies. "So I should think," rejoined Mr. Pickwick dryly. The dancing having commenced, the necessary introductions having been made, and all the preliminaries arranged, Angelo Bantam rejoined Mr. Pickwick and led him into the card-room. Just at that very moment of their entrance, the dowager Lady Snuffanuff and 2 other ladies of an ancient and whist-like appearance were hovering over an unoccupied card-table, and they no sooner set eyes upon Mr. Pickwick under the convoy of Angelo Bantam than they exchanged glances with each other, seeing that he was precisely the very person they wanted to make up the rubber. "My dear Mr. Bantam," said the dowager Lady Snuffanuff coaxingly, "find us some nice creature to make up this table, there's a good soul." Mr. Pickwick happened to be looking another way at the moment, so her ladyship nodded her head towards him and frowned expressively. "My friend Mr. Pickwick, my lady will be most happy, I am sure, remarkably so," said the MC, taking the hint. "Mr. Pickwick, Lady Snuffanuff. Mrs. Colonel Wugsby, Miss Bolo." Mr. Pickwick bowed to each of the ladies, and finding escape impossible, cut. Mr. Pickwick and Miss Bolo against Lady Snuffanuff and Mrs. Colonel Wugsby. As the trump card was turned up at the commencement of the second deal, 2 young ladies hurried into the room and took their stations on either side of Mrs. Colonel Wugsby's chair, where they waited patiently until the hand was over. "Now, Jane," said Mrs. Colonel Wugsby, turning to one of the girls, "what is it?" "I came to ask, Ma, whether I might dance with the youngest Mr. Crawley," whispered the prettier and younger of the two. "Good God, Jane, how can you think of such things?" replied the mamma indignantly. "Haven't you repeatedly heard that his father has 800 a year, which dies with him? I am ashamed of you, not on any account." "Ma," whispered the other, who was much older than her sister, and very insipid and artificial, "Lord Muttonhead has been introduced to me. I said I thought I wasn't engaged, ma'am." "You're a sweet pet, my love," replied Mrs. Colonel Wugsby, tapping her daughter's cheek with her fan, "and are always to be trusted. He's immensely rich, my dear. Bless you!" With these words Mrs. Colonel Wugsby kissed her eldest daughter most affectionately, and frowning in a warning manner upon the other, sorted her cards. Poor Mr. Pickwick! He had never played with 3 thorough-paced female card-players before. They were so desperately sharp that they quite frightened him. If he played a wrong card, Miss Bolo looked a small armory of daggers, and he stopped to consider which was the right one. Lady Snuffernuff would throw herself back in her chair and smile with a mingled glance of impatience and pity to Mrs. Colonel Wugsby, at which Mrs. Colonel Wugsby would shrug up her shoulders and cough, as much as to say she wondered whether he ever would begin. Then at the end of the very hand Miss Bolo would inquire with a dismal countenance and reproachful sigh why Mr. Pickwick had not returned that diamond, or led the club, or roughed the spade, or finessed the heart, or led through the honour, or brought out the ace, or played up to the king, or some such thing. And in reply to all these grave charges Mr. Pickwick would be wholly unable to plead any justification whatever, having by this time forgotten all about the game. People came and looked on too, which made Mr. Pickwick nervous. Besides all this, there was a great deal of distracting conversation near the table between Angelo Bantam and the 2 Misses Matsinter, who being single and singular paid great court to the master of the ceremonies, in the hope of getting a stray partner now and then. All these things, combined with the noises and interruptions of constant comings in and goings out, made Mr. Pickwick play rather badly. The cards were against him also, and when they left off at 10 minutes past 11, Miss Bolo rose from the table considerably agitated, and went straight home, in a flood of tears, in a sedan chair. Being joined by his friends, who one and all protested that they had scarcely ever spent a more pleasant evening, Mr. Pickwick accompanied them to the White Hart, and having soothed his feelings with something hot, went to bed and to sleep almost simultaneously. End of chapter 35.
Chapter 36 of the Pickwick Papers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Deborah Lynn. The Pickwick Papers by Charles Dickens. Chapter 36, the chief features of which will be found to be an authentic version of the legend of Prince Bladud, and a most extraordinary calamity that befell Mr. Winkle. As Mr. Pickwick contemplated a stay of at least 2 months in Bath, he deemed it advisable to take private lodgings for himself and friends for that period, and as a favorable opportunity offered for their securing, on moderate terms, the upper portion of a house in the Royal Crescent, which was larger than they required, Mr. and Mrs. Dowler offered to relieve them of a bedroom and sitting-room. This proposition was at once accepted, and in 3 days' time they were all located in their new abode, when Mr. Pickwick began to drink the waters with the utmost assiduity. Mr. Pickwick took them systematically. He drank a quarter of a pint before breakfast, and then walked up a hill, and another quarter of a pint after breakfast, and then walked down a hill. And after every fresh quarter of a pint, Mr. Pickwick declared in the most solemn and emphatic terms that he felt a great deal better, whereat his friends were very much delighted, though they had not been previously aware that there was anything the matter with him. The great pump room is a spacious saloon ornamented with Corinthian pillars and a music gallery, and a Tompion clock and a statue of Nash, and a golden inscription to which all the water drinkers should attend, for it appeals to them in the cause of a deserving charity. There is a large bar with a marble vase, out of which the pumper gets the water, and there are a number of yellow-looking tumblers out of which the company get it. And it is a most edifying and satisfactory sight to behold the perseverance and gravity with which they swallow it. There are baths near at hand in which a part of the company wash themselves, and a band plays afterwards to congratulate the remainder on their having done so. There is another pump-room into which infirm ladies and gentlemen are wheeled in such an astonishing variety of chairs and chaises that any adventurous individual who goes in with the regular number of toes is in imminent danger of coming out without them. And there is a third into which the quiet people go, for it is less noisy than either. There is an immensity of promenading on crutches and off, with sticks and without, and a great deal of conversation and liveliness and pleasantry. Every morning the regular water drinkers, Mr. Pickwick among the number, met each other in the pump-room, took their quarter of a pint, and walked constitutionally. At the afternoon's promenade, Lord Muttonhead and the Honourable Mr. Crushton, the Dowager Lady Snuffanuff, Mrs. Colonel Wugsby, and all the great people, and all the morning water drinkers, met in grand assemblage. After this they walked out, or drove out, or were pushed out in bath chairs, and met one another again. After this the gentlemen went to the reading rooms, and met divisions of the Mass. After this they went home. If it were theatre night, perhaps they met at the theatre. If it were assembly night, they met at the rooms. And if it were neither, they met the next day. A very pleasant routine, with perhaps a slight tinge of sameness. Mr. Pickwick was sitting up by himself after a day spent in this manner, making entries in his journal, his friends having retired to bed, when he was roused by a gentle tap at the room door. "Beg your pardon, sir," said Mrs. Craddock, the landlady, peeping in, "but did you want anything more, sir?" "Nothing more, ma'am," replied Mr. Pickwick. "My young girl is gone to bed, sir," said Mrs. Craddock, "and Mr. Dowler is good enough to say that he'll sit up for Mrs. Dowler, as the party isn't expected to be over till late. So I was thinking that if you wanted nothing more, Mr. Pickwick, I would go to bed." "By all means, ma'am," replied Mr. Pickwick. "Wish you good night, sir," said Mrs. Craddock. "Good night, ma'am," rejoined Mr. Pickwick. Mrs. Craddock closed the door, and Mr. Pickwick resumed his writing. In half an hour's time the entries were concluded. Mr. Pickwick carefully rubbed the last page on the blotting paper, shut up the book, wiped his pen on the bottom of the inside of his coat-tail, and opened the drawer of the inkstand to put it carefully away. There were a couple of sheets of writing paper, pretty closely written over, in the inkstand drawer, and they were folded so that the title, which was in a good round hand, was fully disclosed to him. Seeing from this that it was no private document, and as it seemed to relate to Bath and was very short, Mr. Pickwick unfolded it, lighted his bedroom candle that it might burn up well by the time he finished, and drawing his chair nearer the fire, read as follows. The True Legend of Prince Bladud. Less than 200 years ago, on one of the public baths in this city, there appeared an inscription in honor of its mighty founder, the renowned Prince Bladud. That inscription is now erased. For many hundred years before that time, there had been handed down from age to age an old legend that the illustrious prince, being afflicted with leprosy, on his return from reaping a rich harvest of knowledge in Athens, shunned the court of his royal father, and consorted moodily with husbandmen and pigs. Among the herd, so said the legend, was a pig of grave and solemn countenance, with whom the prince had a fellow feeling, for he too was wise, a pig of thoughtful and reserved demeanor, an animal superior to his fellows, whose grunt was terrible and whose bite was sharp. The young prince sighed deeply as he looked upon the countenance of the majestic swine. He thought of his royal father, and his eyes were bedewed with tears. This sagacious pig was fond of bathing in rich, moist mud, not in summer as common pigs do now, to cool themselves, and did even in those distant ages, which is a proof that the light of civilization had already begun to dawn, though feebly. But in the cold, sharp days of winter, His coat was ever so sleek, and his complexion so clear that the prince resolved to essay the purifying qualities of the same water that his friend resorted to. He made the trial. Beneath that black mud bubbled the hot springs of Bath. He washed and was cured. Hastening to his father's court, he paid his best respects, and returning quickly hither, founded this city and its famous baths. He sought the pig with all the ardor of their early friendship, but alas, the waters had been his death. He had imprudently taken a bath at too high a temperature, and the natural philosopher was no more. He was succeeded by Pliny, who also fell a victim to his thirst for knowledge. This was the legend. Listen to the true one. A great many centuries since, there flourished in great state the famous and renowned Lud Hudibras, king of Britain. He was a mighty monarch. The earth shook when he walked. He was so very stout. His people basked in the light of his countenance. It was so red and glowing. He was indeed every inch a king, and there were a good many inches of him, too, for although he was not very tall, he was a remarkable size round, and the inches that he wanted in height he made up in circumference. If any degenerate monarch of modern times could be in any way compared with him, I should say the venerable King Cole would be that illustrious potentate. This good king had a queen who 18 years before had had a son who was called Bladud. He was sent to a preparatory seminary in his father's dominions until he was 10 years old, and was then dispatched, in charge of a trusty messenger, to a finishing school at Athens. And as there was no extra charge for remaining during the holidays, and no notice required previous to the removal of a pupil, there he remained for 8 long years, at the expiration of which time the king his father sent the Lord Chamberlain over to settle the bill, and to bring him home, which the Lord Chamberlain doing, was received with shouts and pensioned immediately. When King Lud saw the prince his son, and found he had grown up such a fine young man, he perceived what a grand thing it would be to have him married without delay, so that his children might be the means of perpetuating the glorious race of Lud, down to the very latest ages of the world. With this view, he sent a special embassy, composed of great noblemen who had nothing particular to do and wanted lucrative employment, to a neighboring king, and demanded his fair daughter in marriage for his son, stating at the same time that he was anxious to be on the most affectionate terms with his brother and friend, but that if they couldn't agree in arranging this marriage, he should be under the unpleasant necessity of invading his kingdom and putting his eyes out. To this the other king, who was the weaker of the two, replied that he was very much obliged to his friend and brother for all his goodness and magnanimity, and that his daughter was quite ready to be married whenever Prince Bladud liked to come and fetch her. This answer no sooner reached Britain than the whole nation was transported with joy. Nothing was heard on all sides but the sounds of feasting and revelry, except the chinking of money as it was paid in by the people to the collector of the royal treasures to defray the expenses of the happy ceremony. It was upon this occasion that King Lud, seated on the top of his throne in full council, rose in the exuberance of his feelings and commanded the Lord Chief Justice to order in the richest wines and the court minstrels, an act of graciousness which has been, through the ignorance of traditionary historians, attributed to King Cole, in those celebrated lines in which His Majesty is represented as calling for his pipe, and calling for his pot, and calling for his fiddlers 3, which is an obvious injustice to the memory of King Lud, and a dishonest exaltation of the virtues of King Cole. But in the midst of all this festivity and rejoicing, there was one individual present who tasted not when the sparkling wines were poured forth, and who danced not when the minstrels played. This was no other than Prince Bladud himself, in honor of whose happiness a whole people were at that very moment straining alike their throats and purse strings. The truth was that the prince, forgetting the undoubted right of the Minister for Foreign Affairs to fall in love on his behalf, had, contrary to every precedent of policy and diplomacy, already fallen in love on his own account, and privately contracted himself unto the fair daughter of a noble Athenian. Here we have a striking example of one of the manifold advantages of civilization and refinement. If the prince had lived in later days, he might at once have married the object of his father's choice, and then set himself seriously to work to relieve himself of the burden which rested heavily upon him. He might have endeavored to break her heart by a systematic course of insult and neglect, or, if the spirit of her sex and a proud consciousness of her many wrongs had upheld her under this ill treatment, he might have sought to take her life, and so get rid of her effectually. But neither mode of relief suggested itself to Prince Bladud, so he solicited a private audience and told his father. It is an old prerogative of kings to govern everything but their passions. King Lud flew into a frightful rage, tossed his crown up to the ceiling, and caught it again, for in those days kings kept their crowns on their heads and not in the tower, stamped the ground, rapped his forehead, wondered why his own flesh and blood rebelled against him, and finally, calling in his guards, ordered the prince away to instant confinement in a lofty turret, a course of treatment which the kings of old very generally pursued towards their sons when their matrimonial inclinations did not happen to point to the same quarter as their own. When Prince Bladud had been shut up in the lofty turret for the greater part of a year, with no better prospect before his bodily eyes than a stone wall, or before his mental vision than prolonged imprisonment, he naturally began to ruminate on a plan of escape, which, after months of preparation, he managed to accomplish, considerately leaving his dinner-knife in the heart of his jailer, lest the poor fellow, who had a family, should be considered privy to his flight, and punished accordingly by the infuriated king. The monarch was frantic at the loss of his son. He knew not on whom to vent his grief and wrath, until, fortunately, bethinking himself of the Lord Chamberlain who had brought him home, he struck off his pension and his head together. Meanwhile, the young prince, effectually disguised, wandered on foot through his father's dominions, cheered and supported in all his hardships by sweet thoughts of the Athenian maid who was the innocent cause of his weary trials. One day he stopped to rest in a country village, and seeing that there were gay dances going forward on the green, and gay faces passing to and fro, ventured to inquire of a reveller who stood near him the reason for this rejoicing. "Know you not, O stranger," was the reply, "of the recent proclamation of our gracious king?" "Proclamation? No, what proclamation?" rejoined the prince, for he had travelled along the by and little frequented ways, and knew nothing of what had passed upon the public roads, such as they were. "Why," replied the peasant, "the foreign lady that our prince wished to wed is married to a foreign noble of her own country, and the king proclaims the fact, and a great public festival besides. For now, of course, Prince Bladud will come back and marry the lady his father chose, who, they say, is as beautiful as the noonday sun. Your health, sir. God save the king." The prince remained to hear no more. He fled from the spot, and plunged into the thickest recesses of a neighboring wood. On he wandered, night and day, beneath the blazing sun and the cold pale moon, through the dry heat of noon and the damp cold of night, in the grey light of morn and the red glare of eve. So heedless was he of time or object that, being bound for Athens, he wandered as far out of his way as Bath. There was no city where Bath stands then. There was no vestige of human habitation or sign of man's resort to bear the name. But there was the same noble country, the same broad expanse of hill and dale, the same beautiful channel stealing on, far away, the same lofty mountains which, like the troubles of life, viewed at a distance and partially obscured by the bright mist of its morning, lose their ruggedness and asperity, and seem all ease and softness. Moved by the gentle beauty of the scene, the prince sank upon the green turf and bathed his swollen feet in his tears. "Oh," said the unhappy Bladud, clasping his hands and mournfully raising his eyes towards the sky, "would that my wanderings might end here. Would that these grateful tears with which I now mourn hope misplaced and love despised might flow in peace forever. The wish was heard. It was in the time of the heathen deities, who used occasionally to take people at their words with a promptness, in some cases, extremely awkward. The ground opened beneath the prince's feet. He sank into the chasm, and instantaneously it closed upon his head forever, save where his hot tears welled up through the earth, and where they have continued to gush forth ever since. It is observable that, to this day, large numbers of elderly ladies and gentlemen who have been disappointed in procuring partners, and almost as many young ones who are anxious to obtain them, repair annually to Bath to drink the waters from which they derive much strength and comfort. This is most complimentary to the virtue of Prince Bladud's tears, and strongly corroborative of the veracity of this legend. Mr. Pickwick yawned several times when he had arrived at the end of this little manuscript, carefully refolded and replaced it in the inkstand drawer, and then, with a countenance expressive of the utmost weariness, lighted his chamber candle and went upstairs to bed. He stopped at Mr. Dowler's door, according to custom, and knocked to say good night. "Ah," said Dowler, "going to bed? I wish I was. Dismal night. Windy, isn't it?" "Very," said Mr. Pickwick. "Good night." "Good night." Mr. Pickwick went to his bedchamber, and Mr. Dowler resumed his seat before the fire, in fulfillment of his rash promise to sit up till his wife came home. There are few things more worrying than sitting up for somebody, especially if that somebody be at a party. You cannot help thinking how quickly the time passes with them, which drags so heavily with you, and the more you think of this, the more your hopes of their speedy arrival decline. Clocks tick so loud, too, when you are sitting up alone, and you seem as if you had an undergarment of cobwebs on. First, something tickles your right knee, and then the same sensation irritates your left. You have no sooner changed your position than it comes again in the arms. When you have fidgeted your limbs into all sorts of queer shapes, you have a sudden relapse in the nose, which you rub as if to rub it off, as there is no doubt you would if you could. Eyes, too, are mere personal inconveniences, and the wick of one candle gets 1.5 inches long while you are snuffing the other. These and various other little nervous annoyances render sitting up for a length of time after everybody else has gone to bed anything but a cheerful amusement. This was just Mr. Dowler's opinion as he sat before the fire and felt honestly indignant with all the inhuman people at the party who were keeping him up. He was not put into better humor either by the reflection that he had taken it into his head early in the evening to think he had got an ache there and so stopped at home. At length, after several droppings asleep and fallings forward towards the bars and catchings backward soon enough to prevent being branded in the face, Mr. Dowler made up his mind that he would throw himself on the bed in the back room and think, not sleep, of course. "I'm a heavy sleeper," said Mr. Dowler as he flung himself on the bed. "I must keep awake. I suppose I shall hear a knock here. Yes, I thought so. I can hear the watchman. There he goes. Fainter now, though, a little fainter. He's turning the corner. Ah!" When Mr. Dowler arrived at this point, he turned the corner at which he had been long hesitating and fell fast asleep. Just as the clock struck 3, there was blown into the crescent a sedan chair with Mrs. Dowler inside, borne by one short, fat chairman and one long, thin one, who had had much ado to keep their bodies perpendicular, to say nothing of the chair. But on that high ground, and in the crescent, which the wind swept round and round as if it were going to tear the paving stones up, its fury was tremendous. They were very glad to set the chair down and give a good round, loud, double knock at the street door. They waited some time, but nobody came. "Servants is in the arms of Porpoise, I think," said the short chairman, warming his hands at the attendant link boy's torch. "I wish he'd give 'em a squeeze and wake 'em," observed the long one. "Knock again, will you, if you please?" cried Mrs. Dowler from the chair. "Knock 2 or 3 times, if you please." The short man was quite willing to get the job over as soon as possible, so he stood on the step and gave 4 or 5 most startling double knocks, of 8 or 10 knocks apiece, while the long man went into the road and looked up at the windows for a light. Nobody came. It was all as silent and dark as ever. "Dear me," said Mrs. Dowler, "you must knock again, if you please." "There ain't a bell, is there, ma'am?" said the short chairman. "Yes, there is," interposed the link boy. "I've been a-ringing at it ever so long." "It's only a handle," said Mrs. Dowler. "The wire's broken." "I wish the servants' heads was," growled the long man. "I must trouble you to knock again, if you please," said Mrs. Dowler with the utmost politeness. The short man did knock again several times, without producing the smallest effect. The tall man, growing very impatient, then relieved him, and kept on perpetually knocking, double knocks of 2 loud knocks each, like an insane postman. At length Mr. Winkle began to dream that he was at a club, and that the members being very refractory, the chairman was obliged to hammer the table a good deal to preserve order. Then he had a confused notion of an auction room where there were no bidders, and the auctioneer was buying everything in, and ultimately he began to think it just within the bounds of possibility that somebody might be knocking at the street door. To make quite certain, however, he remained quiet in bed for 10 minutes or so and listened, and when he had counted 2 or 3 and 30 knocks, he felt quite satisfied, and gave himself a great deal of credit for being so wakeful. Rap, 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 went the knocker. Mr. Winkle jumped out of bed, wondering very much what could possibly be the matter, and hastily putting on his stockings and slippers, folded his dressing-gown round him, lighted a flat candle from the rushlight that was burning in the fireplace, and hurried downstairs. "Here's somebody comin' at last, ma'am," said the short chairman. "I wish I was behind him with the bread all," muttered the long one. "Who's there?" cried Mr. Winkle, undoing the chain. "Don't stop to ask questions, cast-iron head," replied the long man with great disgust, taking it for granted that the inquirer was a footman, "but open the door." "Come, look sharp, timber eyelids," added the other encouragingly. Mr. Winkle, being half asleep, obeyed the command mechanically, opened the door a little, and peeped out. The first thing he saw was the red glare of the link boy's torch. Startled by the sudden fear that the house might be on fire, he hastily threw the door wide open, and holding the candle above his head, stared eagerly before him, not quite certain whether what he saw was a sedan chair or a fire engine. At this instant there came a violent gust of wind. The light was blown out. Mr. Winkle felt himself irresistibly impelled onto the steps, and the door blew to with a loud crash. "Well, young man, now you have done it," said the short chairman. Mr. Winkle, catching sight of a lady's face at the window of the sedan, turned hastily round, plied the knocker with all his might and main, and called frantically upon the chairman to take the chair away again. Take it away, cried Mr. Winkle. "Here's somebody coming out of another house. Put me into the chair. Hide me. Do something with me." All this time he was shivering with cold, and every time he raised his hand to the knocker, the wind took the dressing-gown in a most unpleasant manner. "The people are coming down the crescent now. There are ladies with them. Cover me up with something. Stand before me," roared Mr. Winkle. But the chairmen were too much exhausted with laughing to afford him the slightest assistance, and the ladies were every moment approaching nearer and nearer. Mr. Winkle gave a last hopeless knock. The ladies were only a few doors off. He threw away the extinguished candle, which all this time he had held above his head, and fairly bolted into the sedan chair where Mrs. Dowler was. Now Mrs. Craddock had heard the knocking and the voices at last, and only waiting to put something smarter on her head than her nightcap, ran down into the front drawing-room to make sure that it was the right party. Throwing up the window sash as Mr. Winkle was rushing into the chair, she no sooner caught sight of what was going forward below than she raised a vehement and dismal shriek and implored Mr. Dowler to get up directly, for his wife was running away with another gentleman. Upon this, Mr. Dowler bounced off the bed as abruptly as an india-rubber ball, and rushing into the front room, arrived at one window just as Mr. Pickwick threw up the other, when the first object that met the gaze of both was Mr. Winkle bolting into the sedan chair. "Watchman!" shouted Dowler furiously. "Stop him! Hold him! Keep him tight! Shut him in till I come down! I'll cut his throat! Give me a knife, from ear to ear! Mrs. Craddock, I will!" And breaking from the shrieking landlady and from Mr. Pickwick, the indignant husband seized a small supper knife and tore into the street. But Mr. Winkle didn't wait for him. He no sooner heard the horrible threat of the valorous Dowler than he bounced out of the sedan quite as quickly as he had bounced in, and throwing off his slippers into the road, took to his heels and tore round the crescent, hotly pursued by Dowler and the watchman. He kept ahead. The door was open as he came round the second time. He rushed in, slammed it in Dowler's face, mounted to his bedroom, locked the door, piled a wash-hand stand, chest of drawers, and a table against it, and packed up a few necessaries ready for flight with the first ray of morning. Dowler came up to the outside of the door, avowed through the keyhole his steadfast determination of cutting Mr. Winkle's throat next day, and after a great confusion of voices in the drawing-room, amidst which that of Mr. Pickwick was distinctly heard endeavouring to make peace, the inmates dispersed to their several bedchambers, and all was quiet once more. It is not unlikely that the inquiry may be made where Mr. Weller was all this time. We will state where he was in the next chapter. End of chapter 36.
The Pickwick Papers, Chapter 37. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, go to www.librivox.org. This recording by Patty Brugman. Honorably accounts for Mr. Weller's absence by describing a soiree to which he was invited and went. Also relates how he was entrusted by Mr. Pickwick with a private mission of delicacy and importance. "Mr. Weller," said Mrs. Craddock upon the morning of this very eventful day, "here's a letter for you." "Werry odd that," said Sam. "I'm afeard there must be something the matter, for I don't recollect any gentleman in my circle of acquaintance as is capable of writing one." "Perhaps something uncommon has taken place," observed Mrs. Craddock. "Must be something werry uncommon indeed as could produce a letter out of a friend of mine," replied Sam, shaking his head dubiously. "Nothing less than a natural conwulsion, as the young gentleman observed, then he was took with fits." "It can't be from the governor," said Sam, looking at that direction. "He always prints. I know, 'cause he learnt writing from the large bills in the booking offices. It's a werry strange thing now where this here letter can have come from." As Sam said this, he did what a great many people do when they are uncertain about the writer of a note. Looked at the seal, and then at the front, and then at the back, and then at the sides, and then at the superscription, and as a last resource, thought perhaps as he might as well look inside and try to find out from that. "It's wrote all on gilt edge," said Sam, as he unfolded it, "and sealed in bronze wax with the top of the door key. Now for it." And with a very grave face, Mr. Weller slowly read as follows. "A select company of the Bath footmen presents their compliments to Mr. Weller, and requests the pleasure of his company this evening to a friendly soiree, consisting of a boiled leg of mutton with the usual trimmings. The soiree to be on table at 9:30 punctually." This was enclosed in another note, which ran thus. "Mr. John Smacker, the gentleman who had the pleasure of meeting Mr. Weller at the house of their mutual acquaintance, Mr. Bantam, a few days since, begs to enclose Mr. Weller the herewith invitation. If Mr. Weller will call on Mr. John Smacker at 9 o'clock, Mr. John Smacker will have the pleasure of introducing Mr. Weller. Signed, John Smacker." The envelope was directed to Weller, ESQ, at Mr. Pickwick's, and in a parenthesis on the left-hand corner were the words Ari Bell, as an instruction to the bearer. "Vell," said Sam, "this is coming it rather powerful, is it? I never heard of a boiled leg of mutton called a soiree before. I wonder what they call a roast one." However, without waiting to debate the point, Sam at once betook himself into the presence of Mr. Pickwick and requested leave of absence for that evening, which was readily granted. With this permission, and with the street door key, Sam Weller issued forth a little before the appointed time and strolled leisurely toward Queen Square, which he no sooner gained than he had the satisfaction of beholding Mr. John Smocker leaning his powdered head against a lamp-post at a short distance off, smoking a cigar through an amber tube. "How do you do, Mr. Weller?" said Mr. John Smocker, raising his hat gracefully with one hand, while he gently waved the other in a condescending manner. "How do you do, sir?" "Why, reasonably convalescent," replied Sam. "How do you find yourself, my dear fellow?" "Only so-so," said Mr. John Smocker. "Ah, you've been a-working too hard," observed Sam. "I was fearful you would. It wouldn't do, you know. You must not give way to that uncompromising spirit of yourn." "It's not so much that, Mr. Weller," replied Mr. John Smocker, "as bad wine. I'm afraid I've been dissipating." "Oh, that's it, is it?" said Sam. "That's a very bad complaint, then." "And yet the temptation, you see, Mr. Weller," observed Mr. John Smocker. "Ah, to be sure," said Sam. "Plunged into the very vortex of society, you know, Mr. Weller," said Mr. John Smocker with a sigh. "Dreadful indeed," rejoined Sam. "But it's always the way," said Mr. John Smocker. "If your destiny leads you into public life and public station, you must expect to be subjected to temptations which other people is free from, Mr. Weller." "Precisely what my uncle said when he went into the public line," remarked Sam, "and very right the old gentleman was, for he drank himself to death in something less than a quarter." Mr. John Smocker looked deeply indignant at the parallel being drawn between himself and the deceased gentleman in question. But as Sam's face was in the most immovable state of calmness, he thought better of it and looked affable again. "Perhaps we had better be walking," said Mr. Smocker, consulting a copper timepiece which dwelt at the bottom of a deep watch-pocket and was raised to the surface by means of a black string with a copper key at the other end. "Perhaps we had," replied Sam, "or they'll do the soiree, and that'll spoil it." "Have you drank the waters, Mr. Weller?" inquired his companion as they walked toward High Street. "Once," replied Sam. "What did you think of 'em, sir?" "I thought they was particular unpleasant," replied Sam. "Ah," said Mr. John Smocker, "you disliked the kilty-beat taste, perhaps." "I don't know much about that air," said Sam. "I thought they'd a very strong flavour of the warm flat-irons." "That is the killybeat, Mr. Weller," observed Mr. John Smocker contemptuously. "Well, if it is, it's a very inexpensive word, that's all," said Sam. "It may be, but I ain't much in the chemical line myself, so I can't say." And here, to the great horror of Mr. John Smocker, Mr. Weller began to whistle. "I beg your pardon, Mr. Weller," said Mr. John Smocker, agonized at the exceedingly ungenteel sound. "Will you take my arm?" "Thank you, you're very good, but I don't deprive you of it," replied Sam. "I've rather a way of putting my hands in my pockets, if it's all the same to you." As Sam said this, he suited the action to the word, and whistled far louder than before. "This way," said his new friend, apparently much relieved, as they turned down a by-street. "We shall soon be there." "Shall we?" said Sam, quite unmoved by the announcement of his close vicinity to the select footman of Bath. "Yes," said John Smocker. "Don't be alarmed, Mr. Weller." "Oh, no," said Sam. "You'll see some very handsome uniforms, Mr. Weller," continued Mr. John Smocker, "and perhaps you'll find some of the gentlemen rather high at first, you know, but they'll soon come round." "That's very kind on 'em," replied Sam. "And you know," resumed Mr. John Smocker with an air of sublime protection, "you know, as you're a stranger, perhaps, they'll be rather hard upon you at first." "They won't be very cruel, though, will they?" inquired Sam. "No, no," replied Mr. John Smucker, pulling forth the fox's head and taking a gentlemanly pinch. "There are some funny dogs among us, and they will have their joke, you know. But you mustn't mind 'em, you mustn't mind 'em. I'll try to bear up agin such a regular knock-down of talent," replied Sam. "That's right," said Mr. John Smucker, putting up the fox's head and elevating his tone. "I'll stand by you." By this time they had reached a small greengrocer's shop, which Mr. John Smucker entered, followed by Sam, who, the moment he got behind him, relapsed into a series of the very broadest and most unmitigated grins, and manifested other demonstrations of being in a highly enviable state of inward merriment. Crossing the greengrocer's shop and putting their hats on the stairs in a little passage behind it, they walked into a small parlour, and here the full splendour of the scene burst upon Mr. Weller's view. A couple of tables were put together in the middle of the parlour, covered with 3 or 4 cloths of different ages and dates of washing, arranged to look as much like one as the circumstances of the case would allow. Upon these were laid knives and forks for 6 or 8 people. Some of the knife handles were green, others red, and a few yellow. And as all the forks were black, the combination of colours was exceedingly striking. Plates for the corresponding number of guests were warming behind the fender, and the guests themselves were warming before it, the chief and most important of whom appeared to be the stoutish man, in a bright crimson coat with long tails, vividly red breeches, and a cocked hat, who was standing with his back to the fire and had apparently just entered, for beside the retaining his cocked hat on his head, he carried in his hand a high stick, such as a gentleman of his profession usually elevate in a sloping position over the roofs of carriages. "Smucker, my lad, you're fin," said the gentleman with the cocked hat. Mr. Smucker dovetailed the top joint of his right-hand little finger into that of the gentleman with the cocked hat, and said he was charmed to see him looking so well. "Why, then they tell me I am looking pretty blooming," said the man with the cocked hat, "and it's a wonder, too. I have been following our old woman about 2 hours a day for the last fortnight, and if a constant contemplation of the manner in which she hooks and eyes that infernal lavender-coloured old gown of hers behind isn't enough to throw anybody into a low state of despondency for life, stop my quarter's salary." At this the assembled selections laughed very heartily, and one gentleman in a yellow waistcoat with a coach trimming border whispered to a neighbour in green foil smalls that Tuckle was in spirits tonight. "By the by," said Mr. Tuckle, "Smucker, my boy, you—" The remainder of the sentence was forwarded into Mr. Smucker's ear by whisper. "Oh, my dear, I quite forgot," said Mr. John Smucker. "Gentlemen, my good friend, Mr. Weller." "Sorry to keep the fire off you, Weller," said Mr. Tuckle with a familiar nod. "Hope you're not cold, Weller." "Not by no means blazes," replied Sam. "It'd be a wery chilly subject as felt cold when you stood opposite. You'd save coals if they put you behind the fender of the waiting-room in a public office, you would." At this retort appeared to convey rather a personal allusion to Mr. Tuckle's crimson livery. That gentleman looked majestic for a few seconds, but gradually edging away from the fire, broke into a forced smile, and said it wasn't bad. "Very much obliged for your good opinion, sir," replied Sam. "We shan't get on by degrees, I dare say. We'd better try one by and by." At this point the conversation was interrupted by the arrival of a gentleman in orange-coloured plush, accompanied by another selection in purple cloth with a great extent of stocking. The newcomers having been welcomed by the old ones, Mr. Tuckle put the question that supper be ordered in, which was carried unanimously. The greengrocer and his wife then arranged upon the table a boiled leg of mutton, hot, with caper sauce, turnips, and potatoes. Mr. Tuckle took the chair, and was supported at the other end of the board by a gentleman in orange plush. The greengrocer put on a pair of wash-leather gloves to hand the plates with, and stationed himself behind Mr. Tuckle's chair. "Harris," said Mr. Tuckle in a commanding tone. "Sir," said the greengrocer. "Have you got your gloves on?" "Yes, sir." "Then take the kiver off." "Yes, sir." The greengrocer did as he was told, with a show of great humility, and obsequiously handed Mr. Tuckle the carving knife, in doing which he accidentally gaped. "What do you mean by that, sir?" said Mr. Tuckle with great asperity. "I beg your pardon, sir," replied the crestfallen greengrocer. "I didn't mean to do it, sir. I was up very late last night, sir." "I tell you what my opinion of you is, Harris," said Mr. Tuckle with a most impressive air. "You're a vulgar beast." "I hope, gentlemen," said Harris, "that you won't be severe with me, gentlemen. I'm very much obliged to you indeed, gentlemen, for your patronage, and also for your recommendations, gentlemen. Whenever additional assistance in waiting is required, I hope, gentlemen, I give satisfaction." "No, you don't, sir," said Mr. Tuckle. "Very far from it, sir." "We consider you an attentive rascal," said the gentleman in the orange plush. "And a low thief," added the gentleman in the green foil smalls. "And an unreclaimable blackguard," said the gentleman in purple. The poor greengrocer bowed very humbly while these little epithets were bestowed upon him in a true spirit of the very smallest tyranny, and when everybody had said something to show his superiority, Mr. Tuckle proceeded to carve the leg of mutton, and to help the company. This important business of the evening had hardly commenced when the door was thrown briskly open, and another gentleman in a light blue suit and leaden buttons made his appearance. "Against the rules," said Mr. Tuckle. "Too late, too late." "No, no, positively I couldn't help it," said the gentleman in blue. "I appeal to the company. An affair of gallantry now, an appointment at the theatre." "Oh, that indeed," said the gentleman in the orange plush. "Yes, rally now, honour bright," said the man in blue. "I made a promise to fetch our youngest daughter at 10:30, and she is such an uncommonly fine gal that I rarely had the art to disappoint her. No offence to the present company, sir. But a petticoat, sir, a petticoat is irrevocable." "I began to suspect there's something in that quarter," said Tuckle, as the newcomer took his seat next to Sam. "I remarked once or twice that she leans very heavy on your shoulder when she gets in and out of the carriage." "Oh, rally, rally, Tuckle, you shouldn't," said the man in blue. "It's not fair. I may have said to one or two friends that she was a very divine creature, and had refused one or two offers without any obvious cause, but no, 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 indeed, Tuckle. Before strangers, too, it's not right. You shouldn't. Delicacy, my dear friend, delicacy." And the man in blue, pulling up his neckerchief and adjusting his coat cuffs, nodded and frowned as if there were more behind which he should say if he liked, but was bound in honour to suppress. The man in blue, being a light-haired, stiff-necked, free and easy sort of footman, with a swaggering air and a pert face, had attracted Mr. Weller's especial attention at first, but when he began to come out of his way, Sam felt more than ever disposed to cultivate his acquaintance. So he launched himself into the conversation at once with characteristic independence. "Your health, sir," said Sam. "I like your conversation much. I think it's very pretty." At this the man in blue smiled, as if it were a compliment he was well used to, but looked approvingly on Sam at the same time, and said he hoped he should be better acquainted with him, for without any flattery at all he seemed to have the making of a very nice fellow about him, and to be just the man after his own heart. "You're very good, sir," said Sam. "What a lucky fellow you are." "How do you mean?" inquired the gentleman in blue. "That here young lady," replied Sam. "She knows what's what, she does." "Ah, I see." Mr. Weller closed one eye and shook his head from side to side in a manner which was highly gratifying to the personal vanity of the gentleman in blue. "I'm afraid you're a cunning fellow, Mr. Weller," said that individual. "No, no," said Sam. "I leave all that there to you. It's a great deal more in your way than mine, as the gentleman on the right side of the garden rail has said to the man on the wrong side when the mad bull was a-coming up the lane." "Well, well, Mr. Weller," said the gentleman in blue. "I think she has remarked my air and manner, Mr. Weller. I think she couldn't very well be off of that," said Sam. "Have you any little thing of that kind in hand, sir?" inquired the favoured gentleman in blue, drawing a toothpick from his waistcoat. "Not exactly," said Sam. "There's no daughters at my place, else of course I should have made up fun on 'em. As it is, I don't think I can do with anything under a female marquise. I may take up with a young woman of large property as hasn't a title, if she made very fierce love to me, naught else." "Of course not, Mr. Weller," said the gentleman in blue. "One can't be troubled, you know. And we know, Mr. Weller, we who are men of the world, that a good uniform must work its way with a woman sooner or later. In fact, that's the only thing between you and me that makes the service worth entering into." "Just so," said Sam. "That's it, of course." When this confidential dialogue had gone thus far, glasses were placed round, and every gentleman ordered what he liked best before the public-house shut up. The gentleman in blue and the man in orange, who were the chief exquisites of the party, ordered cold srub and water. But with the others, gin and water sweet appeared to be the favourite beverage. Sam called the greengrocer a desperate villain, and ordered a large bowl of punch, two circumstances which seemed to raise him very much in the opinion of the selections. "Gentlemen," said the man in blue with an air of the most consummate dandyism, "I'll give you the ladies. Come." "Here, here," said Sam, "the young Mrs. Here there was a loud cry of "Order!" and Mr. John Smucker, as the gentleman who had introduced Mr. Weller into the company, begged to inform him that the word he had just made use of was unparliamentary. "Which word was that there, sir?" inquired Sam. "Mrs.'s, sir," replied Mr. John Smucker with the alarming frown. "We don't recognize such distinctions here." "Oh, very good," said Sam. "Then I'll amend the observation and call 'em the dear creatures, if Blazes will allow me." Some doubt appeared to exist in the mind of the gentleman in the green foil smalls whether the chairman could be legally appealed to as Blazes. But as the company seemed more disposed to stand upon their own rights than his, the question was not raised. The man with the cocked hat breathed short and looked long at Sam, but apparently thought it as well as to say nothing in the case that he should get the worst of it. After a short silence, a gentleman in an embroidered coat reaching down to his heels and a waistcoat of the same, which kept one half of his legs warm, stirred his gin and water with great energy, and putting himself upon his feet all at once, by a violent effort, said he was desirous of offering a few remarks to the company, whereupon the person in the cocked hat had had no doubt that the company would be very happy to hear any remarks that the man in the long coat might wish to offer. "I feel a great delicacy, gentlemen, in coming forward," said the man in the long coat, "having the misfortune to be a coachman and being only admitted as an honorary member of these agreeable soirees. But I do feel myself bound, gentlemen, drove into a corner, if I may use the expression, to make known an afflicting circumstance which has come to my knowledge, which has happened, I may say, with the soap of everyday contemplation. Gentlemen, our friend, Mr. Whiffers," everybody looked at the individual in orange, "our friend, Mr. Whiffers, has resigned." Universal astonishment fell upon the hearers. Each gentleman looked at his neighbour's face, and then transferred his glance to the upstanding coachman. "You may well be surprised, gentlemen," said the coachman. "I will not venture to state the reasons of this irreparable loss to the surface, but I will beg Mr. Whiffers to state them himself for the improvement and imitation of his admiring friends." The suggestion being loudly approved of, Mr. Whiffers explained. He said he certainly could have wished to have continued to hold the appointment he had just resigned. The uniform was extremely rich and expensive, the females of the family was most agreeable, and the duties of the situation was not, he was bound to say, too heavy. The principal service that was required of him being that he should look out of the hall window as much as possible, in company with the other gentleman who had also resigned. He could have wished to have spared that company the painful and disgusting detail on which he was about to enter, but as the explanation had been demanded of him, he had no alternative but to state boldly and distinctly that he had been required to eat cold meat. It is impossible to conceive the disgust which this avowal awakened in the bosoms of the hearers. Loud cries of shame, mingled with groans and hisses, prevailed for a quarter of an hour. Mr. Whiffers then added that he feared a portion of this outrage might be traced to his own forbearing and accommodating disposition. He had a distinct recollection of having once consented to eat salt butter, and he had moreover, on an occasion of sudden sickness in the house, so far forgotten himself as to carry a coal scuttle up to the second floor. He trusted he had not lowered himself in the good opinion of his friends by this frank confession of his faults, and he hoped the promptness with which he had resented the last unmanly outrage on his feelings, to which he had referred, would reinstate him in their good opinions if he had. Mr. Whiffer's address was responded to with a shout of admiration, and the health of the interesting martyr was drunk in a most enthusiastic manner. For this the martyr returned thanks and proposed their visitors Mr. Weller, a gentleman whom he had not had the pleasure of an intimate acquaintance with, but who was the friend of Mr. John Smocker, which was a sufficient letter of recommendation to any society of gentlemen whatever and wherever. On this account he should have been disposed to have given Mr. Weller's health with all the honours if his friend had been drinking wine, but as they were taking spirits by way of a change, and as it might be inconvenient to empty a tumbler at every toast, he should propose that the honours be understood. At the conclusion of this speech everybody took a sip in honour of Sam, and Sam, having ladled out and drunk 2 full glasses of punch in honour of himself, returned thanks in a neat speech. "Very much obliged to you, old fellows," said Sam, ladling away at the punch in the most unembarrassed manner possible, "for this here compliment, which, comin' from such a quarter, is wery overwhelming. I've heard a good deal on you as a body, but I will say I never thought you was such uncommon nice men as I find you air. I only hope you'll take care of yourselves and not compromise nothing or your dignity, which is a wery charming thing to see when one's out walking, and has always made me wery happy to look at, ever since I was a boy about half as high as the brass-headed stick on my wery respectable friend Blazes there. As to the victim oppression of this suit of brimstone, all I can say of him is that I hope he'll get just as good a berth as he deserves, in which case a wery little cold soiree as ever he'll be troubled with again." Here Sam sat down with a pleasant smile, and his speech having been vociferously applauded, the company broke up. "Why, you don't mean to say you're a-goin', old feller?" said Sam to his old friend Mr. John Smocker. "I must indeed," said John Smocker. "I promised Bantam." "Oh, very well," said Sam. "That's another thing. Perhaps he'd resign if you disappointed him. You ain't a-goin', Blazes?" "Yes, I am," said the man with the cocked hat. "What, and leave 3/4 a bowl of punch behind you?" said Sam. "Nonsense! Sit down again." Mr. Tuckle was not proof against this invitation. He laid aside the cocked hat and stick which he had just taken up, and said he would have 1 glass for good fellowship's sake. As the gentleman in blue went home the same way as Mr. Tuckle, he was prevailed upon to stop too. When the punch was about half gone, Sam ordered in some oysters from the greengrocer's shop, and the effect of both was extremely exhilarating, that Mr. Tuckle, dressed out with the cocked hat and stick, danced the frog hornpipe among the shells on the table, while the gentleman in blue played and accompanied upon an ingenious musical instrument formed with a hair comb and a curl paper. At last, when the punch was all gone, and the night nearly so, they sallied forth to see each other home. Mr. Tuckle no sooner got into the open air than he was seized with a sudden desire to lie on the curbstone. Sam thought it would be a pity to contradict him, and so let him have his own way. As the cocked hat would have been spoilt if left there, Sam very considerately flattened it down on the head of the gentleman in blue, and, putting the big stick in the hand, propped him up against his own street door, rang the bell, and walked quietly home. At a much earlier hour next morning than his usual time of rising, Mr. Pickwick walked downstairs completely dressed and rang the bell. "Sam," said Mr. Pickwick when Mr. Weller appeared in reply to the summons, "shut the door." Mr. Weller did so. "There was an unfortunate occurrence here last night, Sam," said Mr. Pickwick, "which gave Mr. Winkle some cause to apprehend violence from Mr. Dowler." "So I've heard from the old lady downstairs, sir," replied Sam. "And I'm sorry to say, Sam," continued Mr. Pickwick with a most perplexed countenance, "that in dread of this violence Mr. Winkle has gone away." "Gone away?" said Sam. "Left the house early this morning without the slightest previous communication with me," replied Mr. Pickwick, "and is gone I know not where." "He should have stopped and fought it out, sir," replied Sam contemptuously. "It would take much to settle that here Dowler, sir." "Well, Sam," said Mr. Pickwick, "I may have my doubts of his great bravery and determination also, but however that may be, Mr. Winkle is gone. He must be found, Sam, found and brought back to me." "And suppose he won't come back, sir?" said Sam. "He must be made, Sam," said Mr. Winkle. "Who's to do it, sir?" inquired Sam with a little smile. "You," replied Mr. Pickwick. "Very good, sir." With these words Mr. Weller left the room, and immediately afterwards was heard to shut the street door. In 2 hours' time he returned, with as much coolness as if he had been dispatched on the most ordinary message possible, and brought the information that an individual in every respect answering to Mr. Winkle's description had gone over to Bristol that morning by the branch coach from the Royal Hotel. "Sam," said Mr. Pickwick, grasping his hand, "you're a capital fellow, an invaluable fellow. You must follow him, Sam." "Certainly, sir," replied Mr. Weller. "The instant you discover him, write to me immediately, Sam," said Mr. Pickwick. "If he attempts to run away from you, knock him down or lock him up. You have my full authority, Sam." "I'll be very careful, sir," rejoined Sam. "You'll tell him," said Mr. Pickwick, "that I am highly excited, highly displeased, and naturally indignant at the very extraordinary course he has thought proper to pursue." "I will, sir," replied Sam. "You'll tell him," said Mr. Pickwick, "that if he does not come back to this very house with you, he will come back with me, for I will come and fetch him." "I'll mention that 'ere, sir," rejoined Sam. "You think you can find him, Sam?" said Mr. Pickwick, looking earnestly in his face. "Oh, I'll find him if he's anywhere," rejoined Sam with great confidence. "Very well," said Mr. Pickwick. "Then the sooner you go, the better." With these instructions, Mr. Pickwick placed the sum of money in the hands of his faithful servitor, and ordered him to start for Bristol immediately, in pursuit of the fugitive. Sam put a few necessaries in a carpet-bag, and was ready for starting. He stopped when he had got to the end of the passage, and walking quietly back, thrust his head in at the parlour door. "Sir," whispered Sam. "Well, Sam," said Mr. Pickwick. "I fully understands my instructions, do I, sir?" inquired Sam. "I hope so," said Mr. Pickwick. "It's regular understood about the knocking down, is it, sir?" inquired Sam. "Perfectly," replied Mr. Pickwick. "Thoroughly. Do what you think necessary. You have my orders." Sam gave a nod of intelligence, and withdrawing his head from the door, set forth on his pilgrimage with a light heart. End of chapter 37.
Chapter 38 of the Pickwick Papers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Evers. The Pickwick Papers by Charles Dickens. Chapter 38. How Mr. Winkle, when he stepped out of the frying pan, walked gently and comfortably into the fire. The ill-starred gentleman who had been the unfortunate cause of the unusual noise and disturbance which alarmed the inhabitants of the Royal Crescent in manner and form already described, after passing a night of great confusion and anxiety, left the roof beneath which his friend still slumbered, bound he knew not whither. The excellent and considerate feelings which prompted Mr. Winkle to take this step can never be too highly appreciated or too warmly extolled. If, reasoned Mr. Winkle with himself, if this Dowler attempts, as I have no doubt he will, to carry into execution his threat of personal violence against myself, it will be incumbent on me to call him out. He has a wife. That wife is attached to and dependent on him. Heavens! If I should kill him in the blindness of my wrath, what will be my feelings ever afterwards? This painful consideration operated so powerfully on the feelings of the humane young man as to cause his knees to knock together and his countenance to exhibit alarming manifestations of inward emotion. Impelled by such reflections, he grasped his carpet-bag and, creeping stealthily downstairs, shut the detestable street door with as little noise as possible, and walked off. Bending his steps towards the Royal Hotel, he found a coach on the point of starting for Bristol, and, thinking Bristol as good a place for his purpose as any other he could go to, he mounted the box and reached his place of destination in such time as the pair of horses, who went the whole stage and back again twice a day or more, could be reasonably supposed to arrive there. He took up his quarters at the Bush, and designing to postpone any communication by letter with Mr. Pickwick until it was probable that Mr. Dowler's wrath might have in some degree evaporated, walked forth to view the city, which struck him as being a shade more dirty than any place he had ever seen. Having inspected the docks and shipping and viewed the cathedral, he inquired his way to Clifton, and being directed thither, took the route which was pointed out to him. But, as the pavements of Bristol are not the widest or cleanest upon earth, so its streets are not altogether the straightest or least intricate. And Mr. Winkle, being greatly puzzled by their manifold windings and twistings, looked about him for a decent shop in which he could apply afresh for counsel and instruction. His eye fell upon a newly painted tenement which had been recently converted into something between a shop and a private house, and which a red lamp projecting over the fanlight of the street door would have sufficiently announced as the residence of a medical practitioner, even if the word surgery had not been inscribed in golden characters on a wainscot ground above the window of what, in times bygone, had been the front parlour. Thinking this an eligible place wherein to make his inquiries, Mr. Winkle stepped into the little shop where the gilt-labelled drawers and bottles were, and, finding nobody there, knocked with a half-crown on the counter to attract the attention of anybody who might happen to be in the back parlour, which he judged to be the innermost and peculiar sanctum of the establishment, from the repetition of the word surgery on the door, painted in white letters this time, by way of taking off the monotony. At the first knock, a sound as of persons fencing with firearms, which had until now been very audible, suddenly ceased. At the second, a studious-looking young gentleman in green spectacles, with a very large book in his hand, glided quietly into the shop, and stepping behind the counter, requested to know the visitor's pleasure. "I'm sorry to trouble you, sir," said Mr. Winkle, "but will you have the goodness to direct me to—" "Ha, ha, ha!" roared the studious young gentleman, throwing the large book up into the air, and catching it with great dexterity at the very moment when it threatened to smash to atoms all the bottles on the counter. "Here's a start!" There was, without doubt, for Mr. Winkle was so very much astonished at the extraordinary behaviour of the medical gentleman that he involuntarily retreated towards the door, and looked very much disturbed at his strange reception. "What, don't you know me?" said the medical gentleman. Mr. Winkle murmured in reply that he had not had that pleasure. "Why, then," said the medical gentleman, "there are hopes for me yet. I may attend half the old women in Bristol if I've decent luck. Get out, you mouldy old villain, get out!" With this adjuration, which was addressed to the large book, the medical gentleman kicked the volume with remarkable agility to the farther end of the shop, and, pulling off his green spectacles, grinned the identical grin of Robert Sawyer, Esquire, formerly of Guy's Hospital in the Borough, with a private residence in Lant Street. "You don't mean to say you weren't down upon me?" said Mr. Bob Sawyer, shaking Mr. Winkle's hand with friendly warmth. "Upon my word, I was not," replied Mr. Winkle, returning his pressure. "I wonder you didn't see the name," said Bob Sawyer, calling his friend's attention to the outer door, on which, in the same white paint, were traced the words, "Sawyer, late knock 'em off." "It never caught my eye," returned Mr. Winkle. "Lord, if I'd known who you were, I should have rushed out and caught you in my arms," said Bob Sawyer. "But upon my life I thought you were the King's taxes." "No," said Mr. Winkle. "I did indeed," responded Bob Sawyer, "and I was just going to say that I wasn't at home, but if you'd leave a message I'd be sure to give it to myself, for he don't know me, no more does the lighting and paving. I think the church rates guesses who I am, and I know the waterworks does, because I drew a tooth of his when I first came down here. But come in, come in!" Chattering in this way, Mr. Bob Sawyer pushed Mr. Winkle into the back room, where, amusing himself by boring little circular caverns in the chimney-piece with a red-hot poker, sat no less a person than Mr. Benjamin Allen. "Well," said Mr. Winkle, "this is indeed a pleasure I did not expect. What a very nice place you have here." Pretty well," replied Bob Sawyer. "I passed soon after that precious party, and my friends came down with the needful for this business. So I put on a black suit of clothes and a pair of spectacles, and came down here to look as solemn as I could." "And a very snug little business you have, no doubt," said Mr. Winkle knowingly. "Very," replied Bob Sawyer. "So snug that at the end of a few years you might put all the profits in a wine-glass and cover them over with a gooseberry leaf." "You cannot surely mean that," said Mr. Winkle. "The stock itself." "Dummies, my dear boy," said Bob Sawyer. "Half the drawers have nothing in them, and the other half don't open." "Nonsense," said Mr. Winkle. "Fact. Honour," returned Bob Sawyer, stepping out into the shop and demonstrating the veracity of the assertion by divers hard pulls at the little gilt knobs on the counterfeit drawers. "Hardly anything real in the shop but the leeches, and they are second-hand." "I shouldn't have thought it," exclaimed Mr. Winkle, much surprised. "I hope not," replied Bob Sawyer. "Else where's the use of appearances, eh? But what will you take? Do as we do? That's right. Ben, my fine fellow, put your hand into the cupboard and bring out the patent digester." Mr. Benjamin Allen smiled his readiness and produced from the closet at his elbow a black bottle half full of brandy. "You don't take water, of course?" said Bob Sawyer. "Thank you," replied Mr. Winkle. "It's rather early. I should like to qualify it, if you have no objection." "None in the least, if you can reconcile it to your conscience," replied Bob Sawyer, tossing off as he spoke a glass of the liquor with great relish. "Ben, the pipkin!" Mr. Benjamin Allen drew forth from the same hiding-place a small brass pipkin, which Bob Sawyer observed he prided himself upon particularly because it looked so businesslike. The water in the professional pipkin having been made to boil, in course of time, by various little shovelfuls of coal, which Mr. Bob Sawyer took out of a practicable window-seat, labelled soda-water, Mr. Winkle adulterated his brandy, and the conversation was becoming general when it was interrupted by the entrance into the shop of a boy in a sober grey livery and a gold-laced hat, with a small covered basket under his arm, whom Mr. Bob Sawyer immediately hailed with, "Tom, you vagabond, come here!" The boy presented himself accordingly. "You've been stopping to overhaul the posts in Bristol, you idle young scamp," said Bob Sawyer. "No, sir, I haven't," replied the boy. "You'd better not," said Mr. Bob Sawyer with a threatening aspect. "Who do you suppose will ever employ a professional man when they see his boy playing at marbles in the gutter or flying the garter in the horse road? Have you no feeling for your profession, you groveller? Did you leave all the medicine?" "Yes, sir." "The powders for the child at the large house for the new family, and the pills to be taken 4 times a day at the ill-tempered old gentleman's with the gouty leg?" "Yes, sir." "Then shut the door and mind the shop." "Come," said Mr. Winkle, as the boy retired, "things are not quite so bad as you would have me believe, either. There is some medicine to be sent out." Mr. Bob Sawyer peeped into the shop to see that no stranger was within hearing, and leaning forward to Mr. Winkle, said in a low tone, "He leaves it all at the wrong houses." Mr. Winkle looked perplexed, and Bob Sawyer and his friend laughed. "Don't you see," said Bob, "he goes up to a house, rings the area bell, pokes a packet of medicine without a direction into the servant's hand, and walks off. Servant takes it into the dining-parlour, master opens it and reads the label, 'Draught to be taken at bedtime, pills as before, lotion as usual, the powder. From Sawyer's late knock-em-offs. Physician's prescriptions, click-click. physicians' prescriptions carefully preserved, and all the rest of it. Shows it to his wife, she reads the label, it goes down to the servants, they read the label. Next day, boy calls, very sorry, his mistake, immense business, great many parcels to deliver, Mr. Sawyer's compliments, late knock 'em off. The name gets known, and that's the thing, my boy, the medical way. Bless your heart, old fellow, it's better than all the advertising in the world. We've got one 4-ounce bottle that's been to half the houses in Bristol and hasn't done yet. Dear me, I see, observed Mr. Winkle. What an excellent plan. Oh, Ben and I have hit upon a dozen such, replied Mr. Bob Sawyer with great glee. The lamplighter has 18p a week to pull the night bell for 10 minutes every time he comes round. And my boy also rushes into the church just before the psalms, when the people have got nothing to do but look about 'em, and calls me out, with horror and dismay depicted on his countenance. Bless my soul, everybody says. Somebody taken suddenly ill. Sawyer, late Knockamoff, sent for. What a business that young man has. At the termination of this disclosure of some of the mysteries of medicine, Mr. Bob Sawyer and his friend Ben Allen threw themselves back in their respective chairs and laughed boisterously. When they had enjoyed the joke to their hearts' content, the discourse changed to topics in which Mr. Winkle was more immediately interested. We think we have hinted elsewhere that Mr. Benjamin Allen had a way of becoming sentimental after brandy. The case is not a peculiar one, as we ourselves can testify, having on a few occasions had to deal with patients who have been afflicted in a similar manner. At this precise period of his existence, Mr. Benjamin Allen had perhaps a greater predisposition to Maldinism than he had ever known before, the cause of which malady was briefly this. He had been staying nearly 3 weeks with Mr. Bob Sawyer. Mr. Bob Sawyer was not remarkable for temperance, nor was Mr. Benjamin Allen for the ownership of a very strong head. The consequence was that during the whole space of time just mentioned, Mr. Benjamin Allen had been wavering between intoxication partial and intoxication complete. "My dear friend," said Mr. Ben Allen, taking advantage of Mr. Bob Sawyer's temporary absence behind the counter, whither he had retired to dispense some of the second-hand leeches previously referred to. "My dear friend, I am very miserable." Mr. Winkle professed his heartfelt regret to hear it, and begged to know whether he could do anything to alleviate the sorrows of the suffering student. "Nothing, my dear boy, nothing," said Ben. "You recollect Arabella, Winkle? My sister Arabella, a little girl, Winkle, with black eyes, when we were down at Wardle's. I don't know whether you happened to notice her. A nice little girl, Winkle. Perhaps my features may recall her countenance to your recollection." Mr. Winkle required nothing to recall the charming Arabella to his mind, and it was rather fortunate he did not, for the features of her brother Benjamin would unquestionably have proved but an indifferent refresher to his memory. He answered with as much calmness as he could assume that he perfectly remembered the young lady referred to, and sincerely trusted she was in good health. "Our friend Bob is a delightful fellow, Winkle," was the only reply of Mr. Ben Allen. "Very," said Mr. Winkle, not much relishing this close connection of the two names. "I designed 'em for each other. They were made for each other, sent into the world for each other, born for each other, Winkle," said Mr. Ben Allen, setting down his glass with emphasis. "There's a special destiny in the matter, my dear sir. There's only 5 years' difference between 'em, and both their birthdays are in August." Mr. Winkle was too anxious to hear what was to follow to express much wonderment at this extraordinary coincidence, marvellous as it was. So Mr. Ben Allen, after a tear or two, went on to say that, notwithstanding all his esteem and respect and veneration for his friend, Arabella had unaccountably and undutifully evinced the most determining antipathy to his person. "And I think," said Mr. Ben Allen in conclusion, "I think there's a prior attachment." "Have you any idea who the object of it might be?" asked Mr. Winkle with great trepidation. Mr. Ben Allen seized the poker, flourished it in a warlike manner above his head, inflicted a savage blow on an imaginary skull, and wound up by saying in a very expressive manner that he only wished he could guess, that was all. "To show him what I thought of him," said Mr. Ben Allen, and round went the poker again more fiercely than before. All this was, of course, very soothing to the feelings of Mr. Winkle, who remained silent for a few minutes, but at length mustered up resolution to inquire whether Miss Allen was in Kent. "No, no," said Mr. Ben Allen, laying aside the poker and looking very cunning. "I didn't think Wardle's exactly the place for a headstrong girl. So, as I am her natural protector and guardian, our parents being dead, I've brought her down into this part of the country to spend a few months at an old aunt's, in a nice, dull, close place. I think that will cure her, my boy. If it doesn't, I'll take her abroad for a little while and see what that'll do." The aunt is in Bristol, is it?" faltered Mr. Winkle. No, not in Bristol," replied Mr. Ben Allen, jerking his thumb over his right shoulder. "Over that way, down there. But hush, here's Bob. Not a word, my dear friend, not a word." Short as this conversation was, it roused in Mr. Winkle the highest degree of excitement and anxiety. The suspected prior attachment rankled in his heart. Could he be the object of it? Could it be for him that the fair Arabella had looked scornfully on the sprightly Bob Sawyer? Or had he a successful rival? He determined to see her, cost what it might. But here an insurmountable objection presented itself. For whether the explanatory "over that way" and "down there" of Mr. Ben Allen meant 3 miles off or 30 or 300, he could in no wise guess. But he had no opportunity of pondering over his love just then, for Bob Sawyer's return was the immediate precursor of the arrival of a meat pie from the baker's, of which that gentleman insisted on his staying to partake. The cloth was laid by an occasional charwoman, who officiated in the capacity of Mr. Bob Sawyer's housekeeper, and a third knife and fork having been borrowed from the mother of the boy in the grey livery, for Mr. Sawyer's domestic arrangements were as yet conducted on a limited scale, they sat down to dinner, the beer being served up, as Mr. Sawyer remarked, in its native pewter. After dinner, Mr. Bob Sawyer ordered in the largest mortar in the shop, and proceeded to brew a reeking jorum of rum punch therein, stirring up and amalgamating the materials with a pestle in a very creditable and apothecary-like manner. Mr. Sawyer, being a bachelor, had only 1 tumbler in the house, which was assigned to Mr. Winkle as a compliment to the visitor, Mr. Ben Allen being accommodated with a funnel with a cork in the narrow end, and Bob Sawyer contented himself with one of those wide-lipped crystal vessels inscribed with a variety of cabalistic characters, in which chemists are wont to measure out their liquid drugs in compounding prescriptions. These preliminaries adjusted, the punch was tasted and pronounced excellent, and it having been arranged that Bob Sawyer and Ben Allen should be considered at liberty to fill twice to Mr. Winkle's once, they started fair with great satisfaction and good fellowship. There was no singing, because Mr. Bob Sawyer said it wouldn't look professional, but to make amends for this deprivation there was so much talking and laughing that it might have been heard, and very likely was, at the end of the street, which conversation materially lightened the hours and improved the mind of Mr. Sawyer's boy, who, instead of devoting the evening to his ordinary occupation of writing his name on the counter and rubbing it out again, peeped through the glass door, and thus listened and looked on at the same time. The mirth of Mr. Bob Sawyer was rapidly ripening into the furious. Mr. Ben Allen was fast relapsing into the sentimental, and the punch had well nigh disappeared altogether, when the boy, hastily running in, announced that a young woman had just come over, to say that Sawyer, late Knockamoff, was wanted directly a couple of streets off. This broke up the party. Mr. Bob Sawyer, understanding the message, after some 20 repetitions, tied a wet cloth round his head to sober himself, and having partially succeeded, put on his green spectacles and issued forth. Resisting all entreaties to stay till he came back, and finding it quite impossible to engage Mr. Ben Allen in any intelligible conversation on any subject nearest his heart, or indeed on any other, Mr. Winkle took his departure and returned to the bush. The anxiety of his mind and the numerous meditations which Arabella had awakened prevented his share of the mortar of punch producing that effect upon him which it would have had under other circumstances. So, after taking a glass of soda-water and brandy at the bar, he turned into the coffee-room, dispirited rather than elevated by the occurrences of the evening. Sitting in front of the fire with his back towards him was a tallish gentleman in a greatcoat, the only other occupant of the room. It was rather a cool evening for the season of the year, and the gentleman drew his chair aside to afford the newcomer a sight of the fire. What were Mr. Winkle's feelings when, in doing so, he disclosed to view the face and figure of the vindictive and sanguinary Dowler? Mr. Winkle's first impulse was to give a violent pull at the nearest bell-handle, but that, unfortunately, happened to be immediately behind Mr. Dowler's head. He had made one step towards it before he checked himself. As he did so, Mr. Dowler very hastily drew back. "Mr. Winkle, sir, be calm. Don't strike me. I won't bear it. A blow? Never," said Mr. Dowler, looking meeker than Mr. Winkle had expected in a gentleman of his ferocity. A blow, sir?" stammered Mr. Winkle. "A blow, sir," replied Dowler. "Compose your feelings. Sit down. Hear me." "Sir," said Mr. Winkle, trembling from head to foot, "before I consent to sit down beside or opposite you without the presence of a waiter, I must be secured by some further understanding. You used a threat against me last night, sir, a dreadful threat, sir." Here Mr. Winkle turned very pale indeed and stopped short. "I did," said Dowler, with a countenance almost as white as Mr. Winkle's. "Circumstances were suspicious. They have been explained. I respect your bravery. Your feeling is upright, conscious innocence. There's my hand. Grasp it." "Really, sir," said Mr. Winkle, hesitating whether to give his hand or not, and almost fearing that it was demanded in order that it might be taken at an advantage. "Really, sir, I know what you mean," interposed Dowler. "You feel aggrieved. Very natural. So did I. I was wrong. I beg your pardon. Be friendly. Forgive me." With this, Dowler fairly forced his hand upon Mr. Winkle, and shaking it with the utmost vehemence, declared he was a fellow of extreme spirit, and he had a higher opinion of him than ever. "Now," said Dowler, "sit down, relate it all. How did you find me? When did you follow? Be frank, tell me." "It's quite accidental," replied Mr. Winkle, greatly perplexed by the curious and unexpected nature of the interview. "Quite." "Glad of it," said Dowler. "I woke this morning. I've forgotten my fret. I laughed at the accident. I felt friendly. I said so." "To whom?" inquired Mr. Winkle. "To Mrs. Dowler. You made a vow," said she. "I did," said I. "It was a rash one," said she. "It was," said I. "I'll apologize. Where is he?" "Who?" inquired Mr. Winkle. "You," replied Dowler. "I went downstairs. You were not to be found. Pickwick looked gloomy, shook his head, hoped no violence would be committed. I saw it all. You felt yourself insulted. You had gone, for a friend perhaps, possibly for pistols. High spirit, said I. I admire him." Mr. Winkle coughed, and beginning to see how the land lay, assumed a look of importance. "I left a note for you," resumed Dowler. "I said I was sorry. So I was. Pressing business called me here. You were not satisfied. You followed. You required a verbal explanation. You were right. It's all over now. My business is finished. I go back tomorrow. Join me." As Dowler progressed in his explanation, Mr. Winkle's countenance grew more and more dignified. The mysterious nature of the commencement of their conversation was explained. Mr. Dowler had as great an objection to duelling as himself. In short, this blustering and awful personage was one of the most egregious cowards in existence, and interpreting Mr. Winkle's absence through the medium of his own fears, had taken the same step as himself, and prudently retired until all excitement of feeling should have subsided. As the real state of the case dawned upon Mr. Winkle's mind, he looked very terrible, and said he was perfectly satisfied, but at the same time said so with an air that left Mr. Dowler no alternative but to infer that if he had not been, something most horrible and destructive must inevitably have occurred. Mr. Dowler appeared to be impressed with a becoming sense of Mr. Winkle's magnanimity and condescension, and the two belligerents parted for the night with many protestations of eternal friendship. About 12:30, when Mr. Winkle had been revelling some 20 minutes in the full luxury of his first sleep, he was suddenly awakened by a loud knocking at his chamber door, which, being repeated with increased vehemence, caused him to start up in bed and inquire who was there and what the matter was. "Please, sir, here's a young man who says he must see you directly," responded the voice of the chambermaid. "A young man?" exclaimed Mr. Winkle. "No mistake about that here, sir," replied another voice through the keyhole. "And if that wery same interesting young creetur ain't let him without delay, it's were possible as his legs will enter afore his countenance." The young man gave a gentle kick at one of the lower panels of the door, after he had given utterance to this hint, as if to add force and point to the remark. "Is that you, Sam?" inquired Mr. Winkle, springing out of bed. "Quite impossible to identify any gentleman with any degree of mental satisfaction without looking at him, sir," replied the voice dogmatically. Mr. Winkle, not much doubting who the young man was, unlocked the door, which he had no sooner done than Mr. Samuel Weller entered with great precipitation, and carefully relocking it on the inside, deliberately put the key in his waistcoat pocket, and after surveying Mr. Winkle from head to foot, said, "You're a very humorous young gentleman, you are, sir." "What do you mean by this conduct, Sam?" inquired Mr. Winkle indignantly. "Get out, sir, this instant. What do you mean, sir?" "What do I mean?" retorted Sam. "Come, sir, this is rather too rich, as the young lady said when she remonstrated with the pastry cook, after he'd sold her a pork pie as he'd got nothing but fat inside. What do I mean? Well, that ain't a bad un, that ain't." "Unlock that door, and leave this room immediately, sir," said Mr. Winkle. "I shall leave this here room, sir, just precisely at the very same moment as you leaves it," responded Sam, speaking in a forcible manner, and seating himself with perfect gravity. "If I find it necessary to carry you away pick-a-back, of course I shall leave it to the least bit of possible time afore you. But allow me to express a hope as you won't reduce me to extremities. In saying which, I merely quote what the nobleman said to the factious Pennywinkle, when he wouldn't come out of his shell by means of a pin, and he consequently began to be afeard that he should be obliged to crack him in the parlour door." At the end of this address, which was unusually lengthy for him, Mr. Weller planted his hands on his knees and looked full in Mr. Winkle's face, with an expression of countenance which showed that he had not the remotest intention of being trifled with. "You're an amiably disposed young man, sir, I don't think," resumed Mr. Weller in a tone of moral reproof, "to go involving our present governor in all sorts of fatigues when he made up his mind to go through everything for principle. You're far worse than old Dodson, sir, and as for Fogg, I consider him a born angel to you." Mr. Weller, having accompanied this last sentiment with an emphatic slap on each knee, folded his arms with a look of great disgust, and threw himself back in his chair, as if awaiting the criminal's defence. "My good fellow," said Mr. Winkle, extending his hand, his teeth chattering all the time he spoke, for he had been standing during the whole of Mr. Weller's lecture in his night-gear, My good fellow, I respect your attachment to my excellent friend, and I'm very sorry indeed to have added to his causes for disquiet. There, Sam, there." "Well," said Sam, rather sulkily, but giving the proffered hand a respectful shake at the same time. "Well, so you ought to be, and I'm very glad to find you here, for if I can help it, I won't have him put upon by nobody. That's all about it." "Certainly not, Sam," said Mr. Winkle. "There, now go to bed, Sam, and we'll talk further about this in the morning." "I'm very sorry," said Sam, "but I can't go to bed." "Not go to bed?" repeated Mr. Winkle. "No," said Sam, shaking his head. "Can't be done." "You don't mean to say you're going back tonight, Sam?" urged Mr. Winkle, greatly surprised. "Not unless you particularly wish it," replied Sam, "but I mustn't leave this here room. The governor's orders was peremptory." "Nonsense, Sam," said Mr. Winkle. "I must stop here 2 or 3 days, and more than that, Sam, you must stop here too, to assist me in gaining an interview with a young lady, Miss Allen, Sam, you remember her, whom I must and will see before I leave Bristol." But in reply to each of these positions, Sam shook his head with great firmness, and energetically replied, "It can't be done." After a great deal of argument and representation on the part of Mr. Winkle, however, and a full disclosure of what had passed in the interview with Dowler, Sam began to waver, and at length a compromise was effected, of which the following were the main and principal conditions: that Sam should retire and leave Mr. Winkle in the undisturbed possession of his apartment, on the condition that he had permission to lock the door on the outside and carry off the key, provided always that in the event of an alarm of fire or other dangerous contingency, the door should be instantly unlocked. That a letter should be written to Mr. Pickwick early next morning and forwarded per dialer, requesting his consent to Sam and Mr. Winkle's remaining at Bristol for the purpose and with the object already assigned, and begging an answer by the next coach. If favourable, the aforesaid parties to remain accordingly, and if not, to return to Bath immediately on the receipt thereof. And lastly, that Mr. Winkle should be understood as distinctly pledging himself not to resort to the window, fireplace, or other surreptitious mode of escape in the meanwhile. These stipulations having been concluded, Sam locked the door and departed. He had nearly got downstairs when he stopped and drew the key from his pocket. "I quite forgot about the knocking down," said Sam, half turning back. "The governor's distinctly said it was to be done. Amazing stupid of me, that were. Never mind," said Sam, brightening up. "Easily done tomorrow, anyways." Apparently much consoled by this reflection, Mr. Weller once more deposited the key in his pocket, and descending the remainder of the stairs without any fresh visitations of conscience, was soon, in common with the other inmates of the house, buried in profound repose. End of Chapter 38. Recording by Simon Evers.
Chapter 39 of the Pickwick Papers. Read by Patty Brugman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. Chapter 39. Mr. Samuel Weller, being entrusted with the mission of love, proceeds to execute it. With what success will hereinafter appear. During the whole of next day, Sam kept Mr. Winkle steadily in sight, fully determined not to take his eyes off him for one instant until he should receive express instructions from the fountainhead. However disagreeable Sam's very close watch and great vigilance were to Mr. Winkle, he thought it better to bear with them than by any act of violent opposition to hazard being carried away by force, which Mr. Weller more than once strongly hinted was the line of conduct that a strict sense of duty prompted him to pursue. There is little reason to doubt that Sam would very speedily have quieted his scruples by bearing Mr. Winkle back to Bath, bound hand and foot, had not Mr. Pickwick's prompt attention to the note which Dowler had undertaken to deliver forestalled any such proceeding. In short, at 8 o'clock in the evening, Mr. Pickwick himself walked into the coffee-room of the Bush Tavern and told Sam with a smile, to his very great relief, that he had done quite right, and it was unnecessary for him to mount guard any longer. "I thought it better to come myself," said Mr. Pickwick, addressing Mr. Winkle as Sam disencumbered himself of his great coat and travelling shawl, "to ascertain, before I gave my consent to Sam's employment in this matter, that you are quite in earnest and serious with respect to this young lady." "Serious from the heart, my soul," returned Mr. Winkle with great energy. "Remember," said Mr. Pickwick with beaming eyes, "we met her at our excellent and hospitable friend Winkle's. It would not be an ill return to tamper lightly, and without due consideration with this young lady's affections. I'll not allow that, sir, I'll not allow it." "I have no such intention indeed," exclaimed Mr. Winkle warmly. "I have considered the matter well for a long time, and I feel that my happiness is bound up in her." "That's what we call tying it up in a small parcel, sir," interposed Mr. Weller with an agreeable smile. Mr. Winkle looked somewhat stern at this interruption, and Mr. Pickwick angrily requested that his attendant not to jest with one of the best feelings of our nature, to which Sam replied that he wouldn't if he was aware of it, but there were so many on 'em that he had hardly knowed which was the best ones when he heard 'em mentioned. Mr. Winkle then recounted what had passed between himself and Mr. Ben Allen relative to Arabella, stated that his object was to gain an interview with the young lady and make a formal disclosure of his passion, and declared his conviction, founded on certain dark hints and mutterings of the aforesaid Ben, that wherever she was at present immured, it was somewhere near the Downs, and this was his whole stock of knowledge or suspicion on the subject. With this very slight clue to guide him, it was determined that Mr. Weller should start next morning on an expedition of discovery. It was also arranged that Mr. Pickwick and Mr. Winkle, who were less confident of their powers, should parade the town meanwhile and accidentally drop in upon Mr. Bob Sawyer in the course of the day in the hope of seeing or hearing something of the young lady's whereabouts. Accordingly, the next morning Sam Weller issued forth upon his quest, in no way daunted by the very discouraging prospect before him, and away he walked up one street and down another. We were going to say up one hill and down another, only it's all uphill at Clifton, without meeting with anything or anybody that tended to throw the faintest light on the matter at hand. Many were the colloquies into which Sam entered with grooms who were airing horses on roads and nursemaids who were airing children in lanes, but nothing could Sam elicit from either the first mentioned or the last which bore the slightest reference to the object of his artfully prosecuted inquiries. There were many young ladies in a great many houses, the greater part whereof were shrewdly suspected by the male and female domestics to be deeply attached to somebody or perfectly ready to become so if opportunity offered. But as none among these young ladies was Miss Arabella Allen, the information left Sam at exactly the old point of wisdom at which he had stood before. Sam struggled across the downs against a good high wind, wondering whether it was always necessary to hold your hat on with both hands in that part of the country, and came to a shady by-place, about which were sprinkled several little villas of quiet and secluded appearance. Outside a stable door at the bottom of a long back lane without a thoroughfare, a groom in undress was idling about, apparently persuading himself that he was doing something with a spade and a wheelbarrow. We may remark in this place that we have scarcely ever seen a groom near a stable in his lazy moments, who has not been, to a greater or lesser extent, the victim of this singular delusion. Sam thought he might as well talk to this groom as to anyone else, especially as he was very tired with walking, and there was a good large stone just opposite the wheelbarrow. So he strolled down the lane, and seating himself upon the stone, opened a conversation with ease and freedom for which he was remarkable. "Morning, old friend," said Sam. "Afternoon, you mean," replied the groom, casting a surly look at Sam. "You're very right, old friend," said Sam. "I do mean afternoon. And how are you?" "Why, I don't find myself much the better for seeing of you," replied the ill-tempered groom. "That's very odd, that is," said Sam. "For you look so uncommon cheerful, and seem altogether so lively, that it does one's heart good to see you." The surly groom looked surlier still at this, and not sufficiently so to produce any effect upon Sam, who immediately inquired, with a countenance of great anxiety, whether his master's name was not Walker. "No, it ain't," said the groom. "No Brown, I suppose," said Sam. "No, it ain't." "Nor Wilson?" "No, nor that neither," said the groom. "Vell," said Sam, "then I'm mistaken, and he hasn't got the honour of my acquaintance, which I thought he had." "Don't wait here at a compliment to me," said Sam, as the groom wheeled in the wheelbarrow and prepared to shut the gate. "Easy for ceremony, old boy. I'll excuse you." "I'd knock your head off for half a crown," said the surly groom, bolting one half of the gate. "Couldn't afford to have it done on those terms," rejoined Sam. "It'd be worth a life's more wages at least, to you, and it'd be cheap at that. Make my compliments indoors. Tell them not to wait dinner for me, and say they needn't mind putting by any, for it'll be cold afore I come in." In reply to this, the groom, waxing very wroth, muttered a desire to damage somebody's person, but disappeared without carrying it into execution, slamming the door angrily after him, and wholly unheeding Sam's affectionate request that he would leave him a lock of his hair before he went. Sam continued to sit on a large stone, meditating upon what was best to be done, and revolving in his mind a plan for knocking at all the doors within 5 miles of Bristol, taking them to 150 or 200 a day, and endeavouring to find Miss Arabella by that expedient, when accident all of a sudden threw in his way what he might have sat there for a 12-month, and yet not found without it. Into the lane where he had sat there opened 3 or 4 garden gates belonging to as many houses, which, though detached from each other, were only separated by their gardens. As these were large and long and well planted with trees, the houses were not only at some distance off, but the greater part of them were nearly concealed from view. Sam was sitting with his eyes fixed upon the dust heap outside the next gate to that by which the groom had disappeared, profoundly turning over in his mind the difficulties of his present undertaking, when the gate opened and a female servant came out into the lane to shake some bedside carpets. Sam was so very busy with his own thoughts that it is probable he would have taken no more notice of the young woman than just raising his head and remarking that she had a very neat and pretty figure, if his feelings of gallantry had not been most strongly roused by observing that she had no one to help her, and that the carpet seemed too heavy for her single strength. Mr. Weller was a gentleman of great gallantry in his own way, and he no sooner remarked this circumstance than he hastily rose from the large stone and advanced toward her. "My dear," said Sam, sliding up with an air of great respect, "you'll spoil that very pretty figure all out of proportion if you shake them carpets by yourself. Let me help you." The young lady, who had been coyly affecting not to know that a gentleman was so near, turned round as Sam spoke. No doubt, indeed she said so afterward, to decline this offer from a perfect stranger, when instead of speaking she started back and uttered a half-suppressed scream. Sam was scarcely less staggered, for in the countenance of the well-shaped female servant he beheld the very features of his Valentine, the pretty housemaid from Mr. Nupkins. "Why, Mary, my dear," said Sam. "Lord, Mr. Weller," said Mary, "how did you frighten one?" Sam made no verbal answer to this complaint, nor can we precisely say what reply he did make. We merely know that after a short pause Mary said, "Lord, do, Mr. Weller," and that his hat had fallen off for a few moments before, from both of which tokens we should be disposed to infer that one kiss or more had passed between the parties. "Why, how did you come here?" said Mary, when the conversation to which this interruption had been offered was resumed. "Of course I came to look after you, my darling," replied Mr. Weller, for once permitting his passion to get the better of his veracity. "And how did you know I was here?" inquired Mary. "Who could have told you that I took another service at Ipswich, and that they afterwards moved all the way here? Who could have told you that, Mr. Weller?" "Ah, to be sure," said Sam with a cunning look. "That's the point. Who could have told me?" "It wasn't Mr. Muzzle, was it?" inquired Mary. "Oh, no," replied Sam with a solemn shake of the head. "It warn't him." "It must have been the cook," said Mary. "Of course it must," said Sam. "Well, I never heard the like of that," exclaimed Mary. "No more did I," said Sam. "But, Mary, my dear," here Sam's manner grew extremely affectionate, "Mary, my dear, I've got another affair in hand as is wery passing. There's one of my governor's friends, Mr. Winkle. You remember him?" "Him in the green coat," said Mary. "Oh, yes, I remember him." "Well," said Sam, "he's in a horrid state of love, regularly confoozled, and done over with it." "Lord," interposed Mary. "Yes," said Sam, "but that's nothing if we could find out the young woman." And here Sam, with many digressions upon the personal beauty of Mary and the unspeakable tortures he had experienced since he last saw her, gave a faithful account of Mr. Winkle's present predicament. "Well," said Mary, "I never did." "Of course not," said Sam, "and nobody never did, nor never will either. And here I'm a-walking about like the wandering Jew, a sporting character you have perhaps heard on, Mary, my dear, as I was always doing a magic in time, and never went to sleep, looking at her this here, Miss Arabella Allen." "Miss who?" said Mary in great astonishment. "Miss Arabella Allen," said Sam. "Goodness gracious," said Mary, pointing to the garden door, which the sulky groom had locked after him. Why, it's that very house. She's been living there these 6 weeks. The upper housemaid, which is lady's maid too, told me all about it over the washing house piling before the family was out of the bed one morning. What? The very next door to you? Said Sam. The very next, replied Mary. Mr. Weller was so deeply overcome on receiving this intelligence that he found it absolutely necessary to cling to his fair informant for support, and divers little love passages had passed between them before he was sufficiently collected to return to the subject. Well, said Sam at length, if this don't beat cockfighting, nothing never will. As the Lord Mayor said when the Chief Secretary of State proposed his Mrs. Health after dinner. That very next house. Why, I've got a message to her as I've been trying all day to deliver. Ah, said Mary, but you can't deliver it now because she only walks in the garden in the evening, and then only for a very little time. She never goes out without the old lady. Sam ruminated for a few moments and finally hit upon the following plan of operations. That he should return just at dusk, the time at which Arabella invariably took her walk, and being admitted by Mary into the garden of the house to which she belonged, would contrive to scramble up the wall beneath the overhanging boughs of the large pear tree, which would effectually screen him from observation, would there deliver his message and arrange, if possible, an interview on behalf of Mr. Winkle for the ensuing evening at the same hour. Having made this arrangement with great dispatch, he assisted Mary in a long-deferred occupation of shaking the carpets. It is not half as innocent a thing as it looks, that shaking little pieces of carpet. At least there may be no great harm in the shaking, but the folding is a very insidious process. So long as the shaking lasts, and the two parties are kept the carpet's length apart, it is as innocent an amusement as can well be devised. But when the folding begins, and the distance between them gets gradually lessened from 1/2 of its former length to 1/4, and then to 1/8, and then to 1/16, and then to 1/32, if the carpet be long enough, it becomes dangerous. We do not know to a nicety how many pieces of carpet were folded in this instant, but we can venture to state that as many pieces as there were, so many times did Sam kiss the pretty housemaid. Mr. Weller regaled himself with moderation at the nearest tavern until it was nearly dusk, and then returned to the lane without the thoroughfare, having been admitted into the garden by Mary, and having received from that lady sundry admonitions concerning the safety of his limbs and neck. Sam mounted into the pear tree to wait until Arabella should come into sight. He waited so long without this anxiously expected event occurring that he began to think it was not going to take place at all, when he heard light footsteps upon the gravel, and immediately afterwards beheld Arabella walking pensively down the garden. As soon as she came nearly below the tree, Sam began, by way of gently indicating his presence, to make sundry diabolical noises similar to those which would probably be natural to a person of middle age who had been afflicted with a combination of inflammatory sore throat, croup, and whooping cough from his earliest infancy. Upon this, the young lady cast a hurried glance toward the spot from whence the dreadful sounds proceeded, and her previous alarm being not at all diminished when she saw a man among the branches, she would most certainly have decamped and alarmed the house, had not fear fortunately deprived her of the power of moving, and caused her to sink down on a garden seat, which happened by good luck to be near at hand. "She's a-going off," soliloquized Sam in great perplexity. "What a thing it is as there, here young creatures will go a-fainting away just when they oughtn't to. Here young 'ooman, Miss Sawbones, Miss Winkle, don't." Whether it was the magic of Mr. Winkle's name, or the coolness of the open air, or some recollection of Mr. Weller's voice that revived Arabella, matters not. She raised her head and languidly inquired, "Who's that, and what do you want?" "Hush!" said Sam, swinging himself onto the wall and crouching there in as small a compass as he could reduce himself to. Only me, miss, only me." "Mr. Pickwick's servant?" said Arabella earnestly. "But what we say, miss," replied Sam. "Here's Mr. Winkle regularly sewed up with desperation, miss." "Ah," said Arabella, drawing nearer the wall. "Ah, indeed," said Sam. "We thought we should have been obliged to. Straight vested him last night. He's been a raving all day, and he says if he can't see you afore tomorrow night's over, he wishes he may be something unpleasant if he don't drown himself." "Oh, no, no, Mr. Weller," said Arabella, clasping her hands. "That's what he says, miss," replied Sam. "He's a man o' his word, and it's my opinion he'll do it, miss. He's heard all about you from the Sawbones in Barnacles." "From my brother?" said Arabella, having some faint recognition of Sam's description. "I don't rightly know which is your brother, miss," replied Sam. "Is it the dirtiest fun of the two?" "Yes, yes, Mr. Weller," returned Arabella. "Go on, make haste, pray." "Well, miss," said Sam, "he's heard all about it from him, and it's the governor's opinion that if you don't see him wery quick, the Sawbones, as we've been speaking of on, he'll get as much extra lead in his head as he'll damage the weepest o' the origins if they ever been put in spirits afterwards." "Oh, what can I do to prevent these dreadful quarrels?" exclaimed Arabella. "It's a suspicion of a priori attachment, as is the cause of it all," replied Sam. "You better see him, miss." "But how? Where?" cried Arabella. "I dare not leave the house alone. My brother is so unkind, so unreasonable. I know how strange my talking thus to you must appear, Mr. Weller, but I am very, very unhappy." And here poor Arabella wept so bitterly that Sam grew chivalrous. "It may seem wery strange talking to me about these here affairs, miss," said Sam with great vehemence, "but all I can say is that I'm not only ready but willing to do anything as'll make matters agreeable. And if chucking either o' them Sawbones out to the winder'll do it, I'm the man." As Sam Weller said this, he tucked up his wristbands at the imminent hazard of falling off the wall. In so doing, so intimate his readiness to set to work immediately. Flattering as these professions of good feeling were, Arabella resolutely declined, most unaccountably, as Sam thought, to avail herself of them. For some time she strenuously refused to grant Mr. Winkle the interview Sam had so pathetically requested. But at length, when the conversation threatened to be interrupted by the unwelcome arrival of a third party, she hurriedly gave him to understand, with many professions of gratitude, that it was barely possible she might be in the garden an hour later next evening. Sam understood this perfectly well, and Arabella, bestowing upon him one of her sweetest smiles, tripped gracefully away, leaving Mr. Weller in a state of very great admiration of her charms, both personal and mental. Having descended in safety from the wall, and not forgotten to devote a few moments to his own particular business in the same department, Mr. Weller then made the best of his way back to the bush, where the prolonged absence has occasioned much speculation and some alarm. "We must be careful," said Mr. Pickwick, after listening attentively to Sam's tale, "not for our own sakes, but for that of the young lady. We must be very cautious." "We?" said Mr. Winkle with marked emphasis. Mr. Pickwick's momentary look of indignation at the tone of this remark subsided into his characteristic expression of benevolence as he replied, "We, sir. I shall accompany you." "You?" said Mr. Winkle. "I," replied Mr. Pickwick mildly. "In affording you this interview, the young lady has taken a natural, perhaps, but still a very imprudent step. If I am present at the meeting, a mutual friend, who is old enough to be the father of both parties, the voice of calumny can never be raised against her hereafter." Mr. Pickwick's eyes lightened with honest exultation at his own foresight as he spoke thus. Mr. Winkle was touched by this little trait of his delicate respect for the young protégé of his friend, and took his hand with a feeling of regard akin to veneration. "You shall go," said Mr. Winkle. "I will," said Mr. Pickwick. "Sam, have my greatcoat and shawl ready, and order a conveyance to be at the door tomorrow evening, rather earlier than is absolutely necessary, in order that we may be in good time." Mr. Weller touched his hat as an earnest of his obedience, and withdrew to make all needful preparations for the expedition. The coach was punctual to the time appointed, and Mr. Weller, after duly installing Mr. Pickwick and Mr. Winkle inside, took his seat on the box by the driver. They alighted, as had been agreed on, about a quarter of a mile from the place of rendezvous, and desiring the coachman to await their return, proceeded the remaining distance on foot. It was at this stage of the undertaking that Mr. Pickwick, with many smiles and various other indications of great self-satisfaction, produced from one of his coat pockets a dark lantern, with which he had specially provided himself for the occasion, and the great mechanical beauty of which he proceeded to explain to Mr. Winkle as they walked along, to the no small surprise of the few stragglers they met. "I should have been the better for something of this kind in my last garden expedition at night, Sam?" said Mr. Pickwick, looking good-humouredly around at his follower, who was trudging behind. "Very nice things, if they're managed properly, sir," replied Mr. Weller. "But when you don't want to be seen, I think they're more useful arter the candle's gone out than when it's alit." Mr. Pickwick appeared struck by Sam's remarks, for he put the lantern into his pocket again, and they walked on in silence. "Down here, sir," said Sam. "Let me lead the way. This is the lane, sir." Down the lane they went, and dark enough it was. Mr. Pickwick brought out the lantern once or twice as they groped their way along, and through a very brilliant little tunnel of light before them, about a foot in diameter. It was very pretty to look at, but seemed to have the effect of rendering surrounding objects rather darker than before. At length they arrived at a large stone. Here Sam recommended his master and Mr. Winkle seat themselves, while he reconnoitred and ascertained whether Mary was yet in waiting. After an absence of 5 or 10 minutes, Sam returned to say that the gate was opened and all quiet. Following him with stealthy tread, Mr. Pickwick and Mr. Winkle soon found themselves in the garden. Here everybody said hush a good many times, and that being done, no one seemed to have any very distinct apprehension of what was to be done next. "Is Miss Allen in the garden yet, Mary?" inquired Mr. Winkle, much agitated. "I don't know, sir," replied the pretty housemaid. "The best thing to be done, sir, will be for Mr. Weller to give you a hoist up into the tree, and perhaps Mr. Pickwick will have the goodness to see that nobody comes up the lane while I watch at the other end of the garden. Goodness gracious, what's that?" "That 'ere blessed lantern'll be the death of us all," exclaimed Sam peevishly. "Take care what you're doing on, sir. You're sending a blaze of light right into the back parlour winder." "Dear me," said Mr. Pickwick, turning hastily aside. "I didn't mean to do that." "Now it's in the next house, sir," remonstrated Sam. "Bless my heart," exclaimed Mr. Pickwick, turning round again. "Now it's in the stable, and they'll think the place is afire," said Sam. "Shut it up, sir, can't you?" "It's the most extraordinary lantern I ever met with in all my life," exclaimed Mr. Pickwick, greatly bewildered by the effects he had so unintentionally produced. "I never saw such a powerful reflector." "It'll be one too powerful for us if you keep a blazing away in that manner, sir," replied Sam, as Mr. Pickwick, after various unsuccessful efforts, managed to close the slide. "There's the young lady's footsteps. Now, Mr. Winkle, sir, up with you." "Stop, stop," said Mr. Pickwick. "I must speak to her first. Help me up, Sam." "Gently, sir," said Sam, planting his hand against the wall and making a platform of his back. "Step atop of that flower pot, sir. Now then, up with you." "I'm afraid I shall hurt you, Sam," said Mr. Pickwick. "Never mind me, sir," replied Sam. "Lend him a hand, Mr. Winkle, sir. Steady, steady, sir. That's the time o' day." As Sam spoke, Mr. Pickwick, by exertions almost supernatural in a gentleman of his years and weight, contrived to get upon Sam's back, and Sam gently raising himself up, and Mr. Pickwick's holding on fast by the top of the wall, while Mr. Winkle clasped him tight by the legs. They contrived by these means to bring his spectacles just above the level of the coping. "My dear," said Mr. Pickwick, looking over the wall and catching sight of Arabella on the other side, "don't be frightened, my dear, it's only me." "Oh, pray go away, Mr. Pickwick," said Arabella. "Tell them all to go away. I am so dreadfully frightened. Dear, dear Mr. Pickwick, don't stop there. You'll fall down and kill yourself. I know you will." "Now, pray don't alarm yourself, my dear," said Mr. Pickwick soothingly. "There is not the slightest cause for fear, I assure you." "Stand firm, Sam," said Mr. Pickwick, looking down. "All right, sirs," replied Mr. Veller. "Don't be longer than you can conveniently help, sir. You're rather heavy." "Only another moment, Sam," replied Mr. Pickwick. "I merely wished you to know, my dear, that I should not have allowed my young friend to see you in this clandestine way if the situation in which you are placed had left him any alternative. And lest the impropriety of this step should cause you any uneasiness, my love, it may be a satisfaction to you to know that I am present. That's all, my dear." "Indeed, Mr. Pickwick, I am very much obliged to you for your kindness and consideration," replied Arabella, drying her tears with her handkerchief. She would probably have said much more had not Mr. Pickwick's head disappeared with great swiftness in consequence of a false step on Sam's shoulder, which brought him suddenly to the ground. He was up again in an instant, however, and bidding Mr. Winkle make haste and get the interview over, ran out into the lane to keep watch with all the courage and ardour of youth. Mr. Winkle himself, by the occasion, was on the wall in a moment, merely pausing to request Sam to be careful of his master. "I'll take care of him, sir," replied Sam. "Leave him to me." "Where is he? What is he doing, Sam?" inquired Mr. Winkle. "Bless his old gaiters," rejoined Sam, looking out at the garden door. "He's a-keeping guard in the lane with that ere dark lantern, like a amiable Guy Fawkes. I never see such a fine creature in my days. Blest if I don't think his heart must have been born 25 years after his body at least." Mr. Winkle stayed not to hear the encomium upon his friend. He had dropped from the wall, thrown himself at Arabella's feet, and by this time was pleading the sincerity of his passion with an eloquence worthy even of Mr. Pickwick himself. While these things were going on in the open air, an elderly gentleman of scientific attainments was seated in his library, 2 or 3 houses off, writing a philosophical treatise, and ever and anon moistening his clay and his labours with a glass of claret from a venerable-looking bottle which stood by his side. In the agonies of composition, the elderly gentleman looked sometimes at the carpet, sometimes at the ceiling, and sometimes at the wall. And when neither carpet, ceiling, nor wall afforded a requisite degree of inspiration, he looked out of the window. In one of these pauses of invention, the scientific gentleman was gazing abstractly on the thick darkness outside, when he was very much surprised by observing a most brilliant light glide through the air at a short distance above the ground, and almost instantaneously vanish. After a short time the phenomenon was repeated, not once or twice, but several times. At last the scientific gentleman, laying down his pen, began to consider at what natural causes these appearances were to be assigned. They were not meteors, they were too low. They were not glowworms, they were too high. They were not will-o'-the-wisps, they were not fireflies, they were not fireworks. What could they be? Some extraordinary and wonderful phenomenon of nature which no philosopher had ever seen before. Something which it had been reserved for him alone to discover, and which he should immortalize his name by chronicling for the benefit of posterity. Full of this idea, the scientific gentleman seized his pen again, and committed to paper sundry notes of these unparalleled appearances, with the date, hour, minute, and precise second at which they were visible, all of which were to form the data of the voluminous treatise of great research and deep learning, which should astonish all the atmospherical sages that ever drew breath in any part of the civilized globe. He threw himself back in his easy chair, wrapped in contemplations of his future greatness. The mysterious light appeared more brilliantly than before, dancing, to all appearances, up and down the lane, crossing from side to side and moving in an orbit as eccentric as comets themselves. The scientific gentleman was a bachelor. He had no wife to call in and astonish, so he rang the bell for his servant. "Pruffle," said the scientific gentleman, "there is something very extraordinary in the air tonight." "Did you see that?" said the scientific gentleman, pointing out of the window as the light became visible. "Yes, I did, sir." "What do you think of it, Pruffle?" "Think of it, sir?" "Yes, you have been bred up in this country. What should you say was the cause of those lights now?" The scientific gentleman, smiling, anticipated Pruffle's reply that he could assign no cause for them at all. Pruffle meditated. "I should say, sir, it was thieves," said Pruffle at length. "You're a fool, and may go downstairs," said the scientific gentleman. "Thank you, sir," said Pruffle, and down he went. But the scientific gentleman could not rest under the idea of the ingenious treatise that he had projected being lost to the world, which must inevitably be the case if the speculation of the ingenious Mr. Pruffle were not stifled in its birth. He put on his hat and walked quickly down the garden, determined to investigate the matter to the very bottom. Now, shortly before the scientific gentleman walked out into the garden, Mr. Pickwick had run down the lane as fast as he could to convey a false alarm that somebody was coming that way, occasionally drawing back the slide of the dark lantern to keep himself from the ditch. The alarm was no sooner given than Mr. Winkle scrambled back over the wall and Arabella ran into the house. The garden gate was shut, and the three adventurers were making the best of their way down the lane when they were startled by the scientific gentleman unlocking his garden gate. "Hold hard," whispered Sam, who was, of course, the first of the party. "Show a light for just 1 second, sir." Mr. Pickwick did as he was desired, and Sam, seeing a man's head peeping out very cautiously within half a yard of his own, gave it a gentle tap with his clenched fist, which knocked it, with a hollow sound, against the gate. Having performed this feat with great suddenness and dexterity, Mr. Weller caught Mr. Pickwick up on his back and followed Mr. Winkle down the lane at the pace which, considering the burden he carried, was perfectly astonishing. "Have you got your wind back again, sir?" inquired Sam when they had reached the end. Quite now," replied Mr. Pickwick. "Then come along, sir," said Sam, setting his master on his feet again. "Come between us, sir. Not half a mile to run. Think you're a winning a cup, sir. Now for it." Thus encouraged, Mr. Pickwick made the very best use of his legs. It may be confidently stated that a pair of black gaiters never got over the ground in better style than those of Mr. Pickwick on this memorable occasion. The coach was waiting, the horses were fresh, the roads were good, and the driver was willing. The whole party arrived in safety at the Bush before Mr. Pickwick had recovered his breath. "In with you at once, sir," said Sam as he helped his master out. "Don't stop a second in the street after that air exercise. Beg your pardon, sir," continued Sam, touching his hat as Mr. Winkle descended. "Hope there weren't a prior attachment, sir." Mr. Winkle grasped his humble friend by the hand and whispered in his ear, "It's all right, Sam, quite right." Upon which Mr. Weller struck 3 distinct blows upon his nose in token of intelligence, smiled, winked, and proceeded to put the steps up with the countenance expressive of lively satisfaction. As to the scientific gentleman, he demonstrated in a masterful treatise that these wonderful lights were the effect of electricity, which clearly proved the same by detailing how a flash of fire danced before his eyes when he put his head out of the gate, and how he received a shock which stunned him for a quarter of an hour afterwards, which demonstration delighted all the scientific associations beyond measure, and caused him to be considered a light of science ever afterward. End of chapter 39.
Chapter 40 of the Pickwick Papers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Deborah Lynn. The Pickwick Papers by Charles Dickens. Chapter 40. Introduces Mr. Pickwick to a new and not uninteresting scene in the great drama of life. The remainder of the period which Mr. Pickwick had assigned as the duration of the stay at Bath passed over without the occurrence of anything material. Trinity term commenced. On the expiration of its first week, Mr. Pickwick and his friends returned to London, and the former gentleman, attended of course by Sam, straightway repaired to his old quarters at the George and Vulture. On the third morning after their arrival, just as all the clocks in the city were striking 9 individually, and somewhere about 999 collectively, Sam was taking the air in George's yard, when a queer sort of fresh-painted vehicle drove up, out of which there jumped with great agility, throwing the reins to a stout man who sat beside him, a queer sort of gentleman, who seemed made for the vehicle, and the vehicle for him. The vehicle was not exactly a gig, neither was it a stanhope. It was not what is currently denominated a dog-cart, neither was it a taxed cart, nor a chaise cart, nor a guillotined cabriolet, and yet it had something of the character of each and every of these machines. It was painted a bright yellow, with the shafts and wheels picked out in black, and the driver sat in the orthodox sporting style, on cushions piled about 2 feet above the rail. The horse was a bay, a well-looking animal enough, but with something of a flash and dog-fighting air about him, nevertheless, which accorded both with the vehicle and his master. The master himself was a man of about 40, with black hair and carefully combed whiskers. He was dressed in a particularly gorgeous manner, with plenty of articles of jewelry about him, all about 3 sizes larger than those which are usually worn by gentlemen, and a rough greatcoat to crown the whole. Into one pocket of this greatcoat he thrust his left hand the moment he dismounted, while from the other he drew forth with his right a very bright and glaring silk handkerchief, with which he whisked a speck or 2 of dust from his boots, and then, crumpling it in his hand, swaggered up the court. It had not escaped Sam's attention that when this person dismounted, a shabby-looking man in a brown greatcoat, shorn of divers buttons, who had been previously slinking about on the opposite side of the way, crossed over and remained stationary close by. Having something more than a suspicion of the object of the gentleman's visit, Sam preceded him to the George and Vulture, and turning sharp round, planted himself in the centre of the doorway. "Now, my fine fellow," said the man in the rough coat, in an imperious tone, attempting at the same time to push his way past. "Now, sir, what's the matter?" replied Sam, returning the push with compound interest. "Come, none of this, my man, this won't do with me," said the owner of the rough coat, raising his voice and turning white. "Here, smouch." "Well, what's amiss here?" growled the man in the brown coat, who had been gradually sneaking up the court during this short dialogue. "Only some insolence of this young man's," said the principal, giving Sam another push. "Come, none of this gammon," growled Smouch, giving him another and a harder one. This last push had the effect which it was intended by the experienced Mr. Smouch to produce, for while Sam, anxious to return the compliment, was grinding that gentleman's body against the door-post, the principal crept past and made his way to the bar, whither Sam, after bandying a few apathetical remarks with Mr. Smouch, followed at once. "Good morning, my dear," said the principal, addressing the young lady at the bar with Botany Bay ease and New South Wales gentility. "Which is Mr. Pickwick's room, my dear?" "Show him up," said the barmaid to a waiter, without deigning another look at the exquisite in reply to his inquiry. The waiter led the way upstairs, as he was desired, and the man in the rough coat followed, with Sam behind him, who, in his progress up the staircase, indulged in sundry gestures indicative of supreme contempt and defiance, to the unspeakable gratification of the servants and other lookers-on. Mr. Smouch, who was troubled with a hoarse cough, remained below and expectorated in the passage. Mr. Pickwick was fast asleep in bed when his early visitor, followed by Sam, entered the room. The noise they made in so doing awoke him. "Shaving water, Sam," said Mr. Pickwick from within the curtains. "Shave you directly, Mr. Pickwick," said the visitor, drawing one of them back from the bed's head. "I've got an execution against you at the suit of Bardell. Here's the warrant. Common pleas. Here's my card. I suppose you'll come over to my house." Giving Mr. Pickwick a friendly tap on the shoulder, the sheriff's officer, for such he was, threw his card on the counterpane and pulled a gold toothpick from his waistcoat pocket. "Namby's the name," said the sheriff's deputy, as Mr. Pickwick took his spectacles from under the pillow and put them on to read the card. "Namby. Bell Alley, Coleman Street." At this point Sam Weller, who had had his eyes fixed hitherto on Mr. Namby's shining beaver, interfered. "Are you a Quaker?" said Sam. "I'll let you know I am before I've done with you," replied the indignant officer. "I'll teach you manners, my fine fellow, one of these fine mornings." "Thank'ee," said Sam. "I'll do the same to you. Take your hat off." With this, Mr. Weller, in the most dexterous manner, knocked Mr. Namby's hat to the other side of the room with such violence that he had very nearly caused him to swallow the gold toothpick into the bargain. "Observe this, Mr. Pickwick," said the disconcerted officer, gasping for breath. "I've been assaulted in the execution of my duty by your servant in your chamber. I'm in bodily fear. I call you to witness this." "Don't witness nothin', sir," interposed Sam. "Shut your eyes up tight, sir. I'd pitch him out a winder, only he couldn't fall far enough 'cause of the leads outside." "Sam," said Mr. Pickwick in an angry voice, as his attendant made various demonstrations of hostilities, "if you say another word or offer the slightest interference with this person, I discharge you that instant." "But, sir," said Sam. "Hold your tongue," interposed Mr. Pickwick. "Take that hat up again." But this Sam flatly and positively refused to do, and after he had been severely reprimanded by his master, the officer, being in a hurry, condescended to pick it up himself, venting a great variety of threats against Sam meanwhile, which that gentleman received with perfect composure, merely observing that if Mr. Namby would have the goodness to put his hat on again, he would knock it into the latter end of next week. Mr. Namby, perhaps thinking that such a process might be productive of inconvenience to himself, declined to offer the temptation, and soon after called up Smouch. Having informed him that the capture was made and that he was to wait for the prisoner until he should have finished dressing, Namby then swaggered out and drove away. Smouch, requesting Mr. Pickwick in a surly manner to be as alive as he could, for it was a busy time, drew up a chair by the door and sat there until he had finished dressing. Sam was then despatched for a hackney coach, and in it the triumvirate proceeded to Coleman Street. It was fortunate the distance was short, for Mr. Smouch, besides possessing no very enchanting conversational powers, was rendered a decidedly unpleasant companion in a limited space by the physical weakness to which we have elsewhere adverted. The coach, having turned into a very narrow and dark street, stopped before a house with iron bars to all the windows, the doorposts of which were graced by the name and title of Namby, officer to the sheriffs of London, the inner gate having been opened by a gentleman who might have passed for a neglected twin brother of Mr. Smouch, and who was endowed with a large key for the purpose. Mr. Pickwick was shown into the coffee-room. This coffee-room was a front parlour, the principal features of which were fresh sand and stale tobacco smoke. Mr. Pickwick bowed to the three persons who were seated in it when he entered, and having despatched Sam for Perker, withdrew into an obscure corner and looked thence with some curiosity upon his new companions. One of these was a mere boy of 19 or 20, who, though it was yet barely 10 o'clock, was drinking gin and water and smoking a cigar, amusements to which, judging from his inflamed countenance, he had devoted himself pretty constantly for the last year or two of his life. Opposite him, engaged in stirring the fire with the toe of his right boot, was a coarse, vulgar young man of about 30, with a sallow face and harsh voice, evidently possessed of that knowledge of the world and captivating freedom of manner which is to be acquired in public-house parlours and at low billiard tables. The third tenant of the apartment was a middle-aged man in a very old suit of black, who looked pale and haggard, and paced up and down the room incessantly, stopping now and then to look with great anxiety out of the window as if he expected somebody, and then resuming his walk. "You'd better have the loan of my razor this morning, Mr. Airsley," said the man who was stirring the fire, tipping a wink to his friend the boy. "Thank you, no, I shan't want it. I expect I shall be out in the course of an hour or so," replied the other in a hurried manner. Then, walking again up to the window, and once more returning disappointed, he sighed deeply and left the room, upon which the other two burst into a loud laugh. "Well, I never saw such a game as that," said the gentleman who had offered the razor, whose name appeared to be Price. "Never." Mr. Price confirmed the assertion with an oath, and then laughed again, when of course the boy, who thought his companion one of the most dashing fellows alive, laughed also. "You'd hardly think, would you now," said Price, turning towards Mr. Pickwick, that chap's been here a week yesterday and never once shaved himself yet, because he feels so certain he's going to get out in half an hour's time, thinks he may as well put it off till he gets home." "Poor man," said Mr. Pickwick. "Are his chances of getting out of his difficulties really so great?" "Chances be damned," replied Price. "He hasn't half the ghost of one. I wouldn't give that for his chance of walking about the streets this time 10 years. With this, Mr. Price snapped his fingers contemptuously and rang the bell. "Give me a sheet of paper, Crooky," said Mr. Price to the attendant, who in dress and general appearance looked something between a bankrupt glazier and a drover in a state of insolvency. "And a glass of brandy and water, Crooky, do you hear? I'm going to write to my father, and I must have a stimulant, or I shan't be able to pitch it strong enough into the old boy." At this facetious speech the young boy, it is almost needless to say, was fairly convulsed. "That's right," said Mr. Price. "Never say die. All fun, ain't it?" "Prime," said the young gentleman. "You've got some spirit about you, you have," said Price. "You've seen something of life." "I rather think I have," replied the boy. He had looked at it through the dirty panes of glass in a bar door. Mr. Pickwick, feeling not a little disgusted with this dialogue, as well as with the air and manner of the two beings by whom it had been carried on, was about to inquire whether he could not be accommodated with a private sitting-room, when 2 or 3 strangers of genteel appearance entered, at sight of whom the boy threw his cigar into the fire, and whispering to Mr. Price that they had come to make it all right for him, joined them at a table in the farther end of the room. It would appear, however, that matters were not going to be made all right quite so speedily as the young gentleman anticipated, for a very long conversation ensued, of which Mr. Pickwick could not avoid hearing certain angry fragments regarding dissolute conduct and repeated forgiveness. At last there were very distinct allusions made by the oldest gentleman of the party to one Whitecross Street, at which the young gentleman, notwithstanding his primeness and his spirit, and his knowledge of life into the bargain, reclined his head upon the table and howled dismally. Very much satisfied with this sudden bringing down of the youth's valour and this effectual lowering of his tone, Mr. Pickwick rang the bell and was shown, at his own request, into a private room furnished with a carpet, table, chairs, sideboard, and sofa, and ornamented with a looking-glass and various old prints. Here he had the advantage of hearing Mrs. Namby's performance on a square piano overhead, while the breakfast was getting ready. When it came, Mr. Perker came too. "Aha, my dear sir," said the little man. "Nailed at last, eh? Come, come, I'm not sorry for it either, because now you'll see the absurdity of this conduct. I've noted down the amount of the taxed costs and damages for which the ca.sa. was issued, and we had better settle at once and lose no time. Namby has come home by this time, I dare say. What say you, my dear sir? Shall I draw a cheque, or will you?" The little man rubbed his hands with affected cheerfulness as he said this, but glancing at Mr. Pickwick's countenance, could not forbear at the same time casting a desponding look towards Sam Weller. "Perker," said Mr. Pickwick, "let me hear no more of this, I beg. I see no advantage in staying here, so I shall go to prison tonight." "You can't go to Whitecross Street, my dear sir," said Perker. "Impossible. There are 60 beds in a ward, and the bolt's on 16 hours out of the 24. "I would rather go to some other place of confinement if I can," said Mr. Pickwick. "If not, I must make the best I can of that." "You can go to the Fleet, my dear sir, if you're determined to go somewhere," said Perker. "That'll do," said Mr. Pickwick. "I'll go there directly I have finished my breakfast." "Stop, stop, my dear sir. Not the least occasion for being in such a violent hurry to get into a place that most other men are as eager to get out of," said the good-natured little attorney. "We must have a habeas corpus. There'll be no judge at chambers till 4 o'clock this afternoon. You must wait till then." "Very good," said Mr. Pickwick, with unmoved patience. "Then we will have a chop here at 2. See about it, Sam, and tell them to be punctual." Mr. Pickwick remaining firm, despite all the remonstrances and arguments of Perker, the chops appeared and disappeared in due course. He was then put into another hackney coach and carried off to Chancery Lane, after waiting half an hour or so for Mr. Namby, who had a select dinner party and could on no account be disturbed before. There were 2 judges in attendance at Sergeant's Inn, 1 King's Bench and 1 Common Pleas, and a great deal of business appeared to be transacting before them, if the number of lawyers' clerks who were hurrying in and out with bundles of papers afforded any test. When they reached the low archway which forms the entrance to the inn, Perker was detained a few moments parleying with the coachman about the fare and the change, and Mr. Pickwick, stepping to one side to be out of the way of the stream of people that were pouring in and out, looked about him with some curiosity. The people that attracted his attention most were 3 or 4 men of shabby genteel appearance, who touched their hats to many of the attorneys who passed, and seemed to have some business there, the nature of which Mr. Pickwick could not divine. They were curious-looking fellows. One was a slim and rather lame man in rusty black and a white neckerchief. Another was a stout, burly person, dressed in the same apparel, with a great reddish-black cloth round his neck. A third was a little weazened, drunken-looking body with a pimply face. They were loitering about, with their hands behind them, and now and then, with an anxious countenance, whispered something in the ear of some of the gentlemen with papers as they hurried by. Mr. Pickwick remembered to have very often observed them lounging under the archway when he had been walking past, and his curiosity was quite excited to know to what branch of the profession these dingy-looking loungers could possibly belong. He was about to propound the question to Namby, who kept close beside him, sucking a large gold ring on his little finger, when Perker bustled up, and observing that there was no time to lose, led the way into the inn. As Mr. Pickwick followed, the lame man stepped up to him, and civilly touching his hat, held out a written card, which Mr. Pickwick, not wishing to hurt the man's feelings by refusing, courteously accepted and deposited in his waistcoat pocket. "Now," said Perker, turning round before he entered one of the offices to see that his companions were close behind him, "in here, my dear sir. Hello, what do you want?" This last question was addressed to the lame man, who, unobserved by Mr. Pickwick, made one of the party. In reply to it, the lame man touched his hat again with all imaginable politeness, and motioned towards Mr. Pickwick. "No, no," said Perker with a smile. "We don't want you, my dear friend. We don't want you." "I beg your pardon, sir," said the lame man. "The gentleman took my card." "I hope you will employ me, sir. The gentleman nodded to me. I'll be judged by the gentleman himself. You nodded to me, sir?" "Pooh, pooh, nonsense. You didn't nod to anybody, Pickwick." A mistake, said Perker. "The gentleman handed me his card," replied Mr. Pickwick, producing it from his waistcoat pocket. "I accepted it, as the gentleman seemed to wish it. In fact, I had some curiosity to look at it when I should be at leisure. The little attorney burst into a loud laugh, and returning the card to the lame man, informing him it was all a mistake, whispered to Mr. Pickwick as the man turned away in dudgeon that he was only a bail. "A what?" exclaimed Mr. Pickwick. "A bail," replied Perker. "A bail?" "Yes, my dear sir, 6 of 'em here. Bail you to any amount and only charge 1/2 crown. Curious trade, isn't it?" said Perker, regaling himself with a pinch of snuff. "What? Am I to understand that these men earn a livelihood by waiting about here to perjure themselves before the judges of the land at the rate of 1/2 crown a crime?" exclaimed Mr. Pickwick, quite aghast at the disclosure. "Why, I don't exactly know about perjury, my dear sir," replied the little gentleman. "Harsh word, my dear sir, very harsh word indeed. It's legal fiction, my dear sir, nothing more." Saying which, the attorney shrugged his shoulders, smiled, took a second pinch of snuff, and led the way into the office of the judge's clerk. This was a room of specially dirty appearance, with a very low ceiling and old panelled walls, and so badly lighted that although it was broad day outside, great tallow candles were burning on the desks. At one end was a door leading to the judge's private apartment, round which were congregated a crowd of attorneys and managing clerks, who were called in the order in which their respective appointments stood upon the file. Every time this door was opened to let a party out, the next party made a violent rush to get in, and, as in addition to the numerous dialogues which passed between the gentlemen who were waiting to see the judge, a variety of personal squabbles ensued between the greater part of those who had seen him, there was as much noise as could well be raised in an apartment of such confined dimensions. Nor were the conversations of these gentlemen the only sounds that broke upon the ear. Standing on a box behind a wooden bar at another end of the room was a clerk in spectacles who was taking the affidavits, large batches of which were from time to time carried into the private room by another clerk for the judge's signature. There were a large number of attorneys' clerks to be sworn, and it being a moral impossibility to swear them all at once, the struggles of these gentlemen to reach the clerk in spectacles were like those of a crowd to get in at the pit door of a theatre when gracious majesty honours it with its presence. Another functionary, from time to time, exercised his lungs in calling over the names of those who had been sworn, for the purpose of restoring to them their affidavits after they had been signed by the judge, which gave rise to a few more scuffles, and all these things going on at the same time occasioned as much bustle as the most active and excitable person could desire to behold. There were yet another class of persons, those who were waiting to attend summonses their employers had taken out, which it was optional to the attorney on the opposite side to attend or not, and whose business it was, from time to time, to cry out the opposite attorney's name, to make certain that he was not in attendance without their knowledge. For example, leaning against the wall, close beside the seat Mr. Pickwick had taken, was an office lad of 14 with a tenor voice. Near him a common law clerk with a bass one. A clerk hurried in with a bundle of papers and stared about him. "Sniggle and blink!" cried the tenor. "Porkin and Snob!" growled the bass. "Stumpy and Dickens!" said the newcomer. Nobody answered. The next man who came in was bailed by the whole three, and he in his turn shouted for another firm, and then somebody else roared in a loud voice for another, and so forth. All this time the man in the spectacles was hard at work, swearing the clerks, the oath being invariably administered without any effort at punctuation, and usually in the following terms: "Take the book in your right hand. This is your name and handwriting. You swear that the contents of this, your affidavit, are true, so help you God. A shilling. You must get change. I haven't got it." "Well, Sam," said Mr. Pickwick, "I suppose they are getting the habeas corpus ready?" "Yes," said Sam, "and I vish they'd bring out the have his carcass. It's wery unpleasant keeping us vaitin' here. I'd ha' got half a dozen have his carcasses ready, packed up and all, by this time." What sort of cumbrous and unmanageable machine Sam Weller imagined a habeas corpus to be does not appear, for Perker at that moment walked up and took Mr. Pickwick away. The usual forms having been gone through, the body of Samuel Pickwick was soon afterwards confided to the custody of the tipstaff, to be by him taken to the warden of the Fleet Prison, and there detained until the amount of the damages and costs in the action of Bardell against Pickwick was fully paid and satisfied. "And that," said Mr. Pickwick, laughing, "will be a very long time. Sam, call another hackney coach. Perker, my dear friend, good-bye." "I shall go with you and see you safe there," said Perker. "Indeed," replied Mr. Pickwick, "I would rather go without any other attendant than Sam. As soon as I get settled I will write and let you know, and I shall expect you immediately. Until then, good-bye." As Mr. Pickwick said this, he got into the coach, which had by this time arrived, followed by the tipstaff. Sam having stationed himself on the box, it rolled away. "Most extraordinary man, that," said Perker, as he stopped to pull on his gloves. "What a bankrupt he'd make, sir," observed Mr. Lowton, who was standing near. "How he would bother the commissioners. He'd set 'em at defiance if they talked of committing him, sir." The attorney did not appear very much delighted with his clerk's professional estimate of Mr. Pickwick's character, for he walked away without deigning any reply. The hackney coach jolted along Fleet Street, as hackney coaches usually do. The horses went better, the driver said, when they had anything before them. They must have gone at a most extraordinary pace when there was nothing. And so the vehicle kept behind a cart. When the cart stopped, it stopped, and when the cart went on again, it did the same. Mr. Pickwick sat opposite the tipstaff, and the tipstaff sat with his hat between his knees, whistling a tune and looking out of the coach window. Time performs wonders. By the powerful old gentleman's aid, even a hackney coach gets over half a mile of ground. They stopped at length, and Mr. Pickwick alighted at the gate of the Fleet. The tipstaff, just looking over his shoulder to see that his charge was following close at his heels, preceded Mr. Pickwick into the prison. Turning to the left after they entered, they passed through an open door into a lobby, from which a heavy gate, opposite to that by which they had entered, and which was guarded by a stout turnkey with the key in his hand, led at once into the interior of the prison. Here they stopped while the tipstaff delivered his papers, and here Mr. Pickwick was apprised that he would remain until he had undergone the ceremony, known to the initiated as sitting for your portrait. "Sitting for my portrait?" said Mr. Pickwick. "Having your likeness taken, sir," replied the stout turnkey. "We're capital hands at likenesses here. Take 'em in no time, and always exact. Walk in, sir, and make yourself at home." Mr. Pickwick complied with the invitation and sat himself down, when Mr. Weller, who stationed himself at the back of the chair, whispered that the sitting was merely another term for undergoing an inspection by the different turnkeys, in order that they might know prisoners from visitors. "Well, Sam," said Mr. Pickwick, "then I wish the artists would come. This is rather a public place." "They won't be long, sir, I dessay," replied Sam. "There's a Dutch clock, sir." "So I see," observed Mr. Pickwick. "And a bird cage, sir," says Sam. "Veals within veals, a prison in a prison, ain't it, sir?" As Mr. Weller made this philosophical remark, Mr. Pickwick was aware that his sitting had commenced. The stout turnkey, having been relieved from the lock, sat down and looked at him carelessly from time to time, while a long thin man who had relieved him thrust his hands beneath his coat-tails, and planting himself opposite, took a good long view of him. A third, rather surly-looking gentleman, who had apparently been disturbed at his tea, for he was disposing of the last remnant of a crust and butter when he came in, stationed himself close to Mr. Pickwick, and resting his hands on his hips, inspected him narrowly, while two others mixed with the group and studied his features with most intent and thoughtful faces. Mr. Pickwick winced a good deal under the operation, and appeared to sit very uneasily in his chair. But he made no remark to anybody while it was being performed, not even to Sam, who reclined upon the back of the chair, reflecting, partly on the situation of his master, and partly on the great satisfaction it would have afforded him to make a fierce assault upon all the turnkeys there assembled, one after the other, if it were lawful and peaceable to do so. At length the likeness was completed, and Mr. Pickwick was informed that he might now proceed into the prison. "Where am I to sleep to-night?" inquired Mr. Pickwick. "Why, I don't rightly know about to-night," replied the stout turnkey. "You'll be chummed on somebody to-morrow, and then you'll be all snug and comfortable. The first night's generally rather unsettled, but you'll be set all squares to-morrow." After some discussion, it was discovered that one of the turnkeys had a bed to let, which Mr. Pickwick could have for that night. He gladly agreed to hire it. "If you'll come with me, I'll show it you at once," said the man. "It ain't a large un, but it's an out-and-outer to sleep in. This way, sir." They passed through the inner gate and descended a short flight of steps. The key was turned after them, and Mr. Pickwick found himself, for the first time in his life, within the walls of a debtor's prison. End of chapter 40.
Chapter 41 of the Pickwick Papers, read by Patty Brugman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. Chapter 41. What befell Mr. Pickwick when he got into the Fleet, what prisoners he saw there, and how he passed the night. Mr. Tom Roker, the gentleman who had accompanied Mr. Pickwick into the prison, turned sharp around to the right when he got to the bottom of the little flight of steps and led the way through an iron gate which stood open, and up another short flight of steps into a long, narrow gallery, dirty and low, paved with stone, and very dimly lighted by a window at each remote end. "This," said the gentleman, thrusting his hands into his pockets and looking carelessly over his shoulder to Mr. Pickwick, "this here is the hall flight." "Oh," replied Mr. Pickwick, looking down a dark and filthy staircase, which appeared to lead to a range of damp and gloomy stone vaults beneath the ground. "And those, I suppose, are the little cellars where the prisoners keep their small quantities of coals. Unpleasant places to have to go down to, but very convenient, I dare say." "Yes, I shouldn't wonder if it was convenient," replied the gentleman, "seeing that a few people live there pretty snug. That's the fare, that is." "My friend," said Mr. Pickwick, "you don't really mean to say that human beings live down in those wretched dungeons?" "Don't I?" replied Mr. Roker with indignant astonishment. "Why shouldn't I?" Live down there?" exclaimed Mr. Pickwick. "Live down there, yes, and die down there too, very often," said Mr. Roker. "And what of that? Who's got to say anything again it? Live down there, yes, and a very good place it is to live in, ain't it?" As Roker turned somewhat fiercely upon Mr. Pickwick in saying this, and moreover muttered in an excited fashion certain unpleasant invocations concerning his own eyes, limbs, and circulating fluids, the latter gentleman deemed it advisable to pursue the discourse no further. Mr. Roker then proceeded to mount another staircase, as dirty as that which led to the place which had just been the subject of discussion, in which ascent he was closely followed by Mr. Pickwick and Sam. "There," said Mr. Roker, pausing for a breath when they reached another gallery of the same dimensions as the one below. "This is the coffee-room flight. The one above's the third, and the one above's that the top. And the room where you're going to sleep tonight is the warden's room, and it's this way. Come on." Having said all this in a breath, Mr. Roker mounted another flight of stairs, with Mr. Pickwick and Sam Weller following at his heels. These staircases received light from sundry windows, placed at some little distance above the floor, and looking into a gravelled area bounded by a high brick wall with iron chevaux de frise at the top. This area, it appeared from Mr. Roker's statement, was the racket ground, and it further appeared on the testimony of the same gentleman that there was a smaller area in that portion of the prison which was nearest Fartington Street, denominated and called the Painted Ground, from the fact of its walls having once displayed the semblances of various men of war in full sail, and other artistical effects achieved in bygone times by some imprisoned draughtsman in his leisure hours. Having communicated this piece of information, apparently more for the purpose of discharging his bosom of an important fact than with any specific view of enlightening Mr. Pickwick, the guide, having at length reached another gallery, led the way into a small passage at the extreme end, opened a door, and disclosed an apartment of an appearance by no means inviting, containing 8 or 9 iron bedsteads. "There," said Mr. Roker, holding the door open and looking triumphantly round at Mr. Pickwick, "there's a room." Mr. Pickwick's face, however, betokened such a very trifling portion of satisfaction at the appearance of his lodging that Mr. Roker looked for a reciprocity of feeling into the countenance of Samuel Weller, who until now had observed a dignified silence. "There's a room, young man," observed Mr. Roker. "I see it," replied Sam with a placid nod of the head. "You wouldn't think to find such a room as this in the Fardington Hotel, would you?" said Mr. Roker with a complacent smile. To this Mr. Weller replied with an easy and unsteadied closing of one eye, which might be considered to mean either that he would have thought it, or that he would not have thought it, or that he had never thought anything at all about it, as the observer's imagination suggested. Having executed this feat and reopened his eye, Mr. Weller proceeded to inquire which was the individual bedstead that Mr. Roker had so flatteringly described as an out-and-outer to sleep in. "That's it," replied Mr. Roker, pointing to a very rusty one in the corner. "It would make anyone go to sleep, that bedstead would, whether they wanted to or not." "I should think," said Sam, eyeing the piece of furniture in question with a look of excessive disgust, "I should think poppies was nothing to it." "Nothing at all," said Mr. Roker. "And I suppose," said Sam, with a sidelong glance at his master, as if to see whether there were any symptoms of his determination being shaken by what passed, "I suppose the other gentlemen as sleeps here are gentlemen?" "Nothing but it," said Mr. Roker. "One of 'em takes his 12 pints of ale a day, and never leaves off smoking, even at his meal." "He must be a first-rater," said Sam. "A one," replied Mr. Roker. Nothing undaunted even by this intelligence, Mr. Pickwick smilingly announced his determination to test the powers of the narcotic bedstead for the night, and Mr. Roker, after informing him that he could retire to rest at whatever hour he thought proper, without any further notice or formality, walked off, leaving him standing with Sam in the gallery. It was getting dark, that is to say, a few gas jets were kindled in the place which was never light, by complaint to the evening which had set in outside. As it was rather warm, some of the tenants of the numerous little rooms which had opened into the gallery on either hand had set their doors ajar. Mr. Pickwick peeped into them as he passed along with great curiosity and interest. Here 4 or 5 great hulking fellows, just visible through a cloud of tobacco smoke, were engaged in noisy and riotous conversation over half-emptied pots of beer, or playing at all fours with a very greasy pack of cards. In the adjoining room some solitary tenant might be seen poring, by the light of feeble tallow candle, over a bundle of soiled and tattered papers, yellow with dust and dropping to pieces from age, writing for the 100th time some lengthened statements of his grievances, for the perusal of some great man whose eyes it would never reach, or whose heart it would never touch. In a third, a man with his wife and a whole crowd of children might be seen making up a scanty bed on the ground or upon a few chairs, for the younger ones to pass the night in. And in a fourth, and the fifth, and a sixth, and a seventh, the noise, and the beer, and the tobacco smoke, and the cards all came over again in greater force than before. In the galleries themselves, and more especially on the staircases, there lingered a great number of people who came there, some because their rooms were empty and lonesome, others because their rooms were full and hot, the greater part because they were restless and uncomfortable, and not possessed of the secret of exactly knowing what to do with themselves. There were many classes of people here, from the labouring man in his fustian jacket to the broken-down spendthrift in his shawl dressing-gown, most appropriately out at elbows. But there was the same air about them all, a listless, jailbird, careless swagger, a vagabondish, who's afraid sort of bearing, which is wholly indescribable in words, but which any man can understand in one moment, if he wish, by setting foot in the nearest debtor's prison and looking at the very first group of people he sees there with the same interest as Mr. Pickwick did. "It strikes me, Sam," said Mr. Pickwick, leaning over the iron rail at the stair-head, "it strikes me, Sam, that imprisonment for debt is scarcely any punishment at all." "Think not, sir?" inquired Mr. Weller. "You see how these fellows drink and smoke and roar," replied Mr. Pickwick. "It's quite impossible that they can mind it much." "That's just the worry thing," rejoined Sam. "They don't mind it. It's a regular holiday to them, all porter and skittles. It's the other ones that gets done over with this sort of thing, them downhearted fellows as can't swig away for the beer nor play at skittles neither. Them as would pay if they could, and gets low by being boxed up. I'll tell you what it is, sir. Them is always idling at public houses. It don't damage at all. and them as isn't always a-working when it damages too much. It's unethical, as my father used to say, when his grog weren't made half and half. It's unethical, and that's the fault on it. I think you're right, Sam, said Mr. Pickwick after a few moments' reflection. Quite right. Perhaps now and then there's some honest people as can likes it, observed Mr. Weller in a ruminative tone, but I never heard of one as can call to mind except a little dirty-faced man in a brown coat, and that was force of habit. And who was he? Inquired Mr. Pickwick. Why, that's the very point as nobody never knowed, replied Sam. But what did he do? Oh, why, he what many men has been much better known has done in their time, sir, replied Sam. He ran a match against the constable and won it. In other words, I suppose, said Mr. Pickwick, he got into debt. Just that, sir, replied Sam, and in course of time he come in consequence. That weren't much execution for £9 nothing, multiplied by 5 for costs, but however so, here he stopped for 17 year. If he got any wrinkles in his face, they was stopped up with the dirt, for his dirty face and brown coat was just the same at the end of the time as they was at the beginning. He was a wery peaceful, inoffending little creature, who was always a-bustling about for somebody or playing rackets and never winning, so at last the turnkeys they got quite fond on him, and he was in the lodge every night a-chattering with him and telling stories and all that air. Fun night he was in there as usual, along with a wary old friend of his, as was in the lock. Then he says all of a sudden, I ain't seen the market outside, Bill, he says. Fleet Market was there at the time. I ain't seen the market outside, Bill, he says, for 17 year. I know you ain't, said the turnkey smoking his pipe. I should like to see it for a minute, Bill, he says. Very probable, says the turnkey smoking his pipe, very fierce in making believe he weren't up to what the little man wanted. Bill, says the little man, more abrupt than before, I've got a fancy in my head. Let me see the public streets once more afore I die. And if I ain't struck with apoplexy, I'll be back in 5 minutes by the clock. And what'd become of me if you was struck with apoplexy, said the turnkey. Why, says the little creature, whoever found me'd bring me home, and I've got my card in my pocket, Bill, he says. Number 20, coffee room flight. And that was true, sure enough, for when he wanted to make the acquaintance of some newcomer, he used to pull out that little limp card with them words on it, and nothing else, in consideration of which he was always called Number 20. And the turnkey takes a fixed look at him, and at last he says in a sullen manner, 20, he says. I'll trust you. You won't get your old friend into trouble. No, my boy, I hope I found something behind here, says the little man, and as he said it, he hit his little waistcoat very hard. And then a tear started out of each eye, which was very extraordinary, for it was supposed that water never touched his face. He shook the turnkey by the hand. Out he went. And never came back, said Mr. Pickwick. Wrong for once, sir, replied Mr. Weller, for back he come 2 minutes afore the time, a-billing with rage, saying how he'd been nearly run over by a hackney coach, and he warn't used to it, and he was blowed if he wouldn't write to the Lord Mayor. They got him pacified at last, and for 5 years after that he never even so much as peeped out of the lodge gate. At the expiration of that time he died, I suppose, said Mr. Pickwick. No, he didn't, replied Sam. He got a curiosity to go and taste the beer in the new public house over the way, and it was such a very nice parlour that he took it into his head to go there every night, which he did for a very long time, always coming back regular about a quarter of an hour before the gate shut, which was all very snug and comfortable. At last he begun to get so precious jolly that he used to forget how the time went or caring at all about it, and he went on getting later and later until one night his old friend was just shutting the gate and turned the key. In fact, when he come up, "Hold hard, Bill," he says. "What, ain't you come home yet, 20?" says the turnkey. "I thought you was in long ago." "No, I wasn't," says the little man with a smile. "Well then, "Tell you what it is, my friend," says the turnkey, opening the gate very slowly and sulky. "It's my opinion as you've got into bad company o' late, which I'm very sorry to see. Now, I don't wish to do nothing harsh," he says, "but if you can't confine yourself to steady circles and find yourself way back at regular hours, as sure as you're a-standing there, I'll shut you out altogether." The little man was seized with a violent trembling, and never went outside the prison walls afterwards. As Sam concluded, Mr. Pickwick slowly retraced his steps downstairs. After a few thoughtful turns in the painted ground, which, as it was now dark, was nearly deserted, he intimated to Mr. Weller that he thought it high time for him to withdraw for the night, requesting him to seek a bed in some adjacent public house and return early in the morning to make arrangements for the removal of his master's wardrobe from the George and Vulture. This request Mr. Samuel Weller prepared to obey with as good a grace as he could muster, but with a very considerable show of reluctance, nevertheless. He even went so far as to essay sundry ineffectual hints regarding the expediency of stretching himself on the gravel for the night, but finding Mr. Pickwick obstinately deaf to any such suggestions, finally withdrew. There is no disguising the fact that Mr. Pickwick felt very low-spirited and uncomfortable, nor for lack of society, for the prison was very full, and a bottle of wine would at once have purchased the utmost good fellowship of a few choice spirits without any more formal ceremony of introduction. But he was alone in a coarse, vulgar crowd, and felt the depression of spirit and sinking of heart naturally consequent upon the reflection that he was cooped and caged up without a prospect of liberation. As to the idea of releasing himself by ministering to the sharpness of Dogson and Fogg, it never for an instant entered his thoughts. In this frame of mind he turned again into the coffee-room gallery and walked slowly to and fro. The place was intolerably dirty, and the smell of tobacco smoke perfectly suffocating. There was a perpetual slamming and banging of doors as the people went in and out, and the noise of their voices and footsteps echoed and re-echoed through the passages constantly. A young woman with a child in her arms, who seemed scarcely able to crawl from emancipation and misery, was walking up and down the passage in conversation with her husband, who had no other place to see her in. As they passed Mr. Pickwick, he could hear the female sob, and once she burst into such a passion of grief that she was compelled to lean against the wall for support, while the man took the child in his arms and tried to soothe her. Mr. Pickwick's heart was really too full to bear it, and he went upstairs to bed. Now, although the warden's room was a very uncomfortable one, being in every point of decoration and convenience several 100 degrees inferior to the commonest infirmary of a county jail, it had at present the merit of being wholly deserted, save by Mr. Pickwick himself. So he sat down at the foot of his little iron bedstead to begin to wonder how much a year the warden made out of the dirty room. Having satisfied himself by a mathematical calculation that the apartment was about equal in annual value to the freehold of a small street in the suburbs of London, he took to wondering what possible temptation could have induced a dingy-looking fly that was crawling over his pantaloons to come into a close prison when he had the choice of so many airy situations, a course of meditation which led him to the irresistible conclusion that the insect was mad. After settling this point, he began to be conscious that he was getting sleepy, whereupon he took his nightcap out of his pocket, in which he had had the precaution to stow in the morning, and leisurely undressing himself got into bed and fell asleep. Bravo! Heel and toe, cut and shuffle, pay away it zephyr. I'm smothered if the opera house isn't your proper hemisphere. Keep it up, hooray! These expressions, delivered in a most boisterous tone and accompanied with loud peals of laughter, roused Mr. Pickwick from one of those sound slumbers which, lasting in reality some half-hour, seemed to the sleeper to have been protracted for about 3 weeks or a month. The voice had no sooner ceased than the room was shaken with violence, that the windows rattled in their frames and the bedsteads trembled again. Mr. Pickwick started up and remained for some minutes fixed in mute astonishment at the scene before him. On the floor of the room, a man in a broad-skirted green coat with corduroy knee-smalls and grey cotton stockings was performing the most popular steps of the hornpipe, with a slang and burlesque caricature of grace and lightness which, combined with the very appropriate character of his costume, was inexpressibly absurd. Another man, evidently very drunk, who had probably been tumbled into bed by his companions, was sitting up between the sheets, warbling as much as he could recollect of a comic song with the most intensely sentimental feeling and expression, while a third, seated on one of the bedsteads, was applauding both performers with the air of profound connoisseur and engaging them by such ebullitions of feeling as had already roused Mr. Pickwick from his sleep. The last man was an admirable specimen of a class of gentry which never can be seen in full perfection but in such places. They may be met with in a perfect state occasionally about stable-yards and public-houses, but they never attain their full bloom except in these hotbeds, which would almost seem to be considerately provided by the legislature for the sole purpose of rearing them. He was a tall fellow with an olive complexion, long dark hair and very thick bushy whiskers meeting under his chin. He wore no neckerchief, as he had been playing rackets all day, and his open shirt collar displayed their full luxuriance. On his head he wore one of the common 18-penny French skull-caps, with a gaudy tassel dangling therefrom, very happily in keeping with the common fustian coat. His legs, which, being long, were afflicted with weakness, graced a pair of Oxford miniature trousers made to show the full symmetry of the limbs. Being somewhat negligently braced, however, and moreover but imperfectly buttoned, they fell in a series of not the most graceful folds over a pair of shoes sufficiently down at heel to display a pair of very soiled white stockings. There was a rakish vagabond smartness and a kind of boastful rascality about the whole man that was worth a mine of gold. This figure was the first to perceive that Mr. Pickwick was looking on, upon which he winked to the Zephyr and entreated him with mock gravity not to wake the gentleman. "Why, these bless the gentleman's honest heart and soul," said the Zephyr, turning round and affecting the extremity of surprise. "The gentleman is awake. Shakespeare, how do you do it, sir? How is Mary and Sarah, sir? And the dear old lady at home, sir? Will you have the kindness to put my compliments into the first little parcel you're sending that way, sir? And say that I would have sent them before, only I was afraid they might be broke in the wagon, sir. Don't overwhelm the gentleman with ordinary civilities when you see he's anxious to have something to drink," said the gentleman with the whiskers and a jocose air. "Why'd you ask the gentleman what he'll take?" "Dear me, I quite forgot," replied the other. "What will you take, sir? Will you take to port, sir, or sherry wine, sir?" "I can recommend the ale, sir, or perhaps you'd like to taste the porter, sir. Allow me to have the felicity of hanging up your nightcap, sir." With this, the speaker snatched the article of dress from Mr. Pickwick's head and fixed it in a twinkling on that of the drunken man, who, firmly impressed with the belief that he was delighting a numerous assembly, continued to hammer away at the comic song in the most melancholy strains imaginable. Taking a man's nightcap from his brow by violent means and adjusting it to the head of an unknown gentleman of dirty exterior, however ingenious a witticism in itself, is unquestionably one of those which come under the denomination of practical jokes. Viewing the matter precisely in this light, Mr. Pickwick, without the slightest intimation of his purpose, sprang vigorously out of bed, struck the Zephyr so smart a blow in the chest as to deprive him of a considerable portion of the commodity which sometimes bears his name, and then, recapturing his nightcap, boldly placed himself in an attitude of defence. "Now," said Mr. Pickwick, gasping no less from excitement than from the expenditure of so much energy, "come on, both of you, both of you!" And with this liberal invitation the worthy gentleman communicated a revolving motion to his clenched fists by way of appalling his antagonists with a display of science. It may have been Mr. Pickwick's very unexpected gallantry, or it might have been the complicated manner in which he had got himself out of bed and fallen all in a mass upon the hornpipe man that touched his adversaries. Touched they were, For instead of then and there making an attempt to commit manslaughter, as Mr. Pickwick implicitly believed they would have done, they paused, stared at each other for a short time, and finally laughed outright. "Well, you're a trump, and I like you all the better for it," said the Zephyr. "Now jump into bed again, or you'll catch the rheumatics." "No malice, I hope," said the man, extending a hand about the size of a yellow clump of fingers, which sometimes swings over a glover's door. "Certainly not," said Mr. Pickwick, with great alacrity, for now that the excitement was over, he began to feel rather cool about the legs. "Allow me the honour, sir," said the gentleman with the whiskers, presenting his dexter hand and aspirating the H. "With much pleasure, sir," said Mr. Pickwick, and having executed a very long and solemn shake, got into bed again. "My name is Smangle, sir," said the man with the whiskers. "Oh," said Mr. Pickwick. "Mine is Mivins," said the man in the stockings. "I am delighted to hear it," said Mr. Pickwick. "Ahem," coughed Mr. Smangle. "Did you speak, sir?" said Mr. Pickwick. "No, I did not," said Mr. Smangle. "Oh, I thought you did, sir," said Mr. Pickwick. All this was very genteel and pleasant, and to make matters still more comfortable, Mr. Smangle assured Mr. Pickwick in a great many times that he entertained a very high respect for the feelings of a gentleman, which sentiment indeed did him infinite credit, as he could be in no wise supposed to understand them. "Are you going through the court, sir?" inquired Mr. Smangle. "Through the what?" said Mr. Pickwick. "Through the court, Portugal Street, the court for relief, you know." "Oh, no," replied Mr. Pickwick. "No, I am not." "Going out, perhaps," suggested Mivins. "I fear not," replied Mr. Pickwick. "I refuse to pay some damages, and am here in consequence." "Ah," said Mr. Smangle, "paper has been my ruin." "A stationer, I presume, sir?" said Mr. Pickwick innocently. "Stationer? No, no, confound and curse me, not so low as that. No trade. When I say paper, I mean bills." "Oh, you wouldn't use the word in that sense, I see," said Mr. Pickwick. "Damn, a gentleman must expect reverses," said Smangle. "What of that? Here am I in the Fleet Prison. Well, good. What then? I'm none the worse for it, am I?" "Not a bit," replied Mivins. And he was quite right, for so far from Mr. Smangle being any the worse for it, he was something the better, inasmuch as to qualify himself for the place, he had attained gratuitous possession of a certain article of jewellery which, long before that, had found their way into the pawnbrokers. "Well, but come," said Mr. Smangle, "this is dry work. Let's rinse our mouths with a drop of burnt sherry. The last comer shall stand it, Mivins shall fetch it, and I'll help drink it. That's a fair gentlemanlike division of labour now. Curse me." Unwilling to hazard another quarrel, Mr. Pickwick gladly assented to the proposition and consigned the money to Mr. Mivins, who, as it was nearly 11 o'clock, lost no time in repairing to the coffee-room on his errand. "I say," whispered Smangle, the moment his friend had left the room, "what did you give him?" "Half a sovereign," said Mr. Pickwick. "He's a devilish pleasant, gentlemanly dog," said Mr. Smangle. "Infernal pleasant. I don't know anybody more so, but—" Here Mr. Smangle stopped short and shook his head dubiously. "You don't think there is any possibility of his appropriating the money to his own use?" said Mr. Pickwick. "Oh, no. Mind, I don't say that. I expressly say that he's a devilishly gentlemanly fellow," said Mr. Smangle. "But I think perhaps if somebody went down just to see what he didn't drop his beak into the jug by accident, or make some confounded mistake in losing the money as he came upstairs, it would be as well. Here, you, sir, just run downstairs and look after that gentleman, will you?" This request was addressed to the little timid-looking, nervous man whose appearance betook great poverty, and who had been crouching on his bedstead all the while, apparently stupefied by the novelty of the situation. "You know where the coffee-room is," said Smangle. "Just run down, tell the gentleman you've come to help him up with the jug. Or, stop, I'll tell you what, I'll tell you how we'll do him," said Smangle with a cunning look. "How?" said Mr. Pickwick. "Send down word that he's to spend the change in cigars. Capital thought. Run and tell him that, do you hear? "They shan't be wasted," continued Smangle, turning to Mr. Pickwick. "I'll smoke 'em." This manoeuvring was so exceedingly ingenious, and withal performed with such immovable composure and coolness, that Mr. Pickwick would have had no wish to disturb it, even if he had had the power. In a short time Mr. Mivins returned, bearing the sherry, which Mr. Smangle dispensed in 2 little cracked mugs, considerately remarking, with reference to himself, that a gentleman must not be particular under such circumstances, and that for his part he was not too proud to drink out of a jug. In which, to show his sincerity, he forthwith pledged the company in a draught, which half emptied it. An excellent understanding having been by these means promoted, Mr. Smangle proceeded to entertain his hearers with a relation of divers romantic adventures in which he had been from time to time engaged, involving various interesting anecdotes of a thoroughbred horse and a magnificent Jewess, both of surpassing beauty, and much coveted by the nobility of gentry of these kingdoms. Long before these elegant extracts from the biography of a gentleman were concluded, Mr. Mivins had betaken himself to bed, and set in snoring for the night, leaving the timid stranger and Mr. Pickwick to the full benefit of Mr. Smangle's experiences. Nor were the 2 last-named gentlemen as much edified as they might have been by the moving passages narrated. Mr. Pickwick had been in a state of slumber for some time, when he had a faint perception of the drunken man bursting forth afresh with a comic song, and receiving from Mr. Smangle a gentle intimation, through the medium of jug-water, that his audience were not musically disposed. Mr. Pickwick then once again dropped off to sleep with the confused consciousness that Mr. Smangle was still engaged in relating a long story, the chief point of which appeared to be that on some occasion, particularly stated and set forth, he had done a bill and a gentleman at the same time. End of chapter 41.
Chapter 42 of the Pickwick Papers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Deborah Lynn. The Pickwick Papers by Charles Dickens. Chapter 42, illustrative, like the preceding one, of the old proverb that adversity brings a man acquainted with strange bedfellows, likewise containing Mr. Pickwick's extraordinary and startling announcement to Mr. Samuel Weller. When Mr. Pickwick opened his eyes next morning, first object upon which they rested was Samuel Weller, seated upon a small black portmanteau, intently regarding, apparently in a condition of profound abstraction, the stately figure of the dashing Mr. Smangle, while Mr. Smangle himself, who was already partially dressed, was seated on his bedstead, occupied in the desperately hopeless attempt of staring Mr. Weller out of countenance. We say desperately hopeless because Sam, with a comprehensive gaze which took in Mr. Smangle's cap, feet, head, face, legs, and whiskers all at the same time, continued to look steadily on with every demonstration of lively satisfaction, but with no more regard to Mr. Smangle's personal sentiments on the subject than he would have displayed had he been inspecting a wooden statue or a straw-emboweled Guy Fawkes. "Well, will you know me again?" said Mr. Smangle with a frown. "I'd swear to you anywheres, sir," replied Sam cheerfully. "Don't be impertinent to a gentleman, sir," said Mr. Smangle. "Not on no account," replied Sam. "If you'll tell me when he wakes, I'll be upon the very best extra super behaviour." This observation, having a remote tendency to imply that Mr. Smangle was no gentleman, kindled his ire. "Mivins," said Mr. Smangle with a passionate air. "What's the office?" replied that gentleman from his couch. "Who the devil is this fellow?" "Gad," said Mr. Mivins, looking lazily out from under the bedclothes, "I ought to ask you that. Hasn't he any business here?" "No," replied Mr. Smangle. "Then knock him downstairs and tell him not to presume to get up till I come and kick him," rejoined Mr. Mivins. With this prompt advice, that excellent gentleman again betook himself to slumber. The conversation exhibiting these unequivocal symptoms of verging on the personal, Mr. Pickwick deemed it a fit point at which to interpose. "Sam," said Mr. Pickwick. "Sir," rejoined that gentleman. "Has anything new occurred since last night?" "Nothing particular, sir," replied Sam, glancing at Mr. Smangle's whiskers. "The late prevalence of a close and confined atmosphere has been rather favourable to the growth of weeds of an alarming and sanguinary nature, but with that ere exception things is quiet enough." "I shall get up," said Mr. Pickwick. "Give me some clean things." Whatever hostile intentions Mr. Smangle might have entertained, his thoughts were speedily diverted by the unpacking of the portmanteau, the contents of which appeared to impress him at once with the most favourable opinion, not only of Mr. Pickwick, but of Sam also, who, he took an early opportunity of declaring, in a tone of voice loud enough for that eccentric personage to overhear, was a regular thoroughbred original, and consequently the very man after his own heart. As to Mr. Pickwick, the affection he conceived for him knew no limits. "Now, is there anything I can do for you, my dear sir?" said Smangle. "Nothing that I am aware of. I am obliged to you," replied Mr. Pickwick. "No linen that you want sent to the washerwoman's? I know a delightful washerwoman outside that comes for my things twice a week, and by Jove, how devilish lucky! This is the day she calls. Shall I put any of those little things up with mine? Don't say anything about the trouble. Confound and curse it! If one gentleman under a cloud is not to put himself a little out of the way to assist another gentleman in the same condition, what's human nature?" Thus spake Mr. Smangle, edging himself meanwhile as near as possible to the portmanteau, and beaming forth looks of the most fervent and disinterested friendship. "There's nothing you want to give out for the man to brush, my dear creature, is there?" resumed Smangle. "Nothing whatever, my fine feller," rejoined Sam, taking the reply into his own mouth. "Perhaps if one of us was to brush without troubling the man, it'd be more agreeable for all parties, as the schoolmaster said when the young gentleman objected to being flogged by the butler." "And there's nothing I can send in my little box to the washerwoman's, is there?" said Smangle, turning from Sam to Mr. Pickwick with an air of some discomfiture. "Nothing whatever, sir," retorted Sam. "I'm afeard the little box must be chock full of your own as it is." This speech was accompanied with such a very expressive look at that particular portion of Mr. Smangle's attire, by the appearance of which the skill of laundresses in getting up gentlemen's linen is generally tested, that he was fain to turn upon his heel, and, for the present at any rate, to give up all design on Mr. Pickwick's purse and wardrobe. He accordingly retired in dudgeon to the racket-ground, where he made a light and wholesome breakfast on a couple of the cigars which had been purchased on the previous night. Mr. Mivins, who was no smoker, and whose account for small articles of chandlery had also reached down to the bottom of the slate and been carried over to the other side, remained in bed, and, in his own words, took it out in sleep. After breakfasting in a small closet attached to the coffee-room, which bore the imposing title of the Snuggery, the temporary inmate of which, in consideration of a small additional charge, had the unspeakable advantage of overhearing all the conversation in the coffee-room aforesaid, and, after dispatching Mr. Weller on some necessary errands, Mr. Pickwick repaired to the lodge to consult Mr. Roker concerning his future accommodation. "Accommodation, eh?" said that gentleman, consulting a large book. "Plenty of that, Mr. Pickwick. Your chummage ticket will be on 27 in the 3rd. "Oh," said Mr. Pickwick. "My what, did you say?" "Your chummage ticket," replied Mr. Roker. "You're up to that?" "Not quite," replied Mr. Pickwick with a smile. "Why," said Mr. Roker, "it's as plain as Salisbury. You'll have a chummage ticket upon 27 in the 3rd, and them as is in the room will be your chums." "Are there many of them?" inquired Mr. Pickwick dubiously. "3," replied Mr. Roker. Mr. Pickwick coughed. "One of 'em's a parson," said Mr. Roker, filling up a little piece of paper as he spoke. "Another's a butcher." "Eh?" exclaimed Mr. Pickwick. "A butcher," repeated Mr. Roker, giving the nib of his pen a tap on the desk to cure it of a disinclination to mark. "What a thorough-paced goer he used to be, surely. You remember Tom Martin, Neddy? Said Roker, appealing to another man in the lodge, who was paring the mud off his shoes with a 25-bladed pocket-knife. I should think so, replied the party addressed, with a strong emphasis on the personal pronoun. Bless my dear eyes, said Mr. Roker, shaking his head slowly from side to side and gazing abstractedly out of the grated windows before him, as if he were fondly recalling some peaceful scene of his early youth. It seems but yesterday that he whopped the coal heaver down Fox under the hill by the wharf there. I think I can see him now, a-comin' up the Strand between the two street-keepers, a little sobered by the bruising, with a patch of vinegar and brown paper over his right eyelid, and that 'ere lovely bulldog, as pinned the little boy arterwards, a-following at his heels. What a rum thing time is, ain't it, Neddy? The gentleman to whom these observations were addressed, who appeared of a taciturn and thoughtful cast, merely echoed the inquiry. Mr. Roker, shaking off the poetical and gloomy train of thought into which he had been betrayed, descended to the common business of life and resumed his pen. "Do you know what the third gentleman is?" inquired Mr. Pickwick, not very much gratified by this description of his future associates. "What is that Simpson, Neddy?" said Mr. Roker, turning to his companion. "What Simpson?" said Neddy. "Why, him in 27 and the third that this gentleman's going to be chummed on." "Oh, him," replied Neddy. "He's nothing exactly. He was a horse chaunter. He's a leg now." "Ah, so I thought," rejoined Mr. Roker, closing the book and placing the small piece of paper in Mr. Pickwick's hands. "That's the ticket, sir." Very much perplexed by the summary disposition of his person, Mr. Pickwick walked back into the prison, revolving in his mind what he had better do. Convinced, however, that before he took any other steps it would be advisable to see and hold personal converse with the three gentlemen with whom it was proposed to quarter him, he made the best of his way to the third flight. After groping about in the gallery for some time, attempting in the dim light to decipher the numbers on the different doors, he at length appealed to a pot-boy, who happened to be pursuing his morning occupation of gleaning for pewter. "Which is 27, my good fellow?" said Mr. Pickwick. "5 drawers farther on," replied the pot-boy. "There's the likeness of a man being hung and smoking the while chalked outside the door." Guided by this direction, Mr. Pickwick proceeded slowly along the gallery until he encountered the portrait of a gentleman above described, upon whose countenance he tapped with the knuckle of his forefinger, gently at first and then audibly. After repeating this process several times without effect, he ventured to open the door and peep in. There was only one man in the room, and he was leaning out of window as far as he could without overbalancing himself, endeavoring with great perseverance to spit upon the crown of the hat of a personal friend on the parade below. As neither speaking, coughing, sneezing, knocking, nor any other ordinary mode of attracting attention made this person aware of the presence of a visitor, Mr. Pickwick, after some delay, stepped up to the window and pulled him gently by the coat-tail. The individual brought in his head and shoulders with great swiftness, and surveying Mr. Pickwick from head to foot, demanded in a surly tone what the something beginning with a capital H he wanted. "I believe," said Mr. Pickwick, consulting his ticket, "I believe this is 27 and the third?" "Well," replied the gentleman, "I have come here in consequence of receiving this bit of paper," rejoined Mr. Pickwick. "Hand it over," said the gentleman. Mr. Pickwick complied. "I think Roker might have chummed you somewhere else," said Mr. Simpson, for it was the leg, after a very discontented sort of a pause. Mr. Pickwick thought so also, but under all the circumstances he considered it a matter of sound policy to be silent. Mr. Simpson mused for a few moments after this, and then, thrusting his head out of the window, gave a shrill whistle and pronounced some word aloud several times. What the word was Mr. Pickwick could not distinguish, but he rather inferred that it must be some nickname which distinguished Mr. Martin, from the fact of a great number of gentlemen on the ground below immediately proceeding to cry "Butcher!" in imitation of the tone in which that useful class of society are wont, diurnally, to make their presence known at area railings. Subsequent occurrences confirmed the accuracy of Mr. Pickwick's impression, for in a few seconds a gentleman prematurely broad for his years, clothed in a professional blue jean frock and top boots with circular toes, entered the room nearly out of breath, closely followed by another gentleman in very shabby black and a sealskin cap. The latter gentleman, who fastened his coat all the way up to his chin by means of a pin and a button alternately, had a very coarse red face and looked like a drunken chaplain, which indeed he was. These two gentlemen, having by turns perused Mr. Pickwick's billet, the one expressed his opinion that it was a rig, and the other his conviction that it was a go. Having recorded their feelings in these very intelligible terms, they looked at Mr. Pickwick and each other in awkward silence. "It's an aggravating thing, just as we got the beds so snug," said the chaplain, looking at 3 dirty mattresses, each rolled up in a blanket, which occupied one corner of the room during the day, and formed a kind of slab on which were placed an old cracked basin, ewer, and soap dish of common yellow earthenware with a blue flower. "Very aggravating." Mr. Martin expressed the same opinion in rather stronger terms. Mr. Simpson, after having let a variety of expletive adjectives loose upon society without any substantive to accompany them, tucked up his sleeves and began to wash the greens for dinner. While this was going on, Mr. Pickwick had been eyeing the room, which was filthily dirty and smelt intolerably close. There was no vestige of either carpet, curtain, or blind. There was not even a closet in it. Unquestionably, there were but few things to put away, if there had been one, but however few in number or small in individual amount, still, remnants of loaves and pieces of cheese and damp towels and scrags of meat and articles of wearing apparel and mutilated crockery and bellows without nozzles and toasting forks without prongs do present somewhat of an uncomfortable appearance when they are scattered about the floor of a small apartment, which is the common sitting and sleeping room of 3 idle men. "I suppose this can be managed somehow," said the butcher, after a pretty long silence. "What will you take to go out?" "I beg your pardon," replied Mr. Pickwick. "What did you say? I hardly understand you." "What will you take to be paid out?" said the butcher. "The regular chummage is 2 and 6. Will you take 3 bob?" "And a bender," suggested the clerical gentleman. "Well, I don't mind that. It's only 2pence apiece more," said Mr. Martin. "What do you say now? We'll pay you out for 3 and 6pence a week. Come." "And stand a gallon of beer down," chimed in Mr. Simpson. "There." "And drink it on the spot," said the chaplain. "Now." "I really am so wholly ignorant of the rules of this place," returned Mr. Pickwick, "that I do not yet comprehend you. Can I live anywhere else? I thought I could not." At this inquiry, Mr. Martin looked with a countenance of excessive surprise at his 2 friends, and then each gentleman pointed with his right thumb over his left shoulder. This action, imperfectly described in words by the very feeble term of over the left, when performed by any number of ladies or gentlemen who are accustomed to act in unison, has a very graceful and airy effect. Its expression is one of light and playful sarcasm. "Can you?" repeated Mr. Martin with a smile of pity. "Well, if I knew as little of life as that, I'd eat my hat and swallow the buckle whole," said the clerical gentleman. "So would I," added the sporting one solemnly. After this introductory preface, the 3 chums informed Mr. Pickwick in a breath that money was in the fleet just what money was out of it, that it would instantly procure him almost anything he desired, and that, supposing he had it, and had no objection to spend it, if he only signified his wish to have a room to himself, he might take possession of one, furnished and fitted to boot in half an hour's time. With this the parties separated, very much to their common satisfaction, Mr. Pickwick once more retracing his steps to the lodge, and the 3 companions adjourning to the coffee-room, there to spend the 5 shillings which the clerical gentleman had, with admirable prudence and foresight, borrowed of him for the purpose. "I knowed it," said Mr. Roker with a chuckle when Mr. Pickwick stated the object with which he had returned. "Didn't I say so, Neddy?" The philosophical owner of the universal penknife growled an affirmative. "I knowed you'd want a room for yourself, bless you," said Mr. Roker. "Let me see. You'll want some furniture. You'll hire that of me, I suppose. That's the regular thing." "With great pleasure," replied Mr. Pickwick. "There's a capital room up in the coffee-room flight that belongs to a Chancery prisoner," said Mr. Roker. "It'll stand you in £1 a week. I suppose you don't mind that?" "Not at all," said Mr. Pickwick. "Just step there with me," said Roker, taking up his hat with great alacrity. "The matter's settled in 5 minutes. Lord, why didn't you say at first that you was willing to come down handsome?" The matter was soon arranged, as the turnkey had foretold. The Chancery prisoner had been there long enough to have lost his friends, fortune, home, and happiness, and to have acquired the right of having a room to himself. As he labored, however, under the inconvenience of often wanting a morsel of bread, he eagerly listened to Mr. Pickwick's proposal to rent the apartment, and readily covenanted and agreed to yield him up the sole and undisturbed possession thereof, in consideration of the weekly payment of 20 shillings, from which fund he furthermore contracted to pay out any person or persons that might be chummed upon it. As they struck the bargain, Mr. Pickwick surveyed him with a painful interest. He was a tall, gaunt, cadaverous man, in an old greatcoat and slippers, with sunken cheeks and a restless, eager eye. His lips were bloodless, and his bones sharp and thin. God help him, the iron teeth of confinement and privation had been slowly filing him down for 20 years. "And where will you live meanwhile, sir?" said Mr. Pickwick, as he laid the amount of the first week's rent in advance on the tottering table. The man gathered up the money with a trembling hand, and replied that he didn't know yet. He must go and see where he could move his bed to. "I am afraid, sir," said Mr. Pickwick, laying his hand gently and compassionately on his arm, "I am afraid you will have to live in some noisy, crowded place. Now, pray, consider this room your own when you want quiet, or when any of your friends come to see you." "Friends?" interposed the man in a voice which rattled in his throat. "If I lay dead at the bottom of the deepest mine in the world, tight screwed down and soldered in my coffin, rotting in the dark and filthy ditch that drags its slime along beneath the foundations of this prison, I could not be more forgotten or unheeded than I am here. I am a dead man, dead to society, without the pity they bestow on those whose souls have passed to judgment. Friends to see me! My God, I have sunk from the prime of life into old age in this place, and there is not one to raise his hand above my bed when I lie dead upon it and say, it is a blessing he is gone." The excitement, which had cast an unwonted light over the man's face while he spoke, subsided as he concluded, and pressing his withered hands together in a hasty and disordered manner, he shuffled from the room. "Ride's rather rusty," said Mr. Roker with a smile. "Ah, they're like the elephants. They feel it now and then, and it makes 'em wild." Having made this deeply sympathizing remark, Mr. Roker entered upon his arrangements with such expedition that in a short time the room was furnished with a carpet, 6 chairs, a table, a sofa bedstead, a tea-kettle, and various small articles on hire at the very reasonable rate of 27 shillings and 6 per week. "Now, is there anything more we can do for you?" inquired Mr. Roker, looking round with great satisfaction, and gaily chinking the first week's hire in his closed fist. "Why, yes," said Mr. Pickwick, who had been musing deeply for some time. "Are there any people here who run on errands and so forth?" "Outside, do you mean?" inquired Mr. Roker. "Yes, I mean who are able to go outside, not prisoners." "Yes, there is," said Roker. "There's an unfortunate devil who has got a friend on the poor side that's glad to do anything of that sort. He's been running odd jobs and that for the last 2 months. Shall I send him?" "If you please," rejoined Mr. Pickwick. "Stay, no. The poor side, you say? I should like to see it. I'll go to him myself." The poor side of a debtor's prison is, as its name imports, that in which the most miserable and abject class of debtors are confined. A prisoner, having declared upon the poor side, pays neither rent nor chummage. His fees upon entering and leaving the jail are reduced in amount, and he becomes entitled to a share of some small quantities of food, to provide which a few charitable persons have from time to time left trifling legacies in their wills. Most of our readers will remember that, until within a very few years past, there was a kind of iron cage in the wall of the Fleet prison, within which was posted some man of hungry looks, who from time to time rattled a money-box and exclaimed in a mournful voice, "Pray remember the poor debtors! Pray remember the poor debtors!" The receipts of this box, when there were any, were divided among the poor prisoners, and the men on the poor side relieved each other in this degrading office. Although this custom has been abolished and the cage is now boarded up, the miserable and destitute condition of these unhappy persons remains the same. We no longer suffer them to appeal at the prison gates to the charity and compassion of the passers-by, but we still leave unblotted the leaves of our statute book for the reverence and admiration of succeeding ages, the just and wholesome law which declares that the sturdy felon shall be fed and clothed, and that the penniless debtor shall be left to die of starvation and nakedness. This is no fiction. Not a week passes over our head, but in every one of our prisons for debt, some of these men must inevitably expire in the slow agonies of want if they were not relieved by their fellow prisoners. Turning these things in his mind as he mounted the narrow staircase at the foot of which Roker had left him, Mr. Pickwick gradually worked himself to the boiling-over point, and so excited was he with his reflections on this subject that he had burst into the room to which he had been directed before he had any distinct recollection either of the place in which he was or of the object of his visit. The general aspect of the room recalled him to himself at once, but he had no sooner cast his eye on the figure of a man who was brooding over the dusty fire than, letting his hat fall on the floor, he stood perfectly fixed and immovable with astonishment. Yes, in tattered garments and without a coat, his common calico shirt yellow and in rags, his hair hanging over his face, his features changed with suffering and pinched with famine, there sat Mr. Alfred Jingle, his head resting on his hands, his eyes fixed upon the fire, and his whole appearance denoting misery and dejection. Near him, leaning listlessly against the wall, stood a strong-built countryman, flecking with a worn-out hunting whip the top boot that adorned his right foot, his left being thrust into an old slipper. Horses, dogs, and drink had brought him there, pell-mell. There was a rusty spur on the solitary boot, which he occasionally jerked into the empty air, at the same time giving the boot a smart blow, and muttering some of the sounds by which a sportsman encourages his horse. He was riding, in imagination, some desperate steeplechase at that moment. Poor wretch! He never rode a match on the swiftest animal in his costly stud with half the speed at which he had torn along the course that ended in the Fleet. On the opposite side of the room, an old man was seated on a small wooden box, with his eyes riveted on the floor, and his face settled into an expression of the deepest and most hopeless despair. A young girl, his little granddaughter, was hanging about him, endeavoring with 1,000 childish devices to engage his attention. But the old man neither saw nor heard her. The voice that had been music to him, and the eyes that had been light, fell coldly on his senses. His limbs were shaking with disease, and the palsy had fastened on his mind. There were 2 or 3 other men in the room, congregated in a little knot, and noiselessly talking among themselves. There was a lean and haggard woman, too, a prisoner's wife, who was watering with great solicitude the wretched stump of a dried-up, withered plant, which, it was plain to see, could never send forth a green leaf again. Too true an emblem, perhaps, of the office she had come there to discharge. Such were the objects which presented themselves to Mr. Pickwick's view as he looked round him in amazement. The noise of someone stumbling hastily into the room roused him. Turning his eyes towards the door, they encountered the newcomer, and in him, through his rags and dirt, he recognized the familiar features of Mr. Job Trotter. "Mr. Pickwick!" exclaimed Job aloud. "Eh?" said Jingle, starting from his seat. So it is. Queer place. Strange things. Serves me right, very." Mr. Jingle thrust his hands into the place where his trousers pockets used to be, and dropping his chin upon his breast, sank back into his chair. Mr. Pickwick was affected. The 2 men looked so very miserable. The sharp, involuntary glance Jingle had cast at a small piece of raw loin of mutton, which Job had brought in with him, said more of their reduced state than 2 hours' explanation could have done. Mr. Pickwick looked mildly at Jingle and said, "I should like to speak to you in private. Will you step out for an instant?" "Certainly," said Jingle, rising hastily. "Can't step far. No danger of overwalking yourself here. Spike Park, grounds pretty, romantic but not extensive, open for public inspection. Family always in town. Housekeeper desperately careful, very." "You have forgotten your coat," said Mr. Pickwick as they walked out to the staircase and closed the door after them. "Eh?" said Jingle. "Spout. Dear relation. Uncle Tom. Couldn't help it. Must eat, you know, wants of nature and all that." "What do you mean?" "Gone, my dear sir. Last coat. Can't help it. Lived on a pair of boots whole fortnight. Silk umbrella, ivory handle, week. Fact, honor, ask Job, knows it." "Lived for 3 weeks upon a pair of boots and a silk umbrella with an ivory handle?" exclaimed Mr. Pickwick, who had only heard of such things in shipwrecks or read of them in Constable's Miscellany. "True," said Jingle, nodding his head. "Pawnbroker's shop. Duplicates here. Small sums, mere nothing. All rascals." "Oh," said Mr. Pickwick, much relieved by this explanation. "I understand you. You have pawned your wardrobe." "Everything. Job's, too. All shirts gone. Never mind, saves washing. Nothing soon. Lie in bed, starve, die. Inquest, little bone house. Poor prisoner. Common necessaries, hush it up. Gentlemen of the jury, warden's tradesman. Keep it snug. Natural death. Coroner's order. Workhouse funeral. Serve him right. All over. Drop the curtain." Jingle delivered this singular summary of his prospects in life with his accustomed volubility, and with various twitches of the countenance to counterfeit smiles. Mr. Pickwick easily perceived that his recklessness was assumed, and looking him full but not unkindly in the face, saw that his eyes were moist with tears. "Good fellow," said Jingle, pressing his hand and turning his head away. "Ungrateful dog. Boyish to cry, can't help it. Bad fever, weak, ill, hungry. Deserved it all, but suffered much, very." Wholly unable to keep up appearances any longer, and perhaps rendered worse by the effort he had made, the dejected stroller sat down on the stairs, and covering his face with his hands, sobbed like a child. "Come, come," said Mr. Pickwick, with considerable emotion. "We will see what can be done when I know all about the matter. Here, Job, where is that fellow?" "Here, sir," replied Job, presenting himself on the staircase. We have described him, by the by, as having deeply sunken eyes in the best of times. In his present state of want and distress, he looked as if those features had gone out of town altogether. "Here, sir," cried Job. "Come here, sir," said Mr. Pickwick, trying to look stern, with 4 large tears running down his waistcoat. "Take that, sir." "Take what?" In the ordinary acceptation of such language, it should have been a blow. As the world runs, it ought to have been a sound, hearty cuff, for Mr. Pickwick had been duped, deceived, and wronged by the destitute outcast, who was now wholly in his power. Must we tell the truth? It was something from Mr. Pickwick's waistcoat pocket which chinked as it was given into Job's hand, and the giving of which, somehow or other, imparted a sparkle to the eye and a swelling to the heart of our excellent old friend as he hurried away. Sam had returned when Mr. Pickwick reached his own room, and was inspecting the arrangements that had been made for his comfort with a kind of grim satisfaction which was very pleasant to look upon. Having a decided objection to his master's being there at all, Mr. Weller appeared to consider it a high moral duty not to appear too much pleased with anything that was done, said, suggested, or proposed. "Well, Sam?" said Mr. Pickwick. "Well, sir," replied Mr. Weller. "Pretty comfortable now, eh, Sam?" "Pretty well, sir," responded Sam, looking round him in a disparaging manner. "Have you seen Mr. Tupman and our other friends?" "Yes, I have seen 'em, sir, and they're a-comin' tomorrow, and was very much surprised to hear they want to come today," replied Sam. "You have brought the things I wanted?" Mr. Weller, in reply, pointed to various packages which he had arranged, as neatly as he could, in a corner of the room. "Very well, Sam," said Mr. Pickwick, after a little hesitation. Listen to what I am going to say, Sam. Certainly, sir, rejoined Mr. Weller. Fire away, sir. I have felt from the first, Sam, said Mr. Pickwick with much solemnity, that this is not the place to bring a young man to. Nor an old un, neither, sir, observed Mr. Weller. You're quite right, Sam, said Mr. Pickwick, but old men may come here through their own heedlessness and unsuspicion, and young men may be brought here by the selfishness of those they serve. It is better for those young men in every point of view that they should not remain here. Do you understand me, Sam? Why, no, sir, I do not, replied Mr. Weller doggedly. Try, Sam, said Mr. Pickwick. Well, sir, rejoined Sam after a short pause, I think I see your drift. And if I do see your drift, it's my opinion that you're a-comin' it a great deal too strong, as the mail coachman said to the snowstorm when it overtook him. I see you comprehend me, Sam, said Mr. Pickwick. Independently of my wish that you should not be idling about a place like this for years to come, I feel that for a debtor in the Fleet to be attended by his manservant is a monstrous absurdity. Sam, said Mr. Pickwick, for a time you must leave me. Oh, for a time, eh, sir? Rejoined Mr. Weller, rather sarcastically. Yes, for the time that I remain here, said Mr. Pickwick. Your wages I shall continue to pay. Any one of my 3 friends will be happy to take you, were it only out of respect to me. And if I ever do leave this place, Sam, added Mr. Pickwick with assumed cheerfulness, if I do, I pledge you my word that you shall return to me instantly. Now, I'll tell you what it is, sir, said Mr. Weller in a grave and solemn voice. This here sort of thing won't do at all, so don't let's hear no more about it. I am serious and resolved, Sam, said Mr. Pickwick. You air you, sir? Inquired Mr. Weller firmly. Very good, sir. Then so am I. Thus speaking, Mr. Weller fixed his hat on his head with great precision and abruptly left the room. Sam! Cried Mr. Pickwick, calling after him. Sam, here! But the long gallery ceased to re-echo the sound of footsteps. Sam Weller was gone. End of chapter 42.
Chapter 43 of the Pickwick Papers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to www.librivox.org. This chapter read by Patty Brugman. Chapter 43. Showing how Mr. Sam Weller got into difficulties. In a lofty room, ill-lighted and worse ventilated, situate in Portugal Street, Lincoln's Inn Fields, there sit nearly the whole year round 1, 2, 3, or 4 gentlemen in wigs, as the case may be, with little writing desks before them, constructed after the fashion of those used by the judges of the land, barring the French polish. There is a box of barristers on their right hand, there is an enclosure of insolvent debtors on their left, and there is an inclined plane of the most especially dirty faces in their front. These gentlemen are the commissioners of the insolvent court, and the place in which they sit is the insolvent court itself. It is, and has been, time out of mind, the remarkable fate of this court to be somewhat or other held and understood by the general consent of all the destitute, shabby, genteel people in London as their common resort and place of daily refuge. It is always full. The steams of beer and spirits perpetually ascend to the ceiling and, being condensed by the heat, roll down the walls like rain. There are more old suits of clothes in it at one time than will be offered for sale in all Houndsditch in a 12th month. More unwashed skins and grizzly beards than all the pumps and shaving shops between Tyburn and Whitechapel could render decent between sunrise and sunset. It must not be supposed that any of these people have the least shadow of business in, or the remotest connection with, the place they so indefatigably attend. If they had, it would be no matter of surprise, and the singularity of the thing would cease. Some of them sleep during the greater part of the sitting, others carry small portable dinners wrapped in pocket handkerchiefs or sticking out of their worn-out pockets, and munch and listen with equal relish. But no one among them was ever known to have the slightest personal interest in any case that was ever brought forward. Whatever they do, there they sit from the first moment to the last. When it is heavy, rainy weather, they all come in wet through, and at such times the vapours of the court are like those of a fungus pit. A casual visitor might suppose this place to be a temple dedicated to the genius of seediness. There is not a messenger or process server attached to it who wears a coat that was made for him, not a tolerably fresh or wholesome-looking man in the whole establishment, except a little white-headed, apple-faced tipstaff, and even he, like an ill-conditioned cherry preserved in brandy, seems to have artificially dried and withered up into a state of preservation to which he can lay no natural claim. The very barristers' wigs are ill-powdered, and their curls lack crispness. But the attorneys who sit at a large bare table below the commissioners are, after all, the greatest curiosities. The professional establishment of the more opulent of these gentlemen consists of a blue bag and a boy, generally a youth of the Jewish persuasion. They have no fixed offices, their legal business being transacted in the parlours of public houses or the yards of prisons, whither they repair in crowds and canvass for customers after the manner of the omnibus cads. They are of a greasy and mildewed appearance, and if they can be said to have any vices at all, perhaps drinking and cheating are the most conspicuous among them. Their residences are usually on the outskirts of the rules, chiefly lying within the circle of 1 mile from the obelisk of St. George's Fields. Their looks are not presupposing, and their manners are peculiar. Mr. Solomon Pell, one of this learned body, was a fat, flabby, pale man in a surtout which looked green 1 minute and brown the next, with a velvet collar of the same chameleon tints. His forehead was narrow and his face wide, his head large and his nose all on one side, as if nature, indignant with the propensities she observed in him in his birth, had given it an angry tweak, which it had never recovered. Being short-necked and asthmatic, however, he respired principally through this feature. So perhaps what it wanted in ornament it made up in usefulness. "I'm sure to bring him through it," said Mr. Pell. "Are you, though?" replied the person to whom the assurance was pledged. "Certain sure," replied Pell. "But if he'd gone to any irregular practitioner, mind you, I wouldn't have answered for the consequences." "Ah," said the other with open mouth. "No, that I wouldn't," said Mr. Pell, and he pursed up his lips, frowned, and shook his head mysteriously. Now the place where this discourse occurred was the public house just opposite to the insolvent court, and the person with whom it was held was no other than the elder Mr. Weller, who had come there to comfort and console a friend whose petition to be discharged under the Act was to be that day heard, and whose attorney he was at that moment consulting. "And where is George?" inquired the old gentleman. Mr. Pell jerked his head in the direction of a back parlour, whither Mr. Weller, at once repairing, was immediately greeted in the warmest and most flattering manner by some half-dozen of his professional brethren, in token of their gratification at his arrival. The insolvent gentleman, who had contracted a speculative but imprudent passion for horsing long stages, which had led to his present embarrassments, looked extremely well, and was soothing the excitement of his feelings with shrimps and porter. The salutation between Mr. Weller and his friends was strictly confined to the freemasonry of the craft, consisting of a jerking round of the right wrist and a tossing of the little finger into the air at the same time. We once knew 2 famous coachmen, they are dead now, poor fellows, who were twins, and between whom an unaffected and devoted attachment existed. They passed each other on the Dover road every day for 24 years, never exchanging any other greeting than this, and yet when one died the other pined away and soon afterwards followed him. "Well, George," said Mr. Weller senior, taking off his upper coat and seating himself with his accustomed gravity. "How is it? All right behind and full inside?" "All right, old fellow," replied the embarrassed gentleman. "Is the grey mare made over to anybody?" inquired Mr. Weller anxiously. George nodded in the affirmative. "Well, that's all right," said Mr. Weller. "Coach taken care on also." "Consigned in a safe quarter," replied George, wringing the heads off half a dozen shrimps and swallowing them without any more ado. Very good," said Mr. Weller. "Always see to the drag when you go downhill. Is the wheel all clear and straightforward?"
"The schedule, sir," said Mr. Pell, guessing at Mr. Weller's meaning. "The schedule is as plain and satisfactory as pen and ink can make it."
Mr. Weller nodded in a manner which bespoke his inward approval of these arrangements, and then, turning to Mr. Pell, said, pointing to his friend George, "Then do you take his cloths off?" "Why," replied Mr. Pell, "he stands third on the opposed list, and I should think it would be his turn in about half an hour. I told my clerk to come over and tell us when there was a chance." Mr. Weller surveyed the attorney from head to foot with great admiration and said emphatically, "And what'll you take, sir?" "Why, really," replied Mr. Pell, "you're very... Upon my word and honour, I'm not in the habit of... It's so very early in the morning that actually I'm almost... Well, you may bring me 3 pennyworth of rum, my dear." The officiating damsel, who had anticipated the order before it was given, set a glass of spirits before Pell and retired. "Gentlemen," said Mr. Pell, looking round upon the company, "success to your friend. I don't like to boast, gentlemen. It's not my way, but I can't help saying that if your friend hadn't been fortunate enough to fall into hands that... But I won't say what I was going to say. Gentlemen, my service to you." Having emptied the glass in a twinkling, Mr. Pell smacked his lips and looked complacently round on the assembled coachmen, who evidently regarded him as a species of divinity. "Let me see," said the legal authority. "What was I a-saying, gentlemen?" "I think you was remarking as you wouldn't have no objection to another all the same," said Mr. Weller with grave facetiousness. "Ha, ha," laughed Mr. Pell. "Not bad, not bad. A professional man, too. At this time of the morning it would be rather too good a... Well, I don't know, my dear. You may do that again, if you please. This last sound was a solemn and dignified cough, in which Mr. Pell, observing an indecent tendency to mirth in some of his auditors, considered it due to himself to indulge. "The late Lord Chancellor, gentlemen, was very fond of me," said Mr. Pell. "And very creditable in him, too," interposed Mr. Weller. "Hear, hear," assented Mr. Pell's client. "Why shouldn't he be?" "Ah, well, indeed," said a very red-faced man, who had said nothing yet, and who looked extremely unlikely to say anything more. "Why shouldn't he?" A murmur of assent ran through the company. "I remember, gentlemen," said Mr. Pell, "dining with him on one occasion. There was only 2 of us, but everything as splendid as if 20 people had been expected. The Great Seal on a dumb waiter at his right hand, and a man in a bag-wig and suit of armour guarding the mace with a drawn sword and silk stockings, which is perpetually done, gentlemen, night and day. When he said, 'Pell,' he said, 'No false delicacy, Pell. You're a man of talent. You can get anybody through the insolvent court, Pell, and your country should be proud of you.' Those were his very words. 'My lord,' I said, 'you flatter me.' 'Pell,' he said, 'if I do, I'm damned.'" "What did he say to that?" inquired Mr. Weller. "He did," replied Pell. "Well, then," said Mr. Weller, "I say Parliament ought to take 'em up. And if he'd have been a poor man, they would have done it." "Oh, but my dear friend," argued Mr. Pell, "it was in confidence." "It what?" said Mr. Weller. "In confidence." "Oh, very good," replied Mr. Weller after a little reflection. "If he damned hisself in confidence, of course that was another thing."
Of course it was, said Mr. Pell. The distinction's obvious, you will perceive. Alters the case entirely, said Mr. Weller. Go on, sir. No, I will not go on, sir, said Mr. Pell in a low and serious tone. You have reminded me, sir, that this conversation was private and confidential, gentlemen. Gentlemen, I am a professional man. It may be that I am a good deal looked up to in my profession. It may be that I am not. Most people know I say nothing. Observations have already been made to this room injurious to the reputation of my noble friend. You will excuse me, gentlemen. I was imprudent. I feel that I have no right to mention this matter without his concurrence. Thank you, sir, thank you. Thus delivering himself, Mr. Pell thrust his hands into his pocket and, frowning grimly round, rattled 3 halfpence with terrible determination. This virtuous resolution had scarcely been formed when the boy and the blue bag, who were inseparable companions, rushed violently into the room and said, at least the boy did, for the blue bag took no part in the announcement, that the case was coming on directly. The intelligence was no sooner received than the whole party hurried across the street and began to fight their way into the court. A preparatory ceremony which has been calculated to occupy in ordinary cases from 25 to 30 minutes. Mr. Weller, being stout, cast himself at once into the crowd, with the desperate hope of ultimately turning up in some place which would suit him. His success was not quite equal to his expectations, for having neglected to take his hat off, he was knocked over his eyes by some unseen person, whose toes he had alighted with considerable force. Apparently this individual regretted his impetuosity immediately afterwards, for, muttering an indistinct exclamation of surprise, he dragged the old man out into the hall, and, after a violent struggle, released his head and face. "Samivel," replied Mr. Weller, when he was thus enabled to behold his rescuer. Sam nodded. "You're a dutiful and affectionate little boy, you are, ain't you?" said Mr. Weller, "to come a-bonneting your father in his old age." "How was I to know it was you?" responded the son. "Do I suppose I was to tell you by the weight of your foot?" "Well, that's very true, Sammy," replied Mr. Weller, mollified at once. "But what are you doing on here? Your governor can't do no good here, Sammy. They won't pass that verdict. They won't pass it, Sammy." And Mr. Weller shook his head with legal solemnity. "What I powers the old file it is," exclaimed Sammy. "Always a-going about verdicts and alibis and that. Who said anything about the verdict?" Mr. Weller made no reply, but once more shook his head most learnedly. "Leave off rattling that here knob of yourn, if you don't want it to come off of the springs altogether," said Sam impatiently, "and behave reasonable. I went all the way down to the Marquis of Granbury after you last night." "Did you see the Marchioness of Granbury, Sammy?" inquired Mr. Weller with a sigh. "Yes, I did," replied Sammy. "How was the dear creature looking?" "Very queer," said Sammy. "I think she's injuring herself gradually with too much of that there pineapple rum and other strong medicines, all the same nature." "You don't mean that, Sammy," said the senior earnestly. "I do," replied the junior. Mr. Weller seized his son's hand, clasped it, and let it fall. There was an expression on his countenance in doing so, not of dismay or apprehension, but partaking more of the sweet and gentle character of hope. A gleam of resignation, and even of cheerfulness, passed over his face, too, as he slowly said, "I ain't quite certain, Sammy. I wouldn't like to say I was altogether positive in case any subsequent disappointment. But I rather think, my boy, I rather think that the shepherd's got the liver complaint." "Does he look bad?" inquired Sam. "He's uncommon pale," replied his father, "except about the nose, which is redder than ever. His appetite is very so, but he imbibes wonderful." Some thoughts of the rum appeared to obtrude themselves on Mr. Weller's mind as he said this, for he looked gloomy and thoughtful. But he was very shortly recovered, as was testified by a perfect alphabet of winks, in which he was only wont to indulge when particularly pleased. "Well now," said Sam, "about my affair. Just open them ears of yourn and don't say nothing till I've done." With this brief preface, Sam related as succinctly as he could the last memorable conversation he had with Mr. Pickwick. "Stop there by himself, poor creature," exclaimed the elder Mr. Weller, "without nobody to take his part. It can't be done, Samivel, it can't be done." "Oh, of course it can't," asserted Sam. "I knowed that afore I came." "Well, they'll eat him up alive, Sammy," exclaimed Mr. Weller. Sam nodded his concurrence in the opinion. "He goes and rather raw, Sammy," said Mr. Weller metaphorically, "and he'll come out a-done so exceedingly brown that his most familiar friends won't know him. Roast pigeon's nothing to it, Sammy." Again Mr. Weller nodded. "It oughtn't to be, Samivel," said Mr. Weller gravely. "It mustn't be," said Sam. "Certainly not," said Mr. Weller. "Well now," said Sam, "you've been a-prophesying away very fine, like a red-faced Nixon on the sixpenny books gives pictures on." "Who was he, Sammy?" inquired Mr. Weller. "Never mind who he was," retorted Sam. "He warn't a coachman, and that's enough for you." "I know a ostler of that name," said Mr. Weller, musing. "It warn't him," said Sammy. "This here gentleman was a prophet." "What's a prophet?" inquired Mr. Weller, looking sternly on his son. "Why, a man as tells what's going to happen," replied Sam. "I wish I'd known him, Sammy," said Mr. Weller. "Perhaps he might have throwed a small light on that there liver complaint as we was a-speaking on just now. Howsoever, if he's dead, and ain't left the business to nobody, and there's an end to it." "Go on, Sammy," said Mr. Weller with a sigh. "Well," said Sam, "you've been a-prophesying away about what'll happen to the governor if he's left alone. Don't you see any way of taking care on him?" "No, I don't, Sammy," said Mr. Weller with a reflective visage.
"No way at all?" inquired Sam. "No way," said Mr. Weller, "unless—" and a gleam of intelligence lighted up his countenance as he sunk his voice to a whisper and applied his mouth to the ear of his offspring, "unless it is getting him out in a turn-up bed, unbeknown to the turnkeys, Sammy, or dressing him up like an old woman with a green whale." Sam Weller received both of these suggestions with unexpected contempt, and again propounded his question. "No," said the old gentleman. "If he won't let you stop there, I see no way at all. It's no thoroughfare, Sammy, no thoroughfare." "Well, then, I'll tell you what it is," said Sam. "I'll trouble you for the loan of £25. "What good'll that do?" inquired Mr. Weller. "Never mind," replied Sam. "Perhaps you may ask for it in 5 minutes afterward. Perhaps I may say I won't pay, and cut up rough. You won't think o' arresting your own son for the money and sending him off to Fleet, will you natural vagabond?" At this reply of Sam's, the father and son exchanged a complete code of telegraphic nods and gestures, after which the elder Mr. Weller set himself down on a stone step and laughed till he was purple. "What an old image it is!" exclaimed Sam, indignant at this loss of time. "What are you sitting down there for, converting your face into a street door knocker, when there's so much to be done? Where's the money?" "In the boot, Sammy, in the boot," replied Mr. Weller, composing his features. "Hold my hat, Sammy." Having divested himself of this encumbrance, Mr. Weller gave his body a sudden wrench to one side, and by a dexterous twist contrived to get his right hand into a most capacious pocket, from whence, after a great deal of panting and exertion, he extricated a pocket-book of a large octave size, fastened by a huge leathern strap. From this ledger he drew forth a couple of whiplashes, 3 or 4 buckles, a little sample bag of corn, and finally a small roll of very dirty bank notes, from which he selected the required amount, which he handed over to Sam. "And now, Sammy," said the old gentleman, when the whiplashes and the buckles and the samples had all been put back, and the book once more deposited at the bottom of the same pocket, "now, Sammy, I know a gentleman here as'll do the rest of the business for us in no time. A limel law. Sammy has got brains like frogs.
dispersed all over the body and reaching in the weary tips of his fingers. A friend of the Lord Chancellorship, Sammy, who'd only have to tell him what he wanted and he'd lock you up for life if that was all. I say, said Sammy, none of that. None of what? Inquired Mr. Weller. Why, none of them old unconstitutional ways of doing it, retorted Sam. To have his carcass next to a perpetual motion is one of the blessedest things as was ever made. I've read that air in the newspaper very often. Well, what's that got to do with it? Inquired Mr. Weller. Just this here, said Sammy, that I'll patronize the inwention and go in that way. No whisperings to the Chancellorship. I don't like the notion. It mayn't be altogether safe with reference to getting out again. Deferring to his son's feeling upon this point, Mr. Weller at once sought the erudite Solomon Pell and acquainted him with his desire to issue a writ instantly for the sum of £25 and costs of process, to be executed without delay upon the body of one Samuel Weller, the charges thereby incurred to be paid in advance to Solomon Pell. The attorney was in high glee, for the embarrassed coach-horser was ordered to be discharged forthwith. He highly approved of Sam's attachment to his master, declared that it strongly reminded him of his own feelings of devotion to his friend the Chancellor, and at once led the elder Mr. Weller down to the Temple to swear the affidavit of debt, which the boy, with the assistance of the blue bag, had drawn up on the spot. Meanwhile, Sam, having been formally introduced to the whitewashed gentleman and his friends as the offspring of Mr. Weller, of the Belle Sauvage, was treated with marked distinction and invited to regale himself with them in honour of the occasion, an invitation which he was by no means backward in accepting. The mirth of gentlemen in this class is of a grave and quiet character usually, but the present instance was one of peculiar festivity, and they relaxed in proportion. After some rather tumultuous toasting of the Chief Commissioner and Mr. Solomon Pell, who had that day displayed such transcendent abilities, a mottled-faced gentleman in a blue shawl proposed that somebody should sing a song. The obvious suggestion was that the mottled-faced gentleman, being anxious for a song, should sing it himself. But this the mottled-faced gentleman sturdily, and somewhat offensively, declined to do, upon which, as it is not unusual in such cases, a rather angry colloquy ensued. "Gentlemen," said the coach-horser, "rather than disturb the harmony of this delightful occasion, perhaps Mr. Samuel Weller will oblige the company." "Rally, gentlemen," said Sam. "I'm not very much in the habit of singing without the instrument, but anything for a quiet life, as the man said when he took a situation at the lighthouse." With this prelude, Mr. Samuel Weller burst at once into the following wild and beautiful legend, which, under the impression that it is not generally known, we take the liberty of quoting. We would beg to call particular attention to the monosyllable at the end of the second and fourth lines, which not only enables the singer to take a breath at those points, but greatly assists the metre. Romance. Verse 1. Bold Turpin once on Hounslow Heath his bold mare bless bestrode ere. Then there he seed the bishop's coach a-comin' along the road ere. So he gallops close the horse's legs, and he clasps his head within, and the bishop says, sure as eggs is eggs, this here's the bold Turpin. Chorus. And the bishop says, sure as eggs is eggs, this here's the bold Turpin. Second verse. Says Turpin, you shall eat your words with a source of leaden bullet. So he puts a pistol to his mouth, and he fires it down his gullet. The coachman, he not liking the job, set off at a full gallop, but Dick put a couple of balls in his knob, and prevailed on him to stop. Chorus, sarcastically. But Dick put a couple of balls in his knob, and prevailed on him to stop. I maintain that their song's personal to the cloth, said the old mottle-faced gentleman, interrupting it at this point. I demand the name of that old coachman. Nobody knowed, replied Sam. He hadn't got his card in his pocket. "I object to the introduction of politics," said the mottled-faced gentleman. "I submit that in the present company there's some political, and what's much the same, that it ain't true. I say that coachman did not run away, but that he died game as pheasants, and I won't hear nothing said to the contrary." As the mottled-faced gentleman spoke with great energy and determination, and as the opinions of the company seemed divided on the subject, it threatened to give rise to fresh altercation, when Mr. Weller and Mr. Pell most opportunely arrived. "All right, Sammy," said Mr. Weller. "The officer will be here at 4 o'clock, said Mr. Pell. "I suppose you won't run away meanwhile, eh? Aha! Perhaps my cruel pa to relent afore then," replied Sam with a broad grin. "Not I," said the elder Mr. Weller. "Do," said Sam. "Not on no account," replied the inexorable creditor. "I'll give bills for the amount at 6 pence a month," said Sam. "I won't take 'em," said Mr. Weller. "Ha, ha, ha, very good, said Mr. Solomon Pell, who was making out his little bill of costs. "A very amusing incident indeed. Benjamin, copy that." And Mr. Pell smiled again as he called Mr. Weller's attention to the amount. Thank you, said the professional gentleman, taking up another of the greasy notes as Mr. Weller took it from the pocket-book. 3.10 and 1.10 is 5. Much obliged to you, Mr. Weller. Your son is a most deserving young man. Very much so indeed, sir. It's a very pleasant trait in a young man's character, very much so," added Mr. Pell, smiling smoothly round as he buttoned up the money. "What a game it is," said the elder Mr. Weller with a chuckle. "A regular prodigy son." Prodigal son, sir," suggested Mr. Pell mildly. "Never mind, sir," said Mr. Weller with dignity. "I know what's a clock. When I don't, I'll ask you, sir." By the time the officer arrived, Sam had made himself so extremely popular that the congregated gentlemen determined to see him to prison in a body. So off they set, the plaintiff and defendant walking arm in arm, the officer in front, and 8 stout coachmen bringing up the rear. At Surgeon's Inn coffee-house, the whole party halted to refresh, and the legal arrangements being completed, the procession moved on again. Some little commotion was occasioned in Fleet Street by the pleasantry of the 8 gentlemen in the flank, who persevered in walking 4 abreast. It was also found necessary to leave the mottled-faced gentleman behind to fight a ticket porter, it being arranged that his friends should call for him as they came back. Nothing but these little incidents occurred on the way. When they reached the gate of the Fleet, the cavalcade, taking the time from the plaintiff, gave 3 tremendous cheers for the defendant, and after having shaken hands all around, left him. Sam, having been formally delivered into the warden's custody, to the intense astonishment of Rocker, and to the evident emotion of even the phlegmatic Neddy, passed at once into the prison, walked straight to his master's room, and knocked at the door. "Come in," said Mr. Pickwick. Sam appeared, pulled off his hat, and smiled. "Ah, Sam, my good lad," said Mr. Pickwick, evidently delighted to see his humble friend again. "I had no intention of hurting your feelings yesterday, my faithful fellow, by what I said. Put down your hat, Sam, and let me explain my meaning a little more at length." "Won't presently do, sir?" inquired Sam. "Certainly," said Mr. Pickwick. "But why not now?" "I'd rather not now, sir," rejoined Sam. "Why?" inquired Mr. Pickwick. "'Cause," said Sam, hesitating. "Because of what?" inquired Mr. Pickwick, alarmed at his follower's manner. "Speak out, Sam." "'Cause," rejoined Sam, "'cause I've got a little business as I want to do." "What business?" inquired Mr. Pickwick, surprised at Sam's confused manner. "Nothing particular, sir," replied Sam. "Oh, if it's nothing particular," said Mr. Pickwick with a smile, "you can speak with me first." "I think I'd rather better see arter at once," said Sam, still hesitating.
Mr. Pickwick looked amazed, but said nothing. "The fact is," said Sam, stopping short. "Well," said Mr. Pickwick, "speak out, Sam." "Why, the fact is," said Sam, with a desperate effort, "perhaps I'd better see arter my bed afore I do anything else." "Your bed?" exclaimed Mr. Pickwick in astonishment. "Yes, my bed," replied Sam. "I'm a prisoner. I was arrested this here werry afternoon for debt." "You arrested for debt?" exclaimed Mr. Pickwick, sinking into a chair. "Yes, for debt, sir," replied Sam. "And the man as puts me in'll never let me out till you go yourself." "Bless my heart and soul," ejaculated Mr. Pickwick. "What do you mean?" "What I say, sir," rejoined Sam. "If it's 40 year to come, I shall be prisoner. I'm very glad on it. And if it had been Newgate, I would have been just the same. Now the murder's out, and damn, there's an end on it." With these words, which he repeated with great emphasis and violence, Sam Weller dashed his hat upon the ground in a most unusual state of excitement, and then folding his arms looked firmly and fixedly at his master's face. End of chapter 43. Read by Patty Brugman.
Chapter 44 of the Pickwick Papers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Deborah Lynn. The Pickwick Papers by Charles Dickens. Chapter 44 treats of divers little matters which occurred in the fleet, and of Mr. Winkle's mysterious behavior, and shows how the poor Chancery prisoner obtained his release at last. Mr. Pickwick felt a great deal too much touched by the warmth of Sam's attachment to be able to exhibit any manifestation of anger or displeasure at the precipitate course he had adopted in voluntarily consigning himself to a debtor's prison for an indefinite period. The only point on which he persevered in demanding an explanation was the name of Sam's detaining creditor, but this Mr. Weller as perseveringly withheld. "It ain't o' no use, sir," said Sam again and again. "He's a malicious, bad-disposed, worldly-minded, spiteful, vindictive creetur, with a hard heart as there ain't no softening, as the virtuous clergyman remarked of the old gentleman with the dropsy, when he said that upon the whole he thought he'd rather leave his property to his wife than build a chapel with it." "But consider, Sam," Mr. Pickwick remonstrated, "the sum is so small that it can very easily be paid, and having made up my mind that you shall stop with me, you should recollect how much more useful you would be if you could go outside the walls." "Very much obliged to you, sir," replied Mr. Weller gravely, "but I'd rather not." "Rather not do what, Sam?" "Why, I'd rather not let myself down to ask a favour of this here unremorseful enemy." "But it is no favour asking him to take his money, Sam," reasoned Mr. Pickwick. "Beg your pardon, sir," rejoined Sam, "but it'd be a wery great favour to pay it, and he don't deserve none. That's where it is, sir." Here Mr. Pickwick, rubbing his nose with an air of some vexation, Mr. Weller thought it prudent to change the theme of the discourse. "I takes my determination on principle, sir," remarked Sam, "and you takes yours on the same ground, which puts me in mind of the man as killed hisself on principle, which of course you've heerd on, sir." Mr. Weller paused when he arrived at this point, and cast a comical look at his master out of the corners of his eyes. "There is no of course in the case, Sam," said Mr. Pickwick, gradually breaking into a smile, in spite of the uneasiness which Sam's obstinacy had given him. "The fame of the gentleman in question never reached my ears." "No, sir?" exclaimed Mr. Weller. "You astonish me, sir. He was a clerk in a government office, sir." "Was he?" said Mr. Pickwick. "Yes, he was, sir," rejoined Mr. Weller, "and a wery pleasant gentleman, too. One of the precise and tidy sort, as puts their feet in little india-rubber fire buckets when it's wet weather, and never has no other bosom friends but hare-skins. He saved up his money on principle, wore a clean shirt every day on principle, never spoke to none of his relations on principle, fear they should want to borrow money of him, and was altogether, in fact, an uncommon agreeable character. He had his hair cut on principle once a fortnight, and contracted for his clothes on the economic principle 3 suits a year, and send back the old uns. Being a wary regular gentleman, he dined every day at the same place, where it was 1 9 to cut off the joint, and a wery good 1 9's worth he used to cut, as the landlord often said, with the tears a-trickling down his face, let alone the way he used to poke the fire in the winter time, which was a dead loss of 4 halfpenny a day, to say nothing at all of the aggravation of seeing him do it. So uncommon grand with it, too. "Post arter the next gentleman," he sings out every day when he comes in. "See arter the Times, Thomas. Let me look at the Morning Herald when it's out of hand. Don't forget to bespeak the Chronicle. And just bring the Tizer, will you?" And then he'd set, with his eyes fixed on the clock, and rush out, just a quarter of a minute for the time to waylay the boy as was a-comin' in with the evening paper, which he'd read with such intense interest and perseverance as worked the other customers up to the wery confines of desperation and insanity, especially one irascible old gentleman, as the waiter was always obliged to keep a sharp eye on at sich times, fear he should be tempted to commit some rash act with the carving knife. Well, sir, here he'd stop, occupying the best place for 3 hours, and never taking nothin' arter his dinner but sleep, and then he'd go away to a coffee-house a few streets off, and have a small pot of coffee and 4 crumpets, arter which he'd walk home to Kensington and go to bed. One night he was took very ill, sends for a doctor. Doctor comes in a green fly with a kind of Robinson Crusoe set of steps as he could let down when he got out and pull up arter him when he got in to prevent the necessity of the coachman's getting down, and thereby undeceiving the public by letting 'em see that it was only a livery coat as he'd got on and not the trousers to match. "What's the matter?" says the doctor. "Wery ill," says the patient. "What have you been a-eating on?" says the doctor. "Roast weal," says the patient. "What's the last thing you devoured?" says the doctor. "Crumpets," says the patient. "That's it," says the doctor. "I'll send you a box of pills directly, and don't you never take no more of 'em," he says. "No more of what?" says the patient. "Pills?" "No, crumpets," says the doctor. "Why?" says the patient, starting up in bed. "I've eat 4 crumpets every night for 15 year on principle." "Well, then, you'd better leave 'em off on principle," says the doctor. "Crumpets is not wholesome, sir," says the doctor, wery fierce. "But they're so cheap," says the patient, coming down a little, "and so wery fillin' at the price." "They'd be dear to you at any price, dear if you was paid to eat 'em," says the doctor. 4 crumpets a night, he says, will do your business in 6 months. The patient looks him full in the face and turns it over in his mind for a long time, and at last he says, "Are you sure of that 'ere, sir?" "I'll stake my professional reputation on it," says the doctor. "How many crumpets at a sittin' do you think would kill me off at once?" says the patient. "I don't know," says the doctor. "Do you think half a crown's worth 'd do it?" says the patient. "I think it might," says the doctor. 3 shillings worth 'd be sure to do it, I suppose," says the patient. "Certainly," says the doctor. "Wery good," says the patient. "Good night." Next morning he gets up, has a fire lit, orders in 3 shillings worth of crumpets, toasts 'em all, eats 'em all, and blows his brains out. "What did he do that for?" inquired Mr. Pickwick abruptly, for he was considerably startled by this tragical termination of the narrative. "What did he do it for, sir?" reiterated Sam. "Why, in support of his great principle that crumpets was wholesome, and to show that he wouldn't be put out of his way for nobody." With such like shiftings and changings of the discourse did Mr. Weller meet his master's questioning on the night of his taking up his residence in the Fleet. Finding all gentle remonstrance useless, Mr. Pickwick at length yielded a reluctant consent to his taking lodgings by the week of a bald-headed cobbler who rented a small slip-room in one of the upper galleries. To this humble apartment Mr. Weller moved a mattress and bedding, which he hired of Mr. Roker, and by the time he lay down upon it at night was as much at home as if he had been bred in the prison, and his whole family had vegetated therein for 3 generations. "Do you always smoke arter you goes to bed, old cock?" inquired Mr. Weller of his landlord, when they had both retired for the night. "Yes, I does, young bantam," replied the cobbler. "Will you allow me to inquire why you make up your bed under that 'ere deal table?" said Sam. "'Cause I was always used to a 4-poster afore I came here, and I find the legs of the table answer just as well," replied the cobbler. "You're a character, sir," said Sam. "I haven't got anything of the kind belonging to me," rejoined the cobbler, shaking his head, "and if you want to meet with a good one, I'm afraid you'll find some difficulty in suiting yourself at this register office." The above short dialogue took place as Mr. Weller lay extended on his mattress at one end of the room, and the cobbler on his at the other, the apartment being illumined by the light of a rush candle and the cobbler's pipe, which was glowing below the table like a red-hot coal. The conversation, brief as it was, predisposed Mr. Weller strongly in his landlord's favour, and raising himself on his elbow, he took a more lengthened survey of his appearance than he had yet had either time or inclination to make. He was a sallow man, all cobblers are, and had a strong, bristly beard, all cobblers have. His face was a queer, good-tempered, crooked-featured piece of workmanship, ornamented with a couple of eyes that must have worn a very joyous expression at one time, for they sparkled yet. The man was 60 by years, and heaven knows how old by imprisonment, so that his having any look approaching to mirth or contentment was singular enough. He was a little man, and being half doubled up as he lay in bed, looked about as long as he ought to have been without his legs. He had a great red pipe in his mouth, and was smoking and staring at the rushlight in a state of enviable placidity. "Have you been here long?" inquired Sam, breaking the silence which had lasted for some time. 12 year, replied the cobbler, biting the end of his pipe as he spoke. "Contempt?" inquired Sam. The cobbler nodded. "Well, then," said Sam with some sternness, "what do you persevere in being obstinate for, vasting your precious life away in this here magnified pound? Why don't you give in and tell the Chancellorship that you're wery sorry for making his court contemptible, and you won't do so no more?" The cobbler put his pipe in the corner of his mouth while he smiled, and then brought it back to its old place again, but said nothing. "Why don't you?" said Sam, urging his question strenuously. "Ah," said the cobbler, "you don't quite understand these matters. What do you suppose ruined me now?" "Why," said Sam, trimming the rushlight, "I suppose the beginning was that you got into debt, eh?" "Never owed a farden," said the cobbler. "Try again." "Well, perhaps," said Sam, "you bought houses, which is delicate English for going mad, or took to building, which is a medical term for being incurable." The cobbler shook his head and said, "Try again." "You didn't go to law, I hope," said Sam suspiciously. "Never in my life," replied the cobbler. "The fact is, I was ruined by having money left me." "Come, come," said Sam, "that won't do. I wish some rich enemy had tried to work my destruction in that ere way. I'd let him." "Oh, I dare say you don't believe it," said the cobbler, quietly smoking his pipe. "I wouldn't if I was you, but it's true for all that." "How was it?" inquired Sam, half induced to believe the fact already by the look the cobbler gave him. "Just this," replied the cobbler. "An old gentleman that I worked for down in the country, and a humble relation of whose I married, she's dead, God bless her, and thank him for it, was seized with a fit and went off." "Where?" inquired Sam, who was growing sleepy after the numerous events of the day. "How should I know where he went?" said the cobbler, speaking through his nose in an intense enjoyment of his pipe. "He went off dead." "Oh, that indeed," said Sam. "Well?" "Well," said the cobbler, "he left £5,000 behind him." "And wery genteel in him so to do," said Sam. "One of which," continued the cobbler, "he left to me, 'cause I married his relation, you see." "Wery good," murmured Sam. "And being surrounded by a great number of nieces and nevys, as was always quarrelling and fighting among themselves for the property, he makes me his executor, and leaves the rest to me in trust to divide it among 'em as the will provided." "What do you mean by leaving it on trust?" inquired Sam, waking up a little. "If it ain't ready money, where's the use on it?" "It's a law term, that's all," said the cobbler. "I don't think that," said Sam, shaking his head. "There's very little trust at that shop. Howsever, go on." "Well," said the cobbler, "when I was going to take out a probate of the will, the nieces and nevys, who was desperately disappointed at not getting all the money, enters a caveat against it." "What's that?" inquired Sam. "A legal instrument, which is as much as to say it's no go," replied the cobbler. "I see," said Sam, "a sort of brother-in-law of the have his carcass. Well?" "But," continued the cobbler, "finding that they couldn't agree among themselves, and consequently couldn't get up a case against the will, they withdrew the caveat, and I paid all the legacies. I'd hardly done it when one nevy brings an action to set the will aside. The case comes on some months afterwards afore a deaf old gentleman in a back room somewhere down by Paul's churchyard, and arter 4 councils had taken a day apiece to bother him regularly, he takes a week or 2 to consider and read the evidence in 6 volumes, and then gives his judgment that how the testator was not quite right in his head, and I must pay all the money back again, and all the costs. I appealed. The case come on before 3 or 4 very sleepy gentlemen who had heard it all before in the other court, where they're lawyers without work, the only difference being that they're called doctors, and in the other place delegates, if you understand that, and they very dutifully confirmed the decision of the old gentleman below. After that we went into Chancery, where we are still, and where I shall always be. My lawyers have had all my £1,000 long ago, and what between the estate, as they call it, and the costs, I'm here for 10,000, and shall stop here till I die, mending shoes. Some gentlemen have talked of bringing it before Parliament, and I dare say would have done it, only they hadn't time to come to me, and I hadn't power to go to them, and they got tired of my long letters and dropped the business. And this is God's truth without one word of suppression or exaggeration, as 50 people, both in this place and out of it, very well know." The cobbler paused to ascertain what effect his story had produced on Sam, but finding that he had dropped asleep, knocked the ashes out of his pipe, sighed, put it down, drew the bedclothes over his head, and went to sleep too. Mr. Pickwick was sitting at breakfast alone next morning, Sam being busily engaged in the cobbler's room, polishing his master's shoes and brushing the black gaiters, when there came a knock at the door, which before Mr. Pickwick could cry, "Come in," was followed by the appearance of a head of hair and a cotton velvet cap, both of which articles of dress he had no difficulty in recognizing as the personal property of Mr. Smangle. "How are you?" said that worthy, accompanying the inquiry with a score or 2 of nods. "I say, do you expect anybody this morning? 3 men, devilish gentlemanly fellows, have been asking after you downstairs, and knocking at every door on the hall flight, for which they've been most infernally blown up by the collegians that had the trouble of opening 'em." "Dear me, how very foolish of them," said Mr. Pickwick, rising. "Yes, I have no doubt they are some friends whom I rather expected to see yesterday." "Friends of yours!" exclaimed Smangle, seizing Mr. Pickwick by the hand. "Say no more. Curse me, they're friends of mine from this minute, and friends of Mivins's too. Infernal pleasant, gentlemanly dog, Mivins, isn't he?" said Smangle with great feeling. "I know so little of the gentleman," said Mr. Pickwick, hesitating, "that I know you do," interrupted Smangle, clasping Mr. Pickwick by the shoulder. "You shall know him better. You'll be delighted with him. That man, sir," said Smangle, with a solemn countenance, "has comic powers that would do honour to Drury Lane Theatre." "Has he indeed?" said Mr. Pickwick. "Ah, by Jove, he has," replied Smangle. "Hear him come the 4 cats in the wheelbarrow. 4 distinct cats, sir, I pledge you my honour. Now you know that's infernal clever. Dammy, you can't help liking a man when you see these traits about him. He's only one fault, that little failing I mentioned to you, you know." As Mr. Smangle shook his head in a confidential and sympathizing manner at this juncture, Mr. Pickwick felt that he was expected to say something, so he said, "Ah," and looked restlessly at the door. "Ah," echoed Mr. Smangle with a long-drawn sigh. He's delightful company, that man is, sir. I don't know better company anywhere, but he has that one drawback. If the ghost of his grandfather, sir, was to rise before him this minute, he'd ask him for the loan of his acceptance on an 8-penny stamp." "Dear me!" exclaimed Mr. Pickwick. "Yes," added Mr. Smangle, "and if he'd the power of raising him again, he would, in 2 months and 3 days from this time, to renew the bill." "Those are very remarkable traits," said Mr. Pickwick, "but I'm afraid that while we are talking here my friends may be in a state of great perplexity at not finding me." "I'll show 'em the way," said Smangle, making for the door. "Good day. I won't disturb you while they're here, you know. By the by—" As Smangle pronounced the last 3 words, he stopped suddenly, reclosed the door which he had opened, and walking softly back to Mr. Pickwick, stepped close up to him on tiptoe, and said in a very soft whisper, "You couldn't make it convenient to lend me half-a-crown till the latter end of next week, could you?" Mr. Pickwick could scarcely forbear smiling, but managing to preserve his gravity, he drew forth the coin and placed it in Mr. Smangle's palm, upon which that gentleman, with many nods and winks, implying profound mystery, disappeared in quest of the 3 strangers with whom he presently returned. And having coughed thrice and nodded as many times, as an assurance to Mr. Pickwick that he would not forget to pay, he shook hands all round in an engaging manner, and at length took himself off. "My dear friends," said Mr. Pickwick, shaking hands alternately with Mr. Tupman, Mr. Winkle, and Mr. Snodgrass, who were the 3 visitors in question, "I am delighted to see you." The triumvirate were much affected. Mr. Tupman shook his head deploringly. Mr. Snodgrass drew forth his handkerchief with undisguised emotion, and Mr. Winkle retired to the window and sniffed aloud. "Mornin', gentlemen," said Sam, entering at the moment with the shoes and gaiters. "Away with melancholy," as the little boy said when his schoolmissus died. "Welcome to the college, gentlemen." "This foolish fellow," said Mr. Pickwick, tapping Sam on the head as he knelt down to button up his master's gaiters, "this foolish fellow has got himself arrested in order to be near me." "What?" exclaimed the 3 friends. "Yes, gentlemen," said Sam. "Stand steady, sir, if you please. I'm a prisoner, gentlemen. Confined, as the lady said." "A prisoner!" exclaimed Mr. Winkle with unaccountable vehemence. "Hullo, sir," responded Sam, looking up. "What's the matter, sir?" "I had hoped, Sam, that—" Nothing, said Mr. Winkle precipitately. There was something so very abrupt and unsettled in Mr. Winkle's manner that Mr. Pickwick involuntarily looked at his 2 friends for an explanation. "We don't know," said Mr. Tupman, answering this mute appeal aloud. "He has been much excited for 2 days past, and his whole demeanour very unlike what it usually is. We feared there must be something the matter, but he resolutely denies it." No, said Mr. Winkle, colouring beneath Mr. Pickwick's gaze. "There is really nothing. I assure you there is nothing, my dear sir. It will be necessary for me to leave town for a short time on private business, and I had hoped to have prevailed upon you to allow Sam to accompany me." Mr. Pickwick looked more astonished than before. "I think," faltered Mr. Winkle, "that Sam would have had no objection to do so, but of course his being a prisoner here renders it impossible, so I must go alone." As Mr. Winkle said these words, Mr. Pickwick felt, with some astonishment, that Sam's fingers were trembling at the gaiters, as if he were rather surprised or startled. Sam looked up at Mr. Winkle, too, when he had finished speaking, and though the glance they exchanged was instantaneous, they seemed to understand each other. "Do you know anything of this, Sam?" said Mr. Pickwick sharply. "No, I don't, sir," replied Mr. Weller, beginning to button with extraordinary assiduity. "Are you sure, Sam?" said Mr. Pickwick. "Why, sir," responded Mr. Weller, "I'm sure so far that I've never heard anything on the subject afore this moment. If I makes any guess about it," added Sam, looking at Mr. Winkle, "I haven't got any right to say what it is, fear it should be a wrong un. I have no right to make any further inquiry into the private affairs of a friend, however intimate a friend," said Mr. Pickwick, after a short silence, At present let me merely say that I do not understand this at all. There, we have had quite enough of the subject." Thus expressing himself, Mr. Pickwick led the conversation to different topics, and Mr. Winkle gradually appeared more at ease, though still very far from being completely so. They had all so much to converse about that the morning very quickly passed away, and when at 3 o'clock Mr. Weller produced upon the little dining table a roast leg of mutton and an enormous meat pie, with sundry dishes of vegetables and pots of porter, which stood upon the chairs or the sofa bedstead, or where they could, everybody felt disposed to do justice to the meal, notwithstanding that the meat had been purchased and dressed, and the pie made and baked at the prison cookery hard by. To these succeeded a bottle or two of very good wine, for which a messenger was dispatched by Mr. Pickwick to the Horn Coffee-house in Doctors' Commons. The bottle or two, indeed, might be more properly described as a bottle or 6, for by the time it was drunk and tea over, the bell began to ring for the strangers to withdraw. But if Mr. Winkle's behavior had been unaccountable in the morning, it became perfectly unearthly and solemn when, under the influence of his feelings and his share of the bottle or 6, he prepared to take leave of his friend. He lingered behind until Mr. Tupman and Mr. Snodgrass had disappeared, and then fervently clenched Mr. Pickwick's hand with an expression of face in which deep and mighty resolve was fearfully blended with the very concentrated essence of gloom. "Good night, my dear sir," said Mr. Winkle between his set teeth. "Bless you, my dear fellow," replied the warm-hearted Mr. Pickwick, as he returned the pressure of his young friend's hand. "Now then," cried Mr. Tupman from the gallery. "Yes, yes, directly," replied Mr. Winkle. "Good night." "Good night," said Mr. Pickwick. There was another good night, and another, and half a dozen more after that, and still Mr. Winkle had fast hold of his friend's hand, and was looking into his face with the same strange expression. "Is anything the matter?" said Mr. Pickwick at last, when his arm was quite sore with shaking. "Nothing," said Mr. Winkle. "Well then, good night," said Mr. Pickwick, attempting to disengage his hand. "My friend, my benefactor, my honored companion," murmured Mr. Winkle, catching at his wrist, "do not judge me harshly. Do not, when you hear that, driven to extremity by hopeless obstacles, I—" "Now then," said Mr. Tupman, reappearing at the door, "are you coming, or are we to be locked in?" "Yes, yes, I am ready," replied Mr. Winkle, and with a violent effort he tore himself away. As Mr. Pickwick was gazing down the passage after them in silent astonishment, Sam Weller appeared at the stair-head and whispered for one moment in Mr. Winkle's ear. "Oh, certainly, depend upon me," said that gentleman aloud. "Thank you, sir. You won't forget, sir?" said Sam. "Of course not," replied Mr. Winkle. "Wish you luck, sir," said Sam, touching his hat. "I should very much like to ha' joined you, sir, but the governor, of course, is paramount." "It is very much to your credit that you remain here," said Mr. Winkle. With these words they disappeared down the stairs. "Very extraordinary," said Mr. Pickwick, going back into his room and seating himself at the table in a musing attitude. "What can that young man be going to do?" He had sat ruminating about the matter for some time when the voice of Roker the turnkey demanded whether he might come in. "By all means," said Mr. Pickwick. "I've brought you a softer pillow, sir," said Mr. Roker, "instead of the temporary one you had last night." "Thank you," said Mr. Pickwick. "Will you take a glass of wine?" "You're wery good, sir," replied Mr. Roker, accepting the proffered glass. "Yours, sir." "Thank you," said Mr. Pickwick. "I'm sorry to say that your landlord's wery bad tonight, sir," said Roker, setting down the glass and inspecting the lining of his hat preparatory to putting it on again. "What? The Chancery prisoner?" exclaimed Mr. Pickwick. "He won't be a Chancery prisoner wery long, sir," replied Roker, turning his hat round so as to get the maker's name right side upwards as he looked into it. "You make my blood run cold," said Mr. Pickwick. "What do you mean?" "He's been consumptive for a long time past," said Mr. Roker, "and he's taken wery bad in the breath tonight. The doctor said 6 months ago that nothing but a change of air could save him." "Great heaven!" exclaimed Mr. Pickwick. "Has this man been slowly murdered by the law for 6 months?" "I don't know about that," replied Roker, weighing the hat by the brim in both hands. "I suppose he'd have been took the same wherever he was. He went into the infirmary this morning. The doctor says his strength is to be kept up as much as possible, and the warden sent him wine and broth and that from his own house. It's not the warden's fault, you know, sir." "Of course not," replied Mr. Pickwick hastily. "I'm afraid, however," said Roker, shaking his head, "that it's all up with him. I offered Neddy 2 sixpenn'orths to 1 upon it just now, but he wouldn't take it, and quite right. Thank you, sir. Good night, sir." "Stay," said Mr. Pickwick earnestly. "Where is this infirmary?" "Just over where you slept, sir," replied Roker. "I'll show you if you like to come." Mr. Pickwick snatched up his hat without speaking, and followed at once. The turnkey led the way in silence, and gently raising the latch of the room door, motioned Mr. Pickwick to enter. It was a large, bare, desolate room, with a number of stump bedsteads made of iron, on one of which lay stretched the shadow of a man, wan, pale, and ghastly. His breathing was hard and thick, and he moaned painfully as it came and went. At the bedside sat a short old man in a cobbler's apron, who, by the aid of a pair of horn spectacles, was reading from the Bible aloud. It was the fortunate legatee. The sick man laid his hand upon his attendant's arm and motioned him to stop. He closed the book and laid it on the bed. "Open the window," said the sick man. He did so. The noise of carriages and carts, the rattle of wheels, the cries of men and boys, all the busy sounds of a mighty multitude, instinct with life and occupation, blended into one deep murmur, floated into the room. Above the hoarse, loud hum arose from time to time a boisterous laugh, or a scrap of some jingling song shouted forth by one of the giddy crowd would strike upon the ear for an instant, and then be lost amidst the roar of voices and the tramp of footsteps, the breaking of the billows of the restless sea of life that rolled heavily on without. These are melancholy sounds to a quiet listener at any time, but how melancholy to the watcher by the bed of death. "There is no air here," said the man faintly. "The place pollutes it. It was fresh round about when I walked there years ago, but it grows hot and heavy in passing these walls. I cannot breathe it." "We have breathed it together for a long time," said the old man. "Come, come." There was a short silence, during which the 2 spectators approached the bed. The sick man drew a hand of his old fellow-prisoner towards him, and pressing it affectionately between both his own, retained it in his grasp. "I hope," he gasped after a while, so faintly that they bent their ears close over the bed to catch the half-formed sounds his pale lips gave vent to, "I hope my merciful judge will bear in mind my heavy punishment on earth. 20 years, my friend, 20 years in this hideous grave. My heart broke when my child died, and I could not even kiss him in his little coffin. My loneliness since then, and all this noise and riot, has been very dreadful. May God forgive me. He has seen my solitary, lingering death." He folded his hands, and murmuring something more they could not hear, fell into a sleep. Only a sleep at first, for they saw him smile. They whispered together for a little time, and the turnkey, stooping over the pillow, drew hastily back. "He has got his discharge, by G," said the man. He had. But he had grown so like death in life that they knew not when he died. End of chapter 44.
Chapter 45 of the Pickwick Papers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. This recording by Patty Brugman. Chapter 45. Descriptive of an affecting interview between Mr. Samuel Weller and a family party. Mr. Pickwick makes a tour of the diminutive world he inhabits, and resolves to mix with it in future as little as possible. A few mornings after his incarceration, Mr. Samuel Weller, having arranged his master's room with all possible care, and seen him comfortably seated over his books and papers, withdrew to employ himself for an hour or two to come as best he could. It was a fine morning, and it occurred to Sam that a pint of porter in the open air would lighten his next quarter of an hour or so, as well as any little amusement in which he could indulge. Having arrived at this conclusion, he betook himself to the tap. Having purchased the beer, and obtained, moreover, the day but one before yesterday's paper, he repaired to the skittle ground, and seated himself on the bench, proceeded to enjoy himself in a very sedate and methodical manner. First of all, he took a refreshing draught of the beer, and then he looked up at the window and bestowed a platonic wink on a young lady who was peeling potatoes thereat. Then he opened the paper and folded it, so as to get the police reports outward, and this being a vexatious and difficult thing to do when there is any kind of wind stirring, he took another draught of the beer when he had accomplished it. Then he read 2 lines of the paper and stopped short to look at a couple of men who were finishing a game of rackets, which being concluded, he cried out, "Werry good!" in an approving manner, and looked around upon the spectators to ascertain whether their sentiments coincided with his own. This involved the necessity of looking up at the windows also, and as the young lady was still there, it was an act of common politeness to wink again, and to drink to her good health in dumb show in another draught of beer, which Sam did. And having frowned hideously upon a small boy who had noted this latter proceeding with open eyes, he threw one leg over the other and, holding the newspaper in both hands, began to read in real earnest. He had hardly composed himself into the needful state of abstraction when he thought he heard his own name proclaimed in some distant passage. Nor was he mistaken, for it quickly passed from mouth to mouth, and in a few seconds the air teemed with shouts of "Weller!" "Here!" roared Sam in a stentorian voice. "What's the matter? Who wants him? Has an express come to say that the country house is afire?" "Somebody wants you in the hall," said a man who was standing by. "Just mind that up paper and pot, old fellow, will you?" said Sam. "I'm coming. Blest if they was calling me to the bar, they couldn't make more noise about it." Accompanying these words with a gentle rap on the head of the young gentleman before noticed, who, unconscious of his close vicinity to the person in request, was screaming "Weller!" with all his might, Sam hastened across the ground and ran up the steps into the hall. Here the first object that met his eyes was his beloved father, sitting on a bottom stair with his hat in his hand, shouting out "Weller!" in his very loudest tone at half-minute intervals. "What are you roaring at?" said Sam impetuously, when the old gentleman had discharged himself of another shout. "Making yourself so precious hot that you looks like an aggravated glass-blower. What's the matter?" "Ah," replied the old gentleman, "I began to be afeard that you'd gone for a walk round the Regency Park, Sammy." "Come," said Sam, "none of them taunts again, the victim of avarice. And come off that 'ere step. What are you setting down there for? I don't live there." "I've got such a game for you, Sammy," said the elder Mr. Weller, rising. "Stop a minute," said Sam. "You're all vit behind." "That's right, Sammy, rub it off," said Mr. Weller, as his son dusted him. "I might look personal here if a man walked about with whitewash on his clothes, eh, Sammy?" As Mr. Weller exhibited in this place unequivocal symptoms of an approaching fit of chuckling, Sam interposed to stop it. "Keep quiet, do," said Sam. "There never was such an old picture-card born. What are you busting with now?" "Sammy," said Mr. Weller, wiping his forehead, "I'm afeard that one of these days I shall laugh myself into apoplexy, my boy." "Well, then, what do you do for it?" said Sam. "Now, what have you got to say?" "Who do you think's come here with me, Samivel?" said Mr. Weller, drawing back a pace or two, pursing up his mouth, and extending his eyebrows. "Pell?" said Sam. Mr. Weller shook his head, and his red cheeks expanded with the laughter that was endeavouring to find a vent. "Mottle-faced man, perhaps," suggested Sam. Again Mr. Weller shook his head. "Who, then?" asked Sam. "Your mother-in-law," said Mr. Weller. and it was lucky he did say it, or his cheeks must inevitably have cracked from their most unnatural distension. "Your mother-in-law, Sammy," said Mr. Weller. "And the red-nosed man, my boy, and the red-nosed man. Ho, ho, ho." With this Mr. Weller launched into convulsions of laughter, while Sam regarded him in a broad grin gradually overspreading his whole countenance. "They've come to have a little serious talk with you, Samoville," said Mr. Weller, wiping his eyes. "Don't let out nothing about the unnatural creditor, Sammy." "What, don't they know who it is?" inquired Sam. "Not a bit on it," replied his father. "Where are they?" said Sam, reciprocating all the old gentleman's grins. "In the snuggery," rejoined Mr. Weller. "Catch the old red-nosed man a-going any there but where the liquors is? Naughty, Samoville, naughty. We'd a very pleasant ride along the road from the Marquis's this morning, Sammy," said Mr. Weller, when he felt himself equal to the task of speaking in an articulate manner. "I drove the old piebald in that 'ere little shay-cart as belonged to your mother-in-law's first venter, into which a armchair was lifted for the shepherd. And I'm blessed," said Mr. Weller, with a look of deep scorn, "I'm blessed if they didn't bring a portable flight of steps out into the yard or front of our door for him to get up by." "You don't mean that," said Sam. "I do mean that, Sammy," replied his father, "and I wish you could have seen how tight he held on by the sides when he did get up, as if he was afeard of being precipitated down full 6 foot and dashed into a million atoms. He tumbled in at last, however, and away we went, and I rather think, Samoville, that he found himself a little jolted when we turned the corners." "What, I suppose you happened to drive up again a post or two," said Sam. "I'm afeard," replied Mr. Weller, in a rapture of winks, "I'm afeard I took one or two of 'em, Sammy. He was a-flying out of the armchair all the way." Here the old gentleman took his head from side to side and was seized with a hoarse internal rumbling, accompanied with a violent swelling of the countenance and a sudden increase in the breadth of all his features, symptoms which alarmed his son not a little. "Don't be frightened, Sammy, don't be frightened," said the old gentleman, when, by dint of much struggling and various convulsive stamps upon the ground, he had recovered his voice. "It's only a kind of quiet laugh as I'm trying to come, Sammy." "Well, if that's what it is," said Sammy, "you'd better not try to come it again. You'll find it rather a dangerous inwention." "Don't you like it, Sammy?" inquired the old gentleman. "Not at all," replied Sam. "Well," said Mr. Weller, with the tears still running down his cheeks, "it'd have been a very good accommodation to me if I could have done it, and I'd have saved a good many words atween your mother-in-law and me sometimes. But I'm a-weird you're right, Sammy. It's too much of the apoplexy line. A deal too much, Samoville." This conversation brought them to the door of the snuggery, into which Sam, pausing for an instant to look over his shoulder and cast a sly leer at his respected progenitor, who was still giggling behind, at once led the way. "Mother-in-law," said Sam, politely saluting the lady, "very much obliged to you for this here visit. Shepherd, how are you?" "Oh, Samuel," said Mrs. Weller, "this is dreadful." "Not a bit on it, mum," replied Sam. "It is a shepherd." Mr. Stiggins raised his hands and turned up his eyes till the whites, or rather the yellows, were alone visible, but made no reply in words. "Is this here gentleman troubling with any painful complaint?" said Sam, looking to his mother-in-law for explanation. "This good man is grieved to see you here, Samuel," replied Mrs. Weller. "Oh, that's it, is it?" said Sam. "I was afeard from the manner that he might have forgotten to take pepper with that here last cowcumber he ate. Set down, sir. We make no extra charge for the setting down, as the king remarked when he blowed up his ministers." "Young man," said Mr. Stiggins ostentatiously, "I fear you are not softened by imprisonment." "Beg your pardon, sir," replied Sam. "What was you graciously pleased to observe?" "I apprehend, young man, that your nature is no softer for this chastening," said Mr. Stiggins in a loud voice. "Sir," replied Sam, "you're very kind to say so. I hope my nature is not a soft un, sir. Very much obliged to you for your good opinion, sir." At this point of the conversation a sound, indecorously approaching to a laugh, was heard to proceed from the chair in which the elder Mr. Weller was seated, upon which Mrs. Weller, on a hasty consideration of all the circumstances of the case, considered it her burdened duty to become gradually hysterical. "Weller," said Mrs. Weller. The old gentleman was seated in a corner. "Weller, come forth." "Very much obliged to you, my dear," replied Mr. Weller, "but I'm quite comfortable where I am." Upon this Mrs. Weller burst into tears. "What's gone wrong, Mum?" said Sam. "Oh, Samuel," replied Mrs. Weller, "your father makes me wretched. Will nothing do him good?" "Do you hear this here?" said Sam. "Lady wants to know whether nothing will do you good." "Very much indebted to Mr. Weller for her polite inquiry, Sammy," replied the old gentleman. "I think a pipe would benefit me a good deal. Could I be accommodated, Sammy?" Here Mrs. Weller let fall some more tears, and Mr. Stiggins groaned. "Hullo, here's this unfortunate gentleman took ill again," said Sam, looking round. "Where do you feel it now, sir?" "In the same place, young man," rejoined Mr. Stiggins. "In the same place." "Where might that be, sir?" inquired Sam with great outward simplicity. "In the bosom, young man," replied Mr. Stiggins, placing his umbrella on his waistcoat. At this affecting reply, Mrs. Weller, being wholly unable to suppress her feelings, sobbed aloud and stated her conviction that the red-nosed man was a saint. Whereupon Mr. Weller senior ventured to suggest, in an undertone, that he must be the representative of the united parishes of St. Simon without and St. Walker within. "I'm afeard, Mum," said Sam, "that this here gentleman with the twist in his countenance feels rather thirsty, with the melancholy spectacle afore him. Is it the case, Mum?" The worthy lady looked at Mr. Stiggins for a reply. That gentleman, with many rollings of the eye, clenched his throat with his right hand and mimicked the act of swallowing to intimate that he was athirst. "I'm afraid, Samuel, that his feelings may have made him so indeed," said Mrs. Weller mournfully. "What's your usual tap, sir?" replied Sam. "Oh, my dear young friend," replied Mr. Stiggins, "all the taps is vanities." Too true indeed," said Mrs. Weller, murmuring a groan and shaking her head assentingly. "Well," said Sam, "I dessay they may, sir, but which is your particular wenity? Which wenity do you like the flavour on best, sir?" "Oh, my dear young friend," replied Mr. Stiggins, "I despise them all said Mr. Stiggins, "if there is only any one of them less odious than another, it is the liquor called rum. Warm, my dear young friend, with 3 lumps of sugar to the tumbler." "Very sorry to say it, sir," said Sam, "that they don't allow that particular wenity to be sold in this here establishment." "Oh, the hardness of heart of these inveterate men!" ejaculated Mr. Stiggins. "Oh, the accursed cruelty of these inhuman persecutors!" With these words Mr. Stiggins again cast up his eyes and rapped his breast with his umbrella, and it is but justice to the reverend gentleman to say that his indignation appeared very real and unfeigned indeed. After Mrs. Weller and the red-nosed gentleman had commented on this inhuman usage in a very forcible manner, and had vented a variety of pious and holy execrations against its authors, the latter recommended a bottle of port wine warmed with a little water, spice, and sugar, as being grateful to the stomach, and savouring less of vanity than many other compounds. It was accordingly ordered to be prepared. Pending its preparation, the red-nosed man and Mrs. Weller looked at the elder Welder and groaned. "Well, Sammy," said that gentleman, "I hope you'll find that your spirits rose by this here lively visit. Very cheerful and improving conversation, ain't it, Sammy?" "You're a reprobate," replied Sam, "and I desire you won't address no more of them ungraceful remarks to me." So far from being edified by this very proper reply, the elder Mr. Weller at once relapsed into a broad grin, and this inexorable conduct causing the lady and Mr. Stiggins to close their eyes and rock themselves to and fro on their chairs in a troubled manner, he furthermore indulged in several acts of pantomime, indicative of a desire to pummel and wring the nose of the aforesaid Stiggins, the performance of which appeared to afford him a great mental relief. The old gentleman very narrowly escaped detection in one instance, for Mr. Stiggins, happening to give a start on the arrival of the negus, brought his head in smart contact with the clenched fist with which Mr. Weller had been describing imaginary fireworks in the air, within 2 inches of his ear, for some minutes. "What are you reaching out your hand for the tumbler in that air sawage way for?" said Sam with great promptitude. "Don't you see you've hit the gentleman?" "I didn't go to do it, Sammy," said Mr. Weller, in some degree abashed by the very unexpected occurrence of the incident. "Try an inner application, sir," said Sam, as the red-nosed gentleman rubbed his head with a rueful visage. "What do you think of that for a go a weighty warm, sir?" Mr. Stiggins made no verbal answer, but his manner was expressive. He tasted the contents of the glass which Sam had placed in his hand, put an umbrella on the floor, and tasted it again. Passing his hand placidly across the stomach twice or thrice, he then drank the whole at a breath, and smacking his lips, held out the tumbler for more. Nor was Mrs. Weller behindhand in doing justice in the composition. The good lady began by protesting that she couldn't touch a drop, then took a small drop, then a large drop, then a great many drops, and her feelings being of the nature of those substances which are powerfully affected by the application of strong waters, she tear with every drop of negus, and so got on, melting the feelings down, until at length she had arrived at a very pathetic and decent pitch of misery. The elder Mr. Weller observed these signs and tokens with many manifestations of disgust, and when, after a second jug of the same, Mr. Stiggins began to sigh in a dismal manner, he plainly evinced his disapprobation of the whole proceedings by sundry incoherent ramblings of speech, among which frequent angry repetitions of the word gammon were alone distinguishable to the ear. "I'll tell you what it is, Sam Overmore, my boy," whispered the old gentleman into his son's ear after a long and steadfast contemplation of his lady and Mr. Stiggins. "I think there must be something wrong in your mother-in-law's inside, as well as in that old of the red-nosed man." "What do you mean?" said Sam. "I mean this here, Sammy," replied the old gentleman, "that what they drink don't seem no nourishment to 'em. It all turns to warm water and comes a-pouring out of their eyes. Depend upon it, Sammy, it's a constitutional infirmity." Mr. Weller delivered this scientific opinion with many confirmatory frowns and nods, which Mrs. Weller, remarking and concluding that they bore some disparaging reference to either herself or to Mr. Stiggins or to both, the point of becoming infinitely worse when Mr. Stiggins, getting on his legs as well as he could, proceeded to deliver an edifying discourse for the benefit of the company, but more especially of Mr. Samuel, whom he adjured in moving terms to be upon his guard in that sink of iniquity into which he was cast, to abstain from all hypocrisy and pride of heart, and to take in all things exact patterns and copy by him, Stiggins, in which case he might calculate on arriving, sooner or later, at the comfortable conclusion that, like him, he was a most estimable and blameless character, and that all his acquaintance and friends were hopelessly abandoned and profligate wretches, which consideration, he said, could not but afford him the liveliest satisfaction. He furthermore conjured him to avoid above all things the vice of intoxication, which he likened unto the filthy habits of swine, and to those poisonous and baleful drugs which, being chewed in the mouth, are said to filter away the memory. At this point of the discourse, the reverend and red-nosed gentleman became singularly incoherent, and, staggering to and fro in the excitement of his eloquence, was fain to catch at the back of a chair to preserve his perpendicular. Mr. Stiggins did not desire his hearers to be upon their guard against those false prophets and wretched mockers of religion, who, without sense to expound its first doctrines or hearts to feel its first principles, are more dangerous members of society than the common criminal, imposing as they necessarily do upon the weakest and worst informed, casting scorn and contempt on what should be held most sacred, and bringing into partial disrepute large bodies of virtuous and well-conducted persons of many excellent sects and persuasions. But as he leant over the back of the chair for a considerable time, and closing one eye, winked a good deal with the other, it is presumed that he thought all this but kept it to himself. During the delivery of the oration, Mrs. Weller sobbed and wept at the end of the paragraphs, while Sam, sitting cross-legged on a chair and resting his arms on the top rail, regarded the speaker with great suavity and blandness of demeanour, occasionally bestowing a look of recognition on the old gentleman, who was delighted at the beginning and went to sleep about halfway. "Bravo, very pretty," said Sam, when the red-nosed man, having finished, pulled his worn gloves on, thereby thrusting his fingers through the broken tips until the knuckles were disclosed to view. "Very pretty." "I hope it may do you good, Samuel," said Mrs. Weller solemnly. "I think it will, Mum," replied Sam. "I wish I could hope it would do your father good," said Mrs. Weller. "Thank you, my dear," said Mr. Weller senior. "How do you find yourself arter it, my love?" "Scoffer!" exclaimed Mrs. Weller. "Benighted man," said the Reverend Mr. Stiggins. "If I don't get no better light than that 'ere moonshine of yourn, my worthy creature," said the elder Mr. Weller, "it's very likely as I shall continue to be a night coach till I'm took off the road altogether. Now, Mrs. B., if the Bible stands at livery much longer, he'll stand at nothing as we go back, and perhaps that 'ere armchair 'll be tipped over into some edge or another with the shepherd in it." At this supposition the Reverend Mr. Stiggins, in evident consternation, gathered up his hat and umbrella and proposed an immediate departure, to which Mrs. Weller assented. Sam walked with them to the lodge gate and took a dutiful leave. "Adieu, Samuel," said the old gentleman. "What's adieu?" inquired Sammy. "Well, good-bye, then," said the old gentleman. "Oh, that's what you're aiming at, is it?" said Sam. "Good-bye." "Sammy," whispered Mr. Weller, looking cautiously round, "my duty to your governor, and tell him if he thinks better of this here business, to communicate with me. Me and a cabinet maker has dewised a plan for getting him out. A pianner, Somerville, a pianner," said Mr. Weller, striking his son on the chest with the back of his hand and falling back a step or two. "What do you mean?" said Sam. "A pianner 40, Somerville," rejoined Mr. Weller in still more mysterious manner, "as he can have on hire, von his wont to play, Sammy." "And what'd be the good of that?" said Sam. "Let him send to my friend a cabinet maker to fetch it back, Sammy," replied Mr. Weller. "Are you awake now?" "No," rejoined Sam. "There ain't no verks in it," whispered Mr. Weller. "It'll hold him easy, and with his hat and shoes on, and breathe through the legs, fitch his holler. Have a passage ready taken from America. The American government will never give him up when they find he's got money to spend, Sammy. Let the governor stop there till Mrs. Bardell's dead, or Mr. Dodson and Fogg's hung, which last event I think is the most likely to happen first, Sammy, and then let him come back and write a book about the Americans as'll pay all his expenses and more if he blows 'em up enough." Mr. Weller delivered this hurried abstract of his plot with great vehemence of whisper, and then, as if fearful of weakening the effect of the tremendous communication by any further dialogue, he gave the coachman's salute and vanished. Sam had scarcely recovered his usual composure of countenance, which had been greatly disturbed by the secret communication of his respected relative, when Mr. Pickwick accosted him. "Sam," said that gentleman. "Sir," replied Mr. Weller. "I'm going for a walk around the prison, and I wish you attend to me. I see a prisoner we know coming this way, Sam," said Mr. Pickwick, smiling. "Which, sir?" inquired Mr. Weller. "Gentleman with the head of hair, or the interesting captive in the stockings?" "Neither," rejoined Mr. Pickwick. "He is an older friend of yours, Sam." "Or mine, sir," exclaimed Mr. Weller. "You recollect the gentleman very well, I dare say, Sam," replied Mr. Pickwick. "Or else you are more unmindful of your old acquaintances than I think you are. Hush, not a word, Sam, not a syllable. Here he is." As Mr. Pickwick spoke, Jingle walked up. He looked less miserable than before, being clad in a half-worn suit of clothes which, with Mr. Pickwick's assistance, had been released from the pawnbroker's. He wore clean linen, too, and had had his hair cut. He was very pale and thin, however, and as he crept slowly up, leaning on a stick, it was easy to see that he had suffered severely from illness and want, and was still very weak. He took off his hat as Mr. Pickwick saluted him, and seemed much humbled and abashed. at sight of Sam Weller. Following close at his heels came Mr. Job Trotter, in the catalogue of whose vices want of faith and detachment to his companion could at all events find no place. He was still ragged and squalid, but his face was not quite so hollow as on first meeting with Mr. Pickwick a few days before. As he took off his hat to our benevolent old friend, he murmured some broken expressions of gratitude and muttered something about having been saved from starving. "Well, well," said Mr. Pickwick, impatiently interrupting him. "You can follow with Sam. I want to speak to you, Mr. Jingle. Can you walk without his arm?"
"Certainly, sir. All ready. Not too fast. Legs shaky. Head queer, round and round. Earthquakey sort of feeling, very."
"Here, give me your arm," said Mr. Pickwick.
"No, no," replied Jingle. "Won't, indeed, rather not."
"Nonsense," said Mr. Pickwick. "Lean upon me. I desire, sir." Seeing that he was confused and agitated and uncertain what to do, Mr. Pickwick cut the matter short by drawing the invalided stroller's arm through his and leading him away without saying another word about it. During the whole of the time, the countenance of Mr. Samuel Weller had exhibited an expression of the most overwhelming and absorbing astonishment that the imagination can portray. After looking from Job to Jingle and from Jingle to Job, in profound silence, he softly ejaculated the words, "Well, I am damned," which he repeated at least a score of times, after which exertion he appeared wholly bereft of speech, and again cast his eyes, first upon the one and then upon the other, in mute perplexity and bewilderment. "Now, Sam," said Mr. Pickwick, looking back. "I'm a-comin', sir," replied Mr. Weller, mechanically following his master, and still he lifted not his eyes from Mr. Job Trotter, who walked at his side in silence. Job kept his eyes fixed on the ground for some time. Sam, with his glued to Job's countenance, ran up against the people who were walking about, and fell over little children, and stumbled against steps and railings, without appearing at all sensible, until Job, looking stealthily up, said, "How do you do, Mr. Weller?" "It is him!" exclaimed Sam, and having established Job's identity beyond all doubt, he smote his leg and vented his feelings in a long, shrill whistle. "Things has altered with me, sir," said Job. "I should think they had," exclaimed Mr. Weller, surveying his companion's rags with undisguised wonder. "This is rather a change for the worse, Mr. Trotter, as the gentleman said when he got 2 doubtful shillings and a 6-penny worth of pocket pieces, for a good half-crown." "It is indeed," replied Job, shaking his head. "There is no deception now, Mr. Weller. Tears," said Job, with a look of momentary slyness. "Tears are not the only proofs of distress, nor the best ones." "No, they ain't," replied Sam expressively. "They may be put on, Mr. Weller," said Job. "I know they may be," said Sam. "Some people, indeed, has 'em always ready laid on, and can pull 'em out of the plug whenevers they like." "Yes," replied Job. "But these sort of things are not so easily counterfeited, Mr. Weller, and it is a more painful process to get them up." As he spoke, he pointed to his sallow, sunken cheeks, and drawing up his coat sleeves, disclosed an arm which looked as if the bone could be broken at a touch, so sharp and brittle did it appear beneath the thin covering of flesh. "What have you been a-doing to yourself?" said Sam, recoiling. "Nothing," replied Job. "Nothing," echoed Sam. "I have been doing nothing for many weeks past," said Job, "and eating and drinking almost as little." Sam took one comprehensive glance at Mr. Trotter's thin face and wretched apparel, and then, seizing him by the arm, commenced dragging him away with great violence. "Where are you going, Mr. Weller?" said Job, vainly struggling in the powerful grasp of his old enemy. "Come on," said Sam. "Come on." He deigned no further explanation until they reached the tap, and then called for a pot of porter, which was speedily produced. "Now," said Sam, "drink that up, every drop of it, and then turn the pot upside down and let me see as you've took the medicine." "But, my dear Mr. Weller," remonstrated Job. "Down with it," said Sam peremptorily. Thus admonished, Mr. Trotter raised the pot to his lips, and by gentle and almost imperceptible degrees tilted it into the air. He paused once, and only once, to draw a long breath, but without raising his face from the vessel, which in a few moments thereafter he held out at arm's length, bottom upward. Nothing fell from the ground but a few particles of froth, which slowly detached themselves from the rim and trickled lazily down. "Well done," said Sam. "How do you find yourself out of that?" "Better, sir. I think I am better," responded Job. "Of course you are," said Sam argumentatively. "It's like putting gas in a balloon. I can see the naked eye that gets you the stouter under the operation. What do you say to another of the same dimensions?" "I would rather not. I'm much obliged to you, sir," replied Job. "Much rather not." "Well, then, what do you say to some victuals?" inquired Sam. "Thank you, dear worthy governor, sir," said Mr. Trotter. "We had half a leg of mutton, baked at 3:15, with the potatoes under it to save boiling." "What? Has he been a pardon for you?" asked Sam emphatically. "He has, sir," replied Job. "More than that, Mr. Weller. My master being very ill, he got us a room. We were in a kennel before, and paid for it, sir, and come to look at us at night. But nobody should know, Mr. Weller," said Job, with real tears in his eyes for once. "I could serve that gentleman till I fell down dead at his feet." "I say," said Sam, "I'll trouble you, my friend. None of that." Job Trotter looked amazed. "None of that, I say, young fellow," repeated Sam firmly. "No man serves him but me. And now we're upon it, I'll let you into another secret besides that," said Sam, as he paid for the beer. "I never heard, mind you, nor read in storybooks, nor see in pictures, any angel in tights and gaiters, not even in spectacles as I remember, though that may have been done for anything I know to the contrary. But mark my words, Job Trotter, he's a regular thoroughbred angel for all that, and let me see the man as ventures to tell me he knows a better one." With this defiance, Mr. Weller buttoned up his change in a side pocket, and with many confirmatory nods and gestures by the way, proceeded in search of the subject of discourse. They found Mr. Pickwick in company with Jingle, talking very earnestly and not bestowing a look on the groups who were congregated on the racket ground. They were very motley groups, too, and worth looking at, if it were only in idle curiosity. "Well," said Mr. Pickwick, as Sam and his companion drew nigh, "you will see how your health becomes, and think about it meanwhile. Make the statement out for me when you feel yourself equal to the task, and I will discuss the subject with you when I have considered it. Now go to your room. You are tired, and not strong enough to be out." Mr. Alfred Jingle, without one spark of his old animation, with nothing even of the dismal gaiety which he had assumed when Mr. Pickwick first stumbled on him in his misery, bowed low without speaking, and, motioning to Job not to follow him just yet, crept slowly away. "Curious scene this, is it not, Sam?" said Mr. Pickwick, looking good-humouredly around. "Very much so, sir," replied Sam. "Wonders'll never cease," added Sam, speaking to himself. "I'm very much mistaken that ere Jingle warn't a-doing something in the water-cart way." The area formed by the wall in that part of the Fleet in which Mr. Pickwick stood was just wide enough to make a good racket-court, one side being formed, of course, by the wall itself, and the other by the portion of the prison which looked, or rather would have looked but for the wall, toward St. Paul's Cathedral. Sauntering or sitting about in every possible attitude of listless idleness were a great number of debtors, the major part of whom were waiting in prison until their day of going up before the insolvent court should arrive, while others had been remanded for various terms, which they were idling away as best they could. Some were shabby, some were smart, many dirty, a few clean. But there they all lounged and loitered and slunk about, with as little spirit or purpose as the beasts in a menagerie. Lolling from the windows which commanded a view of this promenade were a number of persons, some in noisy conversation with their acquaintance below, others playing at ball with some adventurous throwers outside, others looking on at the racket players or watching the boys as they cried the game. Dirty, slipshod women passed and repassed on their way to the cooking house in one corner of the yard. Children screamed and fought and played together in another. The tumbling of the skittles and the shouts of the players mingled perpetually with these and the 100 other sounds, and all was noise and tumult, save in a little miserable shed a few yards off, where lay, all quiet and ghastly, the body of the Chancery prisoner who had died the night before, awaiting the mockery of an inquest. The body. It is the lawyer's term for the restless whirling mass of cares and anxieties, affections, hopes, and griefs that make up the living man. The law had his body, and there it lay, clothed in grave clothes, an awful witness to its tender mercy.
"Would you like to see a whistling shop, sir?" inquired Job Trotter.
"What do you mean?" was Mr. Pickwick's counter-inquiry. "A whistling shop, sir," interposed Mr. Weller. "What is that, Sam? A bird fancier's?" inquired Mr. Pickwick.
"Bless your heart, no, sir," replied Job. "A whistling shop, sir, is where they sell spirits."
Mr. Job Trotter briefly explained here that all persons being prohibited under heavy penalties from conveying spirits into debtors' prisons, and such commodities being highly prized by the ladies and gentlemen confined therein, it had occurred to some speculative turnkey to connive, for certain lucrative considerations, at 2 or 3 prisoners retailing the favourite article of gin, for their own profit and advantage.
"This plan, you see, sir, has been gradually introduced into all the prisons for debt," said Mr. Trotter.
"And it has this very great advantage," said Sam, "that the turnkeys takes very good care to seize hold of everybody but them as pays 'em that attempts the villainy. And when it gets in the papers, they're plotted for the vigilance. So it cuts 2 ways, frightens other people from the trade, and elevates their own character."
"Exactly so, Mr. Weller,"
observed Job. "Well, but are their rooms never searched to ascertain whether any spirits are concealed in them?" said Mr. Pickwick. "Certainly they are, sir," replied Sam. "But the turnkeys know beforehand and gives the ward to the whistlers, and you may whistle for it when you go to look." By this time Job had tapped at a door, which was opened by a gentleman with an uncombed head, who bolted it after them when they had walked in, and grinned, upon which Job grinned, and Sam also, whereupon Mr. Pickwick, thinking it might be expected of him, kept on smiling to the end of the interview. The gentleman with the uncombed head appeared quite satisfied with this mute announcement of their business, and producing a flat stone bottle, which might hold about a couple of quarts, from beneath the bedstead, filled out 3 glasses of gin, which Job Trotter and Sam disposed of in the most workmanlike manner. "Any more?" said the whistling gentleman.
"No more,"
replied Job Trotter. Mr. Pickwick paid, the door was unbolted, and out they came, the uncombed gentleman bestowing a friendly nod upon Mr. Roker, who happened to be passing at that moment. From this spot Mr. Pickwick wandered along all the galleries, up and down all the staircases, and once again round the whole area of the yard. The great body of the prison population appeared to be Minivans, and Smangle, and the parson, and the butcher, and the leg, over and over and over again. There were the same squalor, the same turmoil and noise, the same general characteristics in every corner, in the best and the worst alike. The whole place seemed restless and troubled, and the people were crowding and flitting to and fro like the shadows in an uneasy dream. "I've seen enough," said Mr. Pickwick, as he threw himself into a chair in his little apartment. "My head aches with these scenes, and my heart too. Henceforth I will be a prisoner in my own room." And Mr. Pickwick steadfastly adhered to this determination. For 3 long months he remained shut up all day, only stealing out at night to breathe the air, when the greater part of his fellow prisoners were in bed or carousing in their rooms. His health was beginning to suffer from the closeness of the confinement, but neither the oft-repeated entreaties of Perker and his friends, nor the still more frequently repeated warnings and admonitions of Mr. Samuel Weller could induce him to alter one jot of his inflexible resolution. End of chapter 45. Read by Patty Brugman.
Chapter 46 of the Pickwick Papers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Edward Elmer. The Pickwick Papers by Charles Dickens. Chapter 46. Records a touching act of delicate feeling, not unmixed with pleasantry, achieved and performed by Messrs. Dodson and Fogg. It was within a week of the close of the month of July that a hackney cabriolet, number unrecorded, was seen to proceed at a rapid pace up Goswell Street. 3 people were squeezed into it besides the driver, who sat in his own particular little dickey at the side. Over the apron were hung 2 shawls belonging to 2 small, vixenish-looking ladies under the apron, between whom, compressed into a very small compass, was stowed away a gentleman of heavy and subdued demeanour, who, whenever he ventured to make an observation, was snapped up short by one of the vixenish ladies before mentioned. Lastly, the 2 vixenish ladies and the heavy gentleman were giving the driver contradictory directions, all tending to the one point that he should stop at Mrs. Bardell's door, which the heavy gentleman, in direct opposition to and defiance of the vixenish ladies, contended was a green door and not a yellow one. "Stop at the house with a green door, driver," said the heavy gentleman. "Oh, you perwerse creetur!" exclaimed one of the vixenish ladies. "Drive to the 'ouse with a yellow door, cabman." Upon this the cabman, who, in a sudden effort to pull up at the house with a green door, had pulled the horse up so high that he nearly pulled him backward into the cabriolet, let the animal's 4 legs down to the ground again and paused. "Now where am I to pull up?" inquired the driver. "Settle it among yourselves. All I ask is, where?" Here the contest was renewed with increased violence, and the horse being troubled with a fly in his nose, the cabman humanely employed his leisure in lashing him about on the head, on the counter-irritation principle. "Most wotes carries the day," said one of the vixenish ladies at length. "The 'ouse with a yellow door, cabman." But after the cabriolet had dashed up, in splendid style, to the house with the yellow door, making, as one of the vixenish ladies triumphantly said, actually more noise than if one had come in one's own carriage, and after the driver had dismounted to assist the ladies in getting out, the small round head of Master Thomas Bardell was thrust out of the 1-pair window of a house with a red door a few numbers off. "Aggrawatin' thing," said the vixenish lady last mentioned, darting a withering glance at the heavy gentleman. "My dear, it's not my fault," said the gentleman. "Don't talk to me, you creetur, don't," retorted the lady. "The house with the red door, cabman. Oh, if ever a woman was troubled with a ruffianly creetur that takes a pride and a pleasure in disgracing his wife on every possible occasion afore strangers, I am that woman." "You ought to be ashamed of yourself, Rattle," said the other little woman, who was no other than Mrs. Clubpins. "What have I been a-doing of?" asked Mr. Rattle. "Don't talk to me, don't, you brute, for fear I should be perwoked to forget my sect and strike you," said Mrs. Rattle. While this dialogue was going on, the driver was most ignominiously leading the horse, by the bridle, up to the house with the red door, which Master Bardell had already opened. Here was a mean and lowly way of arriving at a friend's house. No dashing up with all the fire and fury of the animal, no jumping down of the driver, no loud knocking at the door, no opening of the apron with a crash at the very last moment, for fear of the ladies sitting in a draught, and then the man handing the shawls out afterwards, as if he were a private coachman. The whole edge of the thing had been taken off. It was flatter than walking. "Well, Tommy," said Mrs. Clubpins, "how's your poor dear mother?" "Oh, she's very well," replied Master Bardell. "She's in the front parlour already. I'm ready too, I am." Here Master Bartle put his hands in his pockets and jumped off and on the bottom step of the door. "Is anybody else a-goin', Tommy?" said Mrs. Clubpins, arranging her pelerine. "Mrs. Sanders is going, she is," replied Tommy. "I'm going too, I am." "Drat the boy," said little Mrs. Clubpins. "He thinks of nobody but himself. Here, Tommy dear." "Well," said Master Bartle. "Who else is a-goin', lovey?" said Mrs. Clubpins in an insinuating manner. "Oh, Mrs. Rogers is a-goin'," replied Master Bardell, opening his eyes very wide as he delivered the intelligence. "What, the lady as has taken the lodgings?" ejaculated Mrs. Clubpins. Master Bartle put his hands deeper down into his pockets and nodded exactly 35 times to imply that it was the lady lodger and no other. "Bless us," said Mrs. Clubpins, "it's quite a party." "Ah, if you knew what was in the cupboard, you'd say so," replied Master Bartle. "What is there, Tommy?" said Mrs. Clubpins coaxingly. "You'll tell me, Tommy, I know." "No, I won't," replied Master Bartle, shaking his head, and applying himself to the bottom step again. "Drat the child," muttered Mrs. Clubpins. "What a prowoking little wretch it is! Come, Tommy, tell your dear Cluppy." "Mother said I wasn't to," rejoined Master Bartle. "I'm a-goin' to have some, I am." Cheered by this prospect, the precocious boy applied himself to his infantile treadmill with increased vigor. The above examination of a child of tender years took place while Mr. and Mrs. Rattle and the cab-driver were having an altercation concerning the fare, which, terminating at this point in favor of the cabman, Mrs. Rattle came up tottering. "Lawk, Marianne, what's the matter?" said Mrs. Clubpins. "It's put me all over in such a tremble, Betsy," replied Mrs. Rattle. "Rattle ain't like a man. He leaves everythink to me." This was scarcely fair upon the unfortunate Mr. Rattle, who had been thrust aside by his good lady in the commencement of the dispute, and peremptorily commanded to hold his tongue. He had no opportunity of defending himself, however, for Mrs. Rattle gave unequivocal signs of fainting, which, being perceived from the parlour window, Mrs. Bardell, Mrs. Sanders, the lodger, and the lodger's servant darted precipitately out, and conveyed her into the house, all talking at the same time, and giving utterance to various expressions of pity and condolence, as if she were one of the most suffering mortals on earth. Being conveyed into the front parlour, she was there deposited on a sofa, and the lady from the first floor running up to the first floor returned with a bottle of sal volatile, which, holding Mrs. Rattle tight round the neck, she applied in all womanly kindness and pity to her nose, until that lady, with many plunges and struggles, was fain to declare herself decidedly better. "Ah, poor thing," said Mrs. Rogers, "I know what her feelin's is too well." "Ah, poor thing, so do I," said Mrs. Sanders. And then all the ladies moaned in unison, and said they knew what it was, and they pitied her from their hearts, they did. Even the lodger's little servant, who was 13 years old and 3 feet high, murmured her sympathy. "But what's the matter?" said Mrs. Bartle. "Ah, what has decomposed you, ma'am?" inquired Mrs. Rogers. "I have been a good deal flurried," replied Mrs. Rattle, in a reproachful manner. Thereupon the ladies cast indignant glances at Mr. Rattle. "Why, the fact is," said the unhappy gentleman, stepping forward, "when we alighted at this door, a dispute arose with the driver of the cabriolet." A loud scream from his wife at the mention of this word rendered all further explanation inaudible. "You'd better leave us to bring her round, Rattle," said Mrs. Clubpins. "She'll never get better as long as you're here." All the ladies concurred in this opinion, so Mr. Rattle was pushed out of the room and requested to give himself an airing in the backyard, which he did for about a quarter of an hour, when Mrs. Bartle announced to him with a solemn face that he might come in now, but that he must be very careful how he behaved toward his wife. She knew he didn't mean to be unkind, but Marianne was far from strong, and if he didn't take care he might lose her when he least expected it, which would be a very dreadful reflection for him afterwards, and so on. All this Mr. Rattle heard with great submission, and presently ventured to the parlour in a most lamb-like manner. "Why, Mrs. Rogers, ma'am," said Mrs. Bartle, "you've never been introduced, I declare. Mr. Rattle, ma'am. Mrs. Clubpins, ma'am. Mrs. Rattle, ma'am," which is Mrs. Clubpins' sister, suggested Mrs. Sanders. "Oh, indeed," said Mrs. Rogers graciously, for she was the lodger, and her servant was in waiting, so she was more gracious than intimate, in right of her position. "Oh, indeed." Mrs. Rattle smiled sweetly, Mr. Rattle bowed, and Mrs. Clubman said she was sure she was very happy to have an opportunity of being known to a lady which she adhered so much in favour of as Mrs. Rogers, a compliment which the last-named lady acknowledged with graceful condescension. "Well, Mr. Rattle," said Mrs. Bartle, "I'm sure you ought to feel very much honoured at you and Tommy being the only gentlemen to escort so many ladies all the way to the Spaniards at Hampstead. Don't you think he ought, Mrs. Rogers, ma'am?" "Oh, certainly, ma'am," replied Mrs. Rogers, after whom all the other ladies responded, "Oh, certainly." "Of course I feel it, ma'am," said Mr. Rattle, rubbing his hands, and evincing a slight tendency to brighten up a little. "Indeed, to tell you the truth, I said, as we was a-coming along in the cabrioily—" At the recapitulation of the word which awakened so many painful recollections, Mrs. Rattle applied her handkerchief to her eyes again, and uttered a half-suppressed scream, so that Mrs. Bartle frowned upon Mr. Rattle to intimate that he had better not say anything more, and desired Mrs. Rogers' servant, with an air, to put the wine on. This was a signal for displaying the hidden treasures of the closet, which comprised sundry plates of oranges and biscuits, and a bottle of old crusted port, that at 1 9, with another of the celebrated East India sherry at 14 pence, which were all produced in honour of the lodger, and afforded unlimited satisfaction to everybody. After great consternation had been excited in the mind of Mrs. Clubman by an attempt on the part of Tommy to recount how he had been cross-examined regarding the cupboard then in action, which was fortunately nipped in the bud by his imbibing half a glass of the old crusted the wrong way and thereby endangering his life for some seconds, the party walked forth in quest of a Hampstead stage. This was soon found, and in a couple of hours they all arrived safely at the Spaniards' Tea Gardens, where the luckless Mr. Rattle's very first act nearly occasioned his good lady a relapse, it being neither more nor less than to order tea for 7, whereas, as the ladies one and all remarked, what could have been easier than for Tommy to have drank out of anybody's cup, or everybody's, if that was all, when the waiter wasn't looking, which would have saved 1 head of tea, and the tea just as good? However, there was no help for it, and the tea-tray came, with 7 cups and saucers, and bread and butter on the same scale. Mrs. Bartle was unanimously voted into the chair, and Mrs. Rogers being stationed on her right hand, and Mrs. Rattle on her left, the meal proceeded with great merriment and success. "How sweet the country is, to be sure," sighed Mrs. Rogers. "I almost wish I lived in it always." "Oh, you wouldn't like that, ma'am," replied Mrs. Bartle, rather hastily, for it was not at all advisable, with reference to the lodgings, to encourage such notions. "You wouldn't like it, ma'am." "Oh, I should think you was a deal too lively and sought after to be content with the country, ma'am," said little Mrs. Clubpins. "Perhaps I am, ma'am, perhaps I am," sighed the first-floor lodger. "For lone people as have got nobody to care for them, or take care of them, or as have been hurt in their mind, or that kind of thing," observed Mr. Rattle, plucking up a little cheerfulness and looking round, "the country is all very well. The country for a wounded spirit, they say." Now, of all things in the world that the unfortunate man could have said, any would have been preferable to this. Of course, Mrs. Bartle burst into tears, and requested to be led from the table instantly, upon which the affectionate child began to cry too, most dismally. "Would anybody believe, ma'am," exclaimed Mrs. Rattle, turning fiercely to the first-floor lodger, "that a woman could be married to such an unmanly creetur, which can tamper with a woman's feelings as he does, every hour in the day, ma'am?" "My dear," remonstrated Mr. Rattle, "I didn't mean anything, my dear." "You didn't mean," repeated Mrs. Rattle with great scorn and contempt. "Go away. I can't bear the sight on you, you brute." "You must not flurry yourself, Marianne," interposed Mrs. Clubpins. "You really must consider yourself, my dear, which you never do. Now go away, Rattle, there's a good soul, or you'll only aggravate her." "You had better take your tea by yourself, sir, indeed," said Mrs. Rogers, again applying the smelling bottle. Mrs. Sanders, who, according to custom, was very busy with the bread and butter, expressed the same opinion, and Mr. Rattle quietly retired. After this, there was a great hoisting up of Master Bartle, who was rather a large size for hugging, into his mother's arms, in which operation he got his boots in the tea-board, and occasioned some confusion among the cups and saucers. But that description of fainting fits, which is contagious among ladies, seldom lasts long, so when he had been well kissed, and a little cried over, Mrs. Bartle recovered, set him down again, wondering how she could have been so foolish, and poured out some more tea. It was at this moment that the sound of approaching wheels was heard, and that the ladies, looking up, saw a hackney coach stop at the garden gate. "More company," said Mrs. Sanders. "It's a gentleman," said Mrs. Rattle. "Well, if it ain't Mr. Jackson, the young man from Dodson and Fogg's," cried Mrs. Bartle. "Why, gracious, surely Mr. Pickwick can't have paid the damages." "Or hoffered marriage," said Mrs. Clubpins. "Dear me, how slow the gentleman is!" exclaimed Mrs. Rogers. "Why doesn't he make haste?" As the lady spoke these words, Mr. Jackson turned from the coach where he had been addressing some observations to a shabby man in black leggings who had just emerged from the vehicle with a thick ash stick in his hand, and made his way to the place where the ladies were seated, winding his hair round the brim of his hat as he came along. "Is anything the matter? Has anything taken place, Mr. Jackson?" said Mrs. Bartle eagerly. "Nothing whatever, ma'am," replied Mr. Jackson. "How-de-do, ladies. I have to ask pardon, ladies, for intruding, but the law, ladies, the law." With this apology, Mr. Jackson smiled, made a comprehensive bow, and gave his hair another wind. Mrs. Rogers whispered Mrs. Rattle that he was really an elegant young man. "I called in Goswell Street," resumed Mr. Jackson, "and hearing that you were here, from the slavey, took a coach and came on. Our people want you down in the city directly, Mrs. Bartle." "Lor!" ejaculated that lady, starting at the sudden nature of the communication. "Yes," said Mr. Jackson, biting his lip, "it's very important and pressing business, which can't be postponed on any account. Indeed, Dodson expressly said so to me, and so did Fogg. I've kept the coach on purpose for you to go back in." "How very strange!" exclaimed Mrs. Bartle. The ladies agreed that it was very strange, but were unanimously of opinion that it must be very important, or Dodson and Fogg would never have sent, and further, that the business being urgent, she ought to repair to Dodson and Fogg's without any delay. There was a certain degree of pride and importance about being wanted by one's lawyers in such a monstrous hurry that was by no means displeasing to Mrs. Bartle, especially as it might be reasonably supposed to enhance her consequence in the eyes of the first-floor lodger. She simpered a little, affected extreme vexation and hesitation, but at last arrived at the conclusion that she supposed she must go. "But won't you refresh yourself after your walk, Mr. Jackson?" said Mrs. Bartle persuasively. "Why, really, there ain't much time to lose," replied Jackson, "and I've got a friend here," he continued, looking toward the man with the ash stick. "Oh, ask your friend to come here, sir," said Mrs. Bartle. "Pray ask your friend here, sir." "Why, thank'ee, I'd rather not," said Mr. Jackson, with some embarrassment of manner. "He's not much used to ladies' society, and it makes him bashful. If you'll order the waiter to deliver him anything short, he won't drink it off at once, won't he? Only try him." Mr. Jackson's fingers wandered playfully round his nose at this portion of his discourse, to warn his hearers that he was speaking ironically. The waiter was at once dispatched to the bashful gentleman, and the bashful gentleman took something. Mr. Jackson also took something, and the ladies took something for hospitality's sake. Mr. Jackson then said he was afraid it was time to go, upon which Mrs. Sanders, Mrs. Clubpins, and Tommy, who it was arranged should accompany Mrs. Bartle, leaving the others to Mr. Rattle's protection, got into the coach. "Isaac," said Jackson, as Mrs. Bartle prepared to get in, looking up at the man with the ash stick, who was seated on the box smoking a cigar. "Well?" "This is Mrs. Bartle." "Oh, I knowed that long ago," said the man. Mrs. Bartle got in. Mr. Jackson got in after her, and away they drove. Mrs. Bartle could not help ruminating on what Mr. Jackson's friend had said. Shrewd creatures, those lawyers. Lord bless us, how they find people out. "Sad thing about these costs of our people's, ain't it?" said Jackson, when Mrs. Clubpins and Mrs. Sanders had fallen asleep. "Your bill of costs, I mean." "I'm very sorry they can't get them," replied Mrs. Bartle, "but if you law gentlemen do these things on speculation, why, you must get a loss now and then, you know." "You gave them a cognovit for the amount of your costs after the trial, I'm told," said Jackson. "Yes, just as a matter of form," replied Mrs. Bartle. "Certainly," replied Jackson dryly. "Quite a matter of form. Quite." On they drove, and Mrs. Bartle fell asleep. She was awakened after some time by the stopping of the coach. "Bless us," said the lady, "are we at Freeman's Court?" "We're not going quite so far," replied Jackson. "Have the goodness to step out." Mrs. Bartle, not yet thoroughly awake, complied. It was a curious place, a large wall, with a gate in the middle, and a gas-light burning inside. "Now, ladies," cried the man with the ash stick, looking into the coach and shaking Mrs. Sanders to wake her. "Come." Rousing her friend, Mrs. Sanders alighted. Mrs. Bartle, leaning on Jackson's arm and leading Tommy by the hand, had already entered the porch. They followed. The room they turned into was even more odd-looking than the porch. Such a number of men standing about, and they stared so. "What place is this?" inquired Mrs. Bartle, pausing. "Only one of our public offices," replied Jackson, hurrying her through a door and looking round to see that the other women were following. "Look sharp, Isaac." "Safe and sound," replied the man with the ash stick. The door swung heavily after them, and they descended a small flight of steps. "Here we are at last, all right and tight, Mrs. Bartle," said Jackson, looking exultingly round. "What do you mean?" said Mrs. Bartle, with a palpitating heart. "Just this," replied Jackson, drawing her a little on one side. "Don't be frightened, Mrs. Bartle. There never was a more delicate man than Dodson, ma'am, or a more humane man than Fogg. It was their duty in the way of business to take you in execution for them costs, but they were anxious to spare your feelings as much as they could. What a comfort it must be to you to think how it's been done. This is the Fleet, ma'am. Wish you good night, Mrs. Bartle. Good night, Tommy." As Jackson hurried away in company with the man with the ash stick, another man, with a key in his hand, who had been looking on, led the bewildered female to a second short flight of steps leading to a doorway. Mrs. Bartle screamed violently. Tommy roared. Mrs. Clubpin shrunk within herself, and Mrs. Sanders made off without more ado, for there stood the injured Mr. Pickwick, taking his nightly allowance of air, and beside him leant Samuel Weller, who, seeing Mrs. Bartle, took his hat off with mock reverence, while his master turned indignantly on his heel. "Don't bother the woman," said the turnkey to Weller. "She's just come in." "A prisoner," said Sam, quickly replacing his hat. "Who's the plaintiffs? What for? Speak up, old feller." "Dodson and Fogg," replied the man. "Execution on cognovit for costs." "Here, Job, Job!" shouted Sam, dashing into the passage. "Run to Mr. Perker's, Job. I want him directly. I see some good in this. Here's a game. Hooray! There's the governor!" But there was no reply to these inquiries, for Job had started furiously off the instant he received his commission, and Mrs. Bartle had fainted in real, downright earnest. End of chapter 46. Recording by Edward Elmer, San Antonio, Texas. Chapter 47 of the Pickwick Papers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Edward Elmer. The Pickwick Papers by Charles Dickens. Chapter 47 is chiefly devoted to matters of business and the temporal advantage of Dodson and Fogg. Mr. Winkle reappears under extraordinary circumstances. Mr. Pickwick's benevolence proves stronger than his obstinacy. Job Trotter, abating nothing of his speed, ran up to Holborn, sometimes in the middle of the road, sometimes on the pavement, sometimes in the gutter, as the chances of getting along varied with the press of men, women, children, and coaches, in each division of the thoroughfare, and regardless of all obstacles stopped not for an instant until he reached the gate of Gray's Inn. Notwithstanding all the expedition he had used, however, the gate had been closed a good half-hour when he reached it, and by the time he had discovered Mr. Perker's laundress, who lived with a married daughter, who had bestowed her hand upon a non-resident waiter, who occupied the one pair of some number in some street closely adjoining to some brewery somewhere behind Gray's Inn Lane, it was within 15 minutes of closing the prison for the night. Mr. Lowton had still to be ferreted out from the back parlor of the Magpie and Stump, and Job had scarcely accomplished this object and communicated Sam Weller's message when the clock struck 10. "There," said Lowton, "it's too late now. You can't get in tonight. You've got the key of the street, my friend." "Never mind," replied Job. "I can sleep anywhere. But won't it be better to see Mr. Perker tonight, so that we may be there the first thing in the morning?" "Why," responded Lowton, after a little consideration, "if it was in anybody else's case, Perker wouldn't be best pleased at my going up to his house. But as it's Mr. Pickwick's, I think I may venture to take a cab and charge it to the office." Deciding on this line of conduct, Mr. Lowton took up his hat, and begging the assembled company to appoint a deputy chairman during his temporary absence, led the way to the nearest coach-stand. Summoning the cab of most promising appearance, he directed the driver to repair to Montague Place, Russell Square. Mr. Perker had had a dinner party that day, as was testified by the appearance of lights in the drawing-room windows, the sound of an improved grand piano, and an improvable cabinet voice issuing therefrom, and a rather overpowering smell of meat which pervaded the steps and entry. In fact, a couple of very good country agencies happening to come up to town at the same time, an agreeable little party had been got together to meet them, comprising Mr. Snicks, the Life Office Secretary, Mr. Prosee, the eminent counsel, 3 solicitors, 1 commissioner of bankrupts, a special pleader from the Temple, a small-eyed peremptory young gentleman, his pupil, who had written a lively book about the law of demises, with a vast quantity of marginal notes and references, and several other eminent and distinguished personages. From this society little Mr. Perker detached himself, on his clerk being announced in a whisper, and repairing to the dining-room, there found Mr. Lowton and Job Trotter looking very dim and shadowy by the light of a kitchen candle, which the gentleman who condescended to appear in plush shorts and cottons for a quarterly stipend had, with a becoming contempt for the clerk and all things appertaining to the office, placed on the table. "Now, Lowton," said little Mr. Perker, shutting the door, "what's the matter? No important letter come in a parcel, is there?" "No, sir," replied Lowton. "This is a messenger from Mr. Pickwick, sir." "From Pickwick, eh?" said the little man, turning quickly to Job. "Well, what is it?" "Dodson and Fogg have taken Mrs. Bartle in execution for her costs, sir," said Job. "No!" exclaimed Perker, putting his hands in his pockets and reclining against the sideboard. "Yes," said Job. "It seems they got a cognovit out of her for the amount of 'em directly after the trial." "By Jove," said Perker, taking both hands out of his pockets and striking the knuckles of his right against the palm of his left emphatically. "Those are the cleverest scamps I ever had anything to do with." "The sharpest practitioners I ever knew, sir," observed Lowton. "Sharp," echoed Perker. "There's no knowing where to have them." "Very true, sir, there is not," replied Lowton, and then both master and man pondered for a few seconds, with animated countenances, as if they were reflecting upon one of the most beautiful and ingenious discoveries the intellect of man had ever made. When they had in some measure recovered from their trance of admiration, Job Trotter discharged himself of the rest of his commission. Perker nodded his head thoughtfully and pulled out his watch. "At 10 precisely I will be there," said the little man. "Sam is quite right. Tell him so. Will you take a glass of wine, Lowton?" "No, thank you, sir." "You mean yes, I think," said the little man, turning to the sideboard for a decanter and glass. As Lowton did mean yes, he said no more on the subject, but inquired of Job, in an audible whisper, whether the portrait of Perker, which hung opposite the fireplace, wasn't a wonderful likeness, to which Job of course replied that it was. The wine being by this time poured out, Lowton drank to Mrs. Perker and the children, and Job to Perker. The gentleman in the plush shorts and cottons, considering it no part of his duty to show the people from the office out, consistently declined to answer the bell, and they showed themselves out. The attorney betook himself to his drawing-room, the clerk to the Magpie and Stump, and Job to Covent Garden Market to spend the night in a vegetable basket. Punctually at the appointed hour next morning, the good-humoured little attorney tapped at Mr. Pickwick's door, which was opened with great alacrity by Sam Weller. "Mr. Perker, sir," said Sam, announcing the visitor of Mr. Pickwick, who was sitting at the window in a thoughtful attitude. "Very glad you've looked in accidentally, sir. I rather think the governor wants to have a word and a half with you, sir." Perker bestowed a look of intelligence on Sam, intimating that he understood he was not to say he had been sent for, and beckoning him to approach, whispered briefly in his ear. "You don't mean that 'ere, sir," said Sam, starting back in excessive surprise. Perker nodded and smiled. Mr. Samuel Weller looked at the little lawyer, then at Mr. Pickwick, then at the ceiling, then at Perker again, grinned, laughed outright, and finally catching up his hat from the carpet, without further explanation, disappeared. "What does this mean?" inquired Mr. Pickwick, looking at Perker with astonishment. "What has put Sam into this extraordinary state?" "Oh, nothing, nothing," replied Perker. "Come, my dear sir, draw up your chair to the table. I have a good deal to say to you." "What papers are those?" inquired Mr. Pickwick, as the little man deposited on the table a small bundle of documents tied with red tape. "The papers in Bardell and Pickwick," replied Perker, undoing the knot with his teeth. Mr. Pickwick grated the legs of his chair against the ground, and throwing himself into it, folded his hands and looked sternly, if Mr. Pickwick could ever look sternly, at his legal friend. "You don't like to hear the name of the cause?" said the little man, still busying himself with a knot. "No, I do not indeed," replied Mr. Pickwick. "Sorry for that," resumed Perker, "because it will form the subject of our conversation." "I would rather that the subject should be never mentioned between us, Perker," interposed Mr. Pickwick hastily. "Pooh-pooh, my dear sir," said the little man, untying the bundle and glancing eagerly at Mr. Pickwick out of the corners of his eyes. "It must be mentioned. I have come here on purpose. Now, are you ready to hear what I have to say, my dear sir?" "No hurry. If you are not, I can wait. I have this morning's paper here. Your time shall be mine. There." Hereupon the little man threw one leg over the other and made a show of beginning to read with great composure and application. "Well, well," said Mr. Pickwick with a sigh, but softening into a smile at the same time. "Say what you have to say. It's the old story, I suppose." "With a difference, my dear sir, with a difference," rejoined Perker, deliberately folding up the paper and putting it into his pocket again. "Mrs. Bardell, the plaintiff in the action, is within these walls, sir." "I know it," was Mr. Pickwick's reply. "Very good," retorted Perker. "And you know how she comes here, I suppose? I mean, on what grounds and at whose suit?" "Yes, at least I have heard Sam's account of the matter," said Mr. Pickwick, with affected carelessness. "Sam's account of the matter," replied Perker, "is, I will venture to say, a perfectly correct one. Well now, my dear sir, the first question I have to ask is, whether this woman is to remain here." "To remain here?" echoed Mr. Pickwick. "To remain here, my dear sir," rejoined Perker, leaning back in his chair and looking steadily at his client. "How can you ask me?" said that gentleman. "It rests with Dodson and Fogg. You know that very well." "I know nothing of the kind," retorted Perker firmly. "It does not rest with Dodson and Fogg. You know the men, my dear sir, as well as I do. It rests solely, wholly, and entirely with you." "With me!" ejaculated Mr. Pickwick, rising nervously from his chair and reseating himself directly afterwards. The little man gave a double knock on the lid of his snuff-box, opened it, took a great pinch, shut it up again, and repeated the words, "With you." "I say, my dear sir," resumed the little man, who seemed to gather confidence from the snuff, "I say that her speedy liberation or perpetual imprisonment rests with you, and with you alone. Hear me out, my dear sir, if you please, and do not be so very energetic, for it will only put you into a perspiration and do no good whatever. I say," continued Perker, checking off each position on a different finger as he laid it down, "I say that nobody but you can rescue her from this den of wretchedness, and that you can only do that by paying the costs of this suit, both of plaintiff and defendant, into the hands of these Freeman Court sharks. Now pray be quiet, my dear sir." Mr. Pickwick, whose face had been undergoing most surprising changes during this speech, and was evidently on the verge of a strong burst of indignation, calmed his wrath as well as he could. Perker, strengthening his argumentative powers with another pinch of snuff, proceeded. "I have seen the woman this morning. By paying the costs, you can obtain a full release and discharge from the damages. And further, this I know is a far greater object of consideration with you, my dear sir, a voluntary statement under her hand, in the form of a letter to me, that this business was, from the very first, fomented and encouraged and brought about by these men, Dodson and Fogg, that she deeply regrets ever having been the instrument of annoyance or injury to you, and that she entreats me to intercede with you, and implore your pardon. If I pay her cause for her, said Mr. Pickwick indignantly, a valuable document indeed. No if in the case, my dear sir, said Perker triumphantly. There's the very letter I speak of, brought to my office by another woman at 9 o'clock this morning, before I set foot in this place, or held any communication with Mrs. Bartle, upon my honour. Selecting the letter from the bundle, the little lawyer laid it at Mr. Pickwick's elbow, and took snuff for 2 consecutive minutes without winking. Is this all you have to say to me? Inquired Mr. Pickwick mildly. Not quite, replied Perker. I cannot undertake to say at this moment whether the wording of the cognate, the nature of the ostensible consideration, and the proof we can get together about the whole conduct of the suit will be sufficient to justify an indictment for conspiracy. I fear not, my dear sir. They are too clever for that, I doubt. I do mean to say, however, that the whole facts taken together will be sufficient to justify you in the minds of all reasonable men. And now, my dear sir, I put it to you. This £150, or whatever it may be, take it in round numbers, is nothing to you. A jury had decided against you. Well, their verdict is wrong, but still they decided as they thought right, and it is against you. You have now an opportunity, on easy terms, of placing yourself in a much higher position than you ever could by remaining here, which could only be imputed by people who didn't know you to sheer, dogged, wrong-headed, brutal obstinacy. Nothing else, my dear sir, believe me. Can you hesitate to avail yourself of it when it restores you to your friends, your old pursuits, your health and amusements, when it liberates your faithful and attached servant, whom you otherwise doomed to imprisonment for the whole of your life, and above all, when it enables you to take the very magnanimous revenge, which I know, my dear sir, is one after your own heart, of releasing this woman from a scene of misery and debauchery, to which no man should ever be consigned, if I ever had my will, but the infliction of which upon any woman is even more frightful and barbarous. Now I ask you, my dear sir, not only as your legal adviser, but as your very true friend, will you let slip the occasion of attaining all these objects, and doing all this good, for the paltry consideration of a few pounds finding their way into the pockets of a couple of rascals, to whom it makes no manner of difference, except that the more they gain, the more they'll seek, and so the sooner be led into some piece of knavery that must end in a crash? I will put these considerations to you, my dear sir, very feebly and imperfectly, but I ask you to think of them. Turn them over in your mind as long as you please. I wait here patiently for your answer. Before Mr. Pickwick could reply, before Mr. Perker had taken 1/20th of the snuff with which so unusually long an address imperatively required to be followed up, there was a low murmuring of voices outside, and then a hesitating knock at the door. "Dear, dear," exclaimed Mr. Pickwick, who had been evidently roused by his friend's appeal, "what an annoyance that door is! Who is that?" "Me, sir," replied Sam Weller, putting in his head. "I can't speak to you just now, Sam," said Mr. Pickwick. "I am engaged at this moment, Sam." "Beg your pardon, sir," rejoined Mr. Weller, "but there's a lady here, sir, as says she's something very particular to disclose." "I can't see any lady," replied Mr. Pickwick, whose mind was filled with visions of Mrs. Bartle. "I wouldn't make too sure of that, sir," urged Mr. Weller, shaking his head. "If you knowed who was near, sir, I rather think you'd change your note," as the hawk remarked to himself with a cheerful laugh, when he heard the robin redbreast a-singing round the corner. "Who is it?" inquired Mr. Pickwick. "Will you see her, sir?" asked Mr. Weller, holding the door in his hand, as if he had some curious live animal on the other side. "I suppose I must," said Mr. Pickwick, looking at Perker. "Well, then, all in to begin," cried Sam. "Sound the gong, draw up the curtain, and enter the two conspirators." As Sam Weller spoke, he threw the door open, and there rushed tumultuously into the room Mr. Nathaniel Winkle, leading after him by the hand the identical young lady who at Dingley Dell had worn the boots with a fur round the tops, and who, now a very pleasing compound of blushes and confusion, and lilac silk, and a smart bonnet, and a rich lace veil, looked prettier than ever. "Miss Arabella Allen!" exclaimed Mr. Pickwick, rising from his chair. "No," replied Mr. Winkle, dropping on his knees. "Mrs. Winkle! Pardon, my dear friend, pardon." Mr. Pickwick could scarcely believe the evidence of his senses, and perhaps would not have done so, but for the corroborative testimony afforded by the smiling countenance of Perker, and the bodily presence in the background of Sam and the pretty housemaid, who appeared to contemplate the proceedings with the liveliest satisfaction. "Oh, Mr. Pickwick," said Arabella in a low voice, as if alarmed at the silence, "can you forgive my imprudence?" Mr. Pickwick returned no verbal response to this appeal, but he took off his spectacles in great haste, and seizing both the young lady's hands in his, kissed her a great number of times, perhaps a greater number than was absolutely necessary, and then, still retaining one of her hands, told Mr. Winkle he was an audacious young dog, and bade him get up. This Mr. Winkle, who had been for some seconds scratching his nose with the brim of his hat in a penitent manner, did, whereupon Mr. Pickwick slapped him on the back several times, and then shook hands heartily with Perker, who, not to be behindhand with the compliments of the occasion, saluted both the bride and the pretty housemaid with a right good will, and, having wrung Mr. Winkle's hand most cordially, wound up his demonstrations of joy by taking snuff enough to set any half-dozen men with ordinarily constructed noses a-sneezing for life. "Why, my dear girl," said Mr. Pickwick, "how has all this come about? Come, sit down, and let me hear it all. How well she looks, doesn't she, Perker?" added Mr. Pickwick, surveying Arabella's face with a look of as much pride and exultation as if she had been his daughter. "Delightful, my dear sir," replied the little man. "If I were not a married man myself, I should be disposed to envy you, you dog." Thus expressing himself, the little lawyer gave Mr. Winkle a poke in the chest, which that gentleman reciprocated, after which they both laughed very loudly, but not so loudly as Mr. Samuel Weller, who had just relieved his feelings by kissing the pretty housemaid under cover of the cupboard door. "I can never be grateful enough to you, Sam, I am sure," said Arabella, with the sweetest smile imaginable. "I shall not forget your exertions in the garden at Clifton." "Don't say nothing whatever about it, ma'am," replied Sam. "I only assisted Nater, ma'am, as the doctor said to the boy's mother after he'd bled him to death." "Mary, my dear, sit down," said Mr. Pickwick, cutting short these compliments. "Now then, how long have you been married, eh?" Arabella looked bashfully at her lord and master, who replied, "Only 3 days." "Only 3 days, eh?" said Mr. Pickwick. "Why, what have you been doing these 3 months?" "Ah, to be sure," interposed Perker. "Come, account for this idleness. You see, Mr. Pickwick's only astonishment is that it wasn't all over months ago." "Why, the fact is," replied Mr. Winkle, looking at his blushing young wife, "that I could not persuade Bella to run away for a long time, and when I had persuaded her, it was a long time more before we could find an opportunity. Mary had to give a month's warning, too, before she could leave her place next door, and we couldn't possibly have done it without her assistance." "Upon my word," exclaimed Mr. Pickwick, who by this time had resumed his spectacles, and was looking from Arabella to Winkle, and from Winkle to Arabella, with as much delight depicted in his countenance as warm-heartedness and kindly feeling can communicate to the human face.